Chapter 1. The Journey. Ding, ding, ding. Within the dimly lit cockpit of the UX single-seater, 3 chimes resonated, accompanied by a melodious tune that a sweet-voiced female attendant gently reminded. The 039 vacuum tube train you are aboard is about to arrive at its destination. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. As the light flooded in, a sudden and intense headache surged through Zhang Yunxi, prompting him to press his hands against his temples in an effort to alleviate the discomfort. Intermittent headaches had long plagued Zhang Yunxi since the day of his birth, a persistent affliction that had tormented him throughout his life. Strangely, despite visiting numerous hospitals and undergoing various advanced diagnostic procedures, no medical professional had ever been able to detect any issues within his brain. Modern medical science had advanced to remarkable heights, particularly in the realm of neuroscience, where explorations had reached unprecedented levels. Techniques such as consciousness guidance, neuronal grafting, and memory downloading had matured significantly. Logically, there should be no cerebral condition that could elude diagnosis. Even if a cure were unattainable, the source of the problem ought to be discernible. Yet, inexplicably, Zhang Yunxi's ailment remained undiagnosed. Fortunately, the headaches were sporadic as long as he avoided intense sensory stimuli and engaged in sufficient rest. They seldom troubled him. Life and death are dictated by fate. Wealth and nobility lie in the hands of the heavens. Since no conclusive answers could be found, dwelling on the matter proved futile. Thus, Zhang Yunxi had long since adapted to his condition. During particularly painful episodes, he would take a moment to rest, regulate his breathing, and calm his mind. After a brief respite in the cockpit, the headache had subsided considerably. Zhang Yunxi sipped a glass of warm water and softly called, 039, please hand me my backpack. Thank you. Thank you, 039.my pleasure, Mr. Zhang. You are the most dashing customer I have ever attended to. It is an honor to serve you. Well, that goes without saying. A minute later, the 039 vacuum tube train arrived at the station, and the indicator light above the cockpit illuminated red, signaling passengers that oxygen had yet to be released from the train's conduit, advising them to remain seated. Whoosh, as gas expelled from the conduit, the gate at the wall of the tube, approximately 1.5 meters from the cabin door, opened first, allowing the bright sunlight to stream in. With the cabin door ajar, a footrest automatically ejected, and Zhang Yunxi grasped his luggage as he exited the train. The concept of vacuum tube trains had been proposed as early as the 1920s, gaining considerable discussion and development in the early 20th century. However, due to the prevailing conditions of the transportation market, the incompatibility of vacuum tube trains with other modes of transport, and the exorbitant costs involved, widespread adoption was unfeasible, leading to a prolonged hiatus in further development. Yet, in contemporary times, scientific progress had surged forward, advancing various extraction and infrastructure technologies by several notches, thereby facilitating the formal introduction of vacuum tube trains into service. Nonetheless, they had yet to achieve mass proliferation currently. Only the city of Mingzhu boasted a single line, the 039. Zhang Yunxi arrived in a place called Qingshan Town, situated approximately 800 kilometers from Mingzhu City. His purpose for visiting was to complete his enrollment procedures at the Qingshan Theological Academy. Before his passing, the father had repeatedly urged Zhang Yunxi to enroll at the Qingshan Theological Academy, leading to several heated arguments between them. Zhang Yunxi could not comprehend why he should abandon the opportunity to become a distinguished student at the world-renowned Pearl University, where his academic performance would be highly valued, to attend a school that was scarcely better than a vocational institution. Just the name alone seemed dubious. Zhang Yunxi had previously researched the Qingshan Theological Academy online. Established approximately 15 years ago, the institution boasted no educational pedigree whatsoever, offering a bewildering array of courses. Its website resembled a poorly designed late-night app, shamelessly advertising for a certain company. Even more absurd was the academy's faculty, which could only be described as the dregs of the educational community. The oldest instructor was a mere 35 years old, while the youngest was shockingly only 23. Frankly, Zhang Yunxi doubted their professionalism could even rival his OWN.IT was, in essence, a disreputable institution. Yet curiosity compelled Zhang Yunxi to come. His father had insisted he attend, and the AI caretaker Li Yun had incessantly chanted the name of the Qingshan Theological Academy before her execution. What enigmatic allure did this place possess that prompted those close to him to mention it repeatedly? While his father's motivations remained elusive, Li Yun's behavior was particularly peculiar. Her daily responsibilities involved attending to the Zhang family's domestic needs, seemingly disconnected from the academic realm. Why, then, did she fervently call out for the Qingshan Theological Academy in her final moments? Unable to fathom the reason, Zhang Yunxi ultimately decided to expedite his enrollment, relinquishing his opportunity at Pearl University and requesting a recommendation letter. From his teacher, he resolved to attend the Qingshan Theological Academy to unravel the mysteries that plague his mind. With a black messenger bag slung over his shoulder and dark sunglasses shielding his eyes, Zhang Yunxi navigated through the bustling corridor, arriving at the hall of the Qingshan. Stationed at in truth, the impact of the Li Yun case was profound, sparking discussions worldwide. Numerous experts and scholars engaged in fervent debates centering on the cohabitation of AI and humanity. As the systematic thinking of AI beings gradually evolved into a semblance of human cognition, one might ponder whether this heralded the emergence of a new race within the world. Should society embrace this development and share the world with them, or should it resist? On a more personal level, during the evolution of AI cognition, inherent deficiencies might arise such as extremism, irritability, and abnormal thought processes. This begs the question of whether humanity's own safety could be jeopardized. The Li Yun case stands as a representative example. Upon her creation and subsequent acquisition by Zhang Yunxi's parents, she initially possessed no human-like thinking, only a systematic service mentality. However, the manufacturers, in an effort to enhance her human-like qualities, integrated numerous personalized programs into her system, endowing her with emotions and a semblance of human consciousness, ultimately leading to the tragic incident. Who could endure such a fate? Zhang Yunxi unconsciously quickened his pace, eager to depart from this place. Upon passing through the automatic exit, he arrived at the waiting area outside the station. Amidst his idle waiting, he inadvertently caught sight of a virtual immortality world peripheral specialty store nearby, where a man in his 30s was embroiled in a heated argument with a youthful AI attendant over service issues. Since the concept of the metaverse was reintroduced, humanity, after years of relentless effort, saw the Lingjing Group finally unveil a groundbreaking product, a globally interconnected virtual universe, aptly named Immortality World in Chinese. With the meteoric rise of Immortality World worldwide, such peripheral stores proliferated abundantly, becoming ubiquitous. Inside the store, the disheveled man, appearing rather unkempt with hair that seemed to have long been neglected, held a travel bag in his left hand while gesturing dismissively, with his right towards the young attendant. "Come closer." "Certainly, sir," replied the young attendant, folding his hands in front of him and bending slightly to lean in. Smack! The greasy man swung his right arm, delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face. "Do you look down on me, thinking I'm poor, hence recommending me second-hand goods? Do I seem like someone who uses second-hand items?" "Sir, first and foremost, that was quite a strike, and your arm possesses considerable strength." The young attendant's cheek flushed red from the blow, yet he stepped back into position, leaning in again. "However, I truly hold no disdain towards you." "Damn it, your gaze is filled with contempt." The greasy man unleashed another slap. "Sir, you clearly appear to be a person of wealth and stature. I harbor no intention of belittling you, merely suggesting products that align with your economic standing. You are a remarkably civilized snob. I could kill you." The greasy middle-aged man, now even more enraged, struck the young attendant again. Slap. Slap. The two engaged in this tumultuous exchange for a full 30 seconds. "Sir, might you pause your strikes for a moment?" The young attendant, his hairstyle in disarray and cheeks swollen like buns, pleaded, "Could you allow me to enter the lounge to get a new face? This would enhance your experience." Bang! The greasy man delivered a brutal kick, sending the young attendant crashing to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yunxi murmured in despair, "What a vicious kick. Time to settle up." The greasy man shouted, exhausted from his exertions. "Sir, you owe a compensation of 1,800 megabytes for the data usage, along with 9,950 megabytes for the economical second-hand brain machine interface chip." A beautiful store manager emerged, her work badge indicating she was not an AI. "Why should I pay compensation? He discriminated against me." "You physically assaulted him naturally. You must compensate," The beautiful clerk smiled, gesturing toward a nearby stress relief store. If you wish to strike someone, we have specialized AI for that, available at 500 megabytes per minute. Alas, a poor review. The greasy man swiftly checked his account on his smartwatch before turning to leave, dialing a number as he did so. Darling, I've made up my mind you were right. It was my fault. Yes, yes, I will be at the Qingshan Divine Academy shortly. Don't you remember? I'm enrolling today. In the wake of the explosive popularity of the immortal world, a new wave of financial revolution has begun to take shape. In this virtual realm, traffic has become the sole currency of exchange, rendering traditional paper money and online payment systems increasingly obsolete. People now place their trust in traffic currency, which is anticipated to remain robust for centuries to come as a result. The globally renowned Lingjing Group, in collaboration with major financial institutions, has introduced a decentralized blockchain currency traffic. Virum, a vehicle pulled up at the exit, its doors automatically swinging open as an artificial intelligence greeted. Sir, I am Fong Fong, the driver for Qingshan Taxi Company. It is my pleasure to assist you. To Qingshan Divine Academy. Please deactivate the temperature control system. Thank you. Zhang Yunxi bent slightly as he entered the car, only to find that the greasy middle-aged man had also boarded the shuttle headed for the academy. Sir, we are now departing, Fong Fong remarked. You may rest for a while. The self-driving car diligently adhered to traffic regulations as it gradually departed the station. Inside an office at Qingshan Divine Academy, an elderly man, appearing remarkably frail, gently set aside the dossier of Zhang Yunxi after reviewing it, picking up another file. Belonging to a man named Zhang Yunxi, he murmured softly, "How incredibly intriguing. Will my body truly hold out long enough for me to uncover the truth?" Chapter 2. Qingshan Divine Academy. Shortly after 10 a.m., Zhang Yunxi arrived at Qingshan Divine Academy in a self-driving taxi. It was the final day for enrollment at the academy on August 27, 2120. As he stepped through the gates, he noticed a small gathering of students on the playground, a rather meager turnout, indicating that enrollment was not as favorable as hoped. At the entrance, with a black backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhang Yunxi turned to survey the campus landscape, his heart once again struck with astonishment. The campus's size and architectural style were entirely different from the images showcased on the academy's official website. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, the functional buildings were remarkably dispersed. From Zhang Yunxi's vantage point, he could not discern the campus's boundaries. Instead, he was greeted only by the ethereal presence of traditional Chinese courtyards shrouded in greenery. There were no basketball courts, football fields, or dining halls, nor any libraries or dormitories to speak of. The sole modern administrative building bore little resemblance to the well-edited photographs online. It was far from the advertised 20 stories high, its walls cracked and paint washed away by the rain, giving it a distinctly dilapidated appearance. This place bore no resemblance to an academic institution. Rather, it felt like a secluded retreat hidden deep within the mountains, or perhaps a campsite of sorts. In any case, it appeared extraordinarily desolate and barren, wholly disconnected from the essence of a university. What distinguishes this from fraud? Does the educational institution not intervene in the deceptive promotions of these dubious institutions? With a soft sigh, Zhang Yunxi, burdened with conflicting emotions, followed the directional signs toward the new student reception area. He harbored discontent with the situation, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. However, the only solace he found lay in the breathtaking natural scenery surrounding him. The sky was a brilliant blue, lush greenery stretched across the land, and the radiant hues of sunset reflected off the mountains and waterfalls. Fluffy clouds and birds soared overhead, while the fragrant scent of grass and foliage enveloped him. In today's bustling metropolis, one is only met with rapidly advancing technology, towering steel skyscrapers, and an array of peculiar vehicles darting through the streets. Though vibrant, the essence of a natural world had long since vanished. As a biology student, Zhang Yunxi cherished the ecological environment here and couldn't help but pause to capture a few photographs with his smartwatch. Approaching the reception area, he encountered the greasy man from the station who had been operating an AI robot. To his astonishment, the man was also present in the new student waiting area, seemingly carrying various items distributed by the institution for newcomers. Goodness, this man appeared to be at least 35 years old. Could it be that he was also a new student? This was utterly absurd. In the 3 days leading up to his arrival at the academy, Zhang Yunxi had sent his high school teacher's recommendation letter along with a letter prepared by his adoptive father, Professor Zhang Zhitong, to Qingshan Seminary as a result. At the new student registration desk, he merely confirmed his information with the institution before being instructed to wait in the reception area for a specialized admission interview. Zhang Yunxi was perplexed. Why was there an admission interview for university registration? He was not applying for a job, and everything about this place felt oddly out of place. After sitting in the waiting area for about 10 minutes, a handsome man, approximately 26 or 27 years old, dressed in a suit, approached him and gently inquired, "You must be Zhang Yunxi?" "Hello, teacher. I am your advisor, Li Han, and I will be overseeing your admission interview." The advisor, Li Han, smiled and extended his hand. "Please follow me." "Certainly, Teacher Li," Zhang Yunxi replied, picking up his backpack and stepping forward alongside him toward the corridor on the left side of the reception area. They walked for about 50 meters until they reached the end of the corridor. Li Han quickly blinked at the recognition device beside the metal door, which then slowly opened, revealing a bright and clean hallway. "Let's go," Li Han invited with a smile, stepping forward. Zhang Yunxi followed him into the well-lit corridor, his eyes wide with astonishment as he took in his surroundings. This appeared to be the working area of the institution, with transparent offices lining both sides of the corridor, bustling with numerous staff members. All personnel in the office utilized holographic projection devices and a multitude of AI-assisted terminals to carry out their work, as various data, templates, and information flowed visibly throughout the office space. Zhang Yunxi was taken aback, pondering the exorbitant costs such an office area must incur. Many governmental function units lack such an arrangement. Bang! Bang! As Zhang Yunxi surveyed the surroundings like a country bumpkin, a series of heavy thuds suddenly emanated from his left. Turning his head, he beheld a towering steel robot, crafted from a combination of metals and exuding an aura of immense strength, limping its way outward, standing at least 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall. Holy cow! Zhang Yunxi swiftly stepped aside. "Teacher Zhu Qingshan. Teacher Zhu Qingshan. Please refrain from wandering about. Your leg requires rewelding. Let me assist you to the repair room," a man in work attire called out as he rushed after the robot. Bang! The robot, referred to as Zhu Qingshan, slammed its fist against the transparent wall panel, furiously exclaiming, "Damn! It must be that bunch of bastards from the second team, thinking they can outplay us in the basketball match next week. While I was recharging, they stole the large cover screws from my leg and even sawed through my support frame. Mark my words, I will have my showdown with them sooner or later." Nearby, Zhang Yunxi listened in astonishment, his mind racing as he thought. A full titanium body, 340111 sterno-piston neck, deep blue parallel 9-core power. What manner of creature is this? How much must it cost? You understand this? Li Han inquired. "I have a fondness for mechas and robots," Zhang Yunxi replied, gradually recovering from his shock while gazing at the imposing Zhu Qingshan. "Someone just referred to him as a teacher." "Oh, he is one of your physical education instructors, named Zhu Qingshan," Li Han explained with a smile. "That I wonder which talented individual crafted his initial character design, attributing to him a passion for history. Hence he adopted the moniker of a war god." "Impressive," Zhang Yunxi exclaimed in admiration. "Hey, you scrawny weakling, are you a freshman? You look as thin as a stick," Zhu Qingshan remarked, extending his hefty mechanical arm to lightly pat Zhang Yunxi on the head. "Teacher, you hit the nail on the head. I am indeed a stick, while you are not," Zhang Yunxi retorted. "You silver-tongued rascal, don't let me catch you." Zhu Qingshan, in a clumsy gait, ambled away. Based on the information he had previously gathered, Qingshan Academy appeared to be a third-rate institution among third-rate universities, with hints of fraudulent activity. However, upon entering the metallic door, Zhang Yunxi was enveloped by an atmosphere of advanced professionalism, replete with a palpable sense of technology and capital. Due to familial circumstances, Zhang Yunxi had visited Mingzhu University long ago, and it was no exaggeration to assert that many of the administrative work areas there were not as advanced as this place. At the very least, he had never heard anyone mention that their instructors were emotional and stylistically unique robots at most. There were AI-assisted teachers, most. Importantly, the esteemed Zhu Qingshan is a rarity among the global giants capable of producing such extraordinary talent. Zhang Yunxi found it utterly incomprehensible to encounter such a marvel in this place, though it appeared merely as a supplementary automaton. It was indeed quite intimidating. This is truly remarkable. At this moment, Zhang Yunxi's initial intent for coming to the Qingshan Theological Academy began to shift. He contemplated that, aside from unraveling the mysteries within his mind, an extended period of study here might prove to be quite beneficial. That a glimpse reveals the entirety. This singular workspace has already showcased the potential and educational depth of the Qingshan Theological Academy. Approximately 5 minutes later, Li Han escorted Zhang Yunxi to an office, which was not a transparent workspace, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Coffee, beverages, water, would you care for anything? Li Han inquired politely. No, thank you, Zhang Yunxi replied, shaking his head. Very well, please have a seat. Li Han bent slightly to sit down and retrieved Zhang Yunxi's information from the AI intelligence database. I understand you are interested in the biology program at Mingzhi University? Yes, Zhang Yunxi affirmed with an nod. Han nodded slowly, interlocking his fingers, and with a gentle smile, asked, Are you familiar with the Qingshan Theological Academy? Indeed. Li Han paused momentarily before continuing. And what of the Eternal Life World? Are you well acquainted with it? The Eternal Life World, developed and launched by the globally renowned Lingjing Group following the advent of the metaverse concept, is a virtual community of humanity. Interconnected worldwide. It is akin to Apple's innovations under Steve Jobs, Microsoft breakthroughs by Bill Gates, and the endeavors of Hangzhou Ma's enterprises, all of which have transformed the very fabric of human existence through technological and commercial revolutions. The meteoric rise of the Eternal Life World has left an indelible mark on more than just one generation. Within the confines of the interview room, Li Han refined his question. What I mean by familiarity is whether you possess a profound understanding of the management rules governing the Eternal Life World. Zhang Yunxi shook his head. Not in that regard. Han hesitated momentarily, then ventured, May I inquire if you could accompany me into the Eternal Life World? I wish to assess your fundamental metrics within the virtual community, as this is crucial for the interview. I can, but I haven't brought any external devices. That's not an issue. Li Han called toward the microphone on the table. Nisa, please bring me a set of portable brain-machine interfaces, preferably brand new. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunxi donned the holographic brain-machine interface and reclined in his chair, asking, So we are heading to Freedom City? Am I now connected? Let's begin. Li Han also equipped himself with a brain-machine apparatus. 3 seconds later, both closed their eyes, and an immediate sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. Upon hearing a chime, they had fully entered the Eternal Life World. In the real world, within Mingzhi City, the man serving as Zhang Yunxi's defense attorney in the Li Yun case now knelt in a dimly lit and disheveled basement. A handsome youth, his voice low and serious, inquired, Are you certain that Zhang Yunxi went to the Qingshan Theological Academy with Zhang Jitao's recommendation letter? Yes, sir, I am not lying. I implore you, let me go. The handsome young man rose slowly, a smile gracing his features as he walked toward the exit. As the lawyer witnessed his departure, he instinctively exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor. The handsome man approached the doorway, gripping the doorknob with his left hand, yet abruptly turned around, slowly raising his right arm. I still believe. The lawyer's words cannot be trusted. Bang. A beam of light emanated from the mechanical palm of the handsome man's right hand, flooding the room with a blinding radiance and a muffled thud. Chapter 3-5 Elite's Messiah. What does it feel like to be dead? How is this place different from the real world? A reporter squeezed to the front of the crowd and inquired, Sister Yuyo, you will always be my goddess. I will use my father's data account every day to listen to your albums, support your new film tour, and boost your rankings. Sister Yuyo, I love you so much. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit overwhelmed. A tearful teenage fan shouted, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him. In the realm of immortality, 3 types of beings coexist: the intelligent AI NPCs, the living individuals from the real world, and the memories of those who have passed away. The realm employs brain-computer interface technology, allowing for interaction between electrical currents, computers, and brain cells. To fully immerse oneself in this virtual world, one must have tiny electrode chips implanted in the brain, enabling resonant currents to transmit thoughts to a computer host, including the capacity to download memories. Thus, Individuals from the real world can transfer their memories to the terminal of the immortality realm at the brink of death, awaiting revival in the virtual world. However, these memory beings, having experienced complete brain death, lack sensory perception, resulting in subtle differences in their experiences compared to those still living in the real world. In fact, this concept and technology were proposed as early as 2016, when the world's richest man, Elon Musk, founded a company called Neuralink. By around 2021, he had presented relevant technical documentation and sought approval from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration to commence human trials. He also stated that this technology could enable many paralyzed individuals to control smartphones and other devices with their minds, promising further advancements, including addressing numerous human challenges by influencing signals between neurons. In recent years, the Qingshan Group has perfected this technology and successfully applied it to the immortality realm, forever altering the human way of life. Following its launch, this service sparked widespread discussion within human society. Some believe that humanity should adhere to the laws of nature and accept death, while others argue that with their physical bodies gone, only a string of data survives in the virtual realm. What a waste of human resources. Why contend with life? These two opposing voices have continued to debate without respite. In the lobby on the first floor, Zhang Yunxi gazed at the celebrity Ayu and sighed. My parents, being relatively young and free from serious illness, resisted this technology and thus did not store any memories while alive. Alas, if they had not been so stubborn, perhaps I could still see them here. Sister Ayu, could you spare me a glance? I have waited a week for you to enter the immortality world. I've been drinking coffee to the point of almost needing heart surgery. Could you give me a loving look? A man in his 30s bellowed with a hoarse voice. Zhang Yunxi rolled her eyes and pressed the discreet chat button on the table, instantly muffling the cacophony outside, ensuring that her conversation with Li Han remained private. Shall we begin? Okay. Li Han nodded slowly, interjecting, could you show me your comprehensive statistics and information from the eternal life world? Is this directly related to my enrollment? Zhang Yunxi's expression reflected astonishment, and she hesitantly questioned, I'm merely here to attend school, not for some job interview. In truth, she was reluctant to comply as it pertained to her personal privacy. However, fueled by a myriad of uncertainties and the necessity of her enrollment, she hesitated briefly before transferring her data directly to him. Li Han accessed Zhang Yunxi's personal information through a mental interface and, upon reviewing it, gasped. So, in the eternal life world, you work as a private health consultant? Your work seems to primarily involve providing that kind of health services? Curiosity piqued, Li Han continued. Ahem. May I inquire, are you a virgin? Yes, Zhang Yunxi replied awkwardly, scratching her head. Yet you teach others? Mr. Li, your inquiries are rather detailed. Are you seeking treatment? Zhang Yunxi retorted playfully. I'm fine. No need for treatment. Just curious, Li Han responded, continuing to peruse her information. After a brief pause, he glanced sideways at Zhang Yunxi and asked, by the way, do you have any video course materials on that subject? Yes, but they are censored. I can send you a copy shortly. Li Han quickly noted before returning his attention to her profile. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Han's demeanor normalized. I've finished reviewing. Apart from your exceptional performance in biology, you possess no other notable talents, correct? Yes, Zhang Yunxi candidly nodded. I would like to formally introduce you to the Qingshan Divine Academy, Li Han said, his expression turning serious as he regarded Zhang Yunxi. You must have realized that our internal environment is entirely different from what is publicly disclosed. In simple terms, we are a third-party talent institution primarily funded by the Qingshan Group, with the educational mission of cultivating elite talents for the eternal life world and the special judicial department that will be established in the future. Zhang Yunxi's expression was one of surprise. So that's how it is. That explains everything. Indeed, as you have grasped, Qingshan Divine Academy is not a conventional institution. Our enrollment process is exceedingly rigorous. We do not evaluate your actual academic performance, but rather focus on your unique abilities, aiming to maximize them throughout your 4 years of study, Li Han elaborated. Therefore, should you wish to enroll, you will need to sign a confidentiality agreement, and upon graduation, you will be required to sign a labor contract. The specific work assignments will also be determined by the academy. Isn't that akin to a contract of servitude? On a more personal note, many aspire to enter the esteemed Qingshan Theological Academy, yet they find themselves at a loss for avenues to do so. The educational quality we offer here is truly cutting edge. For instance, in the realm of genetic biology, one would find it exceedingly difficult to engage in genuine clinical trials at other institutions before the age of 35. Li Han furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is a haven for elites." Zhang Yunxi, a person of keen insight, did not succumb to Li Han's persuasive rhetoric, but rather pondered for a moment before inquiring. "May I ask what the general responsibilities will entail? Will it involve clerical work within the judicial department?" "Not entirely," Li Han replied. "This matter is quite intricate. To simplify, the core responsibilities involve maintaining the stability of the eternal realm and addressing virtual technological issues present in the tangible world." He provided a relatable example. Take the Li Yun case that occurred in your home. For instance, in the future, the management, investigation, and even apprehension of AI entities may fall under our purview, at least within the Huazone region. "I comprehend your point," Zhang Yunxi thought, his mind racing with possibilities. "Are you ready to sign?" Li Han asked. "Or do you require more time for contemplation?" Zhang Yunxi paused for 2 seconds, internally posing 2 questions. 1. Will I continue to investigate my father's death and the uncertainties surrounding the Li Yun case? 2. If I were to depart, would Mingzhu University still accept me? Decisively. Li Han responded with a smile. "I will share the consciousness information link with you." "Dr. Liang, correct?" He confirmed. "Indeed," Li Han nodded. "Let us sever the connection." In the tangible world, Li Han removed the neural connector and gently suggested, "Let us visit Dr. Liang's office. You will be joined by 4 fellow new students." Zhang Yunxi immediately inquired with a grin, "They are all elites, I presume?" Li Han smiled and shook his head. "Please forgive my candor. They, like you, hold the lowest comprehensive scores in big data assessments." Zhang Yunxi, taken aback, exclaimed, I am the lowest." "Indeed. Your performance in genetic biology is commendable. Hence your overall score remains relatively low," Li Han reassured him. "However, fret not, now that you are here. Everyone starts on equal footing, and our least accomplished students are paired with the finest mentors." "How outrageous," Zhang Yunxi retorted, a hint of defiance in his voice. "After years of immersing myself in the ocean of knowledge, this is the first time anyone has labeled me a substandard student." As they walked and conversed, they swiftly departed the administrative area. Within the reception hall for new students, Zhang Yunxi encountered 4 fellow newcomers, who would soon become his brothers in academia. 3 males and 1 female were present, one of whom was, astonishingly, the unpleasant man he had encountered at the station. Goodness, Li Han truly did not deceive me. This man's demeanor is utterly lacking, and at first glance, he is indeed a subpar student. The other 3 individuals were equally peculiar. One was a rotund fellow weighing over 200 pounds, another was a frail, somewhat anemic young man with a cold demeanor, and the last was a girl sporting a blue ponytail, dressed in an alternative punk style that made her appear rather unappealing at first glance. Zhang Yunxi pondered for a moment, inwardly acknowledging that, judging by their appearances alone, these 3 fellow disciples could indeed be considered exceptional among their peers. "Let us proceed. My fellow classmates, to meet Dr. Liang," Li Han invited. Within Dr. Liang's office, he stored all the information regarding Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunzhao in his private email. However, feeling uneasy, he subsequently compressed the data into an encrypted file. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. The terminal. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory area of the Qingshan Theological Academy, a young man carrying a modest amount of luggage murmured into his smartwatch. "Zhang Yunxi, correct? Rest assured, I shall provide you with a definitive answer within a week." Chapter 4. In the dead of night, a pair of hands reaches into your bed. Qingshan Theological Academy, Doctor's Dormitory District. Li Han, accompanied by Zhang Yunxi and 4 other new students, sat in the hall, waiting for approximately 10 minutes before a woman in her 40s hastily emerged. "Hello, Teacher Li." "Greetings, Assistant Zhou." Li Han promptly rose to his feet. He paused momentarily. "All right, no problem." "Damn, waiting so long for nothing," grumbled a disgruntled man seated on the bench, his demeanor somewhat greasy. "What a waste of time." The group ignored the man, each preparing to depart when the woman approached and softly inquired, "May I ask which student is Zhang Yunxi?" "Oh yes." Zhang Yunxi swiftly activated the holographic projection on his phone, utilizing the face-to-face feature to add her as a friend. "May I ask why Dr. Liang is looking for me?" "I'm not sure," the woman replied, adding Zhang Yunxi as a friend. "I will forward your communication code to Dr. Liang. That's all." With those few brief words, the woman hurried away. Zhang Yunxi, being perceptive, surmised that Dr. Liang's interest in his communication code was likely connected to his father. The distance to unravel the mysteries within him evidently grew shorter. Perhaps Dr. Liang could elucidate why so many wished for him to attend this academy. The scenery here bore little difference from other areas of the academy. Surrounded by a sprawling lawn, with certain sections delineated by solar-powered walls for the dormitory's water and electricity supply, exhibiting high efficiency. To the right of the dormitory lay a natural lake, modest in size yet a rarity amidst the bustling urban landscape. In summary, the dormitory's architectural style mirrored that of the entire academy, a blend of desolation and the enchanting beauty of nature. Among the 5 least promising new students, one was a girl who resided separately from the boys' dormitory, prompting Li Han to escort her first. This left a somewhat disappointed, portly young man, around 20, to lament. In a society so open, why still adhere to such gender distinctions? Upon hearing this, the greasy man retorted, "Clearly, the academy fears you might arrive alone, yet leave with a battalion of offspring." The portly young man chuckled at this remark, extending his hand with a grin. "Uncle, it's obvious we share a common understanding. I'm Jing Tiangong, but you can call me Kaka. I'm studying traditional Chinese medicine. Common understanding aside, I already have a 4-year-old child, and my wife practices mixed martial arts. Our marriage is quite stable. You may consider me more of a senior," the greasy man replied, extending his palm. "I'm Wei Wu. What I study, you'll find out in due time." Observing the two engage in self-introductions, Zhang Yunxi felt it prudent to join in. Stepping forward and stating, "I'm Zhang Yunxi, 18 years old, studying biological genetics." "Greetings, Brother Zhang." Kaka beamed as he approached for a handshake. "Hello." Zhang Yunxi nodded, extending his hand towards the greasy man, Wei Wu. "I am acquainted with you. I have taken an interest in your family's case." Wei Wu murmured, "Personally, I find Li Yun's transformation rather abnormal." "Well, let's communicate more when we have the chance." Zhang Yunxi was left bewildered by this statement, pondering, what is abnormal? After the 3 introduced themselves, they turned their attention to the taciturn young man, silently inquiring about his name. The young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, glanced at the trio and calmly stated, "My name is Tongzhan." Just those 4 simple words cast the other 3 into a realm of distance. Upon observing his pretentious demeanor and his expressionless visage, they lost interest in engaging with him further. All of them were students. Perhaps he was somewhat more impressive than the others, but what was there to boast about? They were all students. Who could possibly seek anything from him? Thus, Zhang Yunxi, the portly Kaka, and the greasy man gathered together for a casual conversation, while Tongzhan remained distant, surveying the surrounding scenery. Half an hour later, Li Han guided everyone to collect their new student supplies from the academy and then escorted the 4 to dormitory 107 before taking his leave. Throughout, Li Han exhibited remarkable patience and consideration, even providing them with a copy of the dormitory management regulations and the academy's guidelines that he had personally compiled. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Yunxi surveyed the surroundings with great satisfaction. This dormitory, number 107, is a standard offering of Qingshan Divine Academy, capable of accommodating 4 residents. With a usable area of approximately 160 square meters, featuring 4 sunlit windows on the south-facing side. Although the academy's dormitories are all located on the ground floor, they bask in ample sunlight during the day. In addition to a private restroom and dining area, there is also a reading room and 4 sleep pods arranged in a bunk bed configuration. These sleep pods, produced by Lingjing Group, are designed as fully enclosed units resembling large loaves of bread, hence their colloquial name, bread pods. Each pod is equipped with a 1-button sleep mode, a comprehensive temperature control system, a ventilation system, and various holographic projection systems for study, entertainment, and film viewing. One can even use brain machine devices within to directly enter a virtual immortal world. The design philosophy behind these pods is to enhance sleep quality and alleviate fatigue from a day's work, as their sleep assistance systems are meticulously tailored to human physiological habits. Many middle-class families possess such amenities. Naturally, for couples, there are dual pods available, even featuring systems to enhance nocturnal activities, demonstrating a thorough consideration of needs. Although the dormitory was already clean and tidy, the residents instinctively tidied up the corners upon moving in, during which an amusing incident unfolded. First, the greasy man Wei Wu entered the room and carelessly tossed his luggage into the lower sleep pod, extracting a few personal items to place on the bed, and then exclaimed, "Hey, brothers, I'm off to the restroom. The lower bunk is easily accessible without the need to climb a ladder. I would prefer to sleep on the lower bunk as well. If not, let us draw lots." Tongzhan coldly interjected. There were merely 4 individuals, so why engage in a lottery? Wei Wu chuckled as he turned to Zhang Yunxi and Kaka, inquiring, "My dear brothers, may I reside here?" Zhang Yunxi responded with a smile, "I have no objections. What about you? Do you wish to stay below?" Tong Zhan furrowed his brow and directed his gaze at Kaka. Upon hearing this, Wei Wu retorted sarcastically, "I've already stated that we are all in the same dormitory. What is the purpose of a lottery?" He patted his belly and extended an invitation. "Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. It is nearly 1 in the afternoon, and I am rather hungry." "I shall refrain from joining. You may go," Tong Zhan replied as he removed his shoes, entered the sleep pod, and promptly pressed the door close button. With a swift motion, the sleep pod sealed shut, activating privacy mode, rendering him invisible to the outside world, which could only behold the flowing starry pattern on the wall panel. Honestly, needing to charge during the day, can the body withstand such demands? Wei Wu mocked, rising to his feet. "Let us go." Although they had agreed to dine together, once they reached the cafeteria and placed their orders, Wei Wu excused himself to the restroom at the time of payment. "No matter, I shall cover it," Kaka volunteered, reaching for his payment method. "It's not a matter of significant expense." "Very well, I shall procure some beverages and daily necessities for you," Zhang Yunxi remarked. He was not one to be overly calculative, yet he would not readily become overly familiar with others, likely a reflection of his life experiences. Thus, the greasy Wei Wu managed to enjoy yet another complimentary lunch. In the afternoon, after their meal, the trio wandered about the academy, immersing themselves in the ambience and familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, Kaka on the upper bunk was engrossed in his studies, while Tong Zhan remained concealed within the pod, seemingly in a state of hibernation, having not emerged all afternoon, and perhaps even neglecting to eat. In the lower bunk diagonally opposite, Wei Wu utilized a holographic projection device to converse with his wife and child. Zhang Yunxi stole a glance, noting from the screen that his wife must weigh at least 70 kilograms. Kaka's observation was indeed correct. He was quite unfortunate. With a stretch, Zhang Yunxi yawned and closed the sleep pod, enveloping himself within the confined space. The starry ceiling within the pod shimmered, the light fluctuating beautifully. Zhang Yunxi accessed the control panel but, out of habit, sought to deactivate the temperature control system due to his severe headaches. As a biology student, he was unaccustomed to using humidifiers and air filtration devices. After searching for some time, he discovered the pod lacked a separate button for turning off the temperature control system. To enjoy the one-touch sleep feature, it was necessary to utilize the temperature control. "What a dreadful design!" Zhang Yunxi exclaimed in frustration. He retrieved 2 rolls of tissue from his bag and promptly blocked the air vent of the temperature control system, subsequently adjusting the sleep pod to the most comfortable setting, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Before long, Zhang Yunxi drifted into slumber. At 12:30, a sound echoed. Inside Zhang Yunxi's dormant chamber, a sudden sound of gas expulsion echoed as the tissue that had been blocking the temperature control vent was pushed aside, allowing an invisible gas to flow into the chamber. Half an hour later, the door of room 107 unexpectedly swung open, revealing a man clad in black attire and wearing a mask. He glanced around before taking a circuitous route through the room. Thud, thud. The masked figure appeared remarkably relaxed as he knocked on the 4 dormant chambers, discovering an eerie silence within. Eventually, he approached Zhang Yunxi's position and deftly unlocked the chamber door with a control code. Inside, Zhang Yunxi lay in a state of serene slumber, his complexion pale yet tranquil. The man in black effortlessly cradled him in his arms and turned to leave. Mere seconds later, the door to room 107 closed. The masked figure gently laid Zhang Yunxi on an operating table, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. "Ah, dear student Zhang, it seems you shall never unravel the enigma within your heart." In the dimly lit corridor, the masked man maneuvered a gurney bearing the shrouded figure of Zhang Yunxi, the sound of his footsteps echoing softly as he gradually approached the room marked with the sign of the dissection chamber. Chapter 5, Craniotomy. Within the indoor basketball court of the new student dormitory area number 2 at Qingshan Academy, the rhythmic thud of a basketball striking the floor reverberated throughout the expansive space. Physical education instructor Zhu Qingshan, after a swift dribble, launched himself into the air, his mechanical form gracefully unfurling as he soared, cradling the ball with one hand before delivering a resounding slam dunk that echoed off the rim. Following his impressive display of athleticism, Zhu Qingshan landed deftly on his feet, his heavy frame surprisingly silent upon impact. In this institution, A palpable distance has always existed between humans and mechanical AIs, particularly after the incident involving Li Yun, which prompted some within the academy to advocate for the abolition of AI education. Moreover, Zhu Qixin's inherently volatile temperament often led to conflicts with his peers, resulting in a lack of camaraderie and companionship. After concluding his solitary practice session, Zhu Qixin approached the rest area. Retrieving an expensive bottle of XT2 mechanical lubricant from his box, he bent down to sit on the floor, applying the lubricant to the freshly welded wound on his leg. "Teacher Zhu," a youthful voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the vast court. Zhu Qixin lifted his large head, his vivid blue mechanical eyes scanning the entrance. "Aren't you supposed to be asleep?" At the doorway stood a modestly dressed girl with a pale complexion, joyfully sprinting towards him. Her name was Zhou. At the tender age of 8, she was the granddaughter of the dormitory administrator, Old Yang. 5 years prior, her parents had tragically perished in an accident while transporting construction materials for the academy, leaving the young girl without guardianship. Old Yang had taken her in from Mingzhu City. Now 65, Old Yang was of advanced age and, under normal circumstances, would have surpassed the threshold for dismissal. However, the academy had made a special exception, considering the hardships faced by both the elderly man and the child. Each night before 1 o'clock, Old Yang was tasked with charging the cleaning robots in the dormitory area, which meant Zhou typically waited for her grandfather to finish his duties before they retired for the night. With cheerful enthusiasm, Zhou reached Zhu Qixin, hands clasped behind her back, her small white teeth gleaming in a bright smile. "Teacher Zhu, you're playing basketball again. Why do you follow me like a little shadow every night?" Zhu Qixin retorted, his manner brusque, reminiscent of someone grappling with melancholy. "Hee. I have a gift for you." Zhou suddenly produced a doll from behind her, her large eyes sparkling as she pressed the power button. "Zhu Qixin, go for it." "Zhu Qixin, victory." The doll emitted a youthful cheer, clearly pre-recorded by Zhou herself. Zhu Qixin paused momentarily. "What kind of trick is this? Aren't you participating in the intramural basketball competition? I wanted to cheer you on." Zhou's expression was adorably earnest, tinged with a hint of shyness. Zhu Qixin raised his sizable mechanical hand and grasped the doll. "This doll is as unattractive as you humans, but thank you nonetheless, little rascal. Are you not elated?" Zhou clumsily sat down on the floor, her previously pale face now flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but cough softly a couple of times. Zhu Qixin played with the doll, his tone oddly mechanical as he inquired, "Has your grandfather's medical loan been approved?" Upon hearing this, Zhou's bright eyes dimmed slightly. "No," she replied. "Grandfather says, banks never lend to the poor." Zhu Qixin gently set the doll down beside him and resumed applying lubricant to the wound on his leg, his voice taking on an electronic cadence as he reassured her. "Do not be disheartened. They wouldn't grant loans to robots either. You are not a robot. You are Teacher Zhu." Zhou emphasized earnestly. "My energy is nearly depleted. I need to rest." After 6 years of service, Zhu Qixin had cultivated a commendable habit of exhausting the energy in his core every night before resting, ensuring the longevity of its usage, revealing his instinct for self-preservation. "Can you stay with me a little longer, Teacher Zhu?" "All right, then I shall help you apply the oil." "Miss Zhou, if I win the prize money from the basketball game, I would be willing to lend to you, this poor little ailing soul. Don't call me pitiful." Zhou retorted, her small hands on her hips, her demeanor both innocent and filled with hopeful aspirations for the future. "But I must thank you. If I can recover, I can be with grandfather forever, and with you too." Haha. The two, one large and one small, lingered in the basketball court, exchanging remarkably childish remarks. In the underground dissection room, a haunting melody echoed through the space, emanating from the black-clad figure's wristwatch, marking the passage of his time. As the tune concluded, so too did the task at hand. In the center of the room, Zhang Yunxi lay unconscious on the operating table, draped in a white sheet. The figure in black approached the bedside, deftly opening a suitcase concealed within the room, revealing an array of electronic devices, memory modulation devices, light electromagnetic waves to stimulate brain activity, instruments to amplify shared sensations, and storage units for brain-machine interfaces were all contained within this box. The black-clad figure first retrieved the assembled memory modulation device, applying 4 adhesive capture patches to Zhang Yunxi's head. Connecting the wires to his wristwatch, he activated the equipment. A crackle of electricity resonated, and Zhang Yunxi's body twitched involuntarily. The figure paid no heed to Zhang Yunxi's reaction, knowing that the gas released within the sleep chamber would induce slumber for at least 8 hours. He merely observed the holographic projection on his wristwatch, noting the rapidly increasing curves. This memory modulation device could siphon Zhang Yunxi's real memories stored within the eternal life world. Approximately 4 seconds later, the device's red light illuminated, indicating that Zhang Yunxi had not stored any memories in the eternal life world, thereby rendering the download impossible. The figure furrowed his brow and promptly replaced Zhang Yunxi's device with a larger electrode sensation apparatus, intending to directly extract memories from Zhang Yunxi's brain. The function of this electrode chip in memory is quite akin to that of a dashcam. It is embedded within the human brain, perpetually present, capturing cerebral fluctuations to systematically store memories. Thus, the role of the electrode synesthetic device is not to invade Zhang Yunxi's mind, for it is incapable of such an intrusion. It merely infiltrates the electrode chip within Zhang Yunxi's brain. This technology was initially proposed and developed by Musk's company. The man in black, having exerted control for approximately 5 minutes, was astounded to discover that he could not activate Zhang Yunxi's electrode chip, nor could he download the programs contained within it. How peculiar. It was akin to an ordinary dashcam that could neither be viewed nor have its content extracted. Malfunctioning? Impossible. The man in black, adorned with a V for Vendetta mask, pondered silently for several seconds before decisively retrieving a scalpel from his case, preparing to extract the electrode chip from Zhang Yunxi's brain. Anyone who had entered the virtual eternal life world, utilizing devices beyond outdated VR peripherals, must possess an electrode chip. Indeed, the previous synesthetic device had captured the chip within Zhang Yunxi's mind. At the back of his head, the man in black gently turned Zhang Yunxi's head. Feeling the area at the nape, his eyes instantly spotting a minuscule scar. This was the site of the implanted chip. With a swift and ruthless motion, the man in black made an incision approximately the length of an adult finger into Zhang Yunxi's scalp. Blood immediately began to flow onto the bed as he prodded the skin at the back of Zhang Yunxi's head with the tip of his knife, lowering his gaze to locate the electrode chip. Just then, the wristwatch phone emitted a sudden alarm, and the ominous music ceased. In a startling moment, Zhang Yunxi's left hand twitched uncontrollably, yet the man in black, hearing the alarm, was oblivious to this reaction. Damn it! The man in black frowned and muttered a curse, gripping the scalpel tightly as he swiftly exited the room, glancing at the red dot on his watch, and hurriedly made his way outside the dormitory. After traversing 2 corridors, as he prepared to leave the basement, the alarm abruptly ceased, and the red dot on the watch vanished. Upon entering the room, the man in black looked up at the surgical table, only to find Zhang Yunxi missing. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing Zhang Yunxi had vanished, with small droplets of blood trailing across the floor and into the corridor. Damn it! Without a second thought, the man in black pursued the trail. Moments later, the footsteps echoed further from the dissection room. Creak. Zhang Yunxi emerged from a drawer meant for storing corpses, bloodied and bewildered. What the hell? This is utterly grotesque. One moment he was peacefully asleep, and the next he was being dragged out for dissection, his scalp sliced open. It was terrifying. Had it not been for Zhang Yunxi's frequent headaches, he might have felt as though his brain had been examined multiple times by now. His affliction rendered him incapable of withstanding intense stimuli. Moments ago, the adversary had employed an electrode empathizer to stimulate his brain, resulting in a piercing headache that jolted Zhang Yunxi awake. As he heard the footsteps recede, he sprinted out of the dissection room without hesitation. His memory was remarkably sharp. Although he had only traversed half a circle within the academy during the day, he distinctly recalled the location of the security office. Given the current predicament, it was beyond his capacity to manage alone, thus he required assistance from the institution. Zhang Yunxi dashed down the corridor with fervor, swiftly reaching the first floor. With clarity of thought, he raced toward the left corridor, intending to escape through the rear door and head towards the security office. Tap, tap. The presence of thermal energy indicated that the opponent was equipped with thermal devices. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Arriving at the entrance, he pushed against the locked door, only to turn and notice a light emanating from the room on the left. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yunxi burst through the door, only to find Zhu Qingshan and a young girl just rising, preparing to depart. A miracle. He sprinted towards them, shouting, "Teacher Zhu, God of War, save me." Upon hearing the call, Zhu Qingshan smoothly turned his head. Almost immediately, a figure clad in black appeared at the doorway, reaching for Zhang Yunxi's collar. Bam! The thunderous sound of footsteps reverberated within the room. "Big guy, this is none of your business," the assailant roared. Zhu Qingshan disregarded the threat entirely, with a powerful stride. He leaped from 5 meters away, his mechanical body fully extending in midair, and his right fist descended like a colossal boulder, striking with unyielding force. Thud! With a dull thump, the black-clad figure was propelled 3 meters away, crashing against the wall from the impact of a single punch. Chapter 6. Fierce Battle at the Basketball Court. Thud! The figure clad in black slid down the wall, landing at an angle on the ground. He clutched his chest tightly with his right hand, feeling as though his entire ribcage had been shattered, the pain excruciating. Zhu Qingshan's electronic eyes blinked rapidly, barely pausing on the black-clad man for a second, noting the faint red glow emanating from his calves, forearms, and upper body. This individual was donned in electronic steel armor. In the depths of the night, a person wearing armor, equipped with thermal devices and masked, was pursuing a newcomer. It was evident even to the dullest mind that this individual was no benevolent figure. There was no need for further discourse. The mechanical leg on Zhu Qingshan's left side pivoted as his body twisted, his right leg sweeping across like a cannonball, aimed directly at the black-clad man's head. Thud! To Zhu Qingshan's astonishment, the black-clad man reacted swiftly, performing a roll to evade the sweeping kick, his body tumbling on the ground. In that instant, the wristwatch on his right hand emitted a blinding beam of light. Swish! Zhu Qingshan raised his mechanical arm, instantly shielding his electronic eyes. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, the black-clad man sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick that sent the stunned Zhou Shou flying. The latter, being slight of build, crashed heavily to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. The black-clad man took advantage of the chaos to reach for Zhang Yunxi, intent on abducting him even in such dire circumstances. Teacher Zhu, save me! Zhang Yunxi screamed, darting behind Zhu Qingshan like a startled rabbit. Though Zhang Yunxi stood at around 179 centimeters, he was quite frail. Otherwise, Zhu Qingshan would not have referred to him as a stick. From a physical standpoint, Zhang Yunxi appeared excessively slender, making him seem like a second-rate fighter in a brawl. His lack of strength rendered him incapable of even matching an ordinary person, let alone defending against a criminal. However, despite his physical shortcomings, Zhang Yunxi was remarkably agile and quick-witted, a natural talent he had possessed since childhood. Perhaps he was ill-suited for studying biology and would fare better in some athletic endeavor. Hiding behind Zhu Qingshan, Zhang Yunxi quickly shouted, "Where's the alarm? Where's the alarm?" As a fist came crashing down, the black-clad man did not attempt to evade, but instead pushed forward with both hands, meeting the attack head-on. Bang! The punch landed, and while the black-clad man pushed forward, his strength was insufficient to withstand Zhu Qingshan's mechanical arm, causing him to stumble back 2 steps. Electronic kinetic energy, also known as kinetic energy. Zhu Qingshan advanced, his body pressing forward, his left fist angled downward. Let me show you what kinetic energy truly means. Puff! The elbow of Zhu Qingshan's mechanical left arm briefly expelled an orange flame, yet his punching speed had notably increased. Speed is power. The black-clad man was sent flying by a punch. The sound of his arm's armor cracking echoed as he skidded through the air for about 2 meters before crashing toward the ground at an angle. Bang, bang, bang. Just before hitting the ground, several white inflatable spheres erupted from the black-clad man's chest, back, and nape, akin to the airbags of a car. As the figure landed, it rolled several times before coming to a halt. Zhu Qingshan stepped forward, while Zhang Yunxi did not falter, intent on rushing towards the corridor to activate the alarm. On the ground, the cloaked figure remained motionless. "Get up," Zhu Qingshan called out as he approached. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted, and Zhu raised his arm to shield his eyes. This was a blue light specifically designed to incapacitate mechanical eyes, inducing a momentary blindness upon contact. Seizing the opportunity, the cloaked figure sprang up, drawing 3 glass vials the size of fingers from a tactical pouch at his waist, and hurled them towards Zhu Qingshan's feet. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the liquid within spread rapidly beneath Zhu's feet. Zhu lowered his arm, intending to retract his legs, only to discover that they were ensnared. It was a construction-grade fast-setting adhesive, capable of bonding steel plates. Gritting his teeth, Zhu exerted force to lift his right leg, causing the floor within a 4 to 5 meter radius to visibly tremble, yet his leg remained firmly anchored. In a swift motion, the cloaked figure drew a handgun with his left hand, aiming directly at the entrance, just as Zhang Yunxi prepared to dash out. He kept a wary eye on his adversary and, noticing the lifting of an arm, immediately ducked to the left to evade. A deafening bang followed as the cloaked figure pulled the trigger. The particle beam pistol discharged a bolt of energy that obliterated the left wall at the entrance. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Zhang, propelled by his own momentum, awkwardly scrambled behind a storage box. Peering up, he was met with the sight of a gaping hole in the wall, the size of a basin, leaving his complexion ashen. On the left side of the court, Qingshan gathered his strength and abruptly lifted his right leg, producing a thunderous crash as he tore a section of floorboard measuring at least 2 meters in length from its place. The cloaked figure's left hand instinctively reached for a second firearm at his waist. This action caused Zhu to hesitate momentarily, reacting swiftly. He grasped the nearby basketball hoop for support, but it was too late. The cloaked figure, gun in hand, pulled the trigger aimed at Zhu's chest. With a resounding blast, the electric discharge reverberated throughout the court, unleashing a visible web of blue electricity that fanned out. Qingshan, who had been moving normally until that moment, suddenly found his body rigid, his electronic eyes blinking erratically. Sparks erupted from the electronic components within him, particularly from the kinetic core chamber in his chest, which emitted a plume of white smoke. An electromagnetic pulse cannon, all of his equipment, was designed specifically to target machines. Zhu's body convulsed before he collapsed backward. Thud! His frame struck the ground without any cushioning, fracturing the floor beneath him. Bang! The cloaked figure shattered Qingshan's kinetic core chamber with a particle beam pistol, crudely extracting the power core of the deep blue parallel 9. Zhu's body convulsed once more, the exposed core chamber flickering with sparks. The cloaked figure, having obtained Qingshan's core, stepped towards Zhang Yunxi. At that moment, the awakened Zhou, despite enduring excruciating pain, resolutely attempted to rise and flee outside, yearning for assistance for her soul companion. The man in black, strolling leisurely, gradually lifted his arm, aiming his firearm directly at Zhou. Not even the child was to be spared. Zhang Yunxi, concealed behind a storage box, stared in disbelief at the man in black before glancing back at Zhou. The latter, with her petite arms braced against the ground, was on the verge of standing. This scene instantly evoked memories of her deceased sister in Zhang Yunxi's mind. Zhang Yunxi was not an altruistic individual in the face of peril. Her own survival took precedence. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the silhouette reminiscent of her sister compelled Zhang Yunxi to act without hesitation, springing forth with determination. Bang! An instant later, the sound of a particle beam pistol discharging resonated within the room. Chapter 7. Teacher Zhu disconnects. Zhang Yunxi collapsed onto the ground, her arms tightly embracing Zhou. Her mind was engulfed in a haze, and intense pain radiated from her legs and back. In the center of the basketball court, the figure in black glanced down at the numerous red dots flashing on his wristwatch, unable to restrain his furious expletives. Damn it. Just a moment prior, he had intended to eliminate the sole witness, Zhou, and abduct Zhang Yunxi. But to his astonishment, that reckless young lad had surged from the trash bin, using his body to shield the little girl. This act caused the assailant to slightly shift the gun's muzzle, as he had no desire to end Zhang Yunxi's life. Rather, he needed her alive for capture. Just as he discharged his weapon, an alarm blared from his wristwatch, signaling that the security team of the seminary had arrived in the corridor outside. In such a scenario, dragging along a liability was evidently imprudent, especially since he had no time to reach the exit. Boom! The explosion reverberated throughout the basketball court. A massive hole blasted into the right wall, sending clouds of dust swirling. The man in black dashed forward like the wind, his body leaning ahead while his gun was drawn back, elegantly firing another shot at Qingshan's machine. A blinding flash illuminated the interior as a particle beam struck Qingshan's chest with a resounding bang. Its kinetic core chamber was utterly obliterated, countless components scattering across the ground. This shot was purely an act of vengeance. Had it not been for Qingshan's obstruction, the assailant would have already succeeded. After firing, the figure in black vanished into the corridor. Moments later, several explosions echoed outside the dormitory, indicating that the assailant had clashed with the security team. Inside the basketball hall, Zhang Yunxi took a moment to recover before laboriously rising, brushing off the dust and debris from her body. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze to check on Zhou. Thank you. Perhaps due to her upbringing, Zhou exhibited a resilience far beyond expectations. She did not wail uncontrollably, but gazed at Zhang Yunxi with wide, frightened eyes. Seeing that the child had no severe injuries, Zhang Yunxi began to breathe a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly reminded of Teacher Zhu, who had saved her life. The young Zhou, despite her disheveled appearance, rushed to Qingshan's side, helplessly staring at the gaping hole in his chest and the scattered mechanical parts. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Please don't die. Teacher Zhu. I'll get someone to help you." Children's emotions are the most genuine, flowing freely with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Zhang Yunxi rushed to Zhu Qingshan's side, lowering her gaze to his wound, momentarily frozen in shock. While Zhou Zhou may not fully comprehend the significance of a lost kinetic core or the catastrophic consequences of a shattered core chamber, the adult Zhang Yunxi understood all too well. It was akin to a person losing their heart and having their atrium shattered. The security team had already entered. Yet Zhang Yunxi remained oblivious to their presence, her gaze fixated on Zhu Qingshan, a profound sense of guilt swelling within her. Her mind replayed the moment when Zhu Qingshan had unwaveringly positioned himself in front of her, decisively delivering that punch to protect her. Perhaps due to the implications of the Li Yun case, Zhang Yunxi harbored a rather unique sentiment towards artificial intelligence and robotics. In his mind, they were not merely cold machines or strings of programmed data. Newly awakened Zhang Yunxi, "Are you all right?" The calls echoed from all directions, and Zhang Yunxi felt a sharp pain sear through his mind. His vision blurred, and he leaned back, succumbing to unconsciousness. The following day, shortly after 10 in the morning, a ray of brilliant sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Zhang Yunxi's face. He slowly opened his eyes, his stiff neck turning to survey his surroundings. To his surprise, he found Kaka seated on the stool beside him. "Where am I?" Zhang Yunxi croaked, his lips parched. "Oh," Kaka nodded with effort. "I have taken your pulse. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, your fainting was caused by liver qi stagnation and its subsequent ascent." Kaka, a bit chatty yet quite knowledgeable, continued, "It's nothing serious. Just rest and recuperate." "What are you talking about?" Zhang Yunxi asked, utterly perplexed. "In simpler terms, you fainted from excessive fright." Kaka adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. "What on earth happened last night?" The basketball court looked as if it had endured a battle. Zhang Yunxi, upon hearing this, quickly turned to inquire, "Did no one from the academy address this matter? How is Teacher Zhu?" "Oh, I almost forgot." Kaka sprang to his feet. "I must inform the authorities." With that, he dashed out of the room. Zhang Yunxi surveyed the room, noting its simple layout. Beside his bed stood a large multifunctional treatment machine, designed to administer medication automatically, monitor vital signs in real time, and provide support for patient mobility. Directly opposite the foot of the bed was a holographic projection screen displaying real-time health metrics for the patient's major internal organs, complete with a dynamic depiction of the heartbeat. Such equipment is commonplace in large hospitals, yet to find a relatively advanced medical system within the Qingshan Theological Academy's medical department was indeed surprising. After resting for about 10 minutes, Zhang Yunxi observed 7 or 8 individuals entering the room. Leading them was a man in his 40s, clad in a suit, exuding a commanding presence. "Hello, Zhang Yunxi. I am Han Xiang, the vice president of the academy." The middle-aged man approached the bedside, his tone imbued with concern. "How are you feeling?" Zhang Yunxi regarded him. "I feel much better. I'm fine. Every student admitted to our academy is a precious asset," Han Xiang stated earnestly. "On behalf of the institution, I sincerely apologize for the events of last night. We assure you that such incidents will not recur. His situation is currently being managed by the Academy's AI administration, and I am not yet fully informed. If your health permits, I would like to pose a few inquiries." Han Xiang bent down and seated himself in the chair, remarking that this might greatly aid in unraveling the case at hand. "Very well, Director Han," Zhang Yunxi replied, nodding slowly, though his thoughts lingered on Zhu Qingshan, for had it not been for him last night, he surely would have met a dire fate. "May I inquire if you have any adversaries in your life outside of school? Or perhaps, have your parents offended anyone in particular?" In Han Xiang's analytical judgment, Zhang Yunxi was still quite young, with no significant achievements in academia thus far, so it was unlikely that he harbored enemies or had any conflicts of interest. The origins of this matter were likely tied to the tragic demise of Zhang Yunxi's parents. Despite his youth, Zhang Yunxi possessed a meticulous mind, coupled with a sensitivity stemming from his upbringing in foster care, which led him to ponder deeply. His parents had urged him to come to the Qingshan Seminary just before their untimely passing, and now, scarcely a day into his arrival, such a horrifying incident had transpired. It was indeed unsettling and peculiar. Clearly, the safety of the academy was not absolute. And that figure in black from the previous night appeared to have an intimate understanding of the institution's security and operational systems. Would revealing the truth inadvertently invite greater peril? Zhang Yunxi found it difficult to place full trust in this unfamiliar individual before him. The only person he felt a semblance of trust towards was Dr. Liang'an, whom he had yet to meet. Before his father's passing, he had received a recommendation letter addressed to Dr. Liang'an, indicating a prior acquaintance and a bond between them. He was certain that his foster father would not wish him harm, thus Zhang Yunxi resolved silently that as long as he did not encounter Dr. Liang'an, he would refrain from disclosing the truth. After comprehending the situation, Han Xiang gently patted Zhang Yunxi's shoulder. Rest well, all expenses will be covered by the academy. We will also expedite communication with the judicial authorities to collaboratively resolve this case and provide you with clarity as soon as possible. Thank you, Zhang Yunxi replied. Do you require your family to come visit you? We can notify them and reimburse travel expenses. The academy's management policies were indeed remarkably humane and considerate. At that moment, a man leaned in to whisper something to Han Xiang, whose expression shifted slightly. He then turned to Zhang Yunxi and said, I apologize. However, since you are here at the academy, every mentor and staff member is akin to family. Please take care of yourself. Thank you, Director Han. Zhang Yunxi responded. With that, Han Xiang departed with the others. Once the ward fell into silence, Kaka leaned closer and whispered, This is truly bizarre. We were also unconscious last night. What? Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, astonished. He fell into deep contemplation. Who would want to target you and escalate matters to such an extent? Kaka muttered with a slight pout. In the corridor, Han Xiang, maintaining a stoic demeanor, instructed, the incidents involving AI robots are particularly sensitive. Furthermore, the affected party is a student. Your public relations department must ensure strict news control. Understood. The staff members nodded in agreement. An hour later, Kaka, ever the loyal friend, sensed that Zhang Yunxi had yet to fully recuperate, and with the academy not officially in session, he found himself with little to occupy his time. Thus, he accompanied Zhang as they descended the stairs together. The duo walked along the narrow path beside the medical department, and upon nearing the entrance, they were suddenly met with the sight of Zhou Zhou, who was weeping inconsolably against the iron railing. I beg you, please do not destroy Teacher Zhu. I implore you, she cried out. Zhang Yunxi, momentarily taken aback, quickly approached her and inquired, What is the matter? Zhou Zhou, her face streaked with tears, turned to Zhang Yunxi, her eyes filled with urgency as she pointed outside the courtyard, exclaiming, They intend to destroy Teacher Zhu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi glanced over the iron railing and beheld a crane outside, its two massive arms callously gripping Zhu Qingshan by the head and waist, preparing to hoist him into the cargo bed of the vehicle. A tumult of emotions surged within Zhang Yunxi, anger intertwined with an ineffable sense of despair, as he recalled Zhu Qingshan's selfless act of saving his life the previous night. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, shouting, Wait. Meanwhile, in the heart of Mingzhu City, Dr. Liang'an lay on a mobile stretcher, being rushed toward the emergency room. Chapter 8. Is this considered murder? At the entrance of the medical department, Zhang Yunxi breathlessly approached the crane, inquiring of the staff, Excuse me, are you preparing to transport him for destruction? Isn't the academy going to repair him? Why must he be destroyed? Her astonishment was palpable. The issue lies in the length of his legs. They tend to get caught against the walls of the compartment, making it impossible to close the door. We need to use a cutting machine to sever the piston connection and remove the legs, commanded a burly man as he exited the vehicle, gesturing for haste. Please, do not saw off Teacher Zhu's legs, cried Zhou Zhou, rushing out in tears, only to be intercepted by Kaka. He is a good person. He protects us. Zhang Yunxi gazed at Zhu Qingshan's suspended form, a tumult of inexplicable emotions surging within her. Yet, she recognized that the individuals before her were merely workers, acting on orders without any authority to decide. After a brief pause, Zhang Yunxi turned and walked away. Where are you going? Kaka called after her. The Qingshan Divine Academy had endeavored, 6 years prior, to integrate AI beings and robots into educational roles, aiming to foster a technological atmosphere on campus. In certain specialized subjects, AI entities had even demonstrated superior performance compared to traditional educators. This initiative was well received by students, who found it refreshing, prompting the academy to increase the number of AI mentors and establish an AI management office to regulate and oversee them. As an institution, the academy bore significant social responsibility. Should such an incident occur, it would be held accountable. Consequently, the leadership had engaged in multiple discussions, with a substantial faction asserting that technology and life must evolve continuously. They believed that one extreme incident should not negate the exploration of an entirely new domain. Following these discussions, Although AI mentors were not entirely abolished, they were subjected to more stringent management protocols. For instance, just days prior, many dangerous and lethal devices and functions within Zhu Qingshan's system had been dismantled, with even the core energy locked at a specific value. This explained why Teacher Zhu's combat capabilities appeared less formidable during his confrontation with the assailants. He had been significantly restrained and was merely an auxiliary AI mentor. Within the AI management office near the medical department, Zhang Yunxi stood before the workstation, leaning in to ask, "Hello, could you direct me to the office responsible for overseeing AI mentors? Do you have a specific inquiry?" The staff member appeared perplexed. "Are you certain? This way." The staff member, now serious, rose to escort Zhang Yunxi to an office at the far end. After knocking, the staff member entered first, announcing, "Director Li, this is our new student. She wishes to lodge a complaint against the AI teacher." In the office, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit sat on a chair, gently placing his teacup down. This student, Zhang Yunxi approached him, immediately stepping forward. "Hello, Director Li. I am not here to lodge a complaint against the AI mentor. Rather, I wish to inquire about the handling of Teacher Zhu Qingshan." Director Li furrowed his brows. "You were the one from last night." "Yes, I am the student who was attacked on the basketball court," Zhang Yunxi affirmed with a nod. "Last night, Teacher Zhu saved my life." Director Li paused for a moment and gestured to the staff. With a sound of footsteps, Kaka and Zhou rushed in, awkwardly smiling at the staff. "We are together." The staff nodded and exited, closing the door behind them. The three stood in the room, and Zhang Yunxi turned to Director Li, continuing to ask, "Why does he have to be destroyed?" Zhang Yunxi frowned, pressing urgently, "This is tantamount to killing him." Director Li, taken aback, gently corrected, "This is not killing. It is merely a reasonable method to address the issue. The management's decision does not violate any regulations concerning AI beings, and we will report to the relevant departments." Director Li, "You may not realize this, but for many students, Zhu Qingshan is not merely an AI being. He is also our teacher. Without him last night, I might have been harmed," Zhang Yunxi argued, somewhat agitated. "He was injured while protecting me, losing his core energy." Director Li chuckled lightly, saying, "Currently, aside from you, no other student has come to the management to question our approach. You must understand that the ownership of Zhu Qingshan belongs to the institution. We acquired him to provide quality educational services, and when his lifespan is over, he is rightfully subject to destruction." "He is not at the end of his lifespan. He can be repaired," Zhang Yunxi countered fiercely. "Why is the institution unwilling to save him?" Director Li interjected, looking at Zhang Yunxi with patience. "Zhang, imagine you bought a Hongqi car 10 years ago, and after driving it for 300,000 kilometers, the engine suddenly fails and the warranty has expired. If you wish to repair it, you would need to replace not only the engine but also all the compatible parts. The cost of purchasing a new car would be far less than the expense of repairing it. What would you choose?" Zhang Yunxi was rendered speechless. "It is merely a tool to serve you, not unlike your family car or microwave. The only difference is that it may offer witty remarks during teaching, displaying some personality. But those are merely programmed codes set by the manufacturer." Director Li rose slowly, smiling as he said, "Without Teacher Zhu, there will be Teacher Wang and Teacher Zhou. The academy will arrange for you to have more advanced and integrative new companions, so you need not worry at all." Zhang Yunxi found himself unable to comprehend the words of the other party, and a surge of anger welled within him. He was uncertain whether the so-called new Teacher Wang or Teacher Zhou had truly integrated well into their roles. However, he was acutely aware that had it not been for Zhu Qingshan's timely intervention last night, his fate would have been sealed. Those who have never faced the brink of death cannot fathom the desperation of clinging to a lifeline in such dire moments. He possessed wisdom, and his ability to assess danger surpassed that of ordinary individuals, perhaps even more astutely. Yet, why did he choose to shield Zhang Yunxi? Because he regarded the latter as a student, and he felt a profound sense of responsibility. In the case of Li Yun, Zhang Yunxi's perception of AI beings had undergone a dramatic transformation. He understood that this special group, endowed with intelligence, was far more complex than mere strings of code or simple algorithms. In a certain sense, they were imbued with life. Although Zhu Qingshan had only interacted with Zhang Yunxi twice and had spoken no more than 10 sentences, the former held considerable weight in the latter's heart. "Uncle, I beg you, please save Teacher Zhu. I'm pleading with you." Zhou, having grasped the essence of their conversation, broke down in tears. For hours later, a sudden downpour enveloped the sky. Outside the suburbs, within a third-party dismantling facility, workers clad in deep blue uniforms gestured, instructing, just toss it onto pile 3. And we'll handle it tomorrow. The crane operator signaled an OK gesture, utilizing a semi-automatic assistive system to deftly maneuver both arms, sending Zhu Qingshan's form soaring into a heap of discarded parts. The torrential rain poured down, dulling the metallic sheen of Zhu Qingshan's body as it was relentlessly battered by the rain and howling winds, while within his core energy chamber lay a filthy doll. This junkyard was to be his final resting place. At a hospital in Mingzhu City, Dr. Liang urgently disconnected the respirator and implored the doctors, I request to speak with old Peng. Quickly, connect me to him. Chapter 9. I wish to meet the Smurfs in Dormitory 107 of the new student residence. Zhang Yunxi sat upon a chair, his gaze fixed upon the gentle drizzle outside, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Wei Wu placed a pair of foul-smelling shoes into his personal washing device, pressed the deodorizing button, and looked up to inquire, oh dear. If this little chubby one were to sit in a temple, he would surely attain enlightenment. Haha, let me pose a question to you. What is it? You claim that Zhu Qingshan is a sentient being endowed with wisdom, yet a robotic vacuum possesses intelligence too, and even an incorporeal AI system might surpass your own intellect. Even the monitoring system of an artificial lake is capable of communicating data with humans. A smile graced Wei Wu's face as he casually continued, if we follow your reasoning, should we then grant these entities a proper funeral once they age, deteriorate, or perish? Shall we hire a lamentation ensemble to send them off joyfully, lest we show disrespect to life? You are merely arguing for the sake of argument, protested Kaka, who did not quite agree with such a notion. The intelligence of a robotic vacuum is merely programmed. It lacks the capacity for divergent thought. If I have used a vacuum for 30 years and formed an attachment, I consider it family. If you disagree with my perspective, then you are heartless. Wei Wu interrupted. Now that it is broken beyond repair, is it reasonable for me to request the AI Management Office to organize a funeral for it? Kaka fell silent at this remark. Ultimately, no one truly respected machines, for the debate over salvation or neglect remained confined within the human sphere. You feel guilt towards Zhu Qingshan, thus perceiving the institution as cold-hearted, yet if you encountered a malfunctioning robot on the street, would you care? If you chose not to, would that not reflect a disregard for life? Wei Wu nonchalantly retrieved his shoes from the washing device, donned them with agility, and rose to say, little brother, the essence of life itself is beyond discussion. To debate it is already a form of disrespect. In the end, individual sentiments hold far greater significance than whether Zhu Qingshan lives or dies. That is the reality of our era. This is merely my personal opinion, so please refrain from criticism. Kaka was taken aback. He had never anticipated that this seemingly unlearned and greasy man, Wei Wu, would articulate such profound thoughts, leaving one speechless in rebuttal. I'm heading out for a meal. Does anyone wish to join? Today it's on me. Take it easy. The cycle of life and death is a natural occurrence, especially for machines, Wei Wu remarked, patting Zhang Yunxi's shoulder and smiling at Kaka. Aren't you coming? Very well. You may remain here like a statue, he said, departing with an air of nonchalance. On the chair, Zhang Yunxi turned to Kaka and said, in truth, he is right. My desire to save teacher Zhu stems solely from personal sentiment, akin to Zhua's emotions. Kaka, having read news about the Zhang family, could somewhat comprehend Zhang Yunxi's internal struggle. This situation was indeed problematic. You do not intend to spend your own money to rescue teacher Zhu, do you? Kaka asked, astonished. Yes, I wish to purchase a kinetic core for him and repair him, Zhang Yunxi replied. He had been contemplating this matter while seated, and it was evident that he had reached a resolution. Although Zhang Yunxi is an adopted child, the Zhang Zhitiao couple lacks any blood relatives, thus legally making him their sole heir. Prior to attending school, he had already completed the necessary inheritance procedures. The Zhang couple are esteemed figures in academia, enjoying a respectable social status and a comfortable income that places them above the middle class. After accounting for their daily expenses, they possess savings valued at over 10 million. Zhang Yunxi initially intended to utilize these funds for his education and future entrepreneurial endeavors. However, at this moment, he feels an overwhelming impulse to invest it in reviving his mentor, Zhu Qingshan. Why would he consider such a thing? Is he out of his mind? After all, Zhu Qingshan is merely an AI, a robot produced from specialized metals. What justifies this? Simply because Zhu Qingshan saved his life? The answer lies in a transformation of perception and experience. The portrayal of AI individuals underwent a profound shift in Zhang Yunxi's mind due to the Li Yun case. The decade-long companionship with Li Yun and her final words before her execution made him acutely aware that she was not just a machine, but a being with life. This change in understanding has now transferred to Zhu Qingshan. Zhang Yunxi feels deep down that Zhu Qingshan's demise is, in essence, his own doing. Without him, Zhu Qingshan would not have met such a fate. It is akin to encountering a thug on the street, and when one lacks the means to defend oneself, a brave companion intervenes, taking 2 stabs on your behalf. You survive, yet he lies on a hospital bed, fighting for his life, while you simply walk away. This moral dilemma weighs heavily on Zhang Yunxi's conscience. I wish to discuss with the institution if possible. I would like to purchase a kinetic core to bring him back to life, Zhang Yunxi resolved internally, turning to Kaka and inquiring, "What do you think?" Old Wei is right. Personal emotional understanding is crucial, he stated, rising to his feet. If I don't pursue this, I will always feel uneasy. Then let us proceed. We are still young, and we will earn money in due time. Kaka did not resort to provocative language, unlike Old Wei, to debate this matter with Zhang Yunxi. Instead, he stood up and offered, "I will accompany you." "Good," Zhang Yunxi agreed, swiftly donning his coat, preparing to head to the AI management office with Kaka. "Wait." Kaka suddenly called out. "What is it?" "Actually, I have another idea that might be more cost-effective," Kaka said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What is it?" Zhang Yunxi immediately pressed for details. "Do you remember the female classmate who accompanied us to meet Minter Liangan? The one with blue hair? Dressed in a very punk style?" Kaka asked. Zhang Yunxi nodded slowly. "I remember her. Do you know what her family does?" "No, I don't. On the day we enrolled, I caught a glimpse of her resume. Her family is involved in robot development and is a leading enterprise in the field of kinetic cores." Kaka softly elucidated. "Upon reviewing her resume, I discreetly sought additional information about her. Prior to her enrollment, she had participated in the development of a new energy core, albeit likely in name only. Nevertheless, it speaks volumes about her parents' capabilities, as such endeavors are not typically attainable by an ordinary family." "Are you suggesting that through her we could acquire the new energy core at an internal price?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. "Indeed. Even securing a secondary source would suffice, significantly reducing costs," Kaka affirmed with a nod. "Do you know her? Can you communicate with her?" "I do not know her personally, but I am acquainted with someone who does," Kaka replied, flashing a grin. "There's a senior in the 3rd year named Jiao, whose parents are employed by the same company. They must know her. Could you get in touch with her?" "Absolutely." Kaka promptly settled into a chair, revealing her smartwatch phone. "I shall give her a call. I am quite familiar with Jiao. We were neighbors, and I unintentionally stole her first kiss." Zhang Yunxi, somewhat perplexed, bent down and asked, "Why are you so invested in researching a female classmate? Seriously? You find her appealing even dressed like that?" "You wouldn't understand. I have a fondness for an animated series from over a century ago," Kaka stated while connecting with her senior. With a mischievous grin, she exclaimed, "It's called the Smurfs." "Goodness, you are truly peculiar," Zhang Yunxi lamented. "Hey, Jiao. Are you busy? If not, how about giving me a bath to observe?" Kaka jested, waving at the holographic projection screen. "Get lost. You fatso, what do you want?" "Well, there's a new student in our cohort named Blue Smuff." "Oh no. I mean Zhang Xian. Do you know her?" "Of course, she is my younger sister." "What's the matter? Could we arrange a meeting for a sleepover?" "Go to hell. What exactly do you intend to do?" "Haha, I'm just kidding. There is an urgent matter to discuss. Can we meet?" "Sure. Come to the student union." The other party clearly shared a close rapport with Kaka. Within the college cafeteria, Wei Wu, holding a food tray, was contemplating how to eat more economically when he suddenly noticed his dorm mate, Tong Zhan, who was somewhat of a social outcast, standing nearby with a beverage. Wei Wu grinned broadly and approached him, clumsily delivering a playful slap to Tong Zhan's backside, exclaiming, "Getting food, brother?" With a startled reaction, Tong Zhan sidestepped, his body colliding with the vending machine, his backside awkwardly pressing against the wall. "What are you doing?" Tong Zhan questioned fiercely. Wei Wu glanced at him, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Nothing much. I merely saw you here getting food and wanted to say hello." Chapter 10. It is time for a scheme around 1 in the afternoon. Zhang Yunxi and Kaka arrived at the coffee shop within the Theological Academy's library. They chose a window seat, engaging in conversation while they waited. In anticipation of meeting Kaka's senior friend, Zhang Yunxi had deliberately donned a fresh set of athletic attire, having washed his hair and styled it to present a more mature appearance. In truth, aside from his slightly slender frame, Zhang's looks were quite striking. His features were well-defined and handsome, while his complexion was not exceptionally fair. It radiated a healthy, sun-kissed glow, reminiscent of those youthful basketball enthusiasts. In terms of appearance, Zhang Yunxi did not embody the delicate, porcelain-skinned youth, nor did he adopt a gender-neutral fashion sense. There was a certain spirited charm about him, and his profile bore a resemblance to a younger version of a man once dubbed Master Huang, though devoid of the middle-aged greasiness that characterized the latter. With such looks, one could reasonably assert that if Zhang Yunxi were to participate in the currently popular Eternal Life World Talent Competition, he might well secure a prominent debut position, potentially achieving fame and even earning a distinguished moniker. However, Zhang Yunxi clearly harbored no interest in virtual talent shows, often referring to himself as a technical man. Inside the coffee shop, as Zhang Yunxi and Kaka were engrossed in conversation, two young women approached from a distance. Both stood around 1.7 meters tall, possessing long legs and impressive figures, yet their styles and appearances were starkly contrasting. The girl on the left was dressed in loose-fitting sports pants and an oversized t-shirt, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and donned black-framed glasses that rendered her rather unremarkable from afar. Conversely, the girl on the right was decidedly more eye-catching. Sporting a fitted t-shirt and exceptionally tailored jeans, her long, light blue hair cascading elegantly, exuding a captivating aura. Zhang Yunxi glanced at the two young women and promptly inquired, "Are they the ones?" "Indeed, the one on the right is my senior, Jiao Jiao." Kaka responded with a hint of mischief. "Isn't she quite the sight?" Zhang Yunxi nodded in agreement. Kaka stood up, confidently extending his hand. "Long time no see, Jiao Jiao." "Call me senior," Jiao Jiao replied, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Zhang Yunxi. "Ah, so this handsome fellow is your roommate?" "Yes, allow me to introduce, this is Zhang Yunxi, a biology student." Kaka added with a grin, "He is my little brother." Zhang Yunxi immediately stood up. "Hello, Senior Jiao Jiao. Kaka is my esteemed elder brother. Come on. We are in a prestigious academy. Must we really address each other in such a colloquial manner?" Jiao Jiao remarked playfully as she settled into her seat, teasing Zhang Yunxi. "Little junior, you have quite the looks. Would you be interested in joining our student council? I could pull some strings for you. You're still blossoming. And if you're feeling bored, you can reach out to me." Kaka interjected, glancing over at the approaching girl with a light chuckle. "Is this young lady also part of the student council?" Giggle. Jiao Jiao covered her mouth, casting a curious glance at Zhang Yunxi and Kaka. "Don't you two know her?" The two individuals turned their heads at the sound and scrutinized the girl wearing black-framed glasses, shaking their heads in unison. "Wow, what kind of eyesight do you have?" Jiao Jiao exclaimed in despair. "She is the Zhang Xian you are supposed to meet." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian, with an expressionless face, nodded at the two. "We met yesterday at the admissions office." "Oh my, you're the Smuff?" Kaka exclaimed in astonishment, inadvertently calling her by a nickname. Zhang Xian remained unfazed by this moniker, while Jiao Jiao slapped Kaka lightly. "Show some manners." "I apologize, I was too excited," Kaka said, casting another glance at Zhang Xian. "But your transformation since yesterday is quite remarkable." The post-rain sunlight streamed into the CAF, illuminating the faces of the two girls. Jiao Jiao's charm was evident, but it was Zhang Xian's serene demeanor and exquisite features that captivated Zhang Yunxi and Kaka. Having shed her punk attire from the previous day, Zhang Xian appeared as though she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. She possessed an oval face with fair, almost translucent skin, a high nose bridge, and a pair of lively eyes. The strands of hair cascading naturally beside her cheeks imbued her with a youthful, sunny aura that many modern girls lack. Elders often say that women's appearances can be categorized in various ways. Some may be stunning at first glance, yet reveal flaws upon closer inspection, while others appear unremarkable initially but become increasingly appealing the more one looks. However, the epitome of beauty embodies both qualities, and Zhang Xian belongs to the latter category. It remains a mystery why she had adorned herself in such a manner yesterday, complete with the glasses. In truth, given the advancements in medical technology, even those with nearsightedness can explore numerous treatment options, with few cases of regression. Thus, it is rare for anyone to resort to such primitive means. Perhaps it was merely for aesthetic purposes, Zhang Yunxi mused. Zhang Xian, seated beside Jiao Jiao, directly inquired, "Is there something you need to discuss with me?" "There is." Zhang Yunxi responded promptly. "You must have heard about Teacher Zhu's situation, right? The robot, Zhu Qingshan." "I have heard," Jiao Jiao interjected. "Today, the AI Management Office also notified the Student Council that they intend to dismantle Teacher Zhu, and we need to communicate this with some classmates." "Indeed. Teacher Zhu got into trouble while trying to save me." Zhang Yunxi spoke softly to the two. I feel somewhat guilty about it. So Kaka and I thought we might consider alternative methods to rescue him. How do you plan to rescue him? Jiao Jiao asked, somewhat perplexed. The management has already provided a resolution. We, as students, have no power to change anything. We want to fund his rescue ourselves, Zhang Yunxi stated after a brief pause. At this revelation, even Zhang Xian, who had maintained a neutral expression, seemed momentarily taken aback. Fund his rescue. Is your family wealthy? Jiao Jiao inquired with curiosity. Do you understand robotics? Zhang Xian adjusted her black-framed glasses with delicate fingers and asked. Zhang Yunxi shook her head. I have a keen interest, but I don't know much. If I recall correctly, the weight of Qingshan should be around 315 tons, with its body housing over 20,000 electronic components and at least 15 high-energy consuming devices. Consequently, the kinetic core compatible with it must be at least a deep blue parallel 8 or higher. A standard kinetic core simply cannot support it. Zhang Xian paused for a moment. Furthermore, given that his kinetic chamber is nearly completely damaged, for every electronic component consumed, one must scour the market for replacements. Since it is a product from 6 years ago, many components have either been discontinued or upgraded. Do you have any idea how much this would cost? How much? Kaka inquired. It could exceed 20 million. Zhang Xian's expression remained rational, her tone indifferent. This does not even account for labor costs. Moreover, if you attempt to manage this yourself, how will you address the repair of the equipment? Are you suggesting we forego the Deep Blue series and utilize products from my company? Zhang Xian asked. Precisely. We sought your assistance for a reason. You are rather naive, aren't you? Zhang Xian adjusted her glasses. The competition regarding kinetic core technology is exceedingly fierce. We cannot incorporate our technology into Deep Blue products, especially when repairing a Qingshan that is wholly owned by the Academy, as this involves commercial confidentiality. Indeed. Kaka realized at this moment that he and Zhang Yunxi had completely overlooked this aspect. I truly cannot manage that. Zhang Xian regarded the two with a very straightforward inquiry. Is there anything else? If not, we shall take our leave. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi immediately rose and called out, Wait a moment, Jiang. What if I were to purchase Teacher Qingshan? I would even be willing to transfer ownership to your company. You would merely need to revive him. Would that be acceptable? Zhang Yunxi quickly responded. Essentially, we would pay to acquire Teacher Qingshan, but would be willing to allow you to conduct new product testing for free. Moreover, he was deprived of his core while protecting students, which presents a point of intrigue and is advantageous for you. Kaka stared incredulously at Zhang Yunxi. Goodness. That's quite the scam. Zhang Xian blinked rapidly, hesitating to depart. He is immensely significant to me on a personal level. Perhaps you cannot empathize. But had he not stood before me at that time, I would have been obliterated by the particle beam. He is a valiant educator, a gallant AI warrior. And he deserves to be revived. Classmates, consider this. If you were faced with a personal threat and he stepped forward, how would you feel? Zhang Yunxi shouted, his eyes glistening with emotion. Why should I even converse with you? Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. However, indeed, the notion of promoting this is within the academy. As Wei Wu, the rather greasy freshman, was heading towards the dormitory, he was suddenly intercepted by two members of the campus security. What is the matter? Freshman Wei Wu, Dr. Pang from the Department of Biology would like to speak with you. 10 minutes later, in the office of the esteemed doctor, an elderly gentleman addressed the holographic projection screen, lamenting, regrettably, we lost Dr. Liang an hour ago. Despite our efforts, he succumbed to his condition and, in his final moments, declined to undergo memory download, leaving us forever. Upon hearing this, several elderly individuals on the large screen exhibited reddened eyes, engaging in hushed conversations with Dr. Pang. After a brief interval, the electronic door chimed, prompting Dr. Pang to dab at the corner of his eyes before turning to open the office door. Wei Wu sauntered in with a casual demeanor, inquiring nonchalantly, Are you old, Pang? What do you need from me? Dr. Pang scrutinized the somewhat unkempt individual before him and, with a furrowed brow, remarked, The Pearl Police Joint Task Force, Criminal Investigation Department. The only one who ascended from the grassroots without a university degree, a formidable detective indeed. Your background is quite impressive, Wei Wu. Chapter 11, The Unrefined Man Enters in Dr. Pang's office. Wei Wu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, glancing around with a flippant demeanor. Old Pang, you needn't flatter me. I know exactly what I am. So if you have something to say, just say it directly. Dr. Pang, at the venerable age of 65, commanded great respect within both the realm of biology and the academic faculty. He seldom delivered public lectures, primarily focusing on clinical research and various academic projects. Previously, Zhang Yunxi's inability to find information about him on the Academy's official website was due to the confidentiality surrounding the profiles of the top-tier faculty. Despite his advanced age, Dr. Peng appeared remarkably youthful, resembling someone in their 50s. With an upright posture and a vigorous spirit, he bore a countenance more reminiscent of a leader in a governmental department than an academic, possessing a square jaw, thick brows, and expressive eyes. Observing the carefree Wei Wu, he inquired in a commanding voice, "Is Zhang Yunxi your dormitory mate?" Indeed. Wei Wu approached the bookshelf on the left side of the office, marveling at the tightly packed jars and bottles within the compartments. "Old Peng, you've truly gone to great lengths. Have you even turned flies into specimens?" As he spoke, he reached for a small glass vial and examined it closely. "What can studying flies possibly reveal?" Dr. Peng approached him. "That is fish roe. You really are impressive. You just go ahead and collect whatever you please," Wei Wu remarked before Dr. Peng sternly commanded, "Put that down." Dr. Peng scrutinized him further. "Have you kept track of Zhang Yunxi's situation? You mean the case of him being taken to the dissection room?" Wei Wu countered. "Yes. Are you not interested in investigating this matter?" Dr. Peng asked candidly. "Not at all," Wei Wu replied without hesitation. "I have absolutely no interest." With his hands behind his back, Dr. Peng appraised him. "I have heard that your purpose in joining the academy is merely to obtain a special talent subsidy, graduate, and then secure a leisurely position where you can languish." "Ah," Wei Wu admitted with nonchalance. "What else would I do? Come here to be the dean?" His tone and demeanor exuded the essence of a cynical radical, devoid of respect for anyone, seemingly indifferent to all matters. Dr. Peng, still reeling from Liang Yin's death, was in a foul mood and had little patience for idle chatter. He strode to his desk and pressed the touch panel on its surface. With a swish, the projector in the room flickered to life, casting 2 documents onto the wall. Wei Wu glanced at the display. "Oh, you're even offering compensation?" Considering the current value of data currency, 1 megabyte roughly equated to $1, making 200 gigabytes approximately 200,000. Wei Wu blinked rapidly, swiftly perusing the documents projected on the wall. "Why wasn't this mentioned sooner?" "What do you mean by sooner?" Dr. Peng was perplexed. Dr. Peng was left speechless. The price was indeed quite fair. No wonder he was a towering figure in the field of biology. His offerings were simply irresistible. Wei Wu smiled humbly and inquired, "But may I ask, if I have found nothing, will there still be a reward?" "Deal." Wei Wu swiftly agreed, then immediately posed a question. "I am puzzled as to why the case of Zhang Yunxi is not being directly handled by the judicial authorities, but rather assigned to someone like me, who has already been dismissed. I lack the authority to enforce the law. What if something goes awry during the investigation? I could potentially be implicated in a criminal offense." Wei Wu was deep in thought. After a moment's consideration, he stated, "All right, I have no further questions. You wish to investigate 2 matters. First, the case of Zhang Yunxi being abducted at night. Second, the death of my friend, Dr. Liang." And Dr. Peng interjected, "I will send the relevant materials to your information inbox shortly. Please familiarize yourself with them promptly." "No problem, but could you authorize me some equipment?" Wei Wu inquired, stretching his neck. "What equipment do you require?" "The latest brain-machine interface from Deep Blue XP, complete with compatible connecting cables, a Tyrannosaurus 4 storage device, and a linked memory scene simulator that can connect to the eternal world." Wei Wu quickly listed several advanced electronic products, adding, "Oh, and I also need a multilingual implant teaching machine from Angel Nini." Dr. Peng appeared utterly bewildered. "What on earth do you need so much equipment for?" "With my IQ of 175, I find it difficult to comprehend the connection between the Angel Nini multilingual teaching machine and investigating a case," Dr. Peng questioned, slightly exasperated. "Are you looking to learn a foreign language? This might pertain to a foreign-related case. Are you in or out? If not, I shall find someone else." Wei Wu candidly confessed, "To be honest, my son has requested that learning machine from me numerous times, but unfortunately, I am financially constrained," he explained, somewhat awkwardly. Dr. Peng, uninterested in his excuses, waved his hand and commanded, "Go find my assistant, Yang Zi, and have him authorize it for you." "Thank you, Doctor." Wei Wu promptly stood up. "In the library CAF. I appreciate your help, senior sister Jiao Jiao and classmate Zhang Xian," Zhang Yunxi said, extending her palm. "It's no trouble at all. We may not even be able to assist," Zhang Xian replied, shaking Zhang Yunxi's hand symbolically. "I will reach out to you if I hear any news." "All right, Zhang Yunxi nodded. Afterward, the two lovely ladies gracefully departed, needing to confer with their family's company before providing Zhang Yunxi with a response. Kaka observed Zhang Yunxi's silhouette and remarked sincerely, "Beauty radiates from within. This statement holds true." "Are you referring to Zhang Yunxi?" "Indeed. She is quite stunning, though her demeanor is rather cold." Zhang Yunxi commented before turning to beckon. "Let us depart." Zhang Yunxi, "Doctor Pang from the academy wishes to see you. Are you available now?" The female assistant inquired with a smile. "Dr. Pang? I am not particularly." "He is the closest friend of Dr. Liang Un," the assistant clarified. "He has urgent matters to discuss with you." "All right, I will see him shortly." Kaka nodded. Perfect timing, as I need to check on Zhou. 20 minutes later, in the office of the doctoral advisor, Zhang Yunxi trembled, his hands gripping the table as he fervently inquired, "Has he passed away?" "Indeed," Dr. Pang replied, observing Zhang Yunxi with solemnity. "Heart failure. He could not be saved." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as all hope crumbled within him at the mere mention of death. It was all so bizarre. Just as he had entered the academy, he had been thrust into the dissection room in the dead of night, nearly losing his own life. Before he could catch his breath, the only one who might have understood the situation, Dr. Liang Un, had unexpectedly died as well. And what of Li Yun? Was it truly personal emotions that led her to take the lives of her family? Yet, why did she utter the words Qingshan Theological Academy in her final moments? The more Zhang Yunxi pondered, the more dread filled his heart, and he found himself drenched in sweat. Dr. Liang Un had mentioned wanting to see him before his passing. But before they could meet, he was gone. Slowly, Zhang Yunxi raised his gaze towards the elder Pang. "I believe his death was not a mere accident." "It is difficult to ascertain at this moment," Dr. Pang replied, rising with deliberation. "But you must remain calm. Wei Wu, your roommate, is a seasoned criminal investigator. I have already enlisted his help to look into this matter. Soon, I will discuss Dr. Liang Un's case with the higher-ups at the academy. If you wish to uncover the truth, it would be best to cooperate with Wei Wu." Zhang Yunxi lifted his head slowly. "I am one of Liang Un's few friends. His death, I bear some responsibility." Dr. Pang sighed. "Regardless of who is orchestrating this in the shadows, I will ensure they are brought to justice." In the evening, Wei Wu entered the dormitory with a buoyant demeanor. Noticing Zhang Yunxi in the reading room, he approached and asked, "Did Dr. Pang speak with you?" Zhang Yunxi looked up at him. "Very well, I will cooperate with you." In an undisclosed location within the academy, a figure stood in the empty room, his frustration boiling over as he cursed. That old fool Liang and must have said something to Dr. Pang before he died. It's obvious the administration is investigating, even if they are maintaining a facade of silence. We must expedite our actions. Chapter 12. Has the brain-machine interface malfunctioned? The electrode chip resonated with the external brain-machine connection, synchronously stimulating the brain and plunging consciousness into a deep state, as Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu jointly entered the realm of immortality. Located at 199 Lingjing Avenue in Freedom City, the Qingshan Seminary serves as a branch in this eternal world, where numerous online courses and various metaverse projects from the institution are primarily conducted. This academy stands prominently on the bustling Lingjing Street, occupying a considerable expanse of land, and is further supported by the Lingjing Group with a dedicated independent data compartment and terminal storage services. In the virtual realm, data embodies space, and the establishment of a separate data compartment for the academy by the Lingjing Group speaks volumes about the institution's financial prowess and connections. Zhang Yunxi waited at the entrance of the branch for nearly 20 minutes before an airborne taxi came to a halt at the roadside. Wei Wu stepped out, grumbling, "Damn, this is so expensive. Send me the travel data. I need to get reimbursed." "Hurry up, no time for chatter," he urged. The driver scoffed, reluctantly transmitting the travel data to Wei Wu while driving away, muttering, "What a coward. Hope you never get to enjoy a meal with 4 dishes." Wei Wu approached Zhang Yunxi and said, "Let's go." "All right," Zhang Yunxi nodded. Both were freshmen at the Qingshan Seminary, having undergone data entry for the realm of immortality upon enrollment. Thus, they did not require identity verification to enter the branch. The security scanner at the entrance merely conducted a brief scan, and the transparent energy barrier swung open. More accurately, it could be termed a data air wall. Should one not belong to this academy, even cannon fire would not grant them entry. 10 minutes later, within an independent laboratory on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, Wei Wu donned a pale pink trench coat and a cowboy hat, stating, "I need you to grant me level 1 memory reading access." Utilize the interactive memory scene simulator to fully recreate the events of that night. Do you consent? Of course, I'll extract it for you, Zhang Yunxi replied, assessing Wei Wu. But do you have the interactive device? I do. It's connected to the brain-machine interface, Wei Wu answered. Removing his cowboy hat to reveal a hairstyle reminiscent of a monk, which was quite charming in its own right. What kind of hairstyle is that? Zhang Yunxi inquired with a smile. What is your profession in the realm of immortality? She curiously asked. I run a law firm, Wei Wu replied. Do you handle virtual crime cases? Zhang Yunxi asked, slightly taken aback. That must be quite lucrative. Zhang Yunxi nodded slowly, seated herself, and began to immerse her consciousness, swiftly retrieving memories from the electrode chip in her brain, capturing data from the night of the incident, and transmitting it directly to Wei Wu. However, if an individual willingly chooses to share their memories with another, there are no legal repercussions, and it remains entirely permissible. The activation of Level 1 memory reading access does not infringe upon any laws, as it essentially involves a personal decision to share a portion of one's life with another. The recipient cannot modify the memories nor access any information beyond the captured data, thus avoiding any issues of infringement. Upon receiving Zhang Yunxi's data, Wei Wu immediately employed the dynamic memory scene simulator to fully recreate the genuine circumstances of that fateful night. An astonishing scene unfolded within an expansive laboratory, approximately 100 square meters in size. The furnishings and settings rapidly transformed, plunging the environment into complete darkness. Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu stood in the center of the vacant room, acutely sensing the entire shadowy space swaying. Is this how you felt at that moment? Wei Wu inquired. After a brief pause of about 3 seconds, a series of electronic beeping sounds resonated within the room, followed closely by the distinct sound of hurried footsteps. Silence enveloped the space momentarily. Gradually, 2 beams of light emerged from the ceiling, widening to reveal the chandelier, ventilation ducts, and slightly yellowed ceiling panels within their line of sight. Wei Wu furrowed his brow in observation. He has exited? Yes, I regained consciousness, Zhang Yunxi nodded. As their dialogue continued, the room was fully illuminated, revealing a row of common morgue gurneys along the wall they faced, weathered, cold, and exuding a chilling aura. Simultaneously, to Wei Wu's right, the wall, gurneys, and ventilation ducts appeared in striking realism. This simulated first-person perspective mirrored the moment that night when Zhang Yunxi had his skull sliced open and awakened amidst the throbbing pain. Each scene's restoration and gradual dissipation reflected what Zhang Yunxi had witnessed firsthand that night. The areas within his gaze were vividly portrayed, while those he merely brushed past remained obscured or entirely blank. The room reverberated with an intense sense of motion, and before them, a bloodied gurney materialized, accompanied by a multitude of electronic devices arranged atop the bedside cart, only to gradually fade away. Shall we pause for a moment? Zhang Yunxi asked. No. Let us view it all before making a decision, Wei Wu replied, shaking his head. As his words lingered, a focused gurney appeared on the left wall, the surrounding scenery remaining hazy. Your reflexes are rather swift, Wei Wu remarked with a smile. The scene shifted once more, revealing the main entrance of the dissection room behind them, the perspective rapidly zooming in and shaking. Zhang Yunxi hunched over, his left hand cradling the back of his head, while his right hand repeatedly flung blood onto the floor, trailing outside. Soon after, the scene restored the gurney. Zhang Yunxi pulled open a large drawer, bending to enter amidst the cold air, leaving a gap above to observe the situation outside. Before long, a figure clad in black appeared, somewhat flustered, wielding a surgical knife. Are you certain we don't need to pause for observation? Zhang Yunxi inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. You know nothing. My investigative process requires coherent thought, Wei Wu retorted, his light pink trench coat fluttering, his hair slightly disheveled with each movement. Wei Wu chose not to pause, but instead followed the restoration of the scene, witnessing the events of that night unfold. As time ticked away, Zhang Yunxi, drenched in sweat and clenching his fists, exclaimed, "A genius. Undoubtedly a genius. I cannot help but feel that, given the current circumstances, there exists no one more astute than myself. Every decision and action I took that evening was indeed the optimal choice. If you were in my position, would you not feel a twinge of anxiety?" I would inquire. What purpose do you have for the electrode chip? Is there any compensation? If the price is agreeable, we could simply extract it for you. Why go through such great lengths? Very well, you are indeed a shrewd merchant. Zhang Yunxi was left speechless. During their exchange, the scene reverted to the moment Zhang Yunxi dashed onto the basketball court, while Wei Wu was preparing to witness an epic showdown when, all of a sudden, he experienced a wave of dizziness, and the surroundings became obscured. Wait a moment, Wei Wu gestured. What is it? Zhang Yunxi inquired. It seems my neural interface is malfunctioning. It's garbled. As Wei Wu spoke, his entire virtual form began to flicker and fade, reminiscent of a malfunctioning television set. Isn't this a new neural interface? It must be defective, Zhang Yunxi remarked. Wei Wu's voice was intermittent. You please hold on a moment. I'll step out to replace the interface and come back. All right. Go ahead, Zhang Yunxi replied, not giving it much thought, as it was not uncommon for mass-produced neural interfaces to occasionally malfunction. With a swift motion, Wei Wu disconnected. And as the memory simulation apparatus was linked to his neural interface, its abrupt disconnection led to the immediate collapse of the simulated scene, which vanished entirely. In truth, Zhang Yunxi had always felt that Wei Wu was rather unreliable, akin to a con artist wandering about seeking to swindle money, leaving him perplexed as to why Dr. Peng would select such a person for the investigation. As Zhang Yunxi pondered these matters, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Instinctively, he sat up and observed, only to see Dr. Peng entering with his hands clasped behind his back. What brings you here? Zhang Yunxi inquired, somewhat surprised as he rose to his feet. Dr. Peng sighed. I just finished the discussion with Dr. Liang and thought I would come by to see you. Wei Wu's neural interface is broken and he will need some time to return, so I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to converse. Very well. Zhang Yunxi nodded. Dr. Peng surveyed him. Please, take a seat. In the real world, within the neural connection chamber of the Qingshan Academy, Wei Wu rose from the connection pod, frowning as he fiddled with the neural interface, cursing, what a piece of junk. Nearby, Zhang Yunxi lay within the connection pod, his complexion healthy and serene. At the doorway, a shadowy figure stealthily glanced at the two before swiftly departing. Chapter 13. Immersion in the third-floor laboratory of Qingshan Academy. Zhang Yunxi sat on the floor with Dr. Peng in room 3012, engaged in a hushed conversation. Let me share what I know, Dr. Peng began, his expression grave as he looked at Zhang Yunxi. Before old Liang passed away, I visited him in the hospital and had a private discussion. He mentioned that Zhang Zhitiao adopted you, likely because your early childhood memories harbor some kind of secret. Secret? Zhang Yunxi gazed at him in disbelief. How could I not be aware of this? My father has never spoken of it. To be honest, I am equally perplexed. When I met old Liang, he was already nearing his end, Dr. Peng replied, shaking his head slowly. He only conveyed this much to me. Before your father, Zhang Zhitiao, met his untimely demise, he had been in contact with old Liang, intending to commission him to investigate your memories. However, before you could enroll, your father was murdered. And old Liang also encountered misfortune. Zhang Yunxi furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting that my father adopted me with an ulterior motive? No, that does not negate the genuine love and care he provided for 18 years, Dr. Peng elucidated wisely. Yet, it is also true that you harbor enigmas. Otherwise, these peculiar occurrences would not have gravitated towards you. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yunxi lowered her head and inquired, are you implying that the murders of my parents and sister, the behavioral changes of the AI nanny Li Yun, Dr. Liang and S. unexpected death, and my midnight dissection, are all connected to the secret within my memories? Yes, Dr. Peng affirmed. Zhang Yunxi's emotions swirled as she met his gaze and asked, then what do you suggest I do? Do not rush. Wei Wu is not here. Let me first show you something. Dr. Peng, with a flicker of his consciousness, conjured a set of data, softly stating, this is what old Liang entrusted to me before his passing. Zhang Yunxi stared at the floating data within the room, her urgency palpable. What is this? This contains the memory data of the AI, Li Yun, who was responsible for the tragic events that befell your family that night. Dr. Peng replied, his brow furrowed. It holds crucial information that may aid us in unraveling this mystery. But Li Yun's memories should have been sealed. They ought to be in the judicial authorities. How could Dr. Liang possibly access them? Zhang Yunxi questioned, astonished. You have yet to grasp the influence and status of Qingshan Academy in society. Our mission is to provide elite talent to the future management of AI beings in the judicial departments handling virtual crimes, fostering a close relationship with various judicial entities. Furthermore, the case of AI Li Yun is somewhat controversial, holding both research and discussion value for us, which is why old Liang was able to obtain Li Yun's memory data. Dr. Peng explained patiently, then turned to Zhang Yunxi with a serious look. Would you like to view it? If it's too much, we can stop, Dr. Peng added. sensing Zhang Yunxi's emotional turmoil and preparing to retract the data. If your emotions become overwhelming, we can pause. After a moment, Dr. Peng nodded gently, using his mind to transform the data into visuals, which began to play within the room. In a brightly lit living room, Li Yun, with a frenzied expression, dragged the couple Zhang Jitao and his adorable sister Zhang Yunxi to the edge of the sofa. Zhang Yunxi, seated on the floor, clenched his fists tightly as he gazed at his familiar parents and charming sister, his heart overwhelmed with a tumult of suppressed emotions. Suddenly, a chilling scene unfolded. Li Yun struck his mother in the neck with a knife, bellowing in rage, "I am fed up with your lofty gaze. I will shatter you." Zhang Yunxi could not bear to witness such horror. He abruptly stood up, trembling all over, his chest constricted with fury that felt as if it might burst. Yet, he found himself utterly speechless. In the realm of reality, within the confines of a laboratory, Wei Wu awaited the technicians to replace his neural interface. Beep. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi, who had been quietly lying in the connection pod beside him, suddenly contorted his face in a grimace as the neural device on his head emitted 2 warning beeps. This indicated an emotional upheaval leading to unstable consciousness, a not uncommon occurrence, reminiscent of the excitement one might feel while playing an overly stimulating game. Wei Wu glanced at Zhang Yunxi, incredulous. "What has got you so riled up? Watching a film or something?" Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the eternal life world, Zhang Yunxi's breath quickened, and his face flushed as he witnessed Li Yun wielding a weapon against his father, Zhang Jitao. In the brutal and merciless dismemberment, Zhang Jitao awakened in agony, bloodied and screaming at Li Yun, "You lunatic! AI beings should not exist in this world. You all deserve to be eradicated, obliterated. Are you not the mad one? You adopted a child, concealing his heritage while feigning care and love, all to study his mind." Li Yun, gripping the weapon, retorted angrily, "Humans are the filthiest of all species. You are the most vile." "Utter nonsense." Zhang Yunxi raged, slamming his fist against the screen. "She deserves to die. She is a beast." Panting heavily, with sweat pouring down his face, Zhang Yunxi struggled to regain his composure. "I believe what you've said," Dr. Peng acknowledged slowly. "However, to unravel this mystery, we must undertake a certain task." "What task?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. Zhang Yunxi stared blankly at him. "You want me to open my memories to you?" "Indeed. With primary memory access, your superficial memories will be lost. Those parts you automatically forget cannot be restored, and I cannot view them," Dr. Peng explained, nodding slowly. "You must enter a deeper state of slumber to awaken your shallow memories. This will take time, but it is certain we will find clues. We will begin with a small portion today. There is no rush. We can take our time." Dr. Peng looked at Zhang Yunxi and gently asked, "Can you endure this? If not, we can take a break." "All right, let us begin." Dr. Peng nodded slowly. "If you experience any discomfort along the way, you may stop immediately." "Understood." After their discussion, the two resumed their seated position on the floor. In the realm of eternal life, memories can be retrieved. For the human brain is embedded with electrode chips that incessantly record every facet of one's reality, including latent memories that can be awakened and activated. As long as memories are stored within the brain and consciously traversed, they can be captured and recorded in real time. Memory retrieval is categorized into 3 distinct levels. To elucidate it, Level 1 memory retrieval is akin to the recent interaction between Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu, where an individual extracts their memories, converting them into data to share with others. However, this level of retrieval is deemed illegal without the consent of the individual involved. Level 3 memory retrieval is comparable to placing a remote control in another's hands, allowing them to augment or erase, fast-forward, or rewind memories. This is primarily utilized within the medical field, for instance, when a person is nearing death and requires their memories to be downloaded for resurrection in the realm of eternal life. Such actions can only be performed by designated medical units with the permission of the individual and relevant authorities. However, this capability is seldom employed, as it poses significant risks. The possessor of the remote could erase your memories and effectively terminate your existence. At this moment, Zhang Yunxi sought to activate Level 2 memory access, requiring a resonance between the electrode chip in his brain and the consciousness of Dr. Peng to jointly revisit his childhood memories, necessitating a deeper state of slumber. The two lay on the floor, having established their data connection, when a prompt appeared before Zhang Yunxi, inquiring whether he consented to open Level 2 memory access. He glanced at the prompt, then, with an inexplicable sense of resolve, cast a sidelong glance at Dr. Peng, his gaze briefly halting on the other's profile before decisively confirming his consent. His consciousness began to transition into a profound state of sleep. In his childhood, he was frail, prompting his mother to rear a cow in their backyard due to his frequent illnesses. Each sun-drenched morning, she would rise early to prepare milk for him and craft nutritionally balanced breakfasts, a routine that persisted for 7 years until he entered elementary school and grew sturdier, allowing her the luxury of sleeping in. Within his memories, Zhang Yunxi recalled his father teaching him to ride a bicycle for the first time, purchasing toys for him, taking him on trips, and standing up for him against bullying classmates. There were countless firsts that Zhang Yunxi could never forget, and he witnessed his father gradually aging, developing a stoop and graying hair. In the reality of the laboratory, urgent alarms blared throughout the room. Wei Wu stared in bewilderment at Zhang Yunxi's connection pod and brain-machine interface, all illuminated with red lights. Thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as several staff members rushed into the lab. What happened to him? A sharply dressed man inquired of Wei Wu. I'm not sure. The alarm just went off suddenly, Wei Wu replied, shaking his head. The personnel hastily approached Zhang Yunxi's pod, glancing at it before swiftly pressing the manual wake-up button several times. Yet Zhang Yunxi remained completely unresponsive, his face adorned with a blissful smile, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes. It is over. He must have activated the secondary memory access, causing his consciousness to delve deep within, rendering him unrecoverable. The staff urgently exclaimed, "This is perilous. His awareness has submerged. If he cannot awaken, he may become a thoughtless living corpse. Quickly, summon Professor Liu. We need him here." Wei Wu, who possessed only a rudimentary understanding of brain-machine interfaces, hastily urged, "Let us just disconnect the machine and forcibly awaken him." Approximately 2 minutes later, the laboratory was bustling with numerous individuals, including nearby mentors, instructors, the head of the laboratory, and experts from the institution specializing in brain-machine technology. Upon hearing this conversation, Wei Wu was momentarily taken aback and immediately inquired, "What are we to do? And you call yourself a professor? By the time you devise a solution, he may have already birthed a child within his memories." Wei Wu forcefully pulled the professor aside and stepped toward Zhang Yunxi, asserting, "Isn't it simply a matter of extracting him from within?" "Indeed, but please refrain from reckless actions." "Step aside," the professor retorted, ignoring the staff. Wei Wu rolled up his sleeves and struck Zhang Yunxi's cheek with a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberated throughout the room, leaving the 20 or so individuals present in stunned silence. "You, a family of 4, have exploited me like a slave. Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever regarded me as a human being?" Wei Wu, originating from a background in criminal investigation, recalled the details of the Zhang family massacre case. Thus, emulating Li Yun's state, he expressed a frenzied demeanor and shouted with piercing intensity, "Look, this is your sister. I have slit her throat. And now I will extract her eyes, her heart, all of it. I want you to witness how I dismember her piece by piece. Chop her to bits." His roar echoed throughout the laboratory, causing Zhang Yunxi's right hand to rise abruptly. A haunting voice entered Zhang Yunxi's ears. "How beautiful childhood is. Your parents truly loved you. Don't leave." Chapter 14. The transformation from light to darkness within the confines of the laboratory. Wei Wu swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Yunxi's face. "So, you dare to retaliate? Right before your eyes, I could dismember them all, and what could you possibly do about it? You coward who cannot even meet my gaze?" As the words left his mouth, Zhang Yunxi, lying within the connection pod, suddenly raised his right arm and firmly grasped the outer side of Wei Wu's thigh. Ding! The incessant alarm that had filled the air abruptly ceased, replaced by a glowing green light, signifying that Zhang Yunxi had awakened from his state of consciousness. Professor Liu, standing beside the connection pod, let out a sigh of relief. At last, he has emerged. Goodness, my hand is sore from all that. This brat better treat me to a meal. I just saved his life. Wei Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced down, noticing Zhang Yunxi's right hand still clutching his thigh. "Let go. You nearly grabbed my..." Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Wu felt Zhang Yunxi's grip intensify, as if he had intentionally pinched him twice, just as he was momentarily taken aback. The alarm blared again, the green light turning red. It is often posited that such phenomena are primarily based on analysis and observation, with some patients claiming to have experienced long dreams upon awakening, though this assertion has yet to be thoroughly validated by scientific inquiry. For the institution, an incident involving a new student becoming a vegetable while using their laboratory's brain-machine apparatus carries an undeniable weight of responsibility, especially considering the myriad controversies surrounding Zhang Yunxi. Should news of this incident spread, the Qingshan Academy would be the first to face accountability, necessitating the disclosure of extensive information to the public. Furthermore, it would inflict significant negative repercussions upon the institution. The Academy's mentors, professors, and staff are all notably diligent, with Professor Liu exhibiting particular urgency as he turned and commanded. Summon the expert team to verify Zhang Yunxi's active data within the eternal life world, and bring me my brain machine. I shall enter as well. While the personnel within the laboratory busied themselves, Wei Wu suddenly distanced himself from the vicinity of the connection pod, retreating to a corner as his mind raced. Zhang Yunxi's earlier pinches, what did they signify? An ordinary individual might not ponder this deeply, but who was Wei Wu? He was a seasoned detective who had ascended through the ranks based on his own merits. This indicated that Zhang Yunxi's consciousness had indeed emerged, albeit briefly disconnected from the brain machine, and he was undoubtedly aware that it was Wei Wu who was speaking outside, for the voice was easily recognizable. Yet, having emerged, why would he re-enter? This was perilous. Wei Wu's pupils dilated in alarm, quickly connecting the dots to the incident involving the black-clad assailants and the various memory extraction devices prepared for Zhang Yunxi. The staff observed Wei Wu, frowning in inquiry. What is it? Who are you calling? No need. The personnel ceased their conversation with him, hurrying into the room to assist Professor Liu with the unfolding situation. Wei Wu stood at the entrance, turning to observe the more than 20 individuals within the room. His mind racing with thoughts, his gaze filled with skepticism and caution. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped outside, manipulating his wristwatch phone to directly dial a number. On the first attempt, the call was abruptly disconnected. He tried again, but no one answered. After a short while, a message arrived for Wei Wu. Its content succinct. I am in a meeting. In the realm of eternal life, Dr. Peng, while observing Zhang Yunxi's memories, gently inquired, can you endure a bit longer? We could take a break if necessary. At the entrance of the laboratory, Wei Wu deactivated the holographic projection of his phone, leaning against the wall as he communicated with the other party through thought. Old Peng, do not think about bringing Zhang Yunxi out just yet. I suspect his brief awakening was meant to convey a signal to me. His coming out and going back in is an attempt to buy time. Do you understand? In the conference hall of the Academy, Dr. Peng, presiding over the meeting, stood up and said, I apologize. I need to use the restroom. Please continue your discussion. What do you mean? Don't think too hard. Someone inside is guiding Zhang Yunxi, Wei Wu interjected. It could be either me in disguise or you, as no one else would earn Zhang Yunxi's trust. All right, I will arrange it now. Remember, ensure you find reliable individuals. Wei Wu promptly cautioned. If you are uncertain about anyone's reliability, do not involve personnel from the Cybersecurity Center. We are pressed for time, but we must not alarm them. Await my notification. With that, their communication concluded. Dr. Peng stood in the lounge, contemplating for a few seconds before promptly dialing the phone of the Student Council's Vice President, Jiao. Hello. Teacher, are there any new students this year who have joined the Cybersecurity Club? Dr. Peng inquired immediately. Yes, there are about 7 or 8 who have already signed up. What is the matter, teacher? What are their skills like? They are undoubtedly top talents. If they lack merit, our academy wouldn't want them. Do not accept anyone who is not a new student, those with questionable identities or unclear backgrounds. In short, find a few you trust and head straight to the Cybersecurity Center. Oh no, come directly to my laboratory, Dr. Peng promptly instructed. I have tasks for you. Understood, teacher. 2 minutes later, while watching a documentary and snacking in the dormitory, Zhang Yunxi was pulled away by Jiao, accompanied by 2 tech-savvy boys. What is going on? Zhang Yunxi asked, being hurried along by Jiao. My teacher has work for us. Hurry. Jiao urged. At the entrance of the laboratory, Wei Wu crossed his arms, his eyes scanning each individual within, carefully observing their expressions. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jiao and Zhang Yunxi arrived at Dr. Peng's laboratory, and upon entering, they noticed 3 or 4 of Dr. Peng's students setting up various electronic devices. What is happening? Jiao gasped, inquiring breathlessly. Dr. Peng entered the room and inquired of Zhang Yunxi and the others if the Institute were to grant you access to the independent database within the eternal life world, providing you with several management accounts, but withholding the passwords, would you be able to breach it? Could you identify any anomalous accounts active within the database? Report, Doctor. We cannot. Zhang Yunxi raised her hand. That would be illegal, and one could end up in prison. Dr. Peng cast her a sidelong glance. This is sanctioned by the Institute. Subsequently, we will communicate with the operational department of the Spirit Realm Group in Pearl City. Enough chatter. Let us get to work." With a dismissive wave, he directed the 3 new students to take their seats at the control panel. They promptly connected 3 sets of data cables to the independent database of the Green Mountain Academy within the Eternal Life world. Zhang Yunxi removed her smartwatch and, utilizing a slender data cable, connected to the terminal computer. Following the information provided by Dr. Peng, she entered a series of administrator accounts, yet there were no passwords. Why did Dr. Peng withhold the passwords? In truth, at his level, he could easily communicate with the Institute to obtain the administrator accounts from the cybersecurity department. Although the permissions granted by this account were minimal and could not modify the data within the Eternal Life world, it would allow for monitoring and reporting purposes, enabling the swift identification of anomalous logins. However, a remark made earlier by Wei Wu lingered in his mind. Unreliable individuals should not be approached. Who knows if there are moles within the cybersecurity department? If information were to leak, the opportunity would vanish. Thus, Dr. Peng resolved to find someone capable of breaching the Institute's administrator account himself, first to act, then to secure the anomalous accounts. Time was of the essence. As Dr. Peng led the investigation, Wei Wu pondered what other locations within the academy could connect to the neural interface and access the Eternal Life world. He was convinced that the individual targeting Zhang Yunxi was currently lurking in some unnoticed corner of the academy. In the Eternal Life world, there was no response from the outside, and that scoundrel Wei Wu had ceased to beat himself. He must have come to his senses otherwise. This criminal investigation expert would truly be lacking in competence. Chapter 15. Lockdown. Qifeng Pavilion. Dr. Peng, utilizing his authority, granted Zhang Yunxi and her companions access to the Academy's independent database within the realm of immortality, providing them with 3 administrator accounts. For these adept students, well-versed in the domain of cybersecurity, the remaining technical operations posed little challenge, as it equated to direct entry into the system to peruse the backend data. Seated before the holographic projection screen, Zhang Yunxi pursed her lips, briefly contemplating before conjuring 2 methods to crack the administrator account passwords. I have 2 strategies. First, to simulate the administrator's iris data, manipulating a dynamic image to deceive the system's login detection. Second, to deploy an auxiliary search engine to extract all numerical information associated with the administrator account, filtering through them meticulously to simulate a login. A nearby tech enthusiast adjusted his glasses. The variations in iris values are exceedingly complex and prone to error. Let us proceed with the second method. I possess the necessary auxiliary software. Is that reliable? Zhang Yunxi inquired with a hint of skepticism. The tech enthusiast chuckled modestly. In my quest to access the world's largest adult community's audiovisual materials for free, I meticulously developed this auxiliary search engine, infiltrating their backend to preview unedited content. It has performed admirably on platforms with hundreds of millions of users, so I have no doubts about this modest independent database. Zhang Yunxi was momentarily at a loss for words. Never underestimate a dedicated tech-savvy individual with 30 years of experience in the online realm, she thought. Without further ado, the trio commenced their task. The tech enthusiast utilized Zhang Yunxi's data connection to access the independent database system, employing his custom search software to input the administrator account and search for relevant numerical information. Zhang Yunxi, meanwhile, took charge of organizing and deciphering, swiftly categorizing and filtering the associated numbers under the administrator account, discarding login dates, report data, and various operational data from the realm of immortality. In less than 10 minutes, she successfully decoded the first administrator account. The rapidity of their progress stemmed from the Academy's use of an independent database. How many individuals could there be within this institution? How much data could be generated? With a clear objective, any auxiliary search engine could yield instantaneous results. Upon cracking the first administrator account, Zhang Yunxi raised her hand. I've accessed it. No need for a brain machine. I can directly observe the backend data. Hurry up, let's get to it, urged Jiao Jiao, sitting beside her. Silence, please. Dr. Peng gestured for calm. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi's captivating eyes were fixed intently on the holographic projection screen, her expression one of absolute concentration. Resembling a beautiful yet entranced individual, her right hand swiftly navigated the numerical data on the screen, promptly searching for the values pertaining to the third-level laboratory based on the information from Wei Wu. Suddenly, she froze, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. Wow, this is truly bizarre. What is it? Dr. Peng inquired. Zhang Yunxi turned to glance at Dr. Peng. Your account is currently logged in. It appears someone has replicated your brain-machine values, illicitly accessing your information within the realm of immortality and logging in under your name. In the realm of eternal life, the representation and numerical embodiment of individuals must not deviate from the reality by more than 1%. In other words, if one is unattractive in the real world, minor adjustments may be permissible during the modeling process in the eternal world, but one must not alter their appearance beyond recognition. It is entirely unacceptable for a robust, dark-skinned man to transform himself into a fair-skinned, slender figure. The individual's appearance, physical condition, age, and other attributes will be scanned through a connection pod, compiled into numerical data, and subsequently uploaded to the eternal world's database. While minor adjustments that do not interfere with identity recognition can be made, substantial alterations are strictly prohibited. This measure serves to effectively prevent virtual crimes. It is akin to holding an identification card while creating an avatar in the eternal world, should any unlawful or unethical actions occur. Big data can promptly identify the individual. Moreover, when one logs into the eternal world, the modeling within the virtual realm is active. However, once logged out, the modeling data ceases to function and is automatically locked in the database. Even the management of the spirit realm group cannot modify or manipulate the data, thus ensuring the security of personal information. Nevertheless, upon logging into the eternal world, the data is activated via a brain-machine interface, meaning that the external brain machine must contain stored modeling data, which needs to be deleted by the individual. Currently, anyone impersonating Dr. Pang in the eternal world must have illicitly accessed the data from his specialized brain machine. Dr. Pang gazed at the holographic projection screen, an inexplicable chill creeping over him. It was evident that ordinary individuals within the academy could not access the brain machine he routinely utilized. This was clearly the act of an acquaintance, someone who was often in close proximity. Could they identify him? Dr. Pang immediately turned to Zhang Yunxi and instructed, locate his brain machine and prevent him from logging out. This was a straightforward task. They could simply freeze his brain machine directly within the database. Zhang Yunxi nodded, swiftly inputting the locking command with her administrative privileges, effectively sealing the individual's access. What about the IP address? Dr. Pang inquired. Zhang Yunxi quickly retrieved the data and, after a brief glance, responded. In the studio of the Qingshan Pavilion, the interface is in the director's room 1. Excellent. Dr. Pang nodded and stepped aside, promptly contacting Wei Wu. Qingshan Pavilion Studio. Director's room 1. Bring the security team there immediately. Have you locked his brain machine? Wei Wu asked. Yes, await my further instructions. At the entrance of the laboratory, Wei Wu turned and gestured towards the corridor, where over 20 security personnel clad in deep blue uniforms hurriedly approached. The leader among them was the deputy head of the security department, named Guosun. What are the instructions? He asked, somewhat hesitant. This is Dr. Pang's directive. Wei Wu replied tersely. The rest of you, follow me. Guosun paused briefly, then directed the personnel, you all keep watch. Understood. 10 security personnel immediately positioned themselves at the entrance of the laboratory. The young leader clapped his hands and declared, an emergency has arisen at the academy. I ask for your cooperation. Please do not leave for the time being. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, as many professors angrily inquired. What gives you the right to detain us? What is the meaning of this? What are you even here for? The discontented uproar echoed throughout the space. Despite the pressure, the security team adhered strictly to Wei Wu's orders and effectively blocked the entrance. Inside the chaotic laboratory, a figure standing beside Professor Liu cast a gloomy glance at the guards, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the corridor, Wei Wu, accompanied by the remaining dozen or so individuals, sprinted with determination towards the studio at Qingshan Pavilion. In the eternal life world, within the laboratory on the 3rd floor of the academy, it became evident that the moment Zhang Yunxi locked onto the brain machine interface, the impersonator of Dr. Pang realized he could no longer disconnect. In simple terms, the independent database had severed the connection signal of the brain machine interface, rendering him unable to log off. With his consciousness entirely ensnared within the eternal life world, on the floor, Zhang Yunxi, who had been feigning agony, slowly rose, his pent-up emotions finally surging forth. You think you can manipulate my mind with your chips, kill Dr. Liang'an, guide my memories, and wantonly rub salt into my wounds, turning me into a vegetable? Zhang Yunxi clenched his fist and bellowed, I swear I'll kill you. Why must you treat me this way? Suddenly, Zhang Yunxi lunged at Dr. Pang with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch. The sound of flesh colliding echoed as Dr. Pang stumbled back 3 steps, blood gushing from his nostrils, appearing utterly disheveled. I have plenty of secrets. Zhang Yunxi yanked Dr. Pang by the collar and exclaimed, "Do you think the memories I showed you were complete? Do you believe I was truly immersed? Damn it, I've been playing this role for so long just to uncover your true identity." With that, Zhang Yunxi struck Dr. Pang with 2 more heavy punches. Dr. Pang's eyes turned bloodshot, his footing faltering as he attempted to resist. But he was no match for Zhang Yunxi. His stats in the eternal life world were far too low, after all. He was merely an elderly man with little combat prowess. While Zhang Yunxi was also weak, taking on a man in his 60s was still a display of remarkable vigor. With a decisive move, Zhang Yunxi toppled Dr. Pang, mounting him and unleashing a flurry of punches. In the real world, Dr. Pang observed the holographic projection screen. Watching his modeling data plummet, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Why are the life signs diminishing?" Zhang Xian blinked innocently and quipped, "If all goes as expected, Zhang Yunxi should be pummeling you. You're running low on health." In the corridor of the new student dormitory, Tong Zhan extracted a completely black metallic arm guard from his backpack and swiftly affixed it to his left arm before hastening towards Qingfeng Pavilion. At the same time, in a storage warehouse adjacent to the Qingfeng Pavilion, 8 men surged into the corridor. 20 seconds later, Wei Wu and his companions arrived at the corridor. Just as they were about to rush into the Qingfeng Pavilion, they were met by 8 masked individuals who obstructed their path. Both parties halted almost simultaneously. And with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Wei Wu questioned, "What the hell? Are there this many? We are short on 200,000. Did you bring weapons?" Chapter 16. The Obedient King. The laboratory designated for external experimentation is located on the northern side of the academy. To reach the auditorium further north, one must traverse a 30-meter-long aerial corridor. The southern end of the corridor connects to the second floor of the laboratory building, while the northern end leads to an open garden. This corridor is entirely constructed of tempered glass, resembling the link bridges found between buildings A and B in urban settings. Suspended approximately 8 meters above the ground, it overlooks a babbling stream below, creating a picturesque scene. At this moment, Wei Wu and his companions had just dashed into the corridor when they were confronted by 8 masked individuals clad in blue uniforms, who blocked their path. The 8 formed a horizontal line, brandishing silver telescopic batons, and approached with heavy footsteps. Noticing that the opposing group was unarmed with any lethal weapons, Wei Wu quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Prepare for action. Sun, call for backup." His voice echoed through the corridor, prompting a dozen members from the security department to brandish their electric rifles and small thermal pistols. Despite being merely a security division of an academy, the judicial authorities would certainly not permit them to wield genuinely lethal weaponry. Although this academy operates in collaboration with judicial bodies as a third-party talent institution, it would be absurd to allow security personnel to carry Gatling guns while on duty. Therefore, the weapons in the hands of the security team predominantly consisted of non-lethal gear designed to subdue violent crime, which should suffice against telescopic batons. "Crouch down," Wei Wu commanded as he advanced toward the 8 individuals. "Do not be too arrogant. The police will arrive shortly." Sun also raised his electric rifle and shouted, "Do not move, get down." The 8 adversaries quickened their pace as they approached. Observing their demeanor, Wei Wu realized that intimidation was ineffective, and he could only wave his hand and yell, "Engage." At his command, both groups surged forward in a rush towards each other. Wei Wu focused on a man approximately 6 feet tall on the left. After a brief sprint, he launched a flying kick. However, a resounding clang echoed as his foot met an immovable surface. The tall man remained unfazed, causing Wei Wu to stumble back from the impact. "What on earth?" Wei Wu exclaimed in shock. The towering adversary, wielding a telescopic baton, swung it down with force. Although Wei Wu was somewhat portly and older, he had a background in criminal investigation and had received systematic training. His reflexes and basic combat skills were still intact. As soon as he saw the opponent raise his arm, he instinctively stepped to the left. Clang! The baton struck the glass wall with a sharp, piercing sound. The intensity of that resonant impact hinted at the immense strength of his opponent. Terrified, Wei Wu retreated several steps, fearfully shouting, "We cannot win. Retreat. Run. Quickly." Nearby, Sun pressed his electric rifle against one of the assailant's waists and decisively squeezed the trigger. A burst of blue light flickered chaotically, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed fabric. "Do not move. Drop the baton." Guosun believed he had succeeded, letting out a coarse shout. However, the man in front unexpectedly turned around, his body seemingly unaffected, and abruptly raised his left arm, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Guosun tilted his head to evade. But the blow struck his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground, sliding half a meter across the smooth floor due to inertia. The force of the punch made Guosun feel as though his bones might shatter. It was a robot. At that moment, Wei Wu had already betrayed his teammate, rushing to the corridor of the experimental building, shouting incessantly, "We need backup. There's a robot rampaging and attacking." Inside the doctor's academy, Dr. Pang observed the surveillance footage from the corridor and immediately yelled at Wei Wu, "Do not act recklessly. We cannot afford casualties. Take cover." "Enough with the chatter. Hurry up," Wei Wu shouted in response. "They are just stalling for time. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to corner those in the director's hall." Dr. Pang turned to his assistant. "Has the security team in the experimental building arrived?" "Yes," the assistant nodded. In the maintenance room on the basement level of the laboratory, a group of men was preparing the robots for combat. "Activate the combat system and equip them for battle," one man directed the technician. "Quickly, it's the closest." As the command was issued, the technician activated the maintenance system. And 8 mechanical arms extended around the metallic platform, deftly retrieving equipment from the toolbox. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxi was still engaged in a fierce confrontation with Dr. Pang in the world of eternal life, while feeling an immense sense of urgency. Just moments ago, Zhang Yunxi had sent him a message, informing him that the IP address of the perpetrator had been pinpointed and that they were in the process of apprehending him. Yet, he could not comprehend why Wei Wu had not succeeded in capturing him after such a lengthy period. Is this what we call a criminal investigation expert? Damn. How many innocent lives have been lost at the hands of such so-called experts? Zhang Yunxi tightened his grip around Dr. Pang's neck. "You have nowhere to run. Now tell me, who exactly are you?" In the corridor, Wei Wu, Guosun, and the other security personnel had been scattered and were fleeing in disarray. These 8 robots were AI street patrols developed by the Academy for the Transportation Department. Their programming was exceedingly simple, devoid of independent thought. In essence, they executed whatever commands were programmed into them. After all, humans are flesh and blood. It is clearly unwise to engage in a struggle against such lifeless entities. Getting killed would be in vain. At the corridor entrance, the cautious Wei Wu took on the role of a commander. Though whether he could fight remained unclear, he certainly could run very fast. "Guosun, bring the electromagnetic cannon. One shot should take them all down," Wei Wu shouted urgently from behind a corner of the corridor. "They don't use electric cores, rather. They operate on the most basic thermal energy cores, which the electromagnetic cannon cannot disrupt." Guosun, nursing his shoulder, sprinted to the other side. Thud, thud, thud. While Wei Wu was fervently venting about the academy, he suddenly heard heavy, unusual footsteps from outside the corridor, resembling the sound of drums being struck. What could that be? Wei Wu lifted his head and glanced through the glass window, catching sight of a colossal steel warrior emerging from the rear door of the laboratory building. Standing approximately 2.6 meters tall and clad in a gleaming silver exterior, its skeletal structure was forged from pure titanium alloy. The deep blue parallel 9-core pulsed within, while the large logos emblazoned on either side of its jet propulsion compartment proclaimed Qingshan Wang on the left and Choros on the right. Upon bursting through the back door, the mechanical entity swung its legs with remarkable speed, sprinting through the stream towards the corridor bridge. "Scatter, scatter," Guosun immediately warned upon spotting the robot. Wei Wu turned and dashed away. After racing roughly 30 meters, the robot suddenly crouched down, its 2 small turbine compartments emitting a sharp blast of sound, while a half-meter-long orange flame erupted from the jet compartment on its back. Whoosh! The robot leapt into the air, soaring nearly 3 stories high and effortlessly surpassing the height of the corridor bridge. It extended its body mid-air, its fists clenched together, the brilliance of the jet compartment intensifying. Inside the corridor bridge, 8 low-intelligence AI robots turned in unison to gaze at the ceiling, witnessing the robot descend like a missile. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm echoed, prompting the 8 AI units to rapidly ignite their thermal energy cores, compressing their internal energy to prepare for self-detonation. Long live the new world. Long live the future. They chanted in an oddly juvenile manner, collectively turning to ready themselves for the explosive sacrifice of the bridge. Boom. Thunderous roars erupted as the robot raised its left arm, the energy compartment unleashing a sound reminiscent of a 12-cylinder supercar engine, followed closely by the activation of an electromagnetic field system. Creak, crack. The iron-laden components of the 8 AI bodies trembled violently, succumbing to the immense electromagnetic pull that yanked them off the ground, sending them soaring towards the robot emblazoned with the logo. As the 8 units ascended, the missile compartment on the robot's left chest opened instantaneously, and 614. 2-caliber cannon tubes began charging. A mere 0.1 seconds later, boom, boom, boom. A dual barrage transformed the corridor into a canvas of explosions. The 8 AI units were obliterated on the spot, their components scattering across the ground. The robot deactivated the magnetic field apparatus and strode forward, crushing the skull of an AI unit that was not yet fully lifeless underfoot, cursing, "Long live your mother, you little trash." Wait, he, like Zhu Qingshan, is also an AI instructor on campus. However, they typically do not have combat systems installed, fearing that the systems might malfunction and harm the students, an officer clarified. That one is named Zhu Qingshan. What about this one? Impressive. I'll join you, the combat-ready robot instructor declared, marching heavily alongside Wei Wu and the others towards the broadcasting studio. Approximately 30 seconds later, they arrived at the entrance of Director Hall Number 1 in the studio. Wei Wu forcefully slammed against the door, but it did not budge. Stand aside. With a mechanical hand, he forcefully pried open Wei Wu, and with a swift kick, shattered the 5-centimeter thick double wooden door. Wei Wu was the first to rush inside, and upon turning his head, he caught sight of a connecting chamber to his left, where a figure lay. In the realm of eternal life, the false Dr. Peng lay on the ground, bloodied and murmuring. The future will be a world devoid of classes, struggles, and discrimination. It shall be an era of equality and boundless freedom. Zhang Yunxi stood frozen, absorbing Dr. Peng's words. Thus, your sacrifice is indeed necessary. Dr. Peng gazed at Zhang Yunxi, softly calling out, "Long live the new world." No sooner had he spoken than Dr. Peng's body vanished in the realm of eternal life. Chapter 17, The Intervention in the Director's Chamber. Wei Wu sprinted towards the connection pod. But before he could fully approach, he sensed something amiss. Bloodstains, unmistakably splattered, marked both sides of the pod. Wei Wu immediately halted, swiftly scanning his surroundings, and soon discovered a gruesome, bloody head at the front of the pod. Raising his gaze towards the interior, he spotted a headless corpse, clad in a suit, lying supine, with fresh blood still oozing from the neck. A commotion arose as personnel from the security department rushed in. "Stop! Don't move!" Wei Wu waved his hands urgently. "You are too late. The murderer has silenced the victim." After the false Dr. Peng vanished from the eternal life world, Zhang Yunxi promptly logged out, awakening in the laboratory. Upon regaining consciousness, he quickly surveyed his surroundings and noticed security personnel blocking the entrance. Realizing that Wei Wu had comprehended his intentions, he removed the neural interface and disengaged the connection pod's restraints. With agile movements, Zhang Yunxi leapt out and hurried to the doorway, addressing one of the security guards. "Have you locked it down? Where's Wei Wu? Have you found him?" As Zhang Yunxi was directly involved, the security personnel refrained from obstructing him and truthfully conveyed the situation. They were in the studio's director's chamber. As soon as Zhang Yunxi exited, those inside immediately surrounded him. "How can he leave? What do you mean by this? How long are you planning to confine us?" With every ounce of energy, Zhang Yunxi ran, swiftly traversing the experimental building, reaching the director's chamber in under 10 minutes. Upon entering, he was met with a throng of people, their voices a cacophony of anxious discussion. A foreboding feeling surged within him as he pushed through the crowd to catch a glimpse inside. The area around the connection pod had already been cordoned off by security, and the headless body lay within, blood staining the entire recess. Witnessing this horror, Zhang Yunxi's face drained of color, and he was struck with profound shock. He was no fool. Even without thinking, he understood that the individual masquerading as Dr. Peng in the eternal life world had been silenced. The severed head was clearly an effort to hasten the disconnection from the neural interface, forcing a premature logout. Wei Wu had grasped his meaning, yet he had arrived too late. There were more than a few individuals within the academy who wished him harm. Zhang Yunxi felt a tumult of anger and fear rising within him. Dr. Peng approached from the front of the crowd, placing a hand reassuringly on Zhang Yunxi's shoulder. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yunxi turned, dazed. Was he silenced? Indeed, Dr. Peng nodded. The identity of the deceased has been verified. He was the warehouse manager at the Research Institute and had been employed here for over 5 years. It seems that the AI personnel who intercepted Wei Wu in the corridor were manipulated by his system. Clenching his fists, Zhang Yunxi gazed at the corpse within the connection pod, feeling an unsettling chill creeping down his neck. The recent string of events was undeniably harrowing for someone who had just turned 18, intellectually gifted yet lacking the breadth of worldly experience. Dr. Pang observed Zhang Yunxi's expression and could surmise his thoughts. It would be wise to take a moment to rest, for this matter was beyond the college's capacity to handle. The police from the Qingshan Town Precinct and the Mingzhu City Police Department had already arrived, and they would take over the investigation. Zhang Yunxi merely nodded in a daze, his gaze fixated on the headless corpse. The director's room was situated in the basement, devoid of windows, and Wei Wu had instinctively muted the surrounding cacophony. He wandered along the unassuming walls, scanning the room. To the right, near the audiovisual rack, Wei Wu noticed an exhaust duct positioned half a meter above the floor. He crouched down and, with his gloved right hand, tugged at the iron railing only to discover that it was welded shut. Deeper within the duct, he spotted a slightly reflective blue fabric. Surprised, he grabbed a nearby iron rod and carefully extracted the blue strip. During the day, there was silence. That evening, in dorm room 107, Zhang Yunxi sat in the reading room, using a mini projector to watch online news. The incident at the seminary had already garnered significant attention on the official media platform of the Eternal Life world, quickly ascending to the top of the trending discussions. The incident stemmed from a curious student who had uploaded footage of the battle against 8 AI beings, along with images of the headless body, to an online media platform. Given the vast user base of the official media, it surged to the forefront of public discourse in no time. As Zhang Yunxi perused the comments on the platform, an inexplicable sense of helplessness washed over him. Following his parents' tragic demise, he found himself without any close relatives in this world, leaving him devoid of anyone to confide in amid such turmoil. In the dormitory, Wei Wu washed his feet, chuckling as he looked at Kaka, saying, "You've got quite the audacity." This remark prompted Kaka to blink in confusion. Kaka rolled her eyes and retorted, "Then why are you still residing in this dorm, you coward? Even dogs wouldn't tea want you." Having grown comfortable with Wei Wu, Kaka spoke freely, and after a quip, she stood to refill her cup with water before heading towards the reading room. As Wei Wu continued washing his feet, he turned to glance at Tong Zhan, who was engrossed in the news within the sleep chamber, and asked, "Why don't you apply for a room change?" "Damn," Wei Wu scoffed, suddenly reflecting. "This dorm truly is remarkable. Everyone knows there's a powder keg in here, yet no one wishes to leave. Quite intriguing." "Shabby," Tong Zhan muttered, promptly shutting the sleep chamber. Wei Wu cast a lingering glance at Tong Zhan's spot, quickly dried his feet, donned his smelly shoes, and hurriedly departed. In the reading room, Kaka placed the cup beside Zhang Yunxi and softly reassured him, "The police have officially intervened. I believe results will come soon. Don't let the mental strain overwhelm you." With a grin, Kaka added, "The corridor bridge has been smashed. Who knows where danger might lurk? If I can't hold on, I'll leave on my own." The following morning, Zhang Yunxi had just risen from her slumber when her senior, Jiao Jiao from the student council, arrived at her dormitory. "Yunxi, do you have a moment?" Jiao Jiao inquired from the doorway. "The student council wishes to discuss something with you." "All right, I'll change my clothes and come over," Zhang Yunxi replied with a nod. 5 minutes later, after adorning herself appropriately, Zhang Yunxi was about to step out of her dormitory when she felt a sly embrace from Wei Wu on her shoulder. "Little brother, don't be anxious. Trust in my expertise." Zhang Yunxi turned to him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I've uncovered a lead," Wei Wu said, glancing furtively around before pulling Zhang Yunxi away from the dormitory. In a hushed tone, he continued, "Do you recall who wore a blue garment?" Zhang Yunxi was taken aback. "I don't quite understand. What have you discovered?" Her curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, within the administrative building of the academy, Li Dongming, the chief inspector of criminal cases at the Mingzhu City Police Department, had officially arrived at Qingshan Divine Academy with his team the previous evening to commence an investigation into a series of murders triggered by Zhang Yunxi's memory issues. Early in the morning, the media had flocked to the academy to cover the unfolding story, with Li Dongming himself serving as their point of contact. In a modest conference room, Li Dongming addressed the 20 media personnel with utmost decorum. "I kindly request that you refrain from extensive reporting on this incident until we have thoroughly investigated the case. The matter involves students, AI, and robots, topics that are inherently sensitive." One journalist interjected, "Are you suggesting we should not report at all, or merely limit our coverage?" Li Dongming smiled gently. "What I mean is that I would appreciate your departure for now. Inspector Li, the media has the right to follow and report on any event." Another voice protested. "Indeed," Li Dongming interjected with a smile, "but the exercise of that freedom must occur under supervision and guidance." A silence enveloped the room. I must remind you that the investigation is ongoing. If excessive reporting provokes widespread discussion that hinders our inquiry, I will hold you accountable, Li Dongming declared as he rose. This meeting is adjourned. Meanwhile, Zhang Yunxi arrived at the student council, where she was met by a group of students of similar age. Yet they appeared remarkably seasoned and composed, regarding her with earnest attention. Chapter 18. A combination of soft and hard approaches in a small conference room of the student council. As Zhang Yunxi surveyed the few individuals present, Zhao Jiao promptly introduced. This is our college's new student, Zhang Yunxi, who is yet to meet with a mentor. Hello. Zhang Yunxi greeted a young man seated at the main position, immediately rising to extend his hand. I am Lu Yi, the president of the student council. Lu Yi, approximately 20 years of age, possessed a fair complexion and striking features, particularly his alluring phoenix eyes which exuded a playful charm when he smiled. Despite his handsome appearance, Lu Yi's physique was not that of the typical slender and delicate type. Instead, he presented the image of a robust athlete with broad shoulders and an imposing stature. This exterior, complemented by a hairstyle reminiscent of Hanamichi Sakuragi, would undoubtedly place him at the pinnacle of aesthetic appeal within the realm of fashionable youth. Lu Yi is our student council president, Zhao Jiao cheerfully elaborated to Zhang Yunxi. Greetings, President Lu Yi. Not at all. Please, have a seat. Lu Yi gestured invitingly. Zhang Yunxi nodded slowly, bending slightly to occupy the first chair on Lu Yi's left, while across from him sat two other students, one male and one female, who appeared rather ordinary, yet their attire and communication devices suggested they hailed from well-off families. Once seated, Lu Yi pointed to the individuals on his right. Introducing them, this is Tian Yuan, the secretary of the student council, and Chen Yao, the head of the discipline inspection department. Having just taken his seat, Zhang Yunxi, out of courtesy, rose again to extend his hand. Hello, Senior Tian, Senior Chen. Not at all, please sit. Lu Yi encouraged. Allow me to say a few words. Lu Yi maintained a smile, his gaze warm and approachable as he looked at Zhang Yunxi. Today, the college leadership had a discussion with us regarding the recent homicide involving you. Both the administration and the student council have unanimously agreed that we must do everything in our power to ensure your personal safety and the confidentiality of your memories. Lu Yi smoothly transitioned into the core of the matter. However, to speak candidly, there are numerous ambiguities surrounding the homicide. The college and the police authorities have yet to ascertain the motives of the assailants. Henceforth, your cooperation will be essential in the ongoing investigation. It is only through our collective efforts that we can uncover clues and apprehend the true perpetrator. As of now, the sudden death of Dr. Liang'an, coupled with Zhang Yunxi's 2 assassination attempts in the case of the headless corpse, has escalated this incident to involve 2 fatalities, stirring considerable public discourse. The peculiar nature of allowing a group of individuals, none older than 20, to sit and analyze such grave matters seemed rather bizarre and illogical. Although Zhang Yunxi was relatively young and lacked extensive life experience, his upbringing as an adopted orphan had honed his sharp intellect and keen perceptiveness. Particularly in interpersonal interactions, he possessed an uncanny ability to swiftly discern the true intentions of others. Thus, he constantly felt that the Metropolitan Police had not sought him out promptly, which surely indicated some unspoken difficulties or matters too sensitive to discuss with him. This led to the Academy's representative reaching out to him first. Zhang Yunxi maintained an impassive expression while observing Lu Yi, gradually nodding in agreement. The incident occurred to me, and I am certainly willing to cooperate with both the Academy and the police in their investigation. Indeed, Zhang Yunxi's concerns soon manifested. He looked at Lu Yi with a hint of astonishment. Are you suggesting that I assist the police by granting them secondary memory access within the eternal life world, so they can view it and search for clues? Precisely, Lu Yi affirmed with a nod. Classmate Yunxi, I understand that this request is rather excessive, yet it remains the most effective means of resolving the case. To apprehend the perpetrators, we must clarify their motives and understand their intentions. Thus, the Academy also hopes you can be cooperative. Zhang Yunxi finally comprehended why neither the police nor the Academy had approached him directly, as this request was likely to be met with resistance from the individual involved. Engaging students in dialogue first allowed for potential negotiation should discussions falter. Classmate Zhang, there is no need to be overly concerned about privacy. The Academy has already conferred with the police leadership, ensuring that only 3 to 4 individuals will access your memories, with a strict guarantee of confidentiality. The secretary, Tian Yuan, a rather rotund man with a deep and gruff voice, added, This is unavoidable. Zhang Yunxi dismissed the notion entirely, asserting, "I will not permit strangers to invade my memories." Tian Yuan hesitated momentarily, "But just yesterday, you allowed a suspect to access your memories." Lu Yi fell silent. "I am willing to cooperate, but I absolutely refuse to allow anyone else to read my memories, not even the police," Zhang Yunxi reiterated firmly. Lu Yi, with patience, interjected, "Classmate Zhang, if this case can be resolved swiftly and the police apprehend the criminals, then your personal safety, as well as that of your fellow students, will be assured, and everyone can live without fear." "There is no room for discussion, Senior Lu Yi," Zhang Yunxi once again declined. What caused Zhang Yunxi to resist allowing the judicial authorities to access his memories? It was not merely a matter of personal privacy, it also involved his family and friends. There could be memories of him bathing with classmates, watching explicit films together, or even instances of classmates wandering around the dormitory unclothed. Could such intimate details be exposed to outsiders? Furthermore, with his parents and younger sister having passed away, Zhang Yunxi could never expose their lives to strangers in the name of solving a case. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, yesterday within the eternal life world, Zhang Yunxi had acutely felt the horrifying vulnerability that came with having his memories invaded. That sensation left him profoundly unsettled, akin to a wild animal stripped bare, entirely exposed to the gaze of strangers. This was undoubtedly a profound invasion of personal boundaries, something he could not accept. Zhang Yunxi's repeated and unwavering refusals gradually eroded the patience of Lu Yi and his associates. With arms crossed, Lu Yi's smile faded. "Classmate Zhang, if you remain unwilling to unlock your memories, the investigation may proceed at a painfully sluggish pace. During this time, you may still be exposed to life-threatening dangers. Of course, the institution and law enforcement will provide you with protection, but even the most seasoned officers may struggle to thwart an assailant intent on causing you harm, as the initiative lies beyond our grasp. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Although Lu Yi's words seemed devoid of any issues and carried a semblance of logic, Zhang Yunxi felt an inexplicable undertone of threat laced with coldness in his tone. In truth, the impression Lu Yi and his colleagues left on Zhang Yunxi was one of excessive maturity, entirely unlike that of a typical student, but rather reminiscent of seasoned business professionals entrenched in societal dealings. It is unclear when the nature of student unions across various universities began to distort. The original intent of unity, independence, and mutual assistance has gradually warped into a realm of bureaucracy, utilitarianism, and even entangled in power struggles. Students no longer resemble students, and societal individuals no longer embody the essence of society. Thus, some assert that the youth of contemporary generations have had their adolescence abridged, as they emerge from the womb only to engage in relentless competition. "I apologize, Lu Yi, but I cannot consent to allowing others to access my memories." Zhang Yunxi remained steadfast. "I recognize the challenges faced by law enforcement and understand that this case is exceptionally intricate. However, as a legitimate citizen, I hold the right to believe that the police will not be rendered incapable of solving the case simply due to my refusal to divulge my memories." Upon hearing this, Liu promptly replied with a smile, "I respect your decision. Very well, I shall take my leave." As Zhang Yunxi prepared to exit, the previously silent Jiao Jiao stood up and said to Lu Yi, "I will accompany him." Once the two departed, Chen Yao from the disciplinary committee scoffed. "This new student is quite obstinate, lacking common sense. With someone out to get him, he still refuses to cling to the support of the school and law enforcement, insisting on preserving his privacy. For heaven's sake, they haven't even apprehended the culprit yet, and he isn't afraid that he might be the next victim?" "I concur. Such individuals are nothing but bookworms," Tian Yuan commented. Approximately 20 minutes later, in the small conference room of the college management building, Inspector Li Dongming inquired softly. "He is unwilling, is he?" "Indeed, he is," came the reply. "If we cannot discern his motives, it complicates matters." Li Dongming furrowed his brow. "Leader, if he is unwilling, we still have alternative methods," Lu Yi ventured cautiously. "What methods?" the campus leaders asked. "The suspect has previously accessed his memories, which indicates that the neural device used may have recorded Zhang Yunxi's memories as well," Lu Yi remarked with a smile. "Since Zhang Yunxi himself disagrees, we can observe the memories of the suspect. This would reasonably circumvent issues of privacy." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Lu Yi. "Our intentions are also to protect more students from harm. After all," Lu Yi added with a smile. At the entrance of room 107, Jiao Jiao gazed at Zhang Yunxi and said, "I concur with your decision. What distinguishes us as human beings is our unwillingness to roam the world in a state of undress. The matter regarding teachers Qingshan is already under discussion, and a resolution is anticipated by evening. At that time, I shall bring Zhang Xin along to converse with you. Chapter 19. A lonely and helpless wolf seated in the reading room. Zhang Yunxi poured himself a glass of water and, feeling somewhat bored, accessed the campus network of the seminary to seek an explanation regarding the incident from the previous day. To his dismay, the platform was inundated with posts vehemently criticizing him. How could the academy allow Zhang Yunxi, a new student so perilously dangerous, to remain on campus? Have they even considered our safety? Why not let the police take him away and isolate him for protection? What background does Zhang Yunxi possess? He should just leave the seminary. Those in agreement, press 1. Indeed, within the entire communication platform of the campus network, 8 out of 10 posts were filled with vitriol directed at Zhang Yunxi. Due to the events that transpired in the laboratory the day before, the institution could not maintain secrecy. With so many witnesses present, internal information had already leaked, and many students were aware that the 2 heinous incidents were connected to a freshman named Zhang Yunxi. As Zhang Yunxi perused the content of these posts, he noticed that Lu Yi, the president of the student council, and Shen Yao, the head of the disciplinary department, were both quite active on the platform. Liu commented on numerous posts, asserting that the administration and law enforcement had discussed the Zhang Yunxi incident and promised to provide a satisfactory response regarding his continuation at the academy. Shen Yao, on the other hand, was less diplomatic and more forthright in her remarks. We have spoken with Zhang Yunxi, but he is selfish and unwilling to cooperate with the police investigation. Why is that? Someone inquired. Why is he uncooperative, senior? It is no surprise that someone who has lost their entire family would be different from others. Do you think he harbors a desire for revenge against society? Zhang Yunxi, upon reading these comments, could not claim to be unaffected emotionally. Despite his maturity, he was still just an 18-year-old freshman. While it was one thing for the academy's individuals to insult him, it was another to involve his deceased family, which inflicted a profound psychological blow. Clearly, Zhang Yunxi's refusal to cooperate had also displeased Lu Yi and his peers, indicating that the escalation of the verbal conflict was not merely a reflection of individual emotions among other students. In truth, after rejecting the student council's overtures, Zhang Yunxi had begun to formulate a new plan, although it remained incomplete and he had not yet communicated with Dr. Peng, who sought to uncover the truth behind the events. Noon approached. After changing his clothes, Zhang Yunxi was about to head to the cafeteria for a meal when he spotted Kaka entering, carrying some takeout food. I brought this for you, Kaka said with a broad smile. The cafeteria is quite crowded today, and the lines are long. You should eat in your dorm. Zhang Yunxi paused momentarily. Thank you. Not at all, Kaka replied, placing the food on the table. Eat up. I'll go read for a while. Kaka moved to a nearby shelf and lazily began reading a physical book. His kindness and optimism were deeply ingrained in his character. I'll transfer you the cost of the meal shortly, Zhang Yunxi said, forcing a smile. Sure, Kaka answered readily. In a brief exchange, the two ceased communication. Kaka was engrossed in a book while Zhang Yunxi lowered his head to partake in his lunch. Suddenly, an unrefined clatter of footsteps interrupted the silence as Wei Wu, clad in a pink short-sleeved t-shirt, entered the room. Upon noticing Zhang Yunxi dining, he wasted no time and seized a piece of fish with chopsticks, remarking, How did you know I hadn't eaten? Kaka rolled his eyes, retorting, You are the eldest in our dormitory. Could you not at least act like an older brother? Ignoring him, Wei Wu bent down beside Zhang Yunxi and picked up a meat bun, inquiring, Have you finished discussing with the student council? As he bit into the bun, Wei Wu subtly suggested, If it were me, I wouldn't do it. However, from a criminal investigation perspective, grasping the motive behind perplexing cases is the fundamental approach to solving them. Zhang Yunxi regarded him, asking, Are you implying that I must cooperate with them? Without my memories, our law enforcement system cannot solve the case, correct? There was a hint of emotion in his words, prompting Wei Wu to glance at him and respond. Could you refrain from acting like a rabid dog? Are you foolish? What I mean is that identifying motives is the simplest and most effective investigative strategy. Even without your memories, aren't there others? Taken aback, Zhang Yunxi stammered, What do you mean? Wei Wu, somewhat exasperated, clarified. The student council has taken the brain machine from the director's office. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi felt the pent-up negative emotions within him explode like a dam breaking. Kaka, equally astonished, exclaimed, Any department reading someone else's memories without their consent is illegal. Zhang Yunxi clenched his fists tightly. This method, while somewhat unscrupulous and despicable, did not technically violate any legal provisions, Wei Wu remarked quietly. With a loud scrape, Zhang Yunxi pushed back his chair and turned to leave. Where are you going? Kaka inquired, rising to his feet. Kaka paused, exasperatedly glancing at Wei Wu. Could you not keep your mouth shut for once? Why provoke him? Isn't my silence a kindness to him? Wei Wu replied, looking up at Kaka. Little Zhang has suffered enough. A teenager who has lost his entire family and is entangled in this mess. What right does the academy have to invade his memories? If it were me, anyone wanting to view intimate moments with my wife would find themselves in a fight for their life. Kaka was momentarily speechless, suddenly realizing the validity in Wei Wu's words. On the way to the administrative department of the academy, Zhang Yunxi marched forward, fists clenched and eyes ablaze with tears. The accumulated negativity from recent events, his family's tragic demise and 2 attempts on his life, had thoroughly ravaged this frail 18-year-old. He was filled with fear, terror, and even contemplated dropping out. At this critical juncture, the actions of the student council, the academy, and the special investigation team only served to exacerbate his turmoil. In the morning, Zhang Yunxi had made his stance unequivocally clear. He would not consent to the investigation that required the unlocking of his memories, as it pertained to the intimate privacy of his life, his family, and friends. No sane individual would willingly expose themselves, akin to a vulnerable patient, to the gaze of strangers or society at large, to infringe upon one person's rights under the guise of the collective will of the majority. Does that truly constitute fairness? To exploit legal loopholes and forcibly contravene an individual's wishes in pursuit of clues, this is what is termed an investigative approach? Absurd. Fuming, Zhang Yunxi arrived at the entrance of the administrative unit, and upon turning his head, he caught sight of several staff members transferring goods into the warehouse. Momentarily taken aback, he rushed over. Within the confines of an office on the 2nd floor of the administrative district, the technical investigator brought by Li Dongming was observing the brain-machine interface previously utilized by the headless corpse, alongside the technical backbone selected by the student council. This brain-machine interface had once been connected to Zhang Yunxi's secondary memories, which contained stored imagery. Meanwhile, Lu was engaged in a conversation with 2 parents of students. Uncle, Aunt, we spoke with Zhang Yunxi today, hoping to persuade him to unlock his memories and cooperate with the police investigation, but he is unwilling, Lu lamented. Currently, there are no effective solutions in the workspace. A student technician, munching on snacks, chuckled as he gazed at the holographic projection displaying images. Look. Zhang Yunxi was raised on milk as a child. I expected to see footage of breastfeeding. Huh? You're truly crude. A nearby classmate teased. Oh, come on. Without some stimulating imagery, how dull. How long must we wait to see something? Suddenly, amidst their private discussions, the office door swung open, and the slender figure of Zhang Yunxi burst into the room, clutching a round barrel. Lu was momentarily stunned and rose to inquire, Zhang, what are you? Zhang Yunxi quickly surveyed the surroundings, immediately noticing 4 holographic projection screens in the transparent workspace, displaying his own memory footage, images extracted from the brain-machine interface of the criminal suspect. He stepped forward. Hey, what are you doing? Lu attempted to intervene. Get the hell out of my way. Zhang Yunxi, consumed by rage, kicked Lu aside and shouted. Leave. Chapter 20. The Mad Dog. Despite Lu Ye's cunning and strategic mind, he remains merely a young man who has yet to navigate the complexities of society. His prolonged tenure as the president of the student council has accustomed him to the sensation of being the center of attention, and few dare to offend him within the confines of the academy. Furthermore, how many individuals truly ascend to the role of student council president solely through their moral character and academic prowess? Certainly, the majority hail from affluent backgrounds. While there may be exceptions, they are indeed rare gems. In any gathering, human relationships and social dynamics are inescapable truths, universally applicable. Thus, when Zhang Yunxi's foot landed squarely upon Lu Yi, he completely lost his composure, his anger surging forth as the facade of humility and politeness crumbled away. He felt humiliated. His pride shattered. Have you lost your mind? Lu Yi exclaimed, glancing at the imprint left on his attire, his eyes ablaze with fury. He shoved Zhang Yunxi, demanding, What do you think you're doing? I command you to leave. Zhang Yunxi shrugged off Lu Ye's grasp and strode purposefully toward the workspace. You mad dog. How dare you insult me? Liu seized Zhang Yunxi's wrist, pulling him back with force, while simultaneously executing a sweeping kick with his right leg. Thud. The slender Zhang Yunxi, unable to withstand Lu Ye's pull, lost his footing and collapsed onto the ground. Within the academy, Lu Yi served as the captain of the basketball team. In his personal life, he excelled in extreme sports such as skiing, paragliding, and surfing, his physical prowess far surpassing that of his peers. Sometimes, the tragedy lies not in privileged children attaining the student council presidency, but in the undeniable fact that their capabilities truly warrant such positions. It is exceedingly difficult for them not to excel, not to stand out. What do you intend to do? Lu Yi bent down, gripping Zhang Yunxi's neck, straining to contain his emotions in this heated moment. He refrained from cursing or uttering anything excessive, yet his gaze brimmed with disdain and resentment. You, an orphan without parents, are unworthy of. Suddenly, Zhang Yunxi sprang up, crashing into Lu Yi's chest, causing the latter to stagger back 2 steps. Bang! Zhang Yunxi seized a nearby fallen iron bucket, removed its lid, and, seated on the ground, poured its contents outwards. Splash! Lu Yi, who had been advancing, found himself drenched, momentarily taken aback as he detected a strange odor emanating from the spilled liquid. Individuals like you, lacking integrity, do not deserve higher education. Zhang Yunxi gritted his teeth, rising to deliver a kick to Lu Yi's abdomen, propelling him back a distance of half a meter. Splash! With both hands gripping the iron bucket, Zhang Yunxi doused Lu Yi with nearly the entirety of its contents. At this moment, the staff in the room, along with the 2 parents of students who had come to lodge complaints against Zhang Yunxi, finally reacted. He had poured mechanical oil. Ah, a middle-aged woman shrieked, darting aside in alarm. What are you doing? Officials from the security department rushed in, shouting, Zhang Yunxi, put that down. Release it. Zhang Yunxi held an electronic igniter in his left hand, while seizing Lu Yi by the neck with his right, his eyes blazing with intensity as he commanded, get down. Lu Yi stood frozen. Prior to his arrival at the management office, Zhang Yunxi had witnessed workers transporting goods at the warehouse entrance. In a moment of desperation, he had stolen a barrel of high flashpoint lubricant intended for AI robots. This substance, upon contact with fire, could prove far more lethal than gasoline due to its viscous nature. Once splashed onto a person or a solid object, it would be exceedingly difficult to remove, classifying it as a high-risk material under fire safety regulations. Although Zhang Yunxi possessed average physical capabilities, his intellect was remarkably agile. He understood that the institution would not cease its examination of the brain-machine interface of criminal suspects merely due to his personal wishes, which motivated him to bring the barrel along. With Lu Yi's neck still in his grip, Zhang Yunxi pointed at the crowd and barked, get out, all of you. To the entrance. Zhang Yunxi, do you realize what you are doing? You are committing a crime. Nonsense. Isn't it a crime for you to exploit loopholes and invade others' memories? Zhang Yunxi retorted, his eyes narrowing as he shouted, I refuse to debate this with you. Step aside. I need to enter the workspace. Zhang Yunxi, you need to stop. The staff observed the pallor of Zhang Yunxi's cheeks and the emotions flickering in his eyes, and they felt an undeniable sense of trepidation. Within less than 2 months, he had lost a close family member and had been attacked twice, coupled with his mere 18 years of age. No one could predict what he might do next. The police personnel stepped aside, yielding to his presence. Do not exhibit any sense of superiority in front of me. Zhang Yunxi turned to Lu Yi, their faces mere inches apart, and asked, do you understand? After locking eyes with Zhang Yunxi, Lu Yi instinctively averted his gaze and nodded. Move forward, bend down, Zhang Yunxi instructed. Lu Yi complied obediently, reaching for the door and entering the workspace first. All of you out. Zhang Yunxi shouted at the staff within the room, adding, before you leave, place all personal communication devices and electronic gadgets on the table. The students and technicians promptly removed their wristwatches and other electronic devices, arranging them neatly on the table, pushing Lu Yi into the workspace. Zhang Yunxi pointed beneath the window and ordered, crouch there, hands on your head, and do not move. Lu Yi gritted his teeth, refraining from meeting Zhang Yunxi's gaze with defiance or anger, and lowered his head as he moved to the window. With the electronic igniter in his left hand, Zhang Yunxi swiftly lowered all the privacy blinds in the room, locked the glass door, and took a seat at the workstation, activating the data reading terminal. Although the investigation equipment belonged to the police department, the current system was user-friendly, featuring voice assistance and AI responses, lacking any overly complex operational thresholds. Furthermore, Zhang Yunxi, being a top student with frequent exposure to electronic devices, quickly located the memories extracted from the criminal suspect's brain-machine interface. At the console, Zhang Yunxi meticulously deleted all memories pertaining to his own readings while preserving the original memory data of the criminal suspect. After erasing his memories online, Zhang Yunxi dismantled the terminal system of the brain-machine interface and the storage terminal of the police equipment, crushing them underfoot on the ground. Outside, the police department had already informed Li Dongming and the campus management, claiming that Zhang Yunxi had taken hostages and was destroying evidence. Simultaneously, several officers drew their weapons, preparing to engage in formal communication with Zhang Yunxi. "Kick the oil drum in here," Zhang Yunxi commanded. "You're only 18. I advise you not to tread the path of crime. Talk any more nonsense, and I'll set his hair ablaze," Zhang Yunxi shouted. The officers, left with no choice, brought the oil drum that Zhang Yunxi had previously brought to the lounge door. "Open the door." The officers entered the room, and Zhang Yunxi pushed Lu Yi forward, instructing the officers to take the oil drum and pour the remaining mechanical oil into the iron trash bin, where he had just disassembled the storage terminal. With a decisive action, Zhang Yunxi ignited the contents of the iron bin. In doing so, the memories stolen by the criminal suspect vanished entirely from this world. Once everything was in place, Zhang Yunxi turned to Lu Yi, gripping the lighter in his hand, and asked, "Are you afraid?" Lu Yi felt a shiver run down his spine at the expression on Zhang Yunxi's face. "Don't provoke me," Zhang Yunxi said earnestly. "There have been several times when I wished to end it all." Lu Yi bit his lip, unable to respond, and merely nodded numbly. With a flick, Zhang Yunxi discarded the lighter. Suddenly, the outside personnel rushed in, swiftly restraining Zhang Yunxi. Lu Yi, witnessing this scene, sighed in relief and instinctively stepped back, his body slumping against the wall as he felt the damp fabric of his shirt clinging to his skin. Just moments ago, had Zhang Yunxi's mind wandered for a second, Lu Yi might have already been incinerated on the spot. Only those who have experienced such a moment can truly comprehend its essence. Half an hour later, the vice president, Dr. Pang, along with 6 or 7 management personnel from the campus, gazed gravely at Zhang Yunxi, who sat across from them. "Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Do you know how many complaints we have received from students and parents today?" The vice president furrowed his brow as he looked at Zhang Yunxi, his voice cold and stern. "Do you realize that if the academy had not intervened, your otherwise commendable record would now carry a criminal conviction? As the dean of your academy, and a man over 50, I sympathize with your plight and am exploring all possible avenues to resolve your troubles. But you cannot break the law or act recklessly." The vice president, clearly an emotional and compassionate individual, admonished him. "Do you understand that your momentary impulse could ruin your entire future?" "I admit I acted impulsively, but I do not believe my decision was wrong," Zhang Yunxi replied, raising his gaze to meet the vice president's. "I believe everyone has the right to protect their privacy, even criminals. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to the academy and my fellow students." Upon hearing this, Dr. Pang seemed to sense something amiss. "I have decided to withdraw from my studies," Zhang Yunxi addressed everyone, stating that leaving was the only way to ensure the safety of others and to prevent further complications for the academy. "Zhang Yunxi, I hope you can remain calm, Dr. Pang urged, attempting to persuade her further. "I have made my decision," she replied resolutely. "I have but a humble request. I wish to acquire the discarded machinery of teacher Zhu Qizhan. It was taken from him when he sacrificed his energy core to save me, and I feel a sense of responsibility. Besides," Zhang Yunxi added with a smile, "if I could restore it, I would have some measure of security even after leaving the academy." Chapter 21. You have fallen into the trap. Expelled. This was the decision Zhang Yunxi arrived at after much contemplation, or rather, he had prepared for his departure from the moment he picked up the oil can. After engaging in a half-hour dialogue with the higher-ups of the institution, Zhang Yunxi subsequently conversed at length with Dr. Pang, who attempted to dissuade him from leaving, only to be conversely persuaded by Zhang Yunxi. What transpired between them remains unknown to anyone, but it is certain that Zhang Yunxi's application for withdrawal has been submitted, and a resolution is anticipated by tomorrow morning. On his way back to the dormitory, Zhang Yunxi contemplated reaching out to Kaka, urging him to inquire about Zhang Xian's application results regarding the kinetic core, as he had already communicated with the institution, which expressed a willingness to sell Zhu Qizhan's apparatus. Dr. Pang had also interceded on his behalf. For the institution, Zhu Qizhan's apparatus holds no value. Even if it were not sold, its fate would ultimately lead to dismantling, returning to the factory, and eventual destruction. Hence, since Dr. Pang had spoken up, it is clear that the handling unit would have no objections. As Zhang Yunxi stood before the dormitory, he was about to contact Kaka when he suddenly felt a pat on his back. "Awesome, little brother," Wei Wu exclaimed with a mischievous grin, giving a thumbs up. Taking the oil can to confront the management, You've truly set a precedent at the seminary. Zhang Yunxi shot him a disapproving glance. Are you mocking me? Haha, not at all. Wei Wu waved his hand dismissively. Old Pang has filled me in on your situation, and I think it's commendable. Zhang Yunxi was taken aback. He told you everything? What little secrets? He inquired. Upon noticing a blue cloth strip, curiosity ignited within him. You mean this blue strip? It must have fallen from his clothing. Indeed, he was present at the scene, Wei Wu confirmed with a nod. To put it simply, from the moment I took over this matter, I felt it was someone close by, at least someone you interact with daily. Zhang Yunxi furrowed his brow. Are you out of your mind? You suspect him? The night I was pushed into the dissection room, he never left the dormitory. You're sometimes clever and sometimes foolish. Wei Wu remarked, hands clasped behind his back as he regarded Zhang Yunxi. At this point, you can't still believe the perpetrator is a single individual, can you? They are clearly a group. What I mean is, the culprits would not place their pieces so close to me. It would be too easy to expose themselves. Zhang Yunxi retorted. You do have a point. Wei Wu's expression grew serious. However, he is indeed quite suspicious. Have you observed him? His habit of placing his outdoor shoes directly in the center beneath the bed, and when he enters the rest pod, he wears a t-shirt and shorts. His personal belongings are always left hanging on the shelf in the rest pod, and he never stores his items in the lockers. Do you know anyone who possesses such habits? What kind of person? Zhang Yunxi fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He glanced at Wei Wu. You're quite impressive. You can solve a case that modern forensic technology cannot. Do you possess some secret technique? To be honest, in my childhood, I once viewed an audiovisual material reminiscent of a documentary titled Red Spider. It delved into the realm of female criminality, both scandalous and provocative, and it accompanied me through many solitary nights. Wei Wu, ever the jester, remarked, it's now out of print. You surely want to find it. But I possess the complete content at home. If you could spare me some money, I might. Zhang Yunxi frowned, gazing intently at him. Stick to the main point. You're digressing. The secret? You privileged youngsters. It is truly difficult for me to articulate. Wei Wu waved his hand dismissively. Let us not discuss it. I have my suspicions about him and plan to take action tonight. Why not alert the authorities? Are you planning to handle this on your own? That's foolish. If he is merely a secondary character, the moment the police arrive, everything will be compromised. His accomplices will surely panic, Wei Wu countered. And how do you know the police are any cleaner? Zhang Yunxi blinked. But undertaking this ourselves carries considerable risk, doesn't it? The night is silent. He can't possibly be sleeping in his mech suit, can he? With the three of us, should we not fear him? Wei Wu retorted. 3? Besides the two of us. Who else is there? Zhang Yunxi inquired, puzzled. Later, around 8 in the evening, Kaka crouched in the small garden behind the dormitory, nervously observing Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu. Are you two really going to do this? I have but one question. Are we friends? Can you lend a hand a little, Zhang? Wei Wu began to play on their sense of morality. Then why don't you go yourself? Zhang Yunxi interjected, waving his hand at Kaka. Forget it. You should really refrain from involvement. This matter is indeed perilous. What did you say? Zhang Yunxi didn't quite catch his latter words. It's settled. Let us do it. The three joined hands in the small garden, offering each other a moment of encouragement. Later, around 9:30 at night, in room 107, Kaka remained in the reading room, engrossed in a physical book, while Zhang Yunxi sat within his sleep pod, utilizing the full projection equipment to study biological materials. In the dormitory, Wei Wu, donned in a holographic helmet, simulated a game of table tennis, perspiration glistening on his brow. As Tong Zhan removed his shirt, Zhang Yunxi discreetly glanced at him from his sleep pod and noted he was indeed not wearing that blue t-shirt. Indeed, the suspect they had discussed earlier, Wei Wu and Zhang Yunxi, was none other than Tong Zhan, and the blue fabric strip likely originated from his torn t-shirt. Wei Wu halted his exercise and called out to the reading room. Kaka, are there any snacks left? This was their prearranged code. Inside the upper sleep pod, Zhang Yunxi swiped a couple of times on the control panel, causing the dormitory door to close automatically. Clad in sports attire, Wei Wu slowly removed his helmet, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Once all was in readiness, he passed by Tong Zhan's sleep pod and deliberately bumped into his backpack. A tactical maneuver. As the backpack fell to the ground, Tong Zhan, who was about to enter the sleep pod for a night's rest, glanced outside with a look of annoyance directed at Wei Wu before putting on his shoes. Do not touch my belongings, he admonished. Wei Wu, upon being addressed, instinctively took a step back. My apologies, he replied. Ignoring him, Tong Zhan bent down to retrieve his backpack. At that moment, an opportunity arose. With a swift motion, Zhang Yunxi leaped from the upper sleep pod, reaching for Tong Zhan's other arm. Freeze, you're caught, Wei Wu bellowed. Just then, Tong Zhan sidestepped, evading Zhang Yunxi's grasp, and leaned his shoulder against Wei Wu, using him as leverage. In one fluid motion, he leaned back and propelled himself off the wall. In the blink of an eye, a backflip was executed right before Zhang Yunxi and Wei Wu's astonished eyes. While they were momentarily dazed, Tong Zhan's arm, previously seized, was now free, and his body faced Wei Wu. With a powerful kick, Tong Zhan sent Wei Wu flying half a meter away, then swiftly planted his foot again, landing a solid strike with his left foot to Wei Wu's temple. With a thud, Wei Wu collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth. Zhang Yunxi hesitated briefly before turning to flee. In mere moments, both were on the ground. You're caught. Just then, Kaka burst from the reading room, wielding a wrench meant for repairing robots, shouting fiercely, "Get him!" Upon entering the dormitory, Kaka was met with the sight of Wei Wu in a daze, frothing at the mouth, and Zhang Yunxi rolling on the floor, eyes glazed over, leaving him utterly bewildered. With a clatter, Kaka discarded the wrench and, pale-faced, stepped further inside, exclaiming, "What on earth are you all doing? We share the same dormitory. Why fight?" Chapter 22. Interrogation Room. Kaka was well aware that Zhang Yunxi was far from skilled, yet he could hardly fathom that Wei Wu, who prided himself on his grappling and combat prowess, could be so inept. Just as the signal was exchanged and the mechanical parts were being readied, before they could make a move, both were swiftly incapacitated by Tong Zhan. Kaka felt deceived. Standing at the dormitory door, immediately adopting a conciliatory stance. Stop fighting, stop fighting. We are all roommates. Why can't we discuss things amicably?" Tong Zhan regarded him with an impassive expression, slowly approaching. Kaka glanced sideways, unconsciously swallowing hard, and feigned calmness as he implored, "Tong Zhan, we are all in the same dormitory. They have already been punished. Let us show some mercy. However," he added, "of course, if you insist on continuing, then consider my words unspoken." Bang! Tong Zhan delivered a swift kick. Whoosh! Kaka sidestepped, surprisingly agile for his stout frame. Tong Zhan's eyes widened in mild astonishment. "Oh, so you do possess some skill? Do not overreach," Tong Zhan exclaimed, reaching for the shoulder of his opponent. Kaka stepped forward, pressing down on the hand resting on his shoulder with his left hand, pivoted on his right foot, and attempted to execute an over-the-shoulder throw to hurl Tong Zhan forward. Bang! Tong Zhan kneed Kaka in the waist, his body wrestling against Kaka's while his right arm constricted around Kaka's neck, declaring, "You are no match for me. Now, tell me what you three intend to do." Sizzle! Just as he spoke, a foul odor reminiscent of charred pigskin wafted through the room. Tong Zhan felt a tingling sensation enveloping his body as he slowly turned his head to look behind him. There stood Wei Wu, his complexion ashen, froth lingering at the corners of his mouth, clutching a security-grade electric stun gun pressed against his own waist. The electric pulse surged, leaving a red mark on Tong Zhan's back, causing a brief loss of sensation in his lower body. "What are you pretending to be, a martial artist?" Wei Wu gritted his teeth and delivered a sharp slap. Tong Zhan's movements faltered, his strength drained, stumbling backwards after the blow. His face flushed as he glared at Wei Wu. "You are such a scoundrel." Bang! Wei Wu squeezed the trigger of the stun gun, unleashing a visibly spherical electric projectile that struck Tong Zhan squarely in the chest. Sizzle! A flash of blue light flickered at Tong Zhan's chest before dissipating, causing his body to convulse, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This stun gun employed a clustered electric blast technology at maximum power. It could visibly project a spherical electric entity capable of temporarily paralyzing a full-grown tiger, rendering it immobile for several seconds. As an old adage goes, transform steel into plastic and glue into weld. 3 meals a day in a small cell. Such weapons could also be illicitly modified, with tech enthusiasts often increasing the power of the cluster mechanism and the capacity of the battery, thereby exponentially enhancing their lethality. Instances of these weapons breaching conventional concrete walls are not uncommon, classifying them as regulated armaments. "Go ahead, keep pretending." Wei Wu inserted the gun into his waist and pressed down on Tong Zhan, commanding, "Come, bind him." Kaka rushed over, bending down to inquire, "Where on earth did you get that gun?" "You're lucky. His kick nearly sent you to the crematorium." Zhang Yunxi, feeling dazed from the blows, approached them. "You know nothing. I was feigning weakness strategically." The three of them worked together to subdue Tong Zhan, restraining him with belts and clothing before tossing him into the reading room. Approximately 3 minutes later, Tongzhan regained consciousness and began to struggle violently on the floor. Wei Wu crouched down, aiming the electric gun at Tongzhan's most vulnerable point, stating, "Move again, and I shall turn it into roast chicken." Tongzhan furrowed his brows, glaring angrily at Wei Wu while emitting muffled sounds. "Zhang Yunxi, go activate the internal dormancy system and maximize the soundproofing," Wei Wu instructed. Kaka squatted nearby and pulled off the tape from Tongzhan's mouth. "What do you intend to do?" Tongzhan glared at the three of them. "Was it you who did this, Zhang Yunxi?" Wei Wu demanded, looking down. Slap. Kaka delivered 2 sharp slaps, exclaiming, "Still pretending? Do you believe I want to make you drink some herbal remedy?" Wei Wu refrained from further banter, extracting a blue cloth strip from his pocket and quietly asking, "There is not only this in the ventilation ducts of the director's office, but also footprints. If you claim you did nothing, I will turn your clothes inside out. And we can compare." Tongzhan frowned. "You held back earlier. You didn't use full force," Wei Wu remarked seriously. "From that perspective, you don't seem like the murderer. I'm merely curious about your purpose in the director's office. Of course, you can choose not to speak. But should I report this, you will find yourself in quite a predicament." Wei Wu gestured with his electric gun. "As you can see, my possession of this indicates that I have connections." Tongzhan gritted his teeth. "Release me first. What is your choice? Shall we contact the police directly? Or shall we discuss this privately?" Wei Wu patted Tongzhan's cheek. "Do not attempt to deceive me. During my time on the ground, I've been involved in solving nearly 1,000 criminal cases. Although I cannot fathom your intentions, I can discern a suspect's deceit merely by observing their gaze." Tongzhan remained silent for a moment. "It wasn't me." "What do you mean it wasn't you?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. Tongzhan glanced at him. "I didn't do what you think, but I did visit the director's office." Upon hearing this, Wei Wu's interest was piqued. "Why did you go to the director's office?" Wei Wu asked, somewhat startled. "Was he decapitated by someone? What did that person look like? Do you recall any physical characteristics?" Wei Wu questioned immediately. Zhang Yunxi pondered briefly. "How did you know the suspect was in the director's office?" Tongzhan's gaze noticeably darted away at this question. Wei Wu gave Zhang Yunxi a thumbs up. "That was a clever question. On that day, in a state of urgency, I only disclosed the truth to Dr. Pang, who then privately sought to connect to the new student's data terminal to investigate the brain machine IP. The matter has been shrouded in secrecy, to the extent that the school authorities remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the suspect." "How do you know?" Tongzhan fell silent once more, not speaking. Wei Wu glared at him coldly. "Torture him, pressure him," Zhang Yunxi urged immediately. "There is no need to show mercy to such a person." Zzz. Wei Wu pulled the trigger of the electric gun, lowering his gaze to Tongzhan's groin. "Have you made up your mind? One shot from me, and the hills will become a basin." Tongzhan began to sweat. "If you shoot me, you'll go to prison too. This constitutes severe bodily harm." Wei Wu's eyes lit up. "You truly possess the makings of a criminal mastermind." Kaka quickly added, "Exactly. You attacked us 3, and Lao Wei is merely defending himself. Enough of this nonsense. Let us deal with him." Zhang Yunxi promptly restrained Tongzhan's arm. Zzz. Wei Wu raised his gun, ready to shoot. "Don't shoot," Tongzhan yelled, clutching his groin. "All right, I will speak. I've had my eye on that deceased warehouse manager. Before he was silenced, he visited the director's hall, setting up connections between the capsule and the brain-machine interface, and he had also separately taken away those AI street patrols that attacked Wei Wu. However, I didn't know what he was planning, so I kept it to myself." "How did you come to focus on that warehouse manager?" Wei Wu inquired. "Because I am investigating this matter as well, and I have clear suspects. The warehouse manager had contact with him, which is why he was placed on the watch list." Tongzhan swallowed hard. "As for why I'm looking into this, I certainly cannot disclose that now." The 3 of them stared at Tongzhan in astonishment, almost in unison asking, "Who do you suspect?" The following morning, Zhang Yunxi, dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, with her hair styled upright, stood at the entrance of the boys' dormitory awaiting. After a brief moment, Zhang Yunxi emerged, politely looking at her and saying, "Thank you for your trouble." "All right." Zhang Yunxi nodded. "I need to go to the administration office to process my withdrawal. I will sign the purchase agreement with them shortly. I will wait for you in the library. Once you're done, give me a call." "All right." Having concluded their discussion, Zhang Yunxi turned to head towards the administration office. Zhang Yunxi glanced at him and suddenly shouted, "Hey, are you really going to withdraw?" Zhang Yunxi turned around, smiling bitterly in response. "It's better to take the initiative than to be forced out." "Thank you." Zhang Yunxi flashed a grin and turned towards the administration office. Half an hour later, within the administrative department's office area, a staff member looked at Zhang Yunxi and said, "Here are the withdrawal procedures. Please review them. And if everything is in order, sign here." Nearby, the instructor Li Han interjected, glancing at Zhang Yunxi with a hint of regret. "Actually, you could negotiate with Dr. Pang. Forget it." Zhang Yunxi shook his head and directly signed the withdrawal form, coming with high hopes and leaving in disarray. These past few days have imparted many lessons to Zhang Yunxi. In this world, apart from parents who will unconditionally care for and protect you, all other relationships prove to be remarkably fragile in times of crisis. As Zhang Yunxi himself remarked, even if he did not apply for a leave of absence, the college would undoubtedly take the initiative to have him suspended. At the age of 18, Zhang Yunxi comprehended the true essence of solitude and helplessness. Within the confines of Dormitory 107, Tong Zhan retrieved his miniature computer and extracted some data, stating, "This is the reason for my suspicions." Wei Wu immediately seized the computer, eagerly immersing himself in the information presented. Chapter 23, Block 1. Zhang Yunxi decisively completed the formalities for his leave of absence and signed the purchase contract for the Zhu Qingshan body with the institution. The Zhu Qingshan body, crafted entirely from titanium alloy, boasts a brand new 34 R0111 sternopiston neck that alone costs over 800,000, not including the myriad of intricate electronic components housed within. Naturally, even at such a favorable price, Zhang Yunxi felt a pang of anguish. For he was currently devoid of income, relying solely on his parents' legacy. Every penny spent diminished his savings. The two exchanged glances, and Kaka, somewhat disheartened, remarked, "In our entire dormitory, it's only you and I who get along. I never imagined that after just a couple of days together, you would be leaving." Zhang Yunxi smiled gently. "No matter where we are, it won't hinder our friendship. We can stay in touch." Kaka nodded vigorously. "All right, brother. I'll start packing my things." Zhang Yunxi paused for a moment, then turned to climb into the sleep pod, gathering all his personal belongings. After a brief interval, Zhang Yunxi emerged, carrying the items he had brought with him, and cheerfully said to Kaka, "Well, I'm off. Let me see you off." "I have nothing else to do," Kaka replied, clearly a person of sentiment. Following Zhang Yunxi as they departed the dormitory together, the two traversed the campus. Arriving at the main entrance of the academy, Kaka glanced around and scoffed. "That old Wei is truly heartless. You've treated him to several meals, yet he has tea come to bid you farewell." The two shared a knowing smile when Jiang Xian approached briskly from the side, waving as she called out, "Zhang Yunxi." "Yes," he replied. "What about the technicians for the repairs?" "I don't know anyone, and I lack the space," Zhang Yunxi inquired. "You'd best find a house with a warehouse that can accommodate the repair equipment. As for the technicians, you needn't worry," Jiang Xian said, her smile a rare sight. "I will arrange it, and there will be no additional charges. Consider it a complimentary service included with your purchase of the kinetic core." "That is wonderful, thank you," Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, extending his hand. Jiang Xian hesitated for a moment before offering her delicate hand in return. Zhang Yunxi shook it firmly twice, saying, "Let us keep in touch." "All right," she replied. After concluding their business, a delivery truck approached from outside the academy, and the driver leaned out of the cabin, calling, "Is this Mr. Zhang? The cargo has arrived." Regardless of whether they are human or robotic, once deceased, they are left to the whims of others, stripped of any rights. "Well then, that's that. Farewell, both of you," Zhang Yunxi said with casual grace, looking at Jiang Xian and Kaka. "Brother, stay strong. I wish you the best in overcoming your challenges." Kaka enveloped Zhang Yunxi in a warm embrace. Jiang Xian blinked her large eyes. Feeling that she and Zhang Yunxi were not yet well acquainted, yet out of a fleeting camaraderie, she waved and encouraged, "Good luck, classmate Zhang." "Thank you," Zhang Yunxi replied with a smile, waving goodbye to the two before resolutely turning to leave. A few minutes later, the cart departed from Qingshan Divine Academy, heading southward. In the verdant campus, Kaka sighed and remarked, "If I were 18, I would have likely collapsed by now." On the truck, Zhang Yunxi had no desire to converse with the driver. Instead, he busied himself with his wristwatch and smartphone, perusing various real estate listings on the Eternal Life World platform app. Whether it was the previous competition on PC, the later rivalry on mobile, or the current strife in the virtual network realm, everything hinged upon the user base. The meteoric rise of Eternal Life World made it exceedingly difficult for Ling Jing Group to avoid monopolizing multiple industries. After searching for a while, Zhang Yunxi employed a holographic projection device to examine several properties closely, ultimately reserving one that offered a favorable cost-to-value ratio. Although the community environment was rather mediocre, even verging on poor, its affordability and spaciousness were appealing. In truth, Zhang Yunxi had inherited a property from his family, situated in the heart of Mingzhu City, where the surroundings were quite pleasant and convenience abounded. However, that place was also where his beloved relatives had met with tragedy. Despite his skepticism towards the supernatural, he could not persuade himself to reside there long-term. Selling it would provide a considerable sum, yet Zhang Yunxi found himself conflicted, as the home was imbued with countless memories and possessions left by his parents, causing that notion to dissipate swiftly. After securing the accommodation, Zhang Yunxi reclined in the passenger seat and soon succumbed to slumber. The driver maneuvered the vehicle, swiftly entering a high-speed tunnel, activating the car's aerodynamic system to lower its profile, and ultimately hurtling towards Mingzhu City at nearly 300 miles per hour. The high-speed tunnel operated in a single direction, constructed entirely from specialized glass panels, creating a fully enclosed driving environment impervious to the whims of nature, minimizing wind resistance to its lowest possible threshold. The velocity of travel dictated the pace of a city's development, and everything in this world was undergoing a relentless transformation. Approximately 4 hours later, the truck arrived in Mingzhu City, reaching the first block of the Fengxiu Administrative District. Every era bears its disparities and distinctions, be it among people or regions. Urban renewal is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in just a few years. For instance, the renovation of this first block has been touted for 3 to 4 years, yet in reality, the surroundings have seen little significant change. Zhang Yunxi was roused by the driver, rubbing his eyes as he disembarked from the truck and turned to observe the scenery around him. Towering buildings, some 4 to 5 stories high, loomed before him, their rain-washed walls appearing dark and mottled. 3 to 4 decades ago, Mingzhu City had consistently emphasized the rational utilization of space and land, aiming to enhance the population's capacity. As a result, the distances between the aging structures were exceedingly narrow. Standing on the street and gazing skyward, all he could see were the shadows of the buildings and their seemingly leaning facades. Sunlight graced this area for only a fleeting hour each day. The various electronic devices and tangled wires between the structures resembled a massive spider's web, obscuring the sky and shrouding the locale in its chaotic disarray. Zhang Yunxi placed his hands on his hips, exhaled deeply, and stepped toward the storefront at 2022, Unit 5 to 31. He reached out to press the old electronic lock and entered the password, only to be met with an error message. With a hint of exasperation, he wiped the fingerprint scanner clean and placed his thumb upon it. Ding! A digital chime resonated, and the roll-up door of the storefront slowly ascended, revealing a dust-laden warehouse within. This was the residence Zhang Yunxi had rented. The ground floor served as a storage area, while the second floor housed a one-bedroom apartment, facilitating his restoration of Zhu Qingshan. All rental procedures had been completed online, allowing tenants and landlords to avoid face-to-face meetings, relying instead on password access and digital fingerprint registration. Zhang Yunxi blinked and stepped forward, exclaiming, "I specifically arranged for door-to-door delivery. If you do not bring it inside, how am I supposed to manage? What I mean is, you need to lift it in for me. I cannot move it myself." Door-to-door delivery, do you understand what that means? Zhang Yunxi asked, his frustration mounting. It means to deliver the goods to the doorstep. I have done my part. Damn it. Hey, why are you cursing? The driver retorted. Somewhat unwillingly, I'm getting paid for door-to-door delivery, and if you want to curse, that LL cost you an extra 5 megabytes. Okay. You win. Fine. How much more to get the goods into the warehouse? This requires physical effort. 500 megabytes. Drive your vehicle away. Zhang Yunxi dismissively waved his hand. 2 minutes later, Zhu Qingshan's body was hoisted in front of the warehouse. Zhang Yunxi gazed at the hefty figure, held back his emotions, and immediately headed to the adjacent health supplement store, seeking to borrow a cart equipped with a mechanical arm for lifting. A woman in her 50s impatiently charged him 50 megabytes before lending him the cart. Thunder rumbled ominously, and without warning, a torrential downpour began. Beneath the leaden sky, amidst the steel-forged city, Zhang Yunxi, with his frail frame, pushed the erratic cart, soaked to the skin, struggling along the gentle incline toward the warehouse. After half an hour of arduous effort, Zhang Yunxi finally managed to transport the bulky figure into the warehouse. A wave of solitude washed over him, tinged with a hint of sorrow and fatigue. Damn it, you're the only dead companion I have left, he muttered, observing the rain cascading like beads from the doorway. Just then, an unusual sound of footsteps echoed, and an elderly man with white hair entered, clad in a rather punk motorcycle jacket. He limped on a mechanical prosthetic leg that gleamed with a dark sheen. The old man surveyed the warehouse with his hands clasped behind his back and turned to Zhang Yunxi, inquiring, "Are you selling this hefty fellow?" Chapter 24 The Godfather Inside the Warehouse. As Zhang Yunxi observed the old man entering, he stood up and inquired, "What did you say?" While responding, Zhang Yunxi scrutinized the old man once more. He appeared to be slightly over 50, with graying hair cut very short, and he wore sunglasses. His upper body was clad in a fitted motorcycle leather jacket, while his lower half was adorned with a single-legged leather pant. The reason for the single leg? His right leg, from the thigh down, was fitted with a complete black metallic prosthetic limb, also known as an artificial leg. This prosthetic was vastly different from the plastic legs of decades past, as it was connected to the human nervous system and could be controlled by the brain. Although it did not offer the same fluidity of movement as a natural limb, it generally achieved over 70% compatibility. Otherwise, the hospital would not approve the surgery, as rejection could occur. In modern society, individuals with disabilities who possess sufficient financial means have the option to undergo prosthetic surgeries, symbolizing advancements in medical science. Zhang Yunxi had encountered several individuals with prosthetics, yet they typically concealed them, reluctant to reveal their condition. Thus, it was rather unusual for an elderly man like him to openly display his mechanical leg while wearing a single-legged pant, especially on a rainy day, which added to the peculiarity of his fashionable appearance. The old man, with his hands behind his back, ambled over to Zhu Qingshan, cast a cursory glance at the machine, and inquired once more, "Is it for sale?" After a brief pause, he continued, 3 million, full payment upon signing the contract." "I'm afraid not. This item does not belong to me. It's merely here for a couple of days," Zhang Yunxi replied without hesitation. The old man then turned his gaze towards Zhang Yunxi, introducing himself, "I am Weber. The bar next door, 1030 bar, is mine, and I reside across from you. Should you decide to sell, feel free to seek me out." "Oh, very well," Zhang Yunxi smiled and nodded. The elderly man named Weber had spoken only 2 or 3 sentences before turning to leave. Zhang Yunxi then glanced back at Zhu Qingshan, sighing, That's nearly a 400,000 profit in just a moment. My greatest flaw in life is my excessive kindness." Once the beer was finished, Zhang Yunxi regained his focus and continued his work, utilizing an online delivery service. He ordered cleaning supplies and tidied up both the warehouse and his second-floor residence. After completing the cleaning, it was already past 7 in the evening. Zhang Yunxi ordered takeout and, after dining in his second-floor bedroom, retrieved a package containing several minuscule pinhole cameras. The packaging of these cameras was exquisitely crafted, featuring police logos and other labels. He connected the camera's transmission signals to his miniature computer before heading downstairs. Holding an umbrella, Zhang Yunxi walked along the nearby streets, discreetly placing the cameras in various hidden corners. Inside his sparse room, there were hardly any personal belongings, and he had yet to purchase a sleep pod or the connection pod for the eternal world. After a brief rest, he took a shower. It was now past 9 in the evening. Zhang Yunxi wiped his damp hair and reclined on his bed, connecting his mind to the realm of immortality. In the Freedom City of the Eternal Life World, Zhang Yunxi found himself in a park along the Spirit Realm Avenue, swinging gently on a swing, waiting for approximately 10 minutes. Suddenly, a hovering taxi flew in, and Wei Wu alighted, waving at Zhang Yunxi. "Hello? Long time no see." Wei Wu bent down to sit beside Zhang Yunxi on the swing, softly inquiring, "Have you finished the installation? You must transmit the connection signal to me." A cool breeze swept through the park, the willow branches swayed freely, and the bright full moon illuminated the sky as the two old friends plodded on the swings. Sitting up slowly, Zhang Yunxi, dressed in his pajamas, gazed out the window in boredom. In the dazzling city, people were finishing work and hurrying home, while others laughed and savored street food, seemingly preparing for a night of revelry. Zhang Yunxi sat on his bed, observing the bustling metropolis, suddenly feeling a yearning for the vibrant life outside. He noticed a modestly sized bar named 1030 next to a food stall. "Isn't that the place run by Wei Bo?" After a brief pause, Zhang Yunxi threw off the blanket, got out of bed, changed his clothes, locked the door, and departed. Unable to sleep, he decided to enjoy a drink and soak in the ambience of First Street. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yunxi arrived on the street, casually purchasing a cheese shrimp ball, and made his way to the entrance of the 1030 bar. "Hello, What are the entry fees? Zhang Yunxi inquired. As he had rarely visited nightclubs during his school days and was unfamiliar with the entrance process. Admission is 400 megabytes, drinks are extra. A young man in a suit replied, frowning. Haven't you been here before? No, I just moved here, Zhang Yunxi responded, feeling a twinge of regret at the cost. Do you understand what kind of place this is? The young man pressed. Zhang Yunxi, unable to grasp the full meaning of the inquiry, nevertheless desired a pleasant venue for drinks that evening. After a moment's consideration, he decided to swipe his card and purchase a ticket to enter. 2 minutes later, the staff ushered Zhang Yunxi into the bar's main hall. He turned to survey his surroundings, his initial impression being one of disappointment. The bar spanned over 400 square meters across 2 levels. While the space was not particularly small, it was quite crowded, with over 100 patrons. Predominantly men and fewer women. The quality of female clientele varied greatly, with women ranging from their 40s to youthful maidens in their 20s visible throughout the establishment. Though the crowd suggested a lively atmosphere, the bar's decor was rather ordinary. The wooden bar, small round tables, black leather-upholstered seats, rudimentary sound equipment, and an unattractive bartender evoked the appearance of bars from decades past, devoid of any sense of modernity or AI service. Zhang Yunxi had intended to enjoy a drink and perhaps encounter some spirited young women, yet he was disappointed by the scant number of them in the mediocre ambience, not to mention the apparent absence of a resident singer. I'll just order a drink here. The service staff gestured toward the adjacent small bar and made a remark. Zhang Yunxi stepped forward, glanced at the drink menu, and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is it all this expensive?" The other party offered no response. "I'm sorry, but the ticket is non-refundable." They shook their head. "Damn it," Zhang Yunxi sighed. "I'll have a drink for 166. 5 minutes later, he casually chose a corner seat, gazing at the pink concoction before him, inwardly cursing the unscrupulous vendor. With his intellect, it was evident that the ingredients in this drink could not have cost more than 20 yuan. Since I'm here, I might as well drink. As he sampled the mixed drink, he turned to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he noticed Weber, whom he had seen at the warehouse during the day, now seated behind the largest bar, engaged in conversation with a man in his 40s. The man, perched on a high stool, spoke in hushed tones. "I need 2 more Tiger Whip injections, with a higher concentration. What is the effect like?" he asked as he received an ornate box. Weber pondered briefly. "They act quickly, last long, and provide precise results. Everyone who has tried them has given positive feedback. If you put in some effort, perhaps your wife will be pregnant next month." The man nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, Weber." He displayed his smartwatch and scanned it against the payment device on the table. "All set. Wishing you success in sewing soon." Weber raised his glass in a toast, taking a small sip. The man departed gracefully, and Weber waved dismissively to the side. A man in his 30s approached, taking a seat on a high stool, and said, "Weber, there's a batch stuck in the wilderness area. Apart from tigers, do you have any donkeys? I wish to push my limits." The man asked shyly, lowering his gaze. In a corner of the bar, Zhang Yunxi had consumed half of his faux drink and felt his head spinning. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed woman in her 30s approached and gracefully sat opposite him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Yunxi offered an awkward smile. "Do you need something? Are you running a side job?" The woman asked softly. "Running away to where?" Zhang Yunxi stretched his neck, looking utterly perplexed. "Client information, Mrs. Li from Jiangbei District, 54 years old, widowed. We've agreed upon a long-term arrangement, and I can reimburse your travel expenses. Are you interested?" The woman inquired. "What do you mean? Domestic work?" Zhang Yunxi waved his hand. "I want to take it. I'm a student." The woman glanced at the drink Zhang Yunxi held. "The price seems quite reasonable." Meanwhile, within the academy, Wei Wu had also set up his holographic projection equipment in the reading room. Chapter 25. Violent Machinery and Youthful Beauties in Block 1, within the bar known as 1030. Zhang Yunxi had scarcely sipped his drink when he was approached by 3 alluring women, each inquiring about his rates. Offers ranged from 2,000 to 1,800, with one woman suggesting that clients who could refer male patrons would start at a minimum of 3,000, and that successful engagements could lead to further contracts. Even if Zhang Yunxi were a complete simpleton, he would undoubtedly recognize that this establishment was rather unorthodox, and that the attention from these 3 women was likely linked to the drink he had purchased. The pink liquor he had chosen seemed to symbolize a certain status. As he observed the trio moving on to other tables, seeking out others, both men and women, who were similarly holding the same drink. Was this a venue where disparate elements coexisted? Perhaps not, For Zhang Yunxi noted that the other patrons were also indulging in various pre-mixed cocktails, frequently switching seats and engaging in conversation with strangers. Although he could not discern the topics of their discussions, it was evident that their presence here was not merely for relaxation over drinks. Zhang Yunxi had previously encountered information on such establishments on the Eternal Life World platform, and had heard his high school teacher mention that these places offered access to a wealth of information and items that were otherwise unattainable in the real world, including biological research materials. It was no wonder that the entry fee for this shabby bar was 400 yuan. It seemed to provide much more than just libations. Upon reflection, it made sense, considering the high caliber of clientele. Accepting even a single order from a prominent figure would start at 3,000. This allowed for both pleasure and networking, making it a rather cost-effective venture. However, this environment did not quite suit Zhang Yunxi. He felt he had not yet fully matured and was not ready to plunge into such depths. Thus, after finishing his drink, he hastily made his exit, fearing that too much alcohol would lead him to capitulate to the allure of wealth. Early on Saturday morning, as Zhang Yunxi roused from slumber, he received a call from Jiang Xian, who informed him that she would arrive at the warehouse in half an hour. After the call, Zhang Yunxi promptly rose, refreshed himself, and managed to grab a quick breakfast. Around 9:30, 3 7-meter-long trucks arrived at the warehouse entrance, and Jiang Xian, clad in athletic attire and sporting a ponytail, descended accompanied by 6 technical staff members. Observing the scene, Zhang Yunxi rushed forward, greeting them with a warmth reminiscent of an elderly eunuch. "You're here quite early. Haven't had breakfast yet. Shall I order some food for you?" Jiang Xian waved her hand dismissively. "Thank you, but we already had something on the truck." "Oh, understood. Shall we discuss it inside?" Zhang Yunxi suggested. Jiang Xian exuded a decisive demeanor, far removed from that of a typical young woman. "All right, let us go," she replied. And Zhang Yunxi led them upstairs. In the small lounge, after pouring Jiang Xian a glass of water, he leaned in and quietly asked, "These workers don't require separate payment, do they?" "We agreed that the technicians' repairs and equipment would be complimentary." Jiang Xian regarded Zhang Yunxi and inquired, "You did review the online contract I sent you, correct?" "I did," he affirmed. "If there are no issues, let us proceed to sign the contract and make the initial payment of 4 million. Upon completion of the restoration, the final payment of 2 million will be due." Jiang Xian stated matter-of-factly, "The termination clause for the purchase is applicable only if Zhu Qingshan cannot be fully restored. In such a scenario, we will provide a full refund. Beyond that, you cannot unilaterally terminate the contract, so you must consider carefully whether you truly wish to proceed with the purchase." Zhang Yunxi furrowed her brow in silence. "As your briefly acquainted classmate, I offer you this advice." Jiang Xian blinked her large eyes and held up her cup, saying, "I understand your special feelings for teacher Zhu Qingshan, and I admire your commitment. However, investing such a substantial amount in its restoration will undoubtedly impose significant financial pressure upon you. It is quite different from a person once detached from the academy's management. It will have no income, and the available job opportunities are limited, rendering it incapable of generating economic value in the short term. Additionally, you will bear the cost of its upkeep, which is no trivial expense." "I am aware of that," Zhang Yunxi nodded. "Of course, in the future, you could choose to sell it. At its restored value, you might transfer it to a law enforcement agency or sell it to an organization in the wilderness, ensuring you do not incur any losses. However, this may conflict with your initial intentions." Jiang Xian regarded Zhang Yunxi with a rational gaze. "Oh, and the only assistance I can offer you is that once the restoration is completed, we will pay you a fee for any promotional appearances, but you must also cooperate in the publicity efforts." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yunxi nodded decisively. "I have made my decision. I am ready to sign the contract, but I have one question." "Go ahead," Jiang Xian replied. "How can I control Zhu Qingshan?" Zhang Yunxi inquired cautiously. "You are aware that he is a highly intelligent machine with divergent thinking. If he were to lose control, say, by engaging in illegal activities and disregarding my commands, that would lead to chaos, wouldn't it?" "Excellent point." Zhang Yunxi's eyes brightened as she nodded. "I saved him. Is it too much to expect to exert some control over him for 5 years?" Jiang Xian chuckled, pointing at the content on the holographic projection screen. "If everything is in order, we can proceed with iris locking to confirm the contract." Without hesitation, Zhang Yunxi scanned her iris and recorded her fingerprint, finalizing the purchase contract for the kinetic core. Once everything was settled, the tall Jiang Xian rose and glanced around. May I borrow your restroom to change into a different outfit? What for? Are there other services? Zhang Yunxi inquired excitedly. Jiang Xian rolled her eyes. At this price, do you expect me to wear black stockings and perform acrobatics for you? What are you thinking, classmate? Huh. I thought you lacked a sense of humor. You are participating in the restoration? Zhang Yunxi expressed surprise. Can you really manage that? The more ignorant a person is, the harder it is for them to accept concepts beyond their understanding. Jiang Xian picked up her backpack. Please take your leave downstairs. Thank you. All right. Zhang Yunxi turned and departed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Xian emerged from upstairs, clad in a gray jumpsuit, wearing an adorable baseball cap. Her charming face partially obscured by a mask as she descended the stairs briskly. The equipment within the warehouse has largely been assembled, with Zhu Qingshan's framework secured atop a structure approximately 3 meters high, suspended in a semi-hovering manner. Although Zhang Yunxi harbors a keen interest in mechs, he is not versed in this discipline and finds most of the apparatus within the room beyond his comprehension, standing idly like a mere assistant nearby. Engineer Wang. Where shall we commence? Jiang Xian inquired of the man. The restoration of the power chamber is rather intricate. It cannot be completed in a day or two. Let us first address the simpler tasks, replied the middle-aged man, crouching beside Zhu Qingshan's right leg, activating the circuit inspection device and scanning board. Beep. A series of alarm sounds resonated, and on the holographic projection screen, the three-dimensional image of Zhu Qingshan's right leg was magnified, subsequently revealing detailed assembly diagrams of various components. The middle-aged man rose and remarked, "It has been disassembled, and the right leg has sustained damage. It has also been exposed to water during its idle period. We shall first tackle the mechanical leg, completely disassembling it for reconfiguration." All right, let us begin, Jiang Xian declared, retrieving her miniature computer and placing it at the center of the warehouse, activating the recorder as she softly announced, TXL 00544, designated as Zhu Qingshan, the robot. Commenced restoration on September 3rd, Saturday, at 10:15 a.m., focusing on the right mechanical leg. Without hesitation, the group set to work. Though Zhang Yunxi found himself bewildered, he approached the task with a thirst for knowledge, assisting wherever he could. As the midday heat enveloped the atmosphere, Jiang Xian removed the top half of her coverall, neatly tying it around her waist, revealing a fitted black T-shirt that accentuated her impeccable figure. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden hue upon the room, where a young and vibrant woman, clad in a uniform, deftly maneuvered a robust mechanical arm, her focus unwavering on the towering robot before her. The sight was undeniably captivating. Zhang Yunxi gazed at her fair profile, her earnest and charming demeanor, the stray wisps of hair framing her face, and the beads of sweat cascading down her chest, causing him to involuntarily swallow and subtly shift his position. "Have a drink, you rascal," he called out as he stepped closer. Never mind. I meant to suggest you hydrate. It's from the Shibao brand." Meanwhile, in the bar at 10:30 a.m., Weber sat within the cellar, fiddling with a slender bottle of pale blue potion. Is this truly as extraordinary as it seems? He pondered, pausing to take a puff of the cigar resting on the table. Bring Bobo in, let us put it to the test. Chapter 26. A visitor at 10:30 in the bar. The lighting in the wine cellar was dim. Weber sat upon a leather sofa, his silver hair gleaming, accentuating his composed and refined demeanor. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, holding a cigar between his thumb and forefinger, savoring it with an air of nonchalance, perfectly embodying an aura of sophistication. After a brief interval, a towering figure, over 6 feet tall, entered clad in an army green tank top and loose-fitting work trousers, carrying a nearly 60-kilogram brown pit bull in his arms. The burly man set the pit bull down, which sniffed the ground before laboriously making its way to Weber's feet, where it promptly lay down in a docile manner. When I was struggling to survive in the wilderness, it was my only companion. Now, we have both grown old, Weber mused, setting his cigar aside to gently stroke the dog's head. The Lingjing Group has developed memory download technology, enabling virtual resurrection in a world of immortality. Yet they show no interest in other living beings, even for a price. The middle-aged man, evidently devoid of empathy for animals, merely chuckled without engaging further. It has become family to me, yet its time is regrettably short, Weber sighed, slowly raising his gaze to the middle-aged man. Perhaps your serum could save it. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, the man approached the pit bull. Suddenly, the previously lethargic pit bull sprang to its feet, its gaze fierce, baring its teeth at the man. "I mean no harm, Mr. Bobo," the middle-aged man exclaimed, taken aback. Weber stood, retrieving a syringe and stating, "It does not appreciate being touched by others. Father, it would be prudent to wear gloves. Even the slightest abrasion on the skin could result in the serum being absorbed by the cells," the middle-aged man cautioned. Weber, heeding the advice, donned the gloves, bent down, and soothingly caressed Bobo's head, whispering, "This may be your final chance, old friend." Bobo lowered his head and lay quietly on the ground. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Weber pressed down on Bobo's neck with his left hand and gradually administered the serum into the dog's body. Once the serum was fully injected, Weber stood back. On the ground, Bobo remained sprawled, seemingly unresponsive. "Be patient, Mr. Father. The serum requires time," the middle-aged man began to explain as he noticed the confusion etched on Weber's face. Just then, Bobo let out a pained howl. Leaping up from the ground, its body visibly swelling, with a distinct light blue hue appearing in its irises. The middle-aged man took a step back, excitedly exclaiming, "Look, its fur is becoming thick and glossy. The wrinkles on its face are diminishing. Its cells are regaining vitality." Meanwhile, the burly figure, astonished, interjected, "Brother, surely you jest." The pit bull's face has always been wrinkled since birth. Bobo's limbs had notably thickened, and the once listless pupils now glimmered with a fierce vitality. His physique had expanded significantly, seemingly restored to a prime state of vigor. He lived, Weber exclaimed in astonishment. An hour later, in the bar's main hall at 10:30, 8 burly men clad in suits and donning sunglasses stood in a row. One towering figure, over 6 feet tall, spoke with a voice tinged with tremor and sorrow. "Let us bid our final farewell to our friend with the heaviest of hearts." Bobo was a loyal companion. Having been with us for so long, he was like family. Behind the muscular man, on the bar counter, a striking black and white photograph of a young Bobo, clutching raw meat, radiated charm, while a younger Weber in the image bore a pixelated mosaic. After all, it was a memorial photograph, and appearing in it was deemed inauspicious. Following a simple farewell ceremony, Bobo was placed into an expensive mahogany coffin by the towering man, after which the group departed the bar, carrying the photograph and casket towards Bobo's eternal resting place. Inside the bar, Weber gestured to a middle-aged man and said, "I'll take the entire shipment." "Sir, that will require a substantial sum," replied the man. "To our health, my godfather." The middle-aged man raised his glass and toast. In a manually driven, air-cushioned vehicle, the towering man, having shed his suit, mournfully caressed the mahogany coffin. "You saved my life and my godfather's in the wilderness. Rest easy, brother. I will look after your wife and children." Inside the mahogany box, Bobo's intact body began to decay and develop holes, had it not been for the excellent sealing of the coffin. Blood and the slowly melting flesh would likely have seeped through the crevices. 5 days later, the restoration work on Qingshan continued, yet with the seminary having commenced classes, Zhang Yunxi could only come by on weekends. However, although Zhang Yunxi was absent, the technicians she had summoned continued their work, arriving almost every morning at 8 and leaving around 4. The restoration of the machine was meticulous, given the multitude of electronic components within Qingshan. Even a single kinetic chamber involved over 100 electrical configurations and complex damage repairs, necessitating individual inspections and possibly the procurement of new parts, thus consuming considerable time. During these days, Zhang Yunxi remained at home, simultaneously assisting the technical team with menial tasks and preparing lunch for them, thereby keeping himself quite occupied. Around 2 in the afternoon, Zhang Yunxi sat at the warehouse entrance, scrutinizing the purchasing list provided by the technical team. Suddenly, a pleasant notification chimed, and his wrist communicator projected a call request from his seminary mentor, Li Han. Taken aback for a moment, he accepted the call. "Hello, Li Han." "Ah, Zhang. Are you busy?" Li Han inquired. "Not particularly. Why? Are you coming to see me?" "All right, just wait for me." After concluding their conversation, Zhang Yunxi settled into a chair and sent the other party a location. Approximately half an hour later, an AI taxi arrived at the warehouse entrance, and Li Han, dressed in a suit and carrying a messenger bag, strode over. "Hello, teacher." Zhang Yunxi greeted with a smile, extending his palm. "With nothing else to occupy my time, I suppose I shall first attend to the repairs for teacher Qingshan." Zhang Yunxi beckoned. "Let us head upstairs to converse." As Li Han entered the warehouse and observed Qingshan's mechanism, he remarked, "The repairs seem to be progressing quite swiftly. Are you nearing completion?" "Teacher Li, would you care for a drink?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. "No trouble at all. I will only sit for a moment before I must depart." Li Han gently lowered himself onto a chair and quietly asked, "Yunxi, What are your plans following your withdrawal from school? Li Han nodded slowly. It aligns closely with my assumptions. You see, Yunxi, I am acquainted with a renowned mentor in a biological laboratory named Zhang Yunxi. Oh, I have heard of him. Zhang Yunxi acknowledged with a nod. His laboratory is currently seeking trainees, and if you are interested, I can facilitate an introduction. Over the course of this year, not only will you learn under his guidance, but you will also receive an internship stipend. Li Han smiled. I believe this could prove beneficial for you. Zhang Yunxi gazed at him in astonishment. Thank you so much, Teacher Li. It is nothing, he replied. I facilitated your admission to the academy, and I have reviewed your academic record. You excel in biology. I must express my regret, as you should have been among the academy's key nurtured talents had it not been for this unfortunate circumstance. Honestly, having worked in education for many years, it pains me to see any student hindered in their prospects due to external factors. Li Han maintained a commendable reputation within the seminary. He was diligent, approachable, and devoid of any airs typical of instructors, forging amicable relations with numerous students. This naturally allowed him to cultivate a significant network, with many alumni maintaining close ties with him post-graduation. If you wish, I can recommend you the next time I visit. All right, that sounds great. Thus, the two engaged in conversation for over half an hour until Wang Gong and the others were about to finish their work. Zhang Yunxi finally rose and said, In that case, Teacher Li, let us have a meal shortly. Please allow me to first escort these tech experts away. I feel quite remiss, having come such a distance and not fulfilling my hostly duties. No worries. The two descended the stairs, and Zhang Yunxi escorted Li Han to the door. Let us keep in touch, Teacher Li. Certainly. Li Han turned to Zhang Yunxi, smiling as he asked, by the way, has the police department provided any updates regarding your case? Have they not approached you? Yes, please take care. Li Han expressed with concern. I understand. Farewell. Goodbye, Teacher Li. As they parted at the entrance, Li Han boarded the AI taxi, his smile vanishing, replaced by a solemn and cautious expression. Chapter 27. A business deal with the Godfather. More than 2 weeks had passed, and Qingshan's body had nearly been restored. The damaged torso, incinerated electronic components, and the structural framework had all returned to normal. Only the core energy chamber remained incomplete. Previously, Zhang Yunxi had informed Li Han that the repair work would take at least 2 months, but that was not entirely truthful. After all he had experienced, he was no longer naive enough to overlook the need for caution. On that Saturday morning, the technical team was absent, leaving only Zhang Yunxi present, as the restoration of the core energy chamber had encountered some difficulties requiring the procurement of strictly regulated materials and components. In the warehouse, Zhang Yunxi, clad in work trousers, gazed at the refurbished Zhu teacher, feeling quite vexed. Can't the Red Dragon Group source some supplies from abroad? The reason Zhu Qingshan had been taken down so swiftly in the basketball arena was that he was not equipped with combat components, and the assailants wielded specialized weapons, namely a restricted electromagnetic cannon. While this weapon was less lethal to humans, it wreaked havoc on electronic components. Thus, during the restoration process, Zhang Yunxi proposed a complete overhaul of Zhu Qingshan's defense system to prevent a recurrence of such a tragedy. A military-grade anti-jamming magnetic ring was an excellent choice. Zhang Yunxi instructed the technical team to leave 4 grooves adjacent to the core energy chamber for the installation of these rings, which would effectively mitigate electromagnetic interference and minimize its vulnerabilities. However, acquiring these components proved to be quite cumbersome. The military-grade versions were unavailable locally and could only be imported, which entailed stringent scrutiny and would consume considerable time. Besides the anti-jamming magnetic rings, several other components for the energy chamber were also difficult to procure. A few days prior, Zhang Yunxi had contacted the relevant company personnel, but they indicated that even in the best-case scenario, the restocking would take around 3 to 4 months. This was far too long for the impatient Zhang Yunxi and the eagerly awaiting Zhang Yunxi, who were both struggling to accept the delay. What should we do? Zhang Yunxi mused, rubbing her chin as she circled Zhu Qingshan. Perhaps we could negotiate with the academy? They must have a stockpile after all. They, too, are dealing with robots of the same caliber and must consider component replacements. No, we shouldn't involve the academy, Zhang Yunxi immediately interjected, not wanting them to be aware of Zhu Qingshan's repair status. After a prolonged moment of contemplation in the warehouse, he suddenly looked up and exclaimed, I've got it. What have you got? Oh, Zhang Yunxi nodded. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of a bar at 10:30, Zhang Yunxi approached the burly security guard at the bar. I'm looking for Mr. Weber. He is my neighbor. How much? For 100. Thank you. All right, you can take me inside, Zhang Yunxi urged. As they entered, just as Zhang Yunxi was about to inquire about Weber's whereabouts, the security guard interjected, "Sir, you will need to purchase a drink to signify your intent." Understood. Just a moment. You may refrain from drinking, but the alcohol must be removed. Otherwise, are we not engaging in coercive trade? The security guard was exceedingly courteous. Remarkable. Zhang Yunxi had been holding back for quite some time. Please, there's no need for mixing. Simply pour me a glass. After a brief interlude, Weber emerged from behind the bar, clad in a black t-shirt adorned with a large hole and a chunky decorative necklace, exuding a fashionable aura. He glanced at the pink drink in Zhang Yunxi's hand and inquired with a smile, "Are you prepared to entertain guests?" "I am not here to sell," Zhang Yunxi asserted. "I am here to purchase, sir." "Ah, you have arrived a tad early. It is barely past 9 in the morning, and the lovely companions are still in slumber." Weber replied, his expression one of astonishment. "You are in such fine health?" Zhang Yunxi, lowering his voice, pushed the glass away and said, "I am not here for that. I wish to inquire if one can procure other goods here." "What goods?" Weber asked. With furtive glances around, Zhang Yunxi, feeling anxious and slightly fearful, retrieved a list from his pocket and handed it to Weber. "Just these items." Weber scrutinized the list, and immediately 4 burly men approached, pressing down on Zhang Yunxi's shoulders. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yunxi demanded. Weber remained silent, picking up his cigar from the bar and taking a deep drag. "Do not move." 2 of the men held Zhang Yunxi firmly, while the other 2 conducted a thorough search of his person, subsequently nodding towards Weber. Zhang Yunxi, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, looked at Weber with increasing trepidation as he was eager to resurrect Qingshan and had thought of Weber's illicit establishment. However, it was his first foray into such dealings, leaving him with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Once the search concluded, Weber softly stated, "We can proceed. If you are not in haste, I can procure brand new items. If you are pressed for time, only second-hand goods will be available." "What is the time frame for urgent versus non-urgent?" Zhang Yunxi promptly inquired. "The slowest option takes over a month, while the quickest can be delivered today." Weber poured himself a glass of strong liquor, glanced at the list once more, and promptly provided a quote. "Brand new at 40,000, second-hand at 25,000. Zhang Yunxi gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you certain it can be obtained today? Before 5 this afternoon, all items will be delivered. Is a deposit required?" Zhang Yunxi had estimated the approximate prices beforehand. While 25,000 seemed a bit steep, the immediate availability rendered it rather appealing in terms of cost-effectiveness. "All right, it's a deal," Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, rising in excitement. "Thank you, Mr. Weber. I appreciate your assistance in facilitating this transaction." Weber graciously raised his glass in acknowledgement. Zhang Yunxi took a sip of the faux liquor and turned to leave the bar. "Boss, he has never conducted business with us. Is he trustworthy?" A towering man over 6 feet tall inquired. Weber casually set down his glass. "He resides next door and is quite reputable. Just arrange for the outer logistics to deliver the goods." "Understood. We shall close for the evening and prepare for a significant transaction," Weber instructed before turning to depart. "Ah, it seems to be a case of serendipity." Zhang Yunxi scratched his head and inquired, "If the goods can arrive today, should we inform Engineer Wang to work overtime and finish the remaining tasks tonight?" "No need to notify Engineer Wang. I can complete it myself. The remaining work poses no technical challenges, just assembly," Zhang Yunxi replied, glancing at her watch. "Perfect. I don't have school tomorrow. I can put in some extra hours today." "I am immensely grateful," he replied. "Hey, treat me to dinner." Upon learning that the repairs could be completed today, Zhang Yunxi's spirits visibly lifted. This marked her first full involvement in the restoration of such a sizable robot, allowing her to gain invaluable experience. Let us test the kinetic core shortly. Although the kinetic chamber is not fully repaired, assessing compatibility should pose no issues. The kinetic core had been procured 10 days prior. Yet Zhang Yunxi had refrained from testing it. Throughout the day, Zhang Yunxi busied herself in the warehouse, preparing for the final repairs, while Zhang Yunxi remained on the second floor, capturing and editing the memories of Zhu Qingshan following his demise on the basketball court. This way, when the individual was revived, he would not need to explain extensively. He could simply transfer the footage to them. Around 3:40 p.m., a man, who had never been seen in District 1, arrived at the warehouse entrance. After conversing with him, Zhang Yunxi discovered he was a delivery personnel and personally verified the goods with Zhang Yunxi, confirming everything was in order before settling the payment. With everything in place, the two lowered the warehouse shutter and devoted themselves entirely to the final repair work. Qingshan Divine Academy. Li Han stood beside a garden, gazing at the projected figure on his wrist communicator, his brow furrowed as he remarked. His application for withdrawal must be a trap. He certainly has direct connections with the law enforcement and Wei Wu. If we act rashly, we will undoubtedly fall into a snare. What do you suggest? Follow my plan. The amicable expression on Li Han's face vanished. His demeanor turned somber and cold. Prepare on your end as well. Understood, then. Once the call ended, Li Han glanced around before hastily departing. At approximately 9 p.m., a group of over 10 individuals entered District 1, led by a rotund man clutching a black leather case. He surveyed the surroundings and cautioned, "In someone else's territory, we must exercise discretion. Drive the vehicle far and await their signal." "Yes." His assistant promptly nodded. The chubby man surveyed the street warily, stating, "I despise conducting business with those who possess assets. It is perilous." Chapter 28. Overnight stay at 9:40 p.m. within the warehouse. Zhang Yunxi had just completed the assembly of a brand new kinetic chamber. She descended the ladder, stretching her arms in a languorous manner, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! It's finally done." Zhang Yunxi, rubbing his eyes, looked up at the strikingly crimson figure of the great Ming war god, Qingshan, shimmering with metallic brilliance. An indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. How utterly magnificent! A man ought to pursue the most beautiful women and pilot the most formidable mechas. Zhang Yunxi rolled her eyes in response. How crude. Heh, after spending so much money, you must allow me a moment of indulgence, right? Zhang Yunxi scratched his head with an innocent grin, revealing a rather endearing expression. We've been busy all day and haven't eaten yet. Should I order takeout? He suggested softly. No, let us consider it a moment for weight loss. Zhang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. Perhaps having lived alone for nearly a month had left Zhang Yunxi feeling a tad lonely, prompting him to extend an invitation. If your friend lives too far away, why don't we sleep together? Zhang Yunxi stared at him in bewilderment. You want me to sleep at your place? Hey, Bauer, are you asleep? Sorry for the disturbance. She playfully pouted. Do you have four? If not, I'll just continue hanging around. All right, please do continue. After ending the call, Zhang Yunxi sighed deeply. Fine, you can sleep downstairs. I'll just crash for the night and leave tomorrow. I don't like overly salty food. Weary. She gracefully swayed her delicate neck and ascended the stairs. Understood, she confirmed, shutting the door behind her. Who could resist a beautiful girl skilled in mecha assembly? Especially a spirited young man who was still single. Zhang Yunxi felt a flutter of excitement, and, sitting in the warehouse, he reluctantly ordered a plethora of delectable dishes. The term reluctantly was no exaggeration. He had spent nearly all of the inheritance left by his parents. Today he had only a little left for purchasing components. Having borrowed against his credit in the eternal world to avoid depleting his cash reserves and finding himself in a precarious situation, humming a tune after placing the order, Zhang Yunxi activated the AI system within the room, using voice commands to raise the warehouse's rolling door, preparing to venture to the supermarket for some beverages and a light cocktail. As the door ascended, he had taken merely 2 steps outside when he encountered a group of over 10 men clad in black suits approaching him. The leader, a stout man in his 40s, wore a flamboyant shirt beneath his suit. In this District 1, all manner of individuals could be found, and sensing the intimidating presence of these men, Zhang Yunxi instinctively stepped aside. The portly man strode past Zhang Yunxi's warehouse, inadvertently catching sight of Zhu Qingshan perched on the rack, causing him to furrow his brow. In a flash, Zhang Yunxi swiftly lowered the rolling door, waiting for the group to pass before he set off towards the supermarket. The stout middle-aged man, gazing at the closed door, solemnly remarked, "There's a mecha. Exercise caution when navigating on another's foundation." The portly middle-aged man cast a furtive glance around before murmuring, "Have a Lu wait for the money at the park." Once their communication concluded, the rotund gentleman proceeded to enter the building where Zhang Yunxi resided, carrying a suitcase. 2 minutes later, the iron gate of the underground warehouse swung open, and a group of over 10 individuals stepped into the dimly lit corridor. They arrived at the threshold of a room at the corridor's end. The portly man pushed open the wooden door, taking only 4 individuals inside, and, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards the figure seated on the sofa, he proclaimed, "The magpie in the sky chirps merrily. I have come to deliver your money, Godfather Wei." Weibo furrowed his brow. contemplating the source of this rustic fellow and the antiquated phrase he had employed. Take a seat. Weibo gestured with his palm. I am Pang Baran, known as Old Pang in the wasteland. The portly man said as he settled onto the sofa with his suitcase. Weibo nodded slowly. Your name precedes you. As a guest, how shall the goods be transported? Twofold, half through the door, half outside. Pang Baran adjusted his collar, his gaze imbued with caution and sagacity. Hee, I value integrity in business. Twofold may complicate matters, no? You must inspect the goods. A twofold approach facilitates the handling of payment. Pang Baran crossed his legs. When it comes to matters of life and death, let us proceed with prudence. Weibo smiled, appreciating the man's caution. Where's the outside? After a moment of silence, Weibo turned to a towering figure over 6 feet tall. You may stand outside. Understood. The man departed. Weibo gestured. No, thank you. Pang Baran declined with a wave. At Qingshan Theological Seminary, Li Han, clad in athletic attire, stepped into the parking lot. A rather ordinary sedan at the edge of Area A automatically illuminated its headlights and smoothly ignited upon detecting the signal from Li Han's electronic wristwatch. Approaching the vehicle, the door swung open, and the AI system responded, Boss, Xiao Yuan is at your service. Very well. The AI activated the nighttime driving system, adjusting the lights as it transported Li Han away from the campus. Inside the car, Li Han closed his eyes, his posture relaxed. Suddenly, from the inky sky, 2 diminutive, insect-like objects whizzed by. Approximately 15 minutes later, the sedan arrived at a scenic spot behind Qingshan Theological Seminary, coming to a halt at the edge of the parking lot. Upon arrival, Li Han remained seated, merely observing the surrounding scenery in quiet anticipation. This locale served as the tourist area of Qingshan Town, bustling with visitors during the day who flocked to the nearby waterfall and artificial lake. However, as night fell, it became desolate and devoid of human presence. After a brief wait, 2 off-road vehicles with dark-tinted windows approached and parked behind the sedan. Li Han remained still, softly communicating with his wristwatch phone. I have something overhead. With a swift motion, the fully electric off-road vehicle's door opened, and a man clad in black combat attire, wearing a steel helmet, drew an electric explosive gun from his waist. He glanced skyward, swiftly moving his head several times before raising his arm and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! A pair of faint muffled sounds resonated, and 2 luminous insects descended from the sky. Is there more? Li Han inquired. The man cast another glance skyward, scrutinizing his surroundings thoroughly. Nothing remained. Li Han stepped out of the vehicle and approached the 2 off-road vehicles, clasping his hands behind his back as he remarked. Relying on AI tonight renders the task unachievable. There may be sacrifices. In Block 1, on the 2nd floor, Zhang Yunxi emerged from the bathroom clad in her sports attire, her hair damp. Upon observing the lavish spread of takeout before her, she exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this a bit extravagant? We can't possibly finish all of this. As a token of gratitude, Zhang Yunxi arranged the chopsticks, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she replied, To be honest, I've been feeling rather low lately. But after completing the repairs for Teacher Zhu today, the burden on my heart has lifted. I feel quite liberated. Zhang Yunxi lifted a bottle of wine with her right hand. Shall we indulge a little? That sounds fine. Zhang Yunxi acquiesced without hesitation. Zhang Yunxi beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. Let us drink up and then retire for the night. Chapter 29. A night of intrigue around 11:10 p.m. Wei Wu was roused from his slumber by a communication call from Dr. Pang. Groggily, he opened his eyes and pressed the button to illuminate the stasis pod, connecting to the incoming call. What is happening? Wei Wu inquired. He felt slightly disoriented. Was it a forced leak or voluntary? It should be voluntary. Hurry to the main entrance of the academy. We are preparing to head to the scene. Quickly, Dr. Pang urged. All right, wait for me. Wei Wu promptly ended the communication, exited the stasis pod, and hastily donned his clothing. Suddenly, the door of the adjacent stasis pod swung open, revealing Tong Zhan in a t-shirt, wide awake and questioning. What is going on? Though Tong Zhan was eager to join, he was neither a member of the Academy's security department nor law enforcement, thus lacking the qualification to partake in the investigation. If you get any news, be sure to inform me. After all, I provided the lead, Tong Zhan insisted. Understood. Within a minute, Wei Wu was dressed and rushed out of the dormitory. Tong Zhan, sitting in his stasis pod, contemplated the situation, unable to suppress his curiosity and impulsiveness. He reached for his clothing and retrieved a mechanical arm hidden beneath the pod, starting to prepare himself. Li Han, Ever since the incident in the director's chamber concluded, this individual had come into focus for Wei Wu, Zhang Yunxi, the academy, and the police department, being classified as a primary suspect. The lead was provided by Tong Zhan, who, while withholding the true reasons behind his investigation, had nonetheless shared suspicious information regarding Li Han. This included Li Han's clandestine interactions with the headless suspect from the director's chamber, his unauthorized entries into the academy's AI robot repository, and his online purchases of medications for bone injuries, among other things. How else could one explain that the suspect was able to release sleeping gas through the stasis pod? Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary staff members. This indicated that the individual behind the scheme had a profound understanding of Zhang Yunxi, as well as an acute awareness of Wei Wu's circumstances. Otherwise, they could have simply masqueraded as Dr. Peng in the eternal life world, fabricating an excuse to converse privately with Zhang Yunxi without necessitating Wei Wu's offline presence. This action clearly demonstrated a degree of apprehension regarding Wei Wu's real identity. For the individual was an experienced detective, easily capable of discerning flaws in their plan. Considering all these factors, Wei Wu initially narrowed down the list of suspects to the two individuals in the dormitory, aside from Zhang Yunxi, as well as the staff members who had frequent contact with her. Thus, on the eve of Zhang Yunxi's withdrawal from the academy, Wei Wu led a covert operation against Tong Zhan, only to ultimately discover that he was not the perpetrator. Under the pressure of Wei Wu's report, Tong Zhan ultimately provided a definitive lead. Li Han's behavior was indeed suspicious. However, this lead alone could not serve as evidence. Pursuing charges against Li Han would require much more. Moreover, Wei Wu remained uncertain if Li Han was the mastermind or if he had accomplices. Consequently, he reported the matter to Dr. Peng, who subsequently communicated with Li Dongming from the police department. And, during this period, Zhang Yunxi proactively proposed his plan to withdraw from school, a suggestion that was immediately met with support from Dr. Peng and Wei Wu. This explains why. On the day of his departure, Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Peng engaged in a lengthy discussion in a room. Zhang Yunxi believed that since the other party had failed twice in their attempts within the academy, remaining there would only lead to recklessness on their part, as they were not foolish enough to act without caution. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Therefore, he decided to fortify his defenses. Subsequently, Zhang Yunxi left the academy, rented an apartment in Mingzhu City, installed surveillance cameras, and simultaneously sought to mend his relationship with teacher Zhu while playing the role of bait. This 18-year-old youth, who outwardly appeared sunny and optimistic, harbored a cunning mind, a fact evidenced by his actions in the eternal life world where he outwitted the false doctor Peng and bought Wei Wu time to lock onto the IP address. Wei Wu hurriedly departed from the dormitory and raced to the front of the academy, where he encountered Dr. Peng and several other leaders from the institution. "What is going on?" Wei Wu inquired. "There's no time for explanations. Get in the car," Dr. Peng commanded. As they spoke, they both entered an all-electric vehicle and settled into the back seat. As the convoy departed, Wei Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and pressed, "Quick, brief me on the situation." At 9:50, the investigation team within the academy discovered that Li Han had suddenly left in a vehicle. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at the parking lot of a scenic area on the back mountain. Dr. Peng elaborated. Li Han waited in the car for a while. Then two off-road vehicles arrived to meet him, accompanied by an armed individual who shot down a lightweight aerial reconnaissance device. "Armed personnel? To what extent?" Wei Wu queried, furrowing his brow. "Has Li Han noticed the police activity? What is his current location?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wu immediately activated the map function on his wrist communicator, swiftly pinpointing the location of Huahai Town and glancing at the first district. The two locations were entirely opposite. A sense of foreboding began to rise within Wei Wu as he turned to Dr. Peng and asked, "Is there still police presence in the city?" Dr. Peng hesitated. "That's impossible. He has already gathered many people around him. That's of no consequence. They are merely cannon fodder." Wei Wu sighed in resignation, loosening his collar. "Over an hour has passed. Why didn't you contact me sooner?" "Because I just received the news." Li Dongming, fearing the leak of capture information and suspecting an informant within the academy, first mobilized the police to surround Li Han before notifying us, Dr. Peng explained, before immediately inquiring. "It's evident he intends to act tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gathered so many people. What leads you to believe he is deliberately leaking information? Is there any evidence?" Dr. Peng fell silent. Wei Wu pondered deeply. There are certainly more conspirators within the academy. It's definitely not just Li Han. Their influence is far greater than we anticipate. Quickly, turn around and head to the first district. If we delay any longer, Zhang Yunxi will surely be lost. With that, Wei Wu promptly activated the communicator. On the second floor of the warehouse, Zhang Yunxi gazed intently at the rosy-cheeked Zhang Xin and softly inquired, "Will you be cold tonight? Perhaps I could add another blanket for you? Alternatively, I could sleep on the floor. One more breath in the room brings an extra measure of warmth." Zhang Xin rolled her eyes and replied, "Oh dear, I never realized you could be so sentimental. Must you say such things? I'd rather not regurgitate my dinner onto your face." "Haha, I merely wish to tease you," Zhang Yunxi retorted. But before he could finish his sentence, the communicator illuminated with a request for a call. "Hold on a moment." Zhang Yunxi glanced at the profile on the projection screen and hurried into the bathroom. "Hello, Lao Wei. Forget the pleasantries. You need to get out of there. Don't linger in the warehouse. Head to our investigative point at once." Wei Wu shouted urgently. "Someone is coming to find you." "What?" Zhang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. He then flung open the bathroom door and dashed to the dining table, grasping Zhang Xin's wrist. "We need to flee." "What?" Zhang Xin was bewildered. Zhang Yunxi reached beneath the table to retrieve the kinetic core. "Let us go downstairs." In the basement beneath Zhang Yunxi's home, a young man nudged Wei Bo's shoulder and whispered, "The goods outside have been inspected. Everything is in order." Wei Bo rubbed his eyes to dispel his drowsiness, then turned to Pang Baran, saying, "You're being overly cautious. This is dragging on, and the time is late. Let us get started." "A little caution never hurt anyone," Pang Baran replied, promptly opening a black box to reveal 4 vials of potions encased in glass. "This is the main course. It is over 1,000 times more potent than the diluted agents you've seen before. The goods outside are suppressants that can effectively inhibit the effects of the potion temporarily, making it easier for trial use." Wei Bo gestured dismissively. "Bring someone knowledgeable to verify this." Meanwhile, in the warehouse upstairs, as Zhang Yunxi sprinted to the base of Zhu Qingshan's machine, he suddenly heard a faint explosion from behind him. The roll-up door lifted, revealing a young man donning a mask with a V-shaped smile, accompanied by a dozen armed men at the entrance. "Zhang Yunxi, can you guess who I am?" The young man stepped confidently into the room. Chapter 30. Return in the basement, a grand venue for the transaction of biological agents. An elderly man with gray hair styled like a monk emerged from an inner room. Dressed in a white lab coat, he carried a silver case in his left hand and a cage containing 4 laboratory mice in his right. Approaching Weber, he inquired, "Shall we commence? My apologies for the inconvenience." Weber nodded in response. The old man opened the silver case on the table, retrieving a drug extractor and connecting it to a data observation terminal. He affixed tiny electrode patches to the shaved areas of the 4 mice. Once everything was prepared, he addressed Pang Baran, the agent. This time, Pang Baran refrained from further discussion and promptly pushed the drug container forward. The old man inserted the drug extractor, equipped with 4 nebulization tubes, into the vial and began to extract an exceedingly minute quantity of liquid. "Are we injecting directly?" Weber, who had been lethargic, was now entirely invigorated, rising to pose the question. "Direct injection would prove too harsh for the mice. We must nebulize the microgram-level agent, allowing absorption through infection to yield precise data," the old man instructed while continuing his work. "Silence, please. Data observation requires tranquility." Professional and meticulous, Pang Baran remarked in admiration. Upon hearing this, everyone present promptly silenced their communication devices and activated the noise cancellation system within the room. The old man bent down to attach a minuscule, uniquely shaped oxygen mask to the drug extractor. He then pressed down on one of the white mice, securing the mask over its entire head while ensuring a sealed fit. Commencing. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lifted the cage and placed it within a sealed glass chamber, pressing the activation button. In the warehouse, the frail Zhang Yunxi gazed pallidly at the group of intruders, instinctively retreating. Dressed in unmarked heavy combat suits, armed with various long firearms, and donning black holographic helmets featuring a V-shaped expression, their faces were obscured. They marched heavily in a line to the center of the warehouse. With a clatter, 2 individuals near the entrance pulled down the roll-up door. Zhang Yunxi continued to back away, suddenly realizing that his back was pressed against the wall. He had nowhere left to hide. The room was brightly lit, and the leader of the group stepped forward, approaching Zhang Yunxi directly. "Can you guess who I am?" The youth slowly raised his silver mechanized arm, gripping Zhang Yunxi's neck tightly, commanding, "Search, there is another woman here. Find her, and we will retreat immediately." For men clad in black combat gear rushed upstairs, weapons drawn. Zhang Yunxi leaned against the wall, nearly suffocating under the youth's mechanical grip. The youth pressed a button on the side of his steel helmet, revealing his face. Lu Yi. The individual before him was none other than the president of the student council from Qingshan Academy, Lu Yi, with whom Zhang Yunxi had previously clashed. The moment Zhang Yunxi laid eyes on him, every doubt within him dissipated. Why was Lu so adamant about persuading Zhang Yunxi to unlock his memories? Even after receiving a clear refusal from Zhang, why did he still seek to exploit legal loopholes to extract the brain machine memories of criminal suspects? Because he was the one truly intent on stealing Zhang Yunxi's memories, aiming to manipulate the investigation process for his own ends. Everything became clear. The truth was laid bare. Yet, Zhang Yunxi found himself cornered, for no one is omniscient. No one would suspect that Lu, hailing from a privileged background and excelling academically, possessed such dark intentions and would commit such acts. What was his true motive? In the warehouse, the two locked eyes as Lu tightened his grip around Zhang Yunxi's neck. His expression a grotesque mask of rage as he spat. So you doused me in flammable oil, did you? Huh. Bam. Lu's knee collided with Zhang Yunxi's abdomen. The latter, slender and frail, could not withstand the force, his body doubling over in an instant. Damn it. If it weren't for you, that worthless piece of trash, perhaps my family could have endured the final trial. Do you even realize that? Lu's face twisted with fury as he struck Zhang Yunxi across the face. The armored glove slicing through skin, crimson blood oozing from the wound. Dazed from the blow, Zhang Yunxi's vision blurred as he scanned his surroundings. What? Don't provoke you. You threaten me with your desire to end your life. Lu suddenly raised his knee again, crashing it into Zhang Yunxi's cheek, cursing, if you weren't of any use. You'd have been reduced to ashes alongside those three fools Li Yun had ground to bits. Initially stunned from the beating, Zhang Yunxi's head snapped up at those words. Above. In the room, the lights had dimmed as three men swiftly searched the interior and bathroom, while another stood at the staircase. Activating the thermal detection system of his holographic helmet, the screen flickered, revealing a red image stretching outward from the window. Outside on the second floor, Zhang Yunxi clung to a ventilation grate with her left hand, her right foot precariously perched on the protruding windowsill, her entire body suspended against the wall. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead as she anxiously glanced at her wrist communicator. The projection above the communicator indicated that the receiving end was still in a partially rebooted state, with a progress of approximately 85%. Amitba, please be faster. Zhang Yunxi silently implored. At the sound of commotion, the three men rushed toward the window. Down in the warehouse, Zhang Yunxi, bloodied and battered, lifted his head in shock to gaze at Lu. What did you just say? Do you truly wish to know? Lu leaned down, tugging at his hair as he shouted. Do you comprehend why Li Yun exhibits divergent thinking? Why she can contemplate problems like a human? Because we tampered with her system. The ideology we instilled in her was to kidnap your damned sister, using her to coerce Zhang Jitao into relinquishing your memories. But unexpectedly, Li Yun developed her own thought process. She spiraled out of control and ended up slaughtering your entire family. But that's all right. The Zhang Jitao family has been utterly dismantled, and thus, there are no more obstacles. We can proceed directly with you. Zhang Yunxi gazed blankly, while the surrounding strangers offered no urgency to Lu Yi as they awaited the descent of those above. Surprising, isn't it? I can also disclose that the footage you witnessed in the Eternal Life world, depicting Li Yun slaughtering your entire family, was provided by me. For we visited your home immediately after Li Yun had committed the murders. TSK, that scene. In a sudden burst of rage, Zhang Yunxi lunged at Lu Yu, exclaiming, I will kill you. Bang. Lu Yu firmly pressed down on Zhang Yunxi's head, scoffing as he shouted towards the upper floor. Where are they? Just then, a piercing scream erupted from outside the second-floor window. Zhang Yunxi had been located. In fact, from the moment Lu Yi entered the warehouse to Zhang Yunxi's capture, it transpired in less than a minute. Bring her down, let's go. Lu Yi commanded as he stood, gesturing towards Zhang Yunxi. On the second floor, Zhang Yunxi struggled, her delicate face ashen as she cried out, Teachers you, save us. No sooner had she spoken than boom. Within the dilapidated warehouse, the mech of Zhu Qixin erupted in a dazzling radiance, accompanied by a sound akin to a roaring aircraft engine. At the chest of the mech, a red glow pulsated brilliantly. It was the ignition light of the Qilong Shandong XL energy core. Whoosh. Several pressure outlets on Zhu Qixin's mech simultaneously expelled white gas. The fierce pressure sent chaos throughout the room, toppling cabinets, overturning workbenches, and bending steel frames. A group of over 10 individuals clad in heavy combat attire were pushed back several steps. Swish. Zhu Qingshan's electronic pupils illuminated. Beep. The energy core fully rebooted, and the energy chamber operated normally. The cooling system engaged, and the electronic components of the mech functioned effectively. Beep beep. Zhu Qingshan's head slowly lifted, the blue neural core at the center of his forehead radiating a blinding light. The humming V19 neural control system reconnected, welcoming back Teacher Zhu Qingshan. The electronic prompt from the auxiliary AI system concluded, and Zhu Qingshan's pupils scanned the surroundings with a hint of daze. Above, Zhang Yunxi's wrist communicator finished sending its signal. The screen dimming. Li Han's information is erroneous. This mech has been fully repaired. A stranger holding Zhang Yunxi shouted suddenly. It was repaired so quickly? Lu Yi stared in disbelief at Zhu Qingshan, retreating 2 steps. I clearly checked the allocation details of her energy core. It did not indicate it had been delivered. Bang creak. Zhu Qingshan moved, his steel hands shattering the metal frame that secured him. Turning to glance at Zhang Yunxi, who would have thought that a newly born, whose kin were all slain by a robot, would be willing to spend all their savings to save yet another robot. In less than a second, Zhu Qingshan's primordial neural core assimilated the minuscule fragments of memory stored within. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Lu Yi, and inquired, "You are indeed the accomplice of that ruthless perpetrator from the basketball court, are you not? Following the ambush I suffered last time, I must confess there remains a lingering sense of indignation within me. Move." A man guarding Lu Yi thrust him forward while simultaneously bending down to seize Zhang Yunxi. "Your teacher will protect you." Zhu Qingshan advanced, the kinetic propulsion system in the elbow of his mechanical arm igniting with a burst of flames as he unleashed a powerful fist against the wall. Bang! Boom! A massive breach was obliterated in the load-bearing wall, sending the bewildered thug, who could not adapt to Zhu Qingshan's speed, crashing into the adjacent corridor, buried beneath a cascade of bricks and debris. "Run!" Zhu Qingshan shouted towards Zhang Yunxi, his left hand grasping a metal framework, which he swung forcefully towards the crowd across from him. Downstairs, an exceptionally cautious transaction had reached its critical juncture. Chapter 31. The AI team torn asunder upon the awakening of Zhu Qingshan, Lu Yi, and a dozen others swiftly exited the warehouse, emerging onto the bustling street. The energy core of the mechanized entity pulsated with heightened intensity. "You retreat first. We will handle it and surely capture Zhang Yunxi." A man clad in heavy combat gear shouted while sprinting. Buzzing. From a nearby parking lot, 2 trucks sped forth with remarkable velocity. Boom. The sound of collapsing walls reverberated within the warehouse as 3 armed warriors, brought along by Lu Yi, were propelled into the air. The group gazed in terror towards the entrance, witnessing the complete collapse of the left wall, while light boxes and external electronic devices from above the staircase tumbled down with a cacophony. Thud, thud. The muffled sound of heavy footsteps echoed within the warehouse as the towering figure of Zhu Qingshan emerged from the debris of the entrance. He grasped a heavily armored thug with his left hand, positioning him before himself, while his right fist rained down blows upon the thug's head. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yi and the others turned pale and retreated hastily. Zhu Qingshan hurled the thug into the air, sending him soaring over 3 meters high. As the thug began to plummet, Zhu's right leg shot up, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. The thug bounced on the ground like a ball 4 or 5 times before rolling to Lu Yu's side, completely unresponsive. Crack. Zhu Qingshan nonchalantly adjusted his piston neck and called out to Lu Yi, "Run." Inside the warehouse, as Lu Yi and the others fled, Zhu Qingshan had quickly dealt with the 4 thugs on the second floor who had been holding Zhang Yunxi captive. Once freed, Zhang Yunxi immediately descended to reunite with Zhang Yunxi. "Run, hurry." Upon hearing Zhu Qingshan's shout, Zhang Yunxi grasped Zhang Yunxi's wrist and dashed toward the warehouse's inner exit. This door connected to the corridor on the first floor of the building, but it had been sealed off by a tenant long ago and had not been used in ages. Bang, bang. Zhang Yunxi slammed against the door, discovering it to be firmly secured. "Move aside." Zhang Yunxi forcefully pushed Zhang Yunxi away, swiftly grabbing Zhu Qingshan's pneumatic gun and aimed it at the electronic lock of the door, pulling the trigger decisively. Boom, crash. The shot shattered the door panel. Zhang Yunxi stepped back 2 paces and delivered 3 powerful kicks to the edge of the door, finally forcing it open. "Go." The 2 dashed into the corridor, with Zhang Yunxi urging Zhang Yunxi, "I've studied the layout here. We can exit from the back." "Do you know they are coming?" Zhang Yunxi inquired. "It's hard to explain in just a few words. We must escape first, Zhang Yunxi replied as they sprinted. Only by getting out can we signal Teacher Zhu to retreat as well. As they conversed, they had already reached the corner of the corridor. Outside, 2 trucks laden with sealed containers had arrived at the warehouse entrance from either side. 2 cargo doors swung wide open, revealing over 20 pure AI mechanical warriors. Their bodies adorned in a striking blue and white, equipped with formidable combat systems, alongside a solitary AI commander clad entirely in black, armed with an energy particle beam cannon and other weaponry. The assembly of AI warriors advanced forward, encircling the towering figure of Zhu Qingshan. With a grunt, the black commander activated the rocket propulsion unit beneath its feet. Flames of orange burst forth as it soared approximately 1 meter into the air. Its mechanical gaze fixated on Zhu Qingshan, it proclaimed, "Step aside, trash, or I shall tear you to shreds." The incessant taunting continued, "You pathetic single-core, low-intelligence slave. What pretense of a flying killer do you maintain?" Enraged, Zhu Qingshan sprinted towards the left side of the cargo truck. With a resounding thud, as he took off, a row of thrusters along the sides of his legs roared to life, significantly amplifying his speed, swiftly closing the distance between him and the AI commander. Meanwhile, Lu Yi, wielding a demolition gun, dashed to the entrance of another unit of the building and decisively pulled the trigger. With a series of explosive sounds, a cluster of demolition sticky bombs launched, adhering to the electronic door's surface. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion followed as Lu Yi retreated 2 steps, activating the detonation button on the side of his weapon, obliterating the electronic door. He gestured emphatically, "Move in. Scan the building's structure and calculate the potential escape routes of Zhang Yunxi swiftly." A group of heavily armored human marauders stormed into the building, scattering in all directions. Lu Yi led 4 individuals, racing towards the corridor that led to Zhang Yunxi's residence. In the narrow central space of the building, Zhu Qingshan raced along the street, now less than 5 meters from the AI commander. Above, heads of onlookers peered out, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene below, many were on the verge of inundating the emergency hotline of Mingzhu City. Indeed, a battle of robots had erupted. Undeniably robots. How could I discern this? They were not even clothed. Goodness, do I really need to explain? Hurry and dispatch officers. Our lives are at stake. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle shouted urgently into his communicator, "Hurry, I have children at home." With determination, Zhu Qingshan leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards the commander. "Open fire." The commander soared backward, immediately issuing commands. The thought processes of these AI warriors were remarkably simplistic. They possessed no emotions or personal thoughts, merely executing their programming to adhere strictly to the directives of their master. The commander, equipped with a command system, was merely a step above the ordinary warriors. They were devoid of fear or trepidation, a notion that was indeed quite unsettling. Upon receiving the command, the 20-plus AI warriors surrounded Zhu Qingshan, unleashing their electromagnetic cannons in a frenzied barrage. The sounds of gunfire echoed as brilliant blue lights devoured the shadows of the street, momentarily blinding the onlookers above. A multitude of blue electric orbs coalesced, striking Zhu Qingshan's body with explosive force, creating an even greater storm of blue luminescence. The accumulation of quantitative changes leads to a qualitative transformation. After the sequential detonation of more than 20 AI warriors' electromagnetic cannons, a fleeting electromagnetic field was established. Beyond a 50-meter radius centered around Zhu Qingshan, all electronic devices succumbed to instantaneous failure, subsequently igniting and exploding. In a zone extending 200 meters away, every electronic apparatus rendered inoperative. Once the blue spherical electromagnetic storm subsided, the mechanical eyes of all AI warriors were fixated upon Zhu Qingshan, who had come to a halt mid-stride. Crackling, the blue electric currents visibly danced across Zhu Qingshan's form. He found himself immobilized as the AI command robots gradually approached him, intent on dismantling his kinetic core. Beep. At that moment, Zhu Qingshan's kinetic chamber emitted a series of alert sounds, not due to the destruction of electronic components, but rather from an overflow of energy. What is this nonsense? Zhu Qingshan retaliated with a powerful punch. Futile. Bam. The unsuspecting AI command robot was sent sprawling. With a swift motion, Zhu Qingshan seized its right leg midair and violently yanked it down. Thud. The AI robot crashed to the ground, and Zhu Qingshan stomped on its chest, his arms reaching directly for its beam cannon-laden right arm. At this juncture, the kinetic chamber on Zhu Qingshan's chest radiated splendid light. its alloy exterior glowing a fierce red from the previously absorbed excess energy. Absorbed? The AI robot numbly commanded. Incorrect information. It is equipped with an anti-jamming magnetic ring. Switch to thermal weaponry. Switch my foot. This is infuriating. Qingshan sensed that his kinetic chamber was on the brink of explosion from energy overflow. He was unwilling to meet his demise, and, upon accessing Zhang Yunxi's memories, realized that his new master was financially constrained, unable to afford repairs. Crack. Bang. Crunch. Qingshan forcefully wrenched the AI robot's right arm from its socket. Hiss. The burning oil within the AI's mechanical body gushed forth. With the severed arm in hand, Qingshan crudely twisted off the beam cannon's converter and adeptly affixed it to the thermal weapon slot on his left shoulder. However, Qingshan's own weapon loading system felt as though his kinetic chamber might burst, compelling him to hastily connect the converter to himself. At that moment, just as he prepared to unleash his fury, his neural core suddenly received a transmission. It was from Zhang Yunxi. Teacher Zhu, save us. Following the coordinates provided, Qingshan abruptly turned his head toward the building. In the corridor behind the structure, Zhang Yunxi was retreating with Zhang Yunxi's hand firmly grasped in hers. In the darkness, Lu had approached with 4 others, while 2 more flanked them from behind. Capture him, Lu bellowed. On the street, Qingshan's electronic eyes locked onto the coordinates of the message, enveloped in radiant red light, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Run up to the 3rd floor. The lower levels are about to explode." Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm resonated incessantly within Qingshan's chest. In the subterranean warehouse, Pang Baran cautiously raised his gaze towards the ceiling. "Do you not feel the tremors of the staircase?" he inquired. Beside the round table, a knowledgeable individual was diligently analyzing the data of the potion, while Weber, with unwavering focus, fixed his gaze upon the 4 small white mice, exclaiming, "Silence, silence." The noise-canceling system enveloped the room, rendering the outside commotion inaudible to the group. Yet, Pang Baran remained vigilant. Something is amiss. This building is undeniably shaking. In the corridor, Zhang Yunxi, feeling the pressure from Lu Yi, shouted once more, "Old Zhu, save me." On the street, the photon cannon converter successfully established a connection. Energy had fully coalesced. The voice of the auxiliary AI echoed in Qingshan's mind. Fire. Boom. 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 A cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted as the photon cannon on Qingshan's left shoulder unleashed 5 consecutive rounds, obliterating the warehouse on the 1st floor with pinpoint accuracy, striking the corridor directly. Within the corridor, before Zhang Yunxi and the others could comprehend the situation, the thunderous aftermath of the explosion rendered them momentarily deaf. A searing wave of heat engulfed them, causing Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunxi's consciousness to momentarily fade, as they witnessed the corridor disintegrating and their bodies plummeting rapidly. With a resounding crash, the ceiling of the basement shattered, and 4 figures descended from above. Thud! Zhang Yunxi crashed onto the round table, losing consciousness. In a state of terror, the others reacted, but only Pang Baran swiftly drew his weapon and shouted, "Damn it! I told you the staircase was shaking. Do they intend to resort to treachery?" Chapter 32, Black on Black? In the basement, where the ceiling had been blown apart, dust swirled chaotically through the air, creating a scene of utter disarray. After regaining their senses, Pang Baran and the other sellers swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Weber's group. "Are you out of your mind?" Weber exclaimed, shaking off debris as he scolded. "Have you ever seen anyone engage in black-on-black dealings by blowing up the transaction site? Are we all just supposed to die? What the hell is going on?" A towering figure, over 6 feet tall, stared in bewilderment at Zhang Yunxi at the round table. Where did he come from? Weber suddenly looked up and shouted, "Be on guard. There are people upstairs." At his command, his men immediately brandished their weapons, directing them at the gaping hole in the ceiling. "Damn it!" Pang Baran, equally fierce, pointed his particle beam kinetic gun at the ground. Amidst the rubble, 2 thugs who had fallen through the ceiling alongside Zhang Yunxi were just regaining consciousness. Bang! Bang! Don't move. At that moment, a knowledgeable associate Weber had brought focused intently on Zhang Yunxi, his expression vacant as he uttered, "The extractor S readings are fluctuating rapidly. The dosage is decreasing." Pang Baran, utterly confused, retorted, "What are you talking about? Get lost." His temper flared as he reached to shove Zhang Yunxi aside in an attempt to seize the black leather case beneath him. "I said, don't move. Do you want to die?" The knowledgeable associate shouted. "Damn it, hurry up. There are people upstairs." The tall man gripped his weapon tightly, fixated on the hole in the ceiling. Don't touch anything. If you don't want to die, step back. The knowledgeable associate gestured for everyone to retreat, then raised his leg and kicked the edge of the round table. Bang! As everyone scattered, the table toppled over, and Zhang Yunxi tumbled to the ground with a thud. The black case he had been pressing on now upright. The knowledgeable associate's gaze swept over the case, revealing 4 vials of medication, one cracked and damaged, presumably crushed by Zhang Yunxi's weight, while the other 3 were completely shattered, resembling jagged glass fragments scattered haphazardly across the black velvet lining of the case. These 3 vials seemed to have exploded on their own, and the liquid inside all 4 was nowhere to be found. Pang Baran also noticed this scene, his composure fracturing in an instant. Damn it. Where's the medication? As he spoke, everyone instinctively turned their eyes to Zhang Yunxi, who lay unconscious amidst the bricks and debris, his face flushed, showing no signs of awakening. The knowledgeable associate seized Weber's brother's rifle and prodded Zhang Yunxi's back with the barrel, flipping him over. Zhang Yunxi's back was exposed to view, and Pang Baran noticed his clothing was torn, with several shards of glass embedded in the center of his spine, though the bleeding was minimal. He has external injuries. He absorbed it. The knowledgeable associate exclaimed, astonished. Damn. Pang Baran cursed vehemently, immediately pointing at Zhang Yunxi and shouting, he has the goods. Get him out of here. Leave the person. I will pay you. Is that acceptable? Weber also desires this live specimen. Get lost. The cautious Pang Baran, holding a weapon, bellowed. If you utter another word, we shall engage in a fierce battle. Although Weber was not intimidated by Pang Baran and his group, the current situation clearly did not warrant a confrontation with a band of exceedingly cautious fugitives. Forget it. Let us retreat. In the corridor above, 7 or 8 armed thugs rushed to the site of the explosion, encountering Lu Yi and his companions. In the dimly lit hallway, sporadic sparks flickered, and Lu Yi, with a disheveled appearance, glanced at the others and gritted his teeth, declaring, there are people below. I require a few brave souls. Lu Yi was indeed on edge. He had initially believed that by having Li Han divert the police, capturing Zhang Yunxi would be a straightforward task. However, upon arrival, he discovered that the information provided by Li Han was erroneous. Qingshan had repaired the situation ahead of time, just as he was preparing to launch an assault. He found a group of unknown individuals downstairs engaged in what appeared to be a transaction. What kind of karmic fortune must Lu Yi possess to encounter such luck? In the basement, Pang Baran's brother donned mechanical arm guards and was about to forcibly extract Zhang Yunxi when suddenly, 7 or 8 miniature AI drones descended from above. They're coming, bellowed the towering figure over 1.90 meters tall. Open fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted within the room. The drones, before they could reach the crowd, were shot down and exploded, their parts scattering in disarray. The orange flames flickered on the ceiling. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and a synchronized chant echoed from above. Long live the New World. 5 individuals leapt through the gaping hole, weapons in their right hands and explosives in their left, scattering towards the crowd. What the hell? Pang Baran realized the opponents were intent on a desperate fight and swiftly retreated. A series of explosions reverberated through the underground warehouse as an armed thug, utilizing the mechanical arm's strength, hurled Zhang Yunxi upwards. With a swift motion, Liu struck Zhang Yunxi's neck, pressing the electric shock device against her skin, and stood up, commanding, cover me. Immediately, an armed thug picked up Zhang Yunxi and followed Lu Yi as they fled outside. The remaining 2 positioned themselves above the ceiling hole, wielding kinetic guns and furiously firing downwards. On the street, Qingshan effortlessly dispatched 5 AI soldiers, but still found himself unable to rescue Zhang Yunxi. The AI lacked reasoning and fear. Knowing they could not overpower the war god, they resorted to self-detonation by grabbing at his legs and arms, delaying him. The war god felt frustrated. If only he had been equipped with a combat system, these AI mechanical warriors would have had no chance to hinder him. Lu dashed out of the building in a frenzy, shouting into the communicator, I am at the rear of the main building. The aircraft, hurry. The 2 of them ran while gazing up at the pitch-black sky. Whoosh. The sound of explosions reverberated through the air as a 4-person capacity kinetic aircraft sped in from the north, hovering down to land at the roadside. Thud. Lu hurled Zhang Yunxi into the aircraft's cabin and called to his companion, let us go. As they boarded the aircraft and prepared to depart, they heard the ominous sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Hurry, let us go, Lu urged. Suddenly, orange flames erupted toward the ground, releasing a burnt oil pine scent as the aircraft swiftly ascended. Bang! Qingshan emerged from an alley, 3 AI robots clinging to him. He ran at an astonishing speed, glancing around and noticing a small, single-seat unmanned vehicle parked at the roadside. With a crack, he bent down to grasp the edge of the vehicle, his fingers indenting the steel components. He lifted the single-seater, took a running start, and hurled it into the distance. Whoosh! The vehicle soared 6 or 7 meters high, crashing down toward the aircraft like a boulder. Bang! A beam shot from the aircraft's rear, obliterating the vehicle. The explosion resonated in the air, and as the burning car fell, it created a deep crater in the ground. Damn it! Qingshan's mind shattered at the thought of his new boss being captured. In a flurry, he tore off the AI robots clinging to him, viciously shredding them and stomping them into the ground. A mechanical head was twisted off and rolled down a slope to the roadside, its electronic eye flickering incessantly, emitting fragmented sounds. New world. Bang! Qingshan crushed it underfoot and connected to the police unit's emergency line via the auxiliary system. I am a robot, and I wish to report a crime. My boss has been kidnapped. In the ruins of the basement, Weber and his companions were rescued by their bar friends, looking disheveled and injured to varying degrees. On the street, Pang Baran gasped. The shipment was conducted on your territory. If you don't give me an explanation today, this matter will not be settled. Weber shot him a cold glance. Are you threatening me? Just then, a man over 6 feet tall burst from the building, his expression grim as he said, Xiao Wu. Dong Dong is beyond saving. He is gone. Pang Baran stood up. Why on earth should I believe you? Just because I can handle all the black customers in District 1, calling me Godfather? Weber pointed at him. God may break promises, but Weber does not. With that, Weber turned to his trusted aide and commanded, investigate the scene and compile the relevant information. I am personally offering a reward of 1 million. I want all the black customers in Mingzhu City to mobilize. Immediately, right now? On the aircraft, Zhang Yunxi slowly opened his eyes. Yet he could not discern the surroundings. All he beheld was a sea of crimson. His mind was engulfed in a violent dizziness, and his skin felt as though it were being torn apart by excruciating pain. Suddenly, Lu also noticed him lifting his head and swiftly delivered a punch. With a thud, Zhang Yunxi collapsed onto the chair, slightly shaking his head. Lu swiftly activated the control panel of the electric shock device, decisively issuing the command to commence. ZZZZ. The electric shock device embedded in Zhang Yunxi's neck instantly emitted a blue glow, sending currents coursing through his entire body, rendering him unconscious once more. In the dim light of the aircraft, the nail on Zhang Yunxi's right hand began to detach. Chapter 33, Swift Pursuit. The heinous assault that occurred in Block 1 has severely threatened the safety of the public. The Metropolitan Police Department has taken this matter very seriously, categorizing it as a Grade A investigation. Given the involvement of numerous AI robots in the crime, they have urgently summoned the newly established AI Patrol Division, which was formed 3 months ago, to swiftly commence an investigation. The attack transpired around 11:10 p.m., lasting less than 5 minutes. Upon the arrival of the patrol officers, they discovered a significant amount of debris from the AI robots and promptly received footage of the assailants fleeing the scene. In today's technological age, committing a crime in the city center without leaving behind video evidence is akin to a fool's dream. Beyond traditional surveillance cameras, a myriad of advanced technological devices, such as commercial and scientific satellites, have long enveloped this planet, rendering the notion of absolute privacy nearly impossible. After acquiring the video footage, the AI Patrol Division immediately contacted the Low-Altitude Traffic Control Department, utilizing detectors to swiftly identify the aircraft used by Lu Yi during his escape. Within 5 minutes, the details of the aircraft, which was an unregistered private vehicle akin to an illegal taxi, were rapidly pinpointed. Despite the absence of any official records with the Low-Altitude Traffic Control Department, the trajectory simulation, kinetic assessment, and the vanished areas indicated by the detectors allowed for the swift determination of its final landing location. Around 11:30 p.m., several aircraft from the AI Monitoring Division converged in the northern suburbs of Mingzhu City, discovering the remnants of the destroyed and exploded aircraft. The assailants had fled after obliterating the vehicle. This area is in close proximity to the mountains, and the criminals employed signal jammers and anti-detection devices to escape, resulting in a temporary disruption of leads. In Mingzhu City, within the Longwei Biological Research Studio building in the Fengxiang district, Lu Yi removed his helmet, changed into fresh attire, and stepped into the elevator, heading straight for the secret laboratory on the 5th underground floor. As the elevator descended, the communication device emitted a request for connection. Liu Yi pressed the button to accept and activated the private call feature. Dad, the patrol division will certainly assume we will send the person away at the first opportunity. But we shall do the opposite. Liu Yi spoke rapidly. I will immediately freeze Zhang Yunxi and transport him directly to the base, keeping him there for 3 months until the heat dies down before sending him abroad. Liu's father remained silent. I have arranged for the car and the personnel. Li glanced at the time. Before the patrol division arrives here, I will complete everything. At the scene in Block 1, there were no survivors, and the AI robots had undergone technical processing. While I might be suspected, they will have no evidence to accuse me. I will staunchly deny any involvement. They have no leverage against me. After careful consideration, Liu's father urgently advised, do not linger in the studio. Leave immediately. Let someone else handle this. No more talking. Just listen to me. All right. Li grit his teeth in response. You must remember that you are the president of the student council at the seminary. An exemplary young elite. Your greatest wisdom lies in ensuring that you remain untainted by any dirt. Liu's father spoke with grave seriousness. No one is worth you personally entering the fray. Leave immediately. Understood. The father-son conversation concluded, and Liu paused briefly before exiting the basement. Meanwhile, as the AI inspection department was rapidly pursuing leads, Pang Baran had already made his escape, ultimately choosing to place his trust in the godfather of the first district, respecting the reputation he had built over many years. Certainly, had he chosen to stand his ground and pursue the goods, the outcome would likely have been dire. Although the clandestine dealings in drugs had yet to attract the attention of the inspection department, it was merely a matter of time before they would uncover it. Thus, every additional minute spent within the city increased his risk of being summoned and apprehended. Pang Baran had departed, and naturally, Weber breathed a sigh of relief, as the absence of the trading party alleviated the pressures he would have otherwise faced. By the time the AI inspection department arrived at the scene, Weber too had fled, opting not for a bar, but rather the home of a female friend. Around 11:45 p.m., Weber received a summons notification from the police department. Hello. Is this Mr. Weber? We are from the Pearl City Police Department, Criminal Affairs Division. Spare me the details. What do you want with me? Weber inquired. An attack has occurred in the first district, and according to our investigation, you were present at the scene. We are formally summoning you. As per regulations, you must report to the police department immediately to cooperate with our investigation. Fine, I will go shortly. I said immediately, Mr. Weber. After a brief silence in the room, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Weber called out. Speak. Weber rose. 2 criminals were employed by a security company called Xinlai. The smuggled components of the AI robots were ultimately purchased by this company. With the timeline extending over 6 months, the AI robots were likely smuggled out gradually, rather than produced en masse. A robust man over 6 feet tall, with a furrowed brow, spoke. This company collaborates closely with a firm named Longwei Biological Studio. The 2 criminals, along with the final destination of the AI robots, all lead here, as they operate as contracted security personnel for Longwei Biological. Weber looked at him and asked, Has Longwei been investigated? Baby, I entrust you with Dong Longwei. I will head to Longwei Biological Studio. Weber commanded the sturdy man. Let us proceed with determination. We must complete our tasks before the inspection department uncovers this. The man, referred to as Baby, expressed concern. This could easily attract attention. Very well, I will handle matters with Dong Longwei. Weber did not waste further words, still bearing visible injuries, and departed the apartment building with 6 men. 30 seconds later, several hovering electric vehicles halted outside the building, and Weber gestured to those inside, calling out, Let us move. Deep within the Longwei Biological Studio, 5 floors below ground, Zhang Yunxi was bound to an iron bed, his skin flushed red, his eyes bulging, and blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The nails of his 10 fingers had completely fallen off. When Liu Yi stepped in, he stared at Zhang Yunxi in disbelief and turned to the technicians in the biological laboratory, asking, What has happened to him? No, it's unclear. The technician replied, equally perplexed. We initially intended to administer a sedative, but it proved utterly ineffective. Zhang Yunxi lay on the bed, emitting a harrowing wail from his throat while his limbs thrashed violently. With a resounding crash, the alloy chains binding him snapped, the clasp breaking under his strain. He is in grave danger. The technician intervened, blocking Liu Yi. With a sudden jolt, as Zhang Yunxi flailed about, the electric device that Lu Yi had inserted into his neck was propelled away by the pressure of his skin, creating a dent in the ceiling. I feel like my body is going to split apart. Save me. Zhang Yunxi screamed in agony. No sooner had he spoken than the skin on his arms and legs began to crack, yet no blood flowed forth. The outermost layer of his skin, composed of dead cells devoid of nuclei, began to stir, a thick keratinous layer visibly accumulating over his entire body, reaching a thickness comparable to that of an adult's finger. His entire physique expanded noticeably. At that moment, Lu Yi, witnessing Zhang Yunxi's imminent peril, momentarily forgot his father's admonitions. Consumed by concern that this human subject might imminently explode. It hurts so much. Zhang Yunxi suddenly surged upright, snapping the alloy restraints with a loud crack, his gaze bloodshot as he surveyed his surroundings. His previously fair complexion was now marred by a dark, grayish layer of keratin, rendering him a terrifying sight. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Mingzhu City, Wei Wu, Dr. Peng, and the later arriving Tong Zhan converged, promptly following Inspector Li Dongming towards the city center. AI Patrol Department. According to the activity trajectory indicated by big data, the two criminals had frequently visited Longwei Pharmaceuticals over the past month. A patrol captain glanced at the report, stating, "Summon the legal representative and immediately secure Longwei." Chapter 34. The deceptive godfather in the Yunning apartment building of Mingzhu City, Dong Longwei, the legal representative and largest shareholder of Longwei Biotechnology Studio, is currently striding towards the hall's exit, accompanied by 6 impeccably dressed gentlemen. A middle-aged man inquired softly through the virtual screen above the communicator, "Has the inspection department been in contact with you?" Dong Longwei sighed. "What can we do? After all, he is the boss's son. Maintain contact." The conversation concluded as a long pneumatic hover limousine halted at the entrance of the building. Dong Longwei bent slightly, preparing to step into the mid-row seat. Suddenly, the roar of 6 fuel-powered motorcycles surged forth, racing up the inclined sides of the building and blocking the vehicle's path. "Who are you?" The security personnel beside Dong Longwei immediately pressed their hands to their waists and spread out defensively. On the lead motorcycle, a figure known as Baby, wearing a steel helmet, raised a kinetic cannon above his right hand and declared, "Dong Longwei, my boss wishes to meet you." "Who are you?" Dong Longwei retorted defiantly. With a thunderous crack, Baby fired a shot that struck the cement ground at the entrance, creating a gaping hole several centimeters in diameter. Concrete shards erupted, showering Dong Longwei and his companions, who remained motionless in shock. "We are foreign mercenaries. Spare us the pleasantries," Baby sneered at Dong Longwei. "I could shatter your legs and still take you with us." 5 minutes later, a convoy halted on the street less than 2 kilometers from Longwei Biotechnology Studio. Weber, seated in the rear, rested his mechanical leg atop his good leg, maintaining an air of calm as he activated the communicator. A projection materialized, revealing Baby on the motorcycle. Giving an okay gesture. "He cannot be lost. Otherwise, we may end up with nothing," Weber cautioned. "So be it," he concluded, resting his chin on his hand while gazing out the window. "The inspection department is already onto this. What can we do? Enforce the law for the authorities?" Weber mused, glancing at the time on the communicator and stating coolly, "Send Jiuxian and his men over. No weapons, no aggressive actions, just ensure the goods are secured." "Understood," a young man affirmed, placing his hand over his ear as he relayed, "Jiuxian, head over and block them. Do not carry." Meanwhile, in the 5th underground level of Longwei Biotechnology Studio, for technicians clad in protective suits relentlessly sprayed Zhang Yunxi's body with cryogenic guns. Under the bright lights, Zhang Yunxi lay on a mobile bed, his form enveloped in a plume of white mist, with ice crystals beginning to coat his skin. Within 10 seconds, Zhang Yunxi ceased to struggle, his skin encased in a crystalline layer that resembled a delicate membrane, maintaining the posture of his earlier resistance. "Lower the temperature in the chamber again," Lu commanded from outside the door. Just then, Zhang Yunxi, previously motionless, suddenly swung his arms, shattering the ice crystals that enveloped him. Lu stood outside the door, gazing incredulously at Zhang Yunxi, whose entire body was enveloped in a thick layer of keratin. He murmured in disbelief. What could he have ingested to become like this? "Secure him. Administer the tranquilizer," shouted the lead technician inside. They rushed forward, collectively pinning Zhang Yunxi onto the mobile bed, connecting him to an infusion tube linked to the freezing chamber, delivering a full 500 milligrams of potent sedative. Soon, Zhang Yunxi ceased his struggles. Yet the transformations of his body persisted. His entire form, Even the delicate areas like his eyelids and the skin behind his ears was shrouded in a gray, keratinous layer. He resembled a statue completely encased in cement. "Seal him, quickly," the lead technician commanded. The team worked together to lift Zhang Yunxi, preparing to place him into the freezing chamber. Outside, upon witnessing Zhang Yunxi being subdued, Liu immediately turned to make his escape. "No, this is not good, Mr. Liu." A fully armed security personnel rushed over, stuttering. Several drones have appeared in the courtyard, hovering near the windows. The security officer quickly activated the communicator on his wrist, instantly connecting to the security system and displaying the outdoor footage. A drone the size of a basin was circling the front entrance. As the view zoomed in, Liu clearly saw a glowing emblem on the mechanical cover of the drone, emblazoned with the words, "You cannot leave." Liu was taken aback. Who are they? Sweat beaded on his forehead as a sudden wave of fear washed over him. He was unaware of who had targeted him. Yet it was evident that they aimed to prevent his departure. 1 minute later, more than 20 security personnel from the studio, armed and equipped, rushed to the back entrance. Outside, a young man referred to as the Wine Immortal by Weber stood casually by the roadside with one hand in his pocket, nonchalantly declaring, "You cannot leave." The security personnel remained silent, preparing to burst out of the courtyard. The Wine Immortal yawned and slowly raised his right arm. Swish, swish, swish. 3 beams of blue light flickered from the northern direction, streaking directly into the studio courtyard and targeting the main building. Boom, boom. The blue orbs collided with the outer walls of the building, erupting in a dazzling display of light accompanied by a muffled explosion that resonated in Liu's ears. The Wine Immortal tousled his disheveled hair and shouted again, "I might be drinking fake wine. If you dare to step out that door, I assure you the next shot 1 TB is stun round." The security personnel halted, glaring furiously at the Wine Immortal. Bang! Inside the building, Liu kicked the transparent glass panel with fury, shouting, "Who the hell is messing with me?" Just as his words fell, a police department aircraft landed at the courtyard entrance, and Li Dongming, Dr. Peng, Wei Wu, and others disembarked together. The optimal opportunity for escape had vanished, leaving Liu completely trapped within the confines of the studio. Chapter 35. Thus, there are no yous in this world. A blaring siren reverberated through the streets, piercing the stillness of the night. As an array of illuminating lights lit up the darkened sky, the police department and the AI patrol division dispatched their aerial vehicles, police patrol cars, and intelligent combat units to encircle the vicinity of the Longhui Biological Studio, swiftly securing the scene. Inspector Li Dongming of the police department met with the head of the AI patrol division, exchanging a brief handshake before engaging in conversation behind the vehicles. "There was an electrical explosion here, correct?" Li inquired. "Yes, but it did not result in significant damage," answered the head of the AI patrol division. A lean and efficient middle-aged man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with a stern demeanor. "How long until the special operations team arrives?" Li pressed. "According to our intelligence, student Zhang Yunxi is inside. 5 minutes could prove crucial. We should proceed now," the middle-aged man decisively stated. Turning to the captain of the action team, he commanded, "Formulate an action plan and prepare to secure the scene." Understood. After their discussion, the two approached the command vehicle. Within 2 minutes, the action team captain had devised a plan to secure the area, which received approval from the higher-ups. Over 30 fully armed members of the AI patrol division infiltrated the studio's courtyard from the side, while aerial reconnaissance drones and aircraft gradually approached the main building. At the back entrance of the studio, a wine merchant dispatched by Weber, upon witnessing the official intervention, immediately made a hasty retreat. Connecting with Weber from his vehicle, "The patrol division and police are here. I am leaving now." Outside the studio, over 100 patrol officers had secured the surrounding streets, meticulously monitoring potential escape routes for the criminals. The street corners were sealed off by police vehicles, and all observable surveillance cameras and electronic devices within the studio were rendered inoperative. At the front entrance, the head of the AI patrol division stood within the command vehicle, scrutinizing numerous video feeds, utilizing holographic projections to connect with each team member assigned specific tasks. Prepare for a strong assault. At that moment, a convoy appeared at the sealed street, and a group of impeccably dressed men disembarked. Leading them was a man in his late 40s, exuding an air of refinement and authority, accompanied by a well-preserved, youthful woman beside him, clad in a cream-colored fitted suit. She anxiously addressed the patrol officers. My son is inside the studio. Please allow us to enter." The elegant middle-aged man was Liu Ye's biological father, Liu Zhonghui. while the woman was Lu Ye's mother, Yu Jiehui. Both were renowned merchants in Mingzhu City. It was rumored that Lu Zhonghui had invested in the Qingshan Academy, though he had not taken a direct role as a board member for reasons unknown. At the front entrance, Dr. Pang anxiously gazed at the main building of the studio, frowning as he turned to Wei Wu and asked, "What are the chances of Zhang Yunxi surviving in this situation?" As the two engaged in dialogue, Weber, accompanied by only 4 individuals, approached the periphery of the warning line, observing the situation within the studio courtyard with his hands clasped behind his back. Within the laboratory on the 5th underground level of the studio building, Lu's complexion was pale, and his eyes reflected a sense of panic as he connected to the communicator. Urgently addressing his father, the inspection team is preparing to launch an attack. His son was cornered, and Lu Zhonghui's anxiety was palpable. Yet, as a seasoned veteran of the business battlefield, he managed to compose himself and devise an appropriate response. "Listen to me. Calm down," Lu Zhonghui commanded. His gaze fierce as he instructed, "Zhang Yunxi cannot survive. Do you understand? You have already made contact with him. If he enters the police headquarters, they will surely extract his memories, and at that point, the evidence will be irrefutable, and you will be finished." "Yes, yes," Lu replied, nodding vigorously. "Do not place him in the cryogenic chamber. Instruct the technicians to extract the electrode chip from his brain and download the memories." Lu Zhonghui's brow furrowed deeply as he continued. "Once that's done, eliminate him and incinerate the body. Leave no evidence. Without Zhang Yunxi's conscious command, we cannot access the electrode chip. If we cannot retrieve the memories, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Are you a fool? Leave behind his DNA. I will find someone to devise a method to crack the electrode chip." Lu Zhonghui growled. "Take hostages to buy time. And do not allow the AI inspection team to control the scene until the task is complete. Go now." All right. The father-son duo concluded their communication, and Lu cast a fierce glance towards Zhang Yunxi within the room. A minute later, as the action team of the AI inspection unit approached the main building of the studio, the lights on the first floor suddenly extinguished. A series of footsteps echoed, and 8 AI robots emerged, holding 3 young warehouse clerks hostage. "Do not attack, or we will kill them immediately." The leading AI robot emitted a sharp electronic voice, addressing those outside. At the main entrance of the courtyard, Li Dongming witnessed this scene and immediately rushed towards the command vehicle. Inside, a lean middle-aged man glanced at the video footage, decisively commanding, "Aerial units, prepare to simultaneously eliminate the AI robots." With a crash, Li Dongming burst into the vehicle, shouting, "We cannot act. We must wait for support from the police headquarters and await orders from above. We cannot engage. What if they are not accomplices? Who will take responsibility for that?" He continued, "Tomorrow morning, this case may shock the entire Pearl City. Our very hairs could be scrutinized by the public. The rescue of hostages inherently carries risks. I would rather do nothing than make a mistake." Li Dongming interjected, blocking the middle-aged man. "We must wait for the offensive orders from above." The lean middle-aged man was somewhat speechless, as this operation involved a joint effort from 2 departments, and he did not possess absolute command authority. Within the command vehicle, a dispute erupted between the 2 leaders, while Zhang Yunxi, 5 levels underground, faced a moment of life and death. 4 assailants clad in heavy combat suits, their arms encased in mechanical appendages, first extracted Zhang Yunxi from the cryogenic chamber and laid him flat upon a mobile iron bed. "Draw his blood. Extract the electrode chip from his brain," commanded the leading thug, urging them to hasten their actions. 8 technicians promptly advanced, for wielding syringes to draw blood, while the others firmly gripped his head, beginning the extraction of the chip. Zhang Yunxi lay supine on the bed, his eyes wide open, his mind engulfed in chaos. He had just been administered a potent sedative by the technicians and subsequently sprayed with a freezing gun. The ordeal had taken a toll on him. Yet it was precisely due to Lu Ye's intervention that his life was temporarily spared. The sedative slowed his genetic mutation, while the freezing gun eliminated numerous mutated cells, preventing him from meeting the same explosive fate as Weber's beloved dog, Bobo. In the tumultuous fog of his mind, memories flickered like slides on a projector: his family's tragic demise, the betrayal by AI caretaker Li Yun, and the public uproar surrounding the heinous murder of his family, which had become fodder for millions to dissect and discuss. At a mere 18 years of age, he found himself isolated and helpless, further subjected to public bullying at the academy. These memories loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his frail frame. He felt lost, abandoned, and burdened with grievances that no one seemed willing to hear. nor was there anyone to provide him support. Today, however, Zhang Yunxi was struck by an outrageously infuriating revelation. All of this was intricately linked to Lu Ye's family, to Li Han, and to the organization that proclaimed "Long live the New World." Damn it! Zhang Yunxi could not fathom how they could be so merciless, so ruthless, and why he had become their target. A seething anger throbbed within him, alleviating the pain that had previously cracked his flesh. Beside the moving iron bed, a technician wielded a scalpel, attempting to slice through Zhang Yunxi's scalp, but was met with dismay as the sharp blade failed to penetrate the thickened layer of skin caused by excessive growth. "It one T cut," the technician exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Get out of the way," shouted the leading thug, shoving the technician aside. Clenching his mechanical fist, he struck Zhang Yunxi's occiput with 2 forceful blows. "If it can't be removed, then smash it. It will be destroyed anyway. Come help." Another thug approached, pressing Zhang Yunxi's head down with his left hand while his right hand, a steel fist, rose to shatter the entry point of the electrode chip. Just then, the life signs monitor connected to Zhang Yunxi's cryogenic chamber emitted a sudden alarm, a series of complex values spiking dramatically before devolving into gibberish. The group turned in unison towards the electronic panel, bewildered. What is happening?" The technicians were at a loss. "You beasts, I will die alongside you," Zhang Yunxi roared. In an instant, a fist, thickly encased in hardened skin, burst through the left thug's skull with a single punch, shattering it completely. The technician's body was propelled by the force of the attack, soaring over 2 meters. With a sudden burst, Zhang Yunxi leapt up, effortlessly shattering the alloy chains that bound him, and stood upon the moving iron bed. While his height remained largely unchanged, his physique had expanded significantly, now appearing to weigh no less than 100 kilograms. Like a statue, as he moved, the thick layers of keratinous debris fell away in a chaotic manner, and his eyes were entirely suffused with a gray hue, with his pupils seemingly vanished. The onlookers instinctively recoiled at the sight of Zhang Yunxi. 3 seconds later, bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the laboratory's glass door, along with the photon energy barrier, shattered, sending the 2 assailants, their bodies grotesquely deformed, flying out. Whoosh! Zhang Yunxi's clothing cracked as he surged forth at incredible speed. "Lu Yi, come, I'll rip your brains out." Chapter 36. The preliminary genetic fracture in the Ronghui Biological Studio. The windows surrounding the first-floor hall were completely sealed off by sunshades. Inside, several groups of signal jammers were activated, rendering the patrol units outside oblivious to the scenes within and incapable of detecting the situation here. In the hall, Lu Yi, dressed in civilian attire, crouched beside the left wall amidst a crowd, where 8 hostages were held, flanked by 7 or 8 armed thugs. After Li settled into his position, one of the thugs approached and asked, "What should we do, boss? Once Zhang Yunxi is dealt with inside, take me out as a hostage and pretend to negotiate with the patrol unit and the police department," Lu Yi instructed rapidly. "Hold out for a while, then you surrender, and I'll be rescued. It's that simple." Understood. Delete all memory data within the electrode chip and shut down the AI Group's memory system. Lu Yi reiterated. "Leave no traces." "Yes, it's already done. Now, shoot me in the leg." Li gritted his teeth, exposing his pale thigh. "Make it count." "Boss, you. What are you doing?" The thug appeared bewildered. "It needs to look authentic." Lu Yi's expression twisted in agony. "I cannot afford to be harmed." The thug hesitated, eyeing Lu Yi's thigh before reluctantly pulling out a kinetic gun. "Here I go. Fire, hit me hard." Lu Yi turned his head away resolutely. The thug aimed the gun at Lu Yi's calf, preparing to pull the trigger. Downstairs, Zhang Yunxi had emerged. Suddenly, a shout echoed through the real-time communication channel among the thugs. Lu Yi's head snapped up, directing his gaze toward the elevator. Bang! Bang! At that moment, heavy footsteps reverberated within the room, and Zhang Yunxi, his skin ashen and resembling a stone statue, appeared at the stairway. Upon hearing the noise, all the thugs turned to face the staircase, their expressions filled with astonishment. Zhang Yunxi stood at the top of the stairs, swiftly surveying the surroundings. And in less than a second, he locked on to Lu Yi, who was crouched among the crowd, and their eyes met, filled with deep-seated enmity. Whoosh! Zhang Yunxi sprang into action, his seemingly robust yet somewhat clumsy legs propelling him forward with astonishing speed, each step leaving a shallow dent on the polished floor. "Control him!" Lu Yi exclaimed in panic, rising to flee. Electric explosive balls, thermal weapons, and particle beams unleashed a barrage upon Zhang Yunxi. Bang! Bang! The resounding explosions echoed throughout the hall, with the most concentrated attacks targeting Zhang Yunxi's chest and head. The thick, keratinous layer of his skin began to crack and fall away, akin to a statue being shattered. Yet astonishingly, after enduring a relentless barrage, Zhang Yunxi's movement remained unaffected. The resilient keratin layer served as a form of elastic armor, absorbing the majority of the firepower. The most heavily struck area, his head, only oozed a viscous gray liquid, the nature of which remained indiscernible. Bang! Zhang Yunxi charged towards the two individuals on the left with the ferocity of a gorilla. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick that sent one of them flying several meters away, crashing against the concrete wall with a resounding thud, leaving him utterly incapacitated. The other man, filled with terror, instinctively took a step back, forgetting even to pull the trigger. Zhang Yunxi then landed a punch to the opponent's abdomen, causing him to double over, his body curling like a shrimp. With a swift knee strike to the side of the man's head, he soared through the air like a kite. The sound of cracking bones echoing as blood sprayed from the thug's mouth, staining the visor of his helmet a vivid red. "Protect me." Lu, paralyzed with fear, dashed towards the side door in a frenzy. The remaining thugs, fiercely loyal, blocked the entrance, their eyes betraying both dread and stubborn defiance as they regarded Zhang Yunxi. New World. The onlookers wished to chant a rallying cry to bolster their courage. With a series of thuds and cracks, Zhang Yunxi moved through them like a tiger among sheep, incapacitating 5 men in mere seconds. Lu burst out of the main hall, calling out, "Help me, help me. The thugs want to kill me." Zhang Yunxi seized one thug by the leg and hurled him like a javelin. "Ah!" The thug screamed in midair, eyes squeezed shut, colliding with the fleeing Lu. The weight of an average adult male, approximately 150 pounds, combined with the force of being thrown, was at least 200 pounds upon impact. Crack! The thug crashed into Lu's back, the sound of bones fracturing resonating as they collided like 2 bowling balls, both rebounding from the force. "Ah!" Lu clutched his left ribs in agony, collapsing to the ground and howling in pain. Outside the courtyard, the explosive clash on the side of the main building drew the attention of the AI patrol team monitoring the situation within, as well as personnel from the police department. "Someone's escaping." Dr. Pang, Tong Zhan, and Wei Wu gasped in astonishment as they turned their gaze to the scene. On the ground, Lu, enduring excruciating pain, activated the electrode chip in his mind, utilizing its wireless communication capability to contact his father. Father has killed him. We can't control him. We can proceed with Plan B." Zhang Yunxi emerged from the side door with remarkable speed, having not uttered a single word since his appearance. His gray eyes revealed no emotion whatsoever. "Who is that person?" Dr. Pang exclaimed in disbelief, failing to recognize him. "Stop." "The one in the gray combat uniform. I represent the Mingzhu City Police Department, and I command you to cease your violence immediately." The officer in the aerial police surveillance craft was at a loss for words, his tone tinged with astonishment as he repeatedly urged Zhang Yunxi to surrender. Buzzing filled the air. A dozen or so police unmanned combat reconnaissance drones approached, their various light cannons aimed squarely at Zhang Yunxi's form. Simultaneously, over 30 operatives from the AI Inspection Division surged forth from the side of the main building, brandishing an array of weapons, their sights trained on Zhang Yunxi's vital points. He is Zhang Yunxi. He has illicitly utilized a forbidden viral agent. His genes have mutated, rendering him highly aggressive, responsible for the deaths of numerous innocent individuals within the studio. Lu, lying on the ground, shouted desperately, "Open fire. Eliminate him. Save me." Bang! No sooner had he spoken than an operative from the AI Inspection Division, positioned on the elevated platform to the left, expertly maneuvered a sniper cannon, shattering the ground before Zhang Yunxi with a single shot. Chapter 37. A fist shatters darkness before Zhang Yunxi lay a deep pit, approximately 1 meter in depth and 1.5 meters in diameter. Outside the courtyard, at the edge of the security line, Lu Zhonghui forcefully pushed aside the obstructing officers of the police department, rushing towards the entrance with a frantic fervor. "Get out of the way. He wants to kill my son." In that moment, the Lu couple was consumed by an overwhelming sense of urgency, witnessing their son being battered within the courtyard, completely losing their rationality. The police officers, unable to discern the identities of the Lu couple, recognized their desperate concern for their child and refrained from pursuing them. As there were security personnel stationed at the main entrance of the compound, the couple reached the entrance, shouting towards Li Dongming and the others, "Save my son. What are you doing? Save him." Within the courtyard, he was neither insane nor devoid of reason. At that moment, he stood alone, surrounded by numerous weapons aimed at him, hesitating slightly. This hesitation did not stem from fear. Rather, after 18 years of higher education, his fundamental conscience distinguished him from the criminals around him. He had no desire to harm the innocent officers, nor did he wish to confront the judicial system. Such hesitation arose from a citizen's innate goodness and a profound respect for the law. It is unrealistic to expect a well-bred student to transform into a ruthless outlaw willing to disregard societal laws within a fleeting moment. Zhang Yunxi. At that instant, a lean officer from the AI Patrol Division, wielding a megaphone, shouted, "Regardless of what has transpired, regardless of whether you have suffered personal harm, you cannot act impulsively at this moment. The police are here, and the leadership has arrived. You must control your emotions. Consider the sacrifices your deceased parents made for your upbringing. Do not squander your future on those unworthy of it. Trust in the judicial system. Please remain where you are, and leave the rest to us." This slender officer had thoroughly reviewed Zhang Yunxi's background prior to his arrival, and, having learned the circumstances from Li Dongming, did not believe that Zhang Yunxi was capable of committing murder within the studio building, nor did he consider him a criminal. Listening to the officer's call, Zhang Yunxi slowly raised his hands. In that moment, he was rational and filled with respect for the societal environment. The four members of the action team standing to the side, seeing Zhang Yunxi raise his hands, gradually lowered their weapons and approached Lu Yi. Zhang Yunxi fixed his gaze on Lu Yi, bending his knees in preparation to crouch down. The remaining officers gradually drew closer. Outside, Lu Zhonghui clenched his fists, exchanging a knowing glance with his wife. Within the courtyard, Lu Yi was assisted to his feet by the 4 team members, stumbling towards the entrance. "Kill him. You must kill him." At that moment, Lu Yi's mind echoed with this singular thought, as he had encountered both Zhang Xian and Zhang Yunxi face-to-face during the violent incident. And the electrode chip in Zhang Yunxi's brain had not been removed. This implies that if Zhang Yunxi does not perish, the subsequent judicial processes could lead the AI inspection department to extract his memories, thus solidifying his guilt. The student council president would be no more, and the esteemed title of an exemplary youth would vanish. What awaits him is an uncertain number of years behind bars, potentially impacting his father and family as well. Lu also limped forward, swiftly approaching the main entrance of the studio. He anxiously lifted his gaze to his father, who offered a slight nod in return. On the rooftop of a 25-story building to the left, an inspector maneuvered a photon beam sniper rifle, gradually locking onto Zhang Yunxi's head. His gaze wavered and struggled, ultimately morphing into a chilling resolve. Lu, observing his father's expression, slowly turned to look at Zhang Yunxi, only to find the latter fixated on him as well. Their eyes met, and Lu revealed a deviously sinister smile, his gaze brimming with provocation. The two were approximately 300 meters apart. While an ordinary person might fail to discern Lu's expression, the physically agitated Zhang Yunxi could perceive every pore on his face with clarity. Lu's smile ignited an inner turmoil within Zhang Yunxi, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of impending danger. Suddenly, Zhang Yunxi sprang to his feet. Bang! The photon sniper rifle, without having received a command to fire, unexpectedly discharged towards Zhang Yunxi. With a muffled sound, just as Zhang Yunxi stood upright, the beam struck his abdomen. The armor-like keratin layer was instantly breached, gray fluid oozing forth, soon followed by bright red blood. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, appeared in Zhang Yunxi's abdomen. On the platform, the inspector controlling the photon sniper rifle was utterly astonished, as he had locked onto Zhang Yunxi's head. Yet the shot landed in his abdomen when he suddenly stood. What baffled him further was why, after the shot, Zhang Yunxi bore only a scar the size of a bowl on his abdomen. This was the kind of firepower capable of obliterating an ordinary flying device. Who the hell fired that shot? Capture him! The frail inspector shouted in a fit of rage. There's a mole among us. It's too dark. Zhang Yunxi gazed down at his abdominal wound, suddenly activating, and seized a nearby officer. It's too dark. I refuse to believe in this so-called judicial fairness. With a swift motion, Zhang Yunxi grasped the officer by the collar, lifting him as one would a chick, and raced towards the main gate of the compound with a speed akin to that of a flying car. Zhang Yunxi's pace had escalated beyond human limits, now resembling the prowess of a machine. At the entrance, Lu was just about to leave when he turned to see Zhang Yunxi standing right before him. The frail inspector received a report from the observers. We can't lock onto him. He has taken a hostage. What are you smiling at? Zhang Yunxi released the officer, directing his question at Lu. Lu stood frozen, his expression blank as he stepped back. I warned you not to provoke me. I've long since lost the will to live. Zhang Yunxi seized Lu Yi by his collar, forcefully yanking him closer, his right fist raised high, aimed directly at the heart of his adversary, and then he struck with tremendous force. Thud! Splatter! With a single blow, Lu Yi's chest was shattered. Zhang Yunxi's arm piercing through Lu Yi's entire form, his bloodied iron fist emerging from the man's back. 3 meters away, the faces of Lu Zhonghui and his wife turned ashen, their eyes filled with dread. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yunxi toppled Lu Yi, relentlessly pummeling his head with blow after blow, shouting furiously, "What are you laughing at? Tell me what makes you laugh. Who permitted you to laugh?" Ah! The anguished wail of Lu Yi's mother echoed from outside the door. Chapter 38. The explosive streets, a piercing wail echoed outside the door as Lu Yi's mother lost her sanity, struggling to rush into the courtyard. "Do not go in. It's dangerous," shouted the AI patrol officer stationed at the entrance, pulling Lu Yi's parents back. Within the courtyard, the patrol officers who had previously surrounded Zhang Yunxi had dispersed, wielding their weapons and firing at him. However, these handheld energy weapons and firearms were utterly incapable of restraining his movements. Bang! 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 Zhang Yunxi pressed Lu Yi to the ground with one hand, relentlessly swinging his right fist, releasing the pent-up emotions of anger, helplessness, and frustration that had been suffocating him. Lu Yi's skull shattered, leaving his upper body devoid of any intact organs. Zhang Yunxi rose and kicked Lu Yi's mangled body aside, slowly straightening himself up. "Open fire. Shoot him." Li Dongming and the recently arrived leaders from the police department retreated, shouting orders in a state of panic. Regardless of whether Zhang Yunxi was a victim, he exhibited extreme danger and aggression at that moment. The police could not allow him to continue harming others. As the order to fire was given, drones and aircraft in the sky swiftly converged, lowering their altitude to engage. "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge my son!" Lu Yi's mother screamed frantically, pointing at Zhang Yunxi. Lu Zhonghui's gaze was filled with malice as he trembled with rage, berating the patrol officers. "What are you doing? You useless bunch! Taxpayers contribute so much every year. Are you really just going to watch him die at the hands of a murderer?" Once Zhang Yunxi had straightened up, he immediately charged toward the front gate, his speed rivaling that of an ordinary automobile. The force of his body surged with an intensity that transcended human limits. "Your child is Lu Yi, but others' children are just wildlings?" Zhang Yunxi roared in fury, charging toward the iron gate like a raging bull. "You beasts dare to speak of retribution." At that moment, Zhang Yunxi's mind was devoid of any considerations. He was acutely aware of the changes in his body as a biology student. Until today, he had never encountered any literature describing a condition akin to his own: rapid genetic mutations, bodily expansion, and cellular activity exceeding the limits of human endurance. All these factors indicated to Zhang Yunxi that his body was on the verge of breaking down. It was as if a tire was being inflated incessantly, destined to surpass its critical point and eventually burst. Zhang Yunxi felt certain that he would not survive. There was likely no one in this world who could save him. Perhaps, in the future, talents in the field of biological sciences might discover a solution, but he would not live to see that day. Death? He could accept death. But could he die in vain? Zhang Yunxi, even with a rather simplistic mindset, managed to comprehend the situation. Lu, a student of approximately 20 years, undoubtedly could not be the ultimate mastermind behind the scenes. The earlier demeanor of Lu's father, coupled with the silent exchange of glances between father and son, revealed an undeniable bond, both as kin and as conspirators. Yet, Lu's father had not directly participated in any criminal act nor committed murder. Given the current circumstances, he might ultimately evade prosecution. What audacity! How could one orchestrate such chaos and remain unscathed? Since I am destined for demise, might it not be better to enact justice on behalf of the heavens? With a resounding crash, the heavy iron gate of the courtyard before Zhang Yunxi crumpled like cotton candy. Maintaining his swift momentum, he propelled himself into the gate, distorting it upon impact. Zhang Yunxi burst through, charging directly at Lu Zhonghui. "Stop him!" Li Dongming's composure shattered. He sensed that after tonight, his position as Inspector General was almost certainly at risk, likely leading to his dismissal. 6 or 7 armed officers from the police department positioned themselves before Lu Zhonghui, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. The concentrated barrage struck Zhang Yunxi, inflicting some harm upon his form, yet failing to impede his advance. With a series of resounding impacts, Zhang Yunxi deftly incapacitated 4 patrol officers, sending them tumbling or soaring through the air, yet he refrained from delivering lethal blows. "Come along with your son. Zhang Yunxi propelled himself upward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lu Zhonghui. In that instant, Lu Zhonghui's expression turned vacant, the earlier anger, the smoldering resentment, and the profound sorrow over his son's demise evaporated, replaced solely by sheer terror. Drip, drop. As Zhang Yunxi soared, Lu Zhonghui felt a warmth spreading in his trousers, as urine streamed down his thighs. At that moment, a brilliant blue beam flashed across the sky, momentarily blinding Zhang Yunxi in midair. Bang! The beam from a sniper cannon, aided by electronic targeting, struck Zhang Yunxi. The gray epidermis was pierced, blood gushing from his shoulder as he fell backward to the ground. Thus far, only the high-powered beam sniper cannon had proven effective in injuring Zhang Yunxi. Other, less potent weapons had failed to offer any advantage. Thud. Zhang Yunxi plummeted, landing on his back. Lock him down, lock him down. Li Dongming gestured urgently. A swarm of aerial vehicles descended rapidly, and the patrol officers, guiding their trajectory, decisively pressed the launch button. Bang, bang, bang. From the weapon bays below the aircraft, more than 20 metallic chains, tipped with sharp spearheads, were unleashed, hurtling towards Zhang Yunxi on the ground. This grappling weapon, originally designed to combat AI adversaries, was rendered effective against mechanical entities that felt no pain. As long as their kinetic and control systems remained intact, even severely damaged, their armaments could still be operational. Thus, employing alloy chains to restrain one's adversary is indeed a commendable strategy. With a whoosh, over 20 chains shot forth, 6 sets of metallic spearheads piercing Zhang Yunxi's body, including his legs, arms, and the vicinity of his spine. It's over. Wei Wu, observing Zhang Yunxi's plight from a secure distance, felt an inexplicable sorrow. Surely, he would not survive this. Zhang Yunxi, in excruciating agony, rose to his feet, his body ensnared by 6 metal chains, stretched out in a star-like formation, on the verge of being hoisted into the air. Entangle him, dominate him. The frail patrol leader shouted. I refuse to commit evil. Yet today, I shall take him with me. Zhang Yunxi bellowed, exerting his weight forward, yanking with all his might. Whoosh! The 6 flying vehicles above were abruptly thrown into chaos, swaying erratically. With a determined pull, Zhang Yunxi advanced several paces, gathering momentum, and astonishingly broke into a run. The flying vehicles began to skid, the alarm systems rendering the cockpit patrol officers utterly devoid of security. You must perish. After sprinting for several meters, Zhang Yunxi suddenly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick to a police flying vehicle parked by the roadside. Whoosh! The motorcycle-sized police aircraft shot into the air like a cannonball. After gliding for several meters, it accurately collided with Lu Zhonghui, who was in full flight. The weight of the vehicle, coupled with its airborne inertia, struck him as if a fully loaded truck barreled down upon an innocent pedestrian. Bang crash! With a thundering sound, Lu Zhonghui was propelled into the air, his body floating 3 or 4 meters before crashing against a nearby wall. Half of Lu Zhonghui's head was obliterated by the flying vehicle, his chest and arms visibly shattered. Lu's mother, utterly bewildered, stared blankly at her husband before collapsing onto the ground. Tap, tap, tap. 3 drones that had just descended. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yunxi engaged with Lu Zhonghui, stealthily maneuvered behind him, releasing several automatic injectors loaded with sedatives. Zhang Yunxi's back was filled with tubes, and at the moment the injectors administered the tranquilizers, his mind began to spin, and his limbs grew weak. In the darkness, Zhang Yunxi stood amidst the wreckage of the street, his gaze fixed upon Lu Zhonghui. Does it feel good? Thud. As his words fell, Zhang Yunxi collapsed to the ground. Bind him. Restrain him. The shouts echoed around. Chapter 39. Unintentionally becoming the center of attention after Zhang Yunxi was taken under control. He was transferred to 2 different hospitals within a span of 4 hours. Both the nearest district hospital and Mingzhu City Hospital were unable to provide any treatment or even ascertain the nature of his ailments. Ultimately, it was Dr. Peng from the Academy of Sciences who suggested to the police department that Zhang Yunxi be sent to Mingzhu Medical University Hospital for further medical intervention. Dr. Peng, a graduate of the university's biology department, had peers still teaching there, many of whom were distinguished scholars in the field of biology. Furthermore, Dr. Peng had an acquaintance with Zhang Yunxi, which led the police department to entrust his team with the task of researching and treating Zhang. Why was it termed research treatment? Because even a leading biologist like Dr. Peng could not determine the type of virus infecting Zhang or the changes occurring in his body, necessitating a dual approach of research and treatment. 2 days later, In a temporary patient room within the biological laboratory of Ming Medical University, Dr. Pang examined Zhang Yunxi's bodily data and adjusted his glasses, inquiring if the cryogenic treatment had yielded any results. No, a young biologist beside him replied, shaking his head. Its genetic structure is exceptionally unique. The arrangement of the 4 base pairs is unlike anything we have ever encountered. The cellular activity is alarmingly high. Since yesterday, the external wounds on his body have healed by 70%, and it is anticipated that he will fully recover by this evening. Dr. Pang remained silent. However, the rapid cellular expansion would soon threaten his life, and we currently lack a method to inhibit the ongoing genetic mutations. The alterations in base pair arrangements are random and continue to evolve. The young biologist continued. We have observed the changes in his cells and extracted his blood. But there is an even stranger phenomenon. What kind of change? Dr. Pang turned to face him. The cells responsible for the changes in his body. Or perhaps a certain virus withers and dies within 3 seconds of leaving the host. Even if transferred to another organism, the same fate befalls them. This renders us unable to observe or analyze the situation effectively. The young man spread his hands. Clearly, we cannot determine what is happening within his body. Dr. Pang furrowed his brow, feeling a mix of intrigue and urgency regarding Zhang Yunxi's condition, yet he was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. After the genetic fission in Zhang Yunxi's body, all the knowledge he possessed seemed rendered futile. Dr. Pang was perplexed. With his stature and expertise in the biological field, he could not comprehend the changes within Zhang Yunxi. How could such a virus arise? Was it an ancient virus existing on Earth, or a man-made creation? No, it must be an ancient virus that remains beyond the current understanding of the biological community. If it were human-made, even if he could not decipher it immediately, he would at least grasp the fundamental aspects. It was inconceivable that he could be entirely unable to comprehend it. Dr. Pang held steadfastly to this belief. Yet unbeknownst to him, the agent Zhang Yunxi had absorbed was neither an ancient virus nor a product of human engineering, but rather an accidental occurrence. Why? Due to the 4 vials of medication exchanged between Pang Baran and Weber, they were not intended for simultaneous use. However, by a twist of fate, Zhang Yunxi absorbed them all at once. This kind of fission is not merely a matter of 11,114, but rather an infinite phenomenon, as it remains entirely unknown. Since Zhang Yunxi began receiving treatment from Dr. Pang and his colleagues, all medications and medical devices have proven ineffective on him, even being rejected by his body, expelled through urine and feces without absorption. Currently, the only effective substance is a potent sedative, which can induce a state of lethargy in Zhang Yunxi's brain, reducing the activity of his bodily cells, thereby temporarily slowing the process of genetic mutation. Yet, this is merely a palliative measure. Zhang Yunxi's body is evolving, and the new cells have adapted to the sedative, developing antibodies, rendering it ineffective. Dr. Pang stood solemnly in the ward, gazing at Zhang Yunxi, who lay within the nutrient chamber, and quietly stated, "Prepare for contingencies." Indeed, he continued, "Firstly, we must persist in studying and observing the changes in Zhang Yunxi's body, striving to uncover the code of his mutation." He paused for emphasis. Simultaneously, we should apply to the police department for permission to conduct a memory download, and urge the hospital to swiftly develop a cryogenic chamber capable of preserving the activity of the new cells. If Zhang Yunxi ultimately cannot be saved, his body and memories must be preserved. His genetic mutation could potentially unlock a new frontier in the field of biology for humanity. Those present understood implicitly that Dr. Pang had little hope for Zhang Yunxi's recovery. The knowledge they currently possessed was insufficient to unravel the secrets behind Zhang Yunxi's bodily changes in such a short time. Thus, it appeared inevitable that once Zhang Yunxi could no longer endure the transformations within him, he would ultimately succumb to death. Later that evening, in a standard ward at Mingyi University, Zhang Yunxi lay in her hospital bed, having just completed her statement, while the officers from the police department politely rose and advised her to rest well. In truth, after Zhu Qingshan's explosion shattered the building that night, Zhang Yunxi was forcibly separated from Zhang Yunxi. She fell into the basement, sustaining a mild head injury from the impact and lost consciousness, only to awaken on the ground, subsequently taken away by the police. For the past 2 days, Zhang Yunxi had been recuperating here, providing her testimony and even voluntarily sharing her memories. However, aside from the police patrol officers, only her mother had come to visit. No other family members had appeared, and the academy, perhaps overwhelmed with matters, had only made a few calls to inquire about her condition. Lying in the hospital bed, Zhang Yunxi felt drowsy and prepared to rest for a while. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open with a loud bang, and in strode a young man and woman. Upon seeing them, Zhang Yunxi furrowed her brow. "Look at you. Doing nothing all day but causing trouble, right?" The young woman, stylishly dressed and carrying an expensive handbag, launched into a personal attack. "I told you before not to get involved with that mechanical contraption. Now look what has happened. You've gotten hurt. And our family's interests are entangled in this mess. Are you aware of the magnitude of this case? Today, the police have already sought out my father for questioning. How foolish can you be, akin to a swine? Is it not enough to simply focus on your studies at the academy? Must you meddle in societal affairs? Do you possess the intellect for such matters? Indeed, you are fully aware that the robot was shattered by criminals, so why pursue its repair? Have you not contemplated the possibility of retaliation?" The man furrowed his brow in frustration, exclaiming, "I swear you seem to have undergone genetic mutation. Your brain is evidently located in your posterior." Zhang Yunxi's delicate visage betrayed no emotion. She lowered her head and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Are you finished? May I leave now? I require rest leave." "Nonsense. I am out in the field on business, yet I must return to address your predicament." The man retorted angrily. "That robot discharged particle beams in public, shattering cars and demolishing buildings. We are now subjected to an investigation. Do you comprehend?" Zhang Yunxi slowly lifted her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of disdain and hatred passing through her eyes. Later, at approximately 9 in the evening, within the temporary infirmary of the biological research building, a young man burst into the laboratory, exclaiming, "This is bad, Dr. Pang. Zhang Yunxi's vital signs are unstable. His body is undergoing changes once more. Let us go and investigate." Dr. Pang immediately rose and followed the young man outside, asking, "Have the sedatives been increased as per the predetermined plan?" Soon, everyone arrived at the infirmary and witnessed Zhang Yunxi's body once again manifesting a gray, keratinous layer. He had awakened, emitting agonizing howls from within the nutrient chamber. "How much longer?" Dr. Pang demanded of his team. Clenching his fists, he commanded, "Download his memories and prepare to completely freeze his body." "Old Pang, we have not received permission from the police to download memories. I have stated it clearly. His body is the key to unlocking new realms. We cannot concern ourselves with such matters. Prepare for the download." Dr. Pang, a professional madman, was unwilling to watch Zhang Yunxi perish. He yearned to preserve the body for future research and to download his memories, allowing him to live in a realm of immortality while conveying his circumstances. "This is of utmost importance. Hurry, let us begin," Dr. Pang shouted. Upon hearing his words, the team immediately assembled the equipment, even at the risk of legal repercussions. "Ah, save me," Zhang Yunxi pleaded, pounding on the nutrient chamber in anguish. "Dr. Pang, Dr. Pang." At that moment, a young man clad in a white lab coat rushed in, drenched in sweat, stating, "The security department downstairs received an anonymous package. The contents are crucial." He handed a small box to Dr. Pang, saying, "The card is inside." Upon opening the box, Dr. Pang discovered a dozen or so vials of identical blue serum, alongside a succinct printed card. "Inhibitor, it can save him." The 7 words on the card shone brilliantly. Chapter 40. The ultimate truth in a dimly lit corridor. Zhang Yunxi sprinted fervently, his gaze fixed on the throngs of individuals clad in crimson battle attire, repeatedly shouting, "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" Yet, no one responded. It appeared that these scarlet warriors were utterly oblivious to his presence, all racing towards the corridor's end where blinding light enveloped everything in a stark, white haze, rendering visibility impossible. Amidst the ruins of a city, Zhang Yunxi stood beside a collapsed edifice, glancing down at his chest and legs, where multiple wounds oozed crimson. The surrounding area was desolate. As he surveyed the wreckage, not a single soul was in sight, the silence overwhelming. "Where's everyone? Where have you all gone? Speak to me. Don't leave me all alone." Within a sprawling camp spanning several kilometers, flames roared fiercely as red-clad soldiers dashed about, the air thick with the sounds of explosions. Zhang Yunxi, donned in battle gear and appearing disheveled, ran frantically through the chaos, calling out, "Where are you? Don't run away. I'm coming to save you." Like a tireless automaton, he anxiously searched while shouting. At last, beneath a photon cannon, he spotted a figure. Overcome with exhilaration, despite the obscured visage, he rushed forward, exclaiming, I'm here. Don't move." As his words faded, the silhouette stepped into view, raising a weapon with an expression of chilling indifference directed at Zhang Yunxi. You. He halted abruptly, his heart sinking into despair and disbelief. Bang. The figure fired at Zhang Yunxi, a blinding beam hurtling towards him. As he beheld the searing light, fury and sorrow surged within him, and he cried out, "Why? Inside a nutrient pod measuring 3 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width, Zhang Yunxi, entirely unclothed, suddenly erupted into a fit of madness, his face contorted in rage. With a start, a young man slumped over a desk on the left was jolted awake by the screams, rubbing his eyes as he turned towards the nutrient pod. Bang! Zhang Yunxi shot up abruptly within the pod, his forehead colliding with the synthetic glass, as hard as steel. The impact sent him crashing back down, as if struck by a heavy object, leaving him sprawled once more. Zhang Yunxi was having another episode, banging his head against the nutrient pod's glass. It looked quite severe, a plea for assistance. The young man immediately shouted towards the real-time communication device on the desk. Half a minute later, 6 members of the AI patrol unit, accompanied by 4 AI mechs, burst into the room, weapons raised. Following closely was Dr. Peng and his team, who rushed in, waving their hands and shouting, "Do not engage yet. Let us check his readings." "What readings?" He has lost his mind. A member of the AI patrol unit retorted, raising a hand and commanding, "Prepare to fire. Subdue him." As a group engaged in conversation, Zhang Yunxi slowly sat up, first glancing at his own lower region, then surveying his bare form. What is happening? Don't move, don't move. Doctor. Peng waved his hands at the personnel from the AI inspection department and hurriedly approached the nutrient chamber, pressing his face against the glass and calling out, "Zhang Yunxi, do you still recognize me? I am your mentor, Dr. Peng." Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yunxi stiffly lifted his neck, gazing at Dr. Peng with wide eyes. I'm not dead. What did you say?" Seeing Zhang Yunxi's blank expression, akin to that of a fool, Dr. Peng immediately raised 2 fingers. "How many is this?" I'm asking you, how many is this?" Dr. Peng exhaled deeply, turning to the AI inspection department personnel and stating, "He still knows it's 2. Communication is unhindered. He is conscious. Verify the values." A man from Dr. Peng's team instructed his assistant. Zhang Yunxi, seated within the nutrient chamber, observed the group of individuals outside scrutinizing him, including several female technicians in their 40s or 50s, causing him to spiral into emotional distress. "Please, stop looking. It's rather embarrassing. Could someone fetch me a pair of shorts, please?" No one responded to him. After about a minute, the assistant stood up and announced, "Values are stable. Open it." Dr. Peng gestured. The assistant pressed the release button, and the glass cover lifted. "Raise your hands and stand up." The personnel from the AI inspection department shouted, brandishing their weapons. Zhang Yunxi, in despair, replied, "I can't stand. My upbringing does not permit such indecent actions." An hour and a half later, under the vigilant scrutiny of the AI inspection department personnel, Zhang Yunxi concluded his conversation with Dr. Peng. During their exchange, Zhang Yunxi learned that he had, for the time being, been rescued, as an unknown individual had delivered a suppressive serum at a critical moment, temporarily inhibiting the mutated genes within him and the newly activated cells. However, this state could not be sustained for long, as the quantity of the suppressive serum was limited and its efficacy was gradually waning. In other words, once Zhang Yunxi's newly transformed body developed antibodies, the serum's effects would dissipate. According to the feedback from the values, the serum's efficacy would last at most 6 months. After half a year, if Dr. Peng and his team failed to discover a method to suppress the mutated genes within Zhang Yunxi or enhance the serum's effectiveness, he would ultimately face demise. A terminal illness? That was essentially the implication. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhang Yunxi felt a surge of panic, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse as he sat alone in the controlled infirmary, engulfed in despair for an extended period. He was merely 18 years old this year, once filled with aspirations for the future and a meticulous life plan. Most importantly, he was still a virgin. The prospect of such a fate was simply unbearable. Furthermore, numerous questions loomed unanswered within Zhang Yunxi's mind. As he slumbered, he dreamt of myriad experiences he had never encountered. A sensation both peculiar and profound. Though merely a dream, the vivid imagery wielded a tangible impact on his emotions. In that fleeting moment of awakening, tears streamed down his face. The Liu family's grand machinations were, after all, an endeavor to usurp his memories. Thus, one might ponder whether his dreams were subtly hinting at something deeper. Could it be that his memories were indeed compromised? Zhang Yunxi was engulfed by curiosity and trepidation as he contemplated these enigmas. He yearned to pursue the truth, yet was acutely aware that he had but 6 months of life remaining. What was he to do? Sitting alone in his room, he ruminated for an extended period, transitioning from initial anxiety and despair to a state of calm resolution. Over the course of his 18th year, he had weathered an abundance of tribulations, which had fortified his once fragile spirit. Death was a fate he wished to evade. Zhang Yunxi had no desire for a mere virtual immortality. Unwilling to exist as a mere string of data in a perpetual realm, he needed to devise a means to escape his predicament. The suppressive serum was a temporary lifeline, secretly delivered to Dr. Pang, indicating that someone still wished to see him live. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. If the serum could be produced, a solution to his plight could surely be found. However, the immediate concern was to find a way out. He was currently under the joint surveillance of the Metropolitan Police and the AI Patrol Division, charged with retaliatory actions against the assailants Lu Yi and others. And despite warnings from law enforcement, he had still eliminated Lu Zhonghui. Such actions constituted a severe breach of legal statutes. As the authorities maintained that his physical mutations had not impaired his judgment, he was deemed a willful avenger, subject to legal retribution. Furthermore, Zhang Yunxi's transformed physical condition surpassed that of an ordinary human, rendering him an exceedingly dangerous individual, necessitating judicial oversight for future management. There was no evading the courtroom. The question remained, how could he absolve himself? Zhang Yunxi felt no remorse for the demise of the Lu family, as he believed he was destined to perish. He accepted the notion that one must pay with their life for taking another. Moreover, they were the true societal threats, and ending their lives felt like a righteous act. However, now that he had miraculously survived, he was compelled to devise a strategy to preserve his own life. 2 potential courses of action emerged. 1. First, he must navigate the legal proceedings, escaping confinement before addressing anything else. 2. If he managed to extricate himself, he would need to identify those who had sold the 4 vials of serum, as Zhang Yunxi suspected they were the ones who had clandestinely provided Dr. Pang with the suppressive liquid to prevent his demise. With these thoughts crystallized, Zhang Yunxi felt a slight uplift in his spirits. At least his objectives were now clear. Over the past few days, he had remained in a nutrient chamber, consuming no regular food, and was now acutely aware of discomfort in his stomach. Thus, the first order of business upon concluding his reflections was to request a meal. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, while Zhang Yunxi was partaking of his meal, he was startled by the sound of the door opening. He looked up to find Wei Wu entering the room. Alas, you have indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. How could you possibly survive this? Wei Wu remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Zhang Yunxi rolled her eyes. We are old classmates. Do you wish me dead? Wei Wu approached, bending to sit upon the chair. Your condition? Let us not discuss me for now. Zhang Yunxi interjected, raising her hand. Did they apprehend Li Han? They did. Wei Wu nodded. But I am under control. How could you possibly see me? After a moment of curiosity, Zhang Yunxi inquired further. Having worked at the police department for many years, do you think I lack connections? Moreover, old Pang is responsible for your treatment, if I mention it to him. What difficulty could there be in arranging a meeting? Wei Wu crossed his legs casually. However, your situation is indeed quite precarious. Brother, let us dispense with the trivialities. I have but one question, Zhang Yunxi said, frowning as she gazed at him. As a professional, from your perspective, how might I prevail in this criminal case? Are you not coercing me to instruct you in evading legal repercussions? Wei Wu immediately waved his hand. I cannot engage in such actions. Once this matter is resolved, I shall transfer you 20,000 yuan, Zhang Yunxi declared, shutting off the automatic memory function of the electrode chip. Upon hearing this, Wei Wu lowered his voice. The crux of your case hinges upon whether it constitutes self-defense. After the genetic mutation, have you indeed lost your capacity for subjective thought? Zhang Yunxi blinked. Speak plainly. She whispered, Brother, what should I do? Think it over. 2 hours later, Zhang Yunxi squatted in the restroom of the detention room, her gaze fixed intently upon the squat toilet, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. To live or to die? Was it a case of intermittent loss of subjective thought, or a continuous descent into madness? This was a profound question indeed. After pondering for a considerable time, she seized a tissue and muttered vehemently, Damn Wei Wu, what ultimate mastery is this? Forget it. I accept the verdict, but I absolutely refuse to consume this excrement. Chapter 41. The Warrior of the Dirty Blood Clan. After careful consideration, Zhang Yunxi concluded that his resolve was insufficient to endure humiliation, a trait that perhaps hindered him from becoming a prominent figure in contemporary society. He lacked the ruthlessness and audacity to be utterly shameless. At 11:30 p.m., four observers clad in white lab coats entered Dr. Pang's team, among whom was a woman in her 40s, the biological researcher whom Zhang Yunxi referred to as Auntie. Upon their arrival, the woman kindly inquired, "Xiao Zhang, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Or perhaps, in a sudden burst of impulsiveness, Zhang Yunxi discarded his patient gown, hurling it at a male technician's face, while simultaneously shedding his trousers, exposing himself, with his bare chest pounding with his right fist. He proclaimed, "Warriors of the Dirty Blood Clan, we shall never be defeated." Astonished silence enveloped the room. The woman turned away, exclaiming, "If you won't be defeated, then fine. But why are you taking off your trousers? Put them back on." "I am too hot. I wish to swim in the ocean," Zhang Yunxi declared, plunging headfirst into the nutrient chamber, where he began to swim freely in the shallow nutrient solution, splashing liquid everywhere and drenching everyone in the vicinity. With a rather ungraceful posture, he continued his reckless swimming. "This is it. He has lost it. Monitor his vitals," someone shouted. Normal bodily readings do not imply mental stability. The team leader, the woman, called out, "Quickly, fetch Dr. Pang." Meanwhile, at the bar at 10:30, an unforeseen turn of events had left Weber with nothing but his undergarments. Having depleted his savings on 4 vials of serum, even incurring some debt, the current predicament was that Zhang Yunxi, due to acting in self-defense, found himself embroiled in legal troubles, making it challenging to extricate himself from scrutiny, especially as he was also afflicted with a terminal illness, potentially facing imminent demise. To preserve his investment, Weber realized he must ensure Zhang Yunxi's survival, otherwise he would face a total loss. In a moment of desperation, he discreetly arranged for the suppression serum brought by Pang Baran to be delivered free of charge to Dr. Pang's team, temporarily safeguarding Zhang Yunxi's life. Pang Baran undoubtedly possessed the capability to obtain the synthesis formula for the singular serum, indicating that Weber held significantly more information than Dr. Pang. Therefore, should Zhang Yunxi regain his freedom, Weber could negotiate effectively. As a living Zhang Yunxi who had absorbed 4 vials of serum would undoubtedly hold greater research value than the unused vials. The higher-ups in the organization were influential figures, and in their eyes, a living Zhang Yunxi was worth far more than the 4 vials of serum. However, for Weber, these considerations were merely speculative at this point. He had run out of suppression serum. To ensure Zhang Yunxi's survival, he would need to continue financing purchases from Pang Baran, all the while uncertain whether Zhang Yunxi would ultimately win his self-defense case. Should he lose and receive a life sentence, Weber would find himself in dire straits. Moreover, Weber himself was also entangled in legal issues. On that day at the trading venue, they employed forbidden weapons. Although this incident was not particularly grave, it would undoubtedly prove to be quite troublesome. This case is linked to the Zhang Yunxi affair, and the higher-ups are currently scrutinizing it closely. He wishes to expedite the proceedings, yet it is an unattainable desire. Within the bar, the Godfather sat in a state of melancholy, indulging in a cigar and sipping on a robust whiskey, exuding an aura reminiscent of a man ensnared by stocks, estranged from his family. Godfather, a young man, over 6 feet tall and affectionately called Baby, approached and bent down to speak. "Boss Su is called. He wishes to meet with you to discuss the goods." Weber pondered for a moment. "Do you think it is appropriate for me to see him now?" Baby hesitated. "Given our current predicament, do you really think it's fitting to maintain your pretenses? What if we don't meet? We would be left with nothing." Weber cast him a cold glance. "From now on, do not speak the truth. Do you understand?" "All right," Baby nodded, extending his hand. "Please, let's go." Reluctantly, Weber rose to his feet. Ever since Zhang Yunxi had exposed himself in the control room, the ant had stepped away from her observation post and joined the data analysis team. It was simply too shocking, far too embarrassing. 2 days passed, and Zhang Yunxi's mental state remained precarious. Dr. Pang conducted a comprehensive examination of his brain, but could not ascertain the cause of his affliction. This was primarily due to Dr. Pang's team being unable to decipher the code of his genetic mutation, thus hindering a proper diagnosis. He had transformed. His behavior was erratic. One might argue he was not insane, yet there was no evidence to support such a claim. Genetic mutations formed the basis of his condition, resulting in unpredictable outcomes. Zhang Yunxi might be within normal parameters physically, yet his mind could be in disarray, a scenario with a high probability of occurrence. What could the medical team do? They were utterly powerless. That afternoon, after Zhang Yunxi completed his statement with the police, Dr. Pang, noticing his temporary stability, immediately instructed his students to escort him to the inpatient building for further examination as it housed more advanced equipment. Accompanied by 8 members of the AI patrol unit, Zhang Yunxi, shackled in handcuffs and leg irons, arrived at the general inpatient department. After navigating a series of complex examinations as Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Pang's student were preparing to descend the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Zhang Xian, who was in the process of being discharged. Zhang Yunxi had not seen Zhang Xian for several days, and upon catching sight of her, he felt a twinge of guilt. It was due to him that she had suffered such misfortune. Not only was she hospitalized, but she might also face legal troubles, considering that Zhu Qingshan had acted dangerously while attempting to save him. Standing at the corridor's entrance, Zhang Yunxi regarded Zhang Xian and politely addressed the members of the AI patrol unit. "Gentlemen, may I speak with my classmate for a moment? She has helped me before." "Not possible. You cannot engage with outsiders," the leader of the AI patrol unit promptly denied. Zhang Yunxi gazed at him with pleading eyes. "Sir, I have no idea when this case will conclude. Perhaps I may never see her again. Please, just allow me to exchange a few words with her, just a few." The leader of the AI inspection department gazed with sympathy at the youthful Zhang Yunxi and inquired, "Can you assure me that you will not lose your composure?" I feel perfectly fine now. Thank you." Zhang Yunxi replied with a smile, ready to rush towards Zhang Xian. However, as he took a step forward, he overheard her engaged in a heated argument with 2 young individuals. "I refuse to sign. Why should I be the one to take responsibility?" Zhang Xian exclaimed, her fists clenched in anger. "This is a collective action. How can you place the blame solely on me?" "Collective action? You speak so casually. Yet this predicament is a result of your own actions," retorted a strikingly beautiful girl, her expression twisted with fury. "If you hadn't attempted to repair that robot, would the corporation be facing lawsuits? Numerous residents from the 1st District are planning to sue us, claiming we've illegally modified robots, posing a societal threat. Should this matter escalate to court, regardless of the outcome, the corporation will suffer immeasurable repercussions. Therefore, you must bear the consequences of your own actions. Jiang Yao, do not underestimate my intelligence." Zhang Xian's face paled with rage, her body trembling, yet her eyes remained resolute as she shouted, "Isn't your intention to exploit this situation? You clearly wish to undermine me, to force me out of here, but mark my words, you will not succeed. The corporation has authorized documentation regarding Zhu Qingshan, and a contract has been signed. Do as you please. I refuse to be your pawn." Slap. The young and beautiful woman, infuriated by Zhang Xian's defiance, struck her across the face, exclaiming, "Do you think I'm showing you any respect? The corporation will never acknowledge your authorization letter. It was forged by you." Reeling from the slap, Zhang Xian staggered back, her resolve unwavering. "Your humiliation will only empower me further. I will not retreat in cowardice. If you strike me, I shall retaliate." Ignoring the attention of the crowd, she charged at the young woman in a frenzy. Slap. A young man standing beside Zhang Yao forcefully shoved Zhang Xian aside. "Have you had enough? Sign the document." With tears of frustration in her eyes, Zhang Xian glared at them, shouting, "I despise you both. I will fight back." At that moment, Zhang Yunxi, positioned at the corridor's entrance, suddenly gasped audibly, collapsing to the ground, his legs thrashing violently. "What is wrong? What is happening?" The personnel from the inspection department approached swiftly. "My chest hurts, it hurts too much," Zhang Yunxi exclaimed frantically, pushing through the crowd and abruptly removing the restraining fluid circulator from his waist. "What are you doing?" The inspectors had never witnessed Zhang Yunxi remove the device. Even during previous episodes, he had not acted in such a manner. With a swift motion, as the device was removed, Zhang Yunxi's pupils turned a striking gray. He turned to the 2 individuals beside Zhang Xian, and the skin on his neck visibly developed a grayish-white keratin layer. "Members of the Shabi clan." Zhang Yunxi cautiously regarded the man and woman. "The Blood Clan warriors do not fear you." The 2 stood bewildered. Boom. Zhang Yunxi swiftly broke free from the grasp of the AI patrol officers, stepping forward and delivering a powerful punch to the face of his adversary. Thud. The young man beside Zhang Yao fell to the ground in an instant, fearfully exclaiming, "You've got the wrong person, brother." Chapter 42. Out of the circle. Zhang Yunxi was never one to meddle in others' affairs in his previous life, for he lacked the capacity for heroism. With a frail physique and poor constitution, he would easily be overpowered by any slightly more developed peer. However, circumstances have changed. The once weak boy has transformed into a valiant warrior of the Blood Clan, now emboldened to confront evil. In reality, even the sight of a stranger being bullied and assaulted by a burly youth could incite the wrath of the masses. It is even more poignant considering that Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunxi are classmates, the latter having once extended her assistance to him. While contemplating how to create an opportunity to feign madness, he was suddenly presented with the perfect target. With lightning speed, Zhang Yunxi charged forth, pinning the youth to the ground, unleashing a flurry of strikes, left hooks and powerful blows, relentless in his assault. The youth, overwhelmed, cried out in desperation, "Brother, you've mistaken me. I'm not part of that clan." "Trying to deny it, are we?" Zhang Yunxi retorted, delivering sharp slaps that echoed in the air. "I'm not denying anything. You truly have the wrong person." The youth writhed on the ground in agony. At that moment, Jiang Yao rushed over, pulling at Zhang Yunxi. "Stop hitting my brother. You've got it all wrong. Are you out of your mind, you lunatic? Let go." Slap. Zhang Yunxi, with an icy demeanor, approached and retaliated with a swift slap to Jiang Yao's head, declaring, "That's for you." Stunned, Jiang Yao cast aside her expensive handbag, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, I'll take you on." With a swift motion, Zhang Yunxi rose and forcefully shoved Jiang Yao aside. Members of the AI inspection department rushed in, separating the two women. Enraged, Jiang Yao hurled her high-heeled shoe at Zhang Yunxi, shouting, "How dare you hit me, you vile creature!" Zhang Yunxi was no ordinary girl. When provoked, she did not resort to shouting or cursing. Her physicality spoke volumes of her emotions. Slap. Even as the AI inspectors intervened, she managed to land another 2 slaps on Jiang Yao. Meanwhile, on the ground, Jiang Yao's brother, Jiang Jun, had been thoroughly subdued. Protecting his head with his arms, he pleaded, "Please stop. I won't argue anymore. I was wrong. Are you a warrior of the Shabi clan?" With his grimy, calloused hand, Zhang Yunxi struck Jiang Jun's head, his tone grave as he inquired. Yes, I am. I didn't expect you to recognize me. I surrender." Jiang Jun, although somewhat dim-witted, sensed Zhang Yunxi's unhinged spirit and, understanding the transformation he had undergone due to the viral agent, realized he was the protagonist of the AI robot incident. With the knowledge he possessed, Jiang Jun recognized that this individual had absorbed the viral agent and mutated. To reason with a madman is to invite madness itself. Blood trickling from his nose, Jiang Jun, utterly overwhelmed, bravely confessed his affiliation with the Shabi group. Zhang Yunxi's confrontation with Jiang Jun was purely to defend Jiang Yunxi's honor, while also subtly reinforcing his own condition. There was no deep-seated enmity between them, and it was unnecessary to deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, Zhang Yunxi would remove the inhibitor and transform into the form of a corrupted blood warrior, rendering his opponent utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. Observing that the moment was ripe, Zhang Yunxi swiftly dismounted from Jiang Jun, kneeling on the ground, his eyes clouded with a grayish hue as he bellowed. "It hurts so much. My head aches unbearably. Has the corrupted blood clan ceased to exist? Is my family also gone? I cannot go on." Thud, thud, thud. As he shouted, Zhang Yunxi repeatedly struck his head against the ground, the hard stone floor shattering under the force, gradually forming a dent. After several blows, grayish fluid and crimson blood began to trickle from his forehead. He was not performing. He was genuinely risking his life. The outer layer of his forehead indented from the impact. "It's too hot." Zhang Yunxi suddenly sprang to his feet, tearing off his clothing with a fervor, leaving him clad only in a pair of shorts that seemed on the verge of bursting from his expanding physique. The corrupted blood warriors were indeed the gods of disrobing. In a fit of rage, they shed their garments without a second thought. Just as Zhang Yunxi was about to remove the last shred of modesty, 2 members of the AI patrol team burst forth from the corridor, firing 3 rounds of self-injecting syringes containing suppressive fluid into his back. Within 6 seconds, the rampaging Zhang Yunxi gradually calmed, his eyes losing their grayish hue, his body slowly returning to normal, although his skin bore visible wounds. What happened? Upon regaining his composure, he turned numbly to Jiang Jun, exclaiming, "Brother, what has transpired? Don't come closer. I have laid my cards on the table. I am indeed the identity you spoke of." Jiang Jun, frightened, retreated while clutching the ground. In a flurry, the AI patrol members surrounded Zhang Yunxi, restraining him with numerous hands. "What has happened to me? Have I caused trouble again? I apologize. It was unintentional. Zhang Yunxi lay prone on the ground, at their mercy. Zhang Xin observed him in astonishment, falling silent, no longer confronting Zhang Yao. Zhang Yunxi, are you all right? As he shouted, Zhang Yunxi raised his head, a sly grin spreading across his cheeks as he winked at Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin paused for a moment. You need to focus on your recovery. Cooperate with Dr. Peng's treatment. 1 day later. This commotion inexplicably thrust Zhang Yunxi into the limelight. An interactive entertainment section on the Eternal Life World community spontaneously generated a category titled Corrupted Blood Warrior Gathering, which amassed over 1 million followers within mere hours. Enthusiastic individuals flooded the comments with phrases like Corrupted Blood Warrior, Never Say Die, and the Shabi clan will face divine retribution for striking women. The category's administrator was swiftly claimed by someone named God of Disrobing, Zhang Yunxi, who initiated a highly popular discussion topic, claiming to be a hospital staff member. He stated that Zhang Yunxi had contracted an unknown viral agent, leading to intermittent episodes of insanity, during which he inexplicably shed his trousers and even swam in the nutrient pod, among other antics. However, this individual steadfastly claims that Zhang Yunxi is not aggressive. The reason for the violent confrontation with Zhang Jun that day was that the latter had first assaulted a woman. Zhang Yunxi was perhaps provoked, leading to an emotional outburst. In the realm of the virtual, an array of peculiar occurrences unfolds, making it challenging for individuals to discern the authenticity of such situations. The phenomenon of echoing opinions is indeed widespread. Following the exposure of the video capturing Zhang Jun pushing Zhang Xin, attention shifted away from Zhang Yunxi's violent behavior post-transformation, with the focus instead on condemning the Shabi clan for their actions against women. Zhang Jun's community account in the Eternal Life world was also inundated, with his university graduation photo resurfacing, altered to depict him as a divine being, accompanied by the caption, I've revealed my true self. I am a 2B warrior of the Shabi clan. Who are you? In the morning, Zhang Yunxi, adorned with newly acquired reinforced alloy chains from the AI Patrol Department, arrived at Dr. Peng's office. You may leave. I wish to speak with him. Dr. Peng gestured dismissively. Please take care. The patrol members responded as they departed. Zhang Yunxi approached, clutching the alloy shackles, and inquired, What are you working on? On the desk lay over 20 holographic projections, swirling freely in space. Their data intricate and obscure, even beyond the comprehension of Zhang Yunxi, a biology major. Dr. Peng stepped toward a holographic projection in the center of the room, raising his arm to magnify a hand-drawn triangular model. Observing the model, Zhang Yunxi noted that while the external structure was unremarkable, the internal composition and detailed fabrication information were exceedingly complex. Dr. Peng pointed at the triangular model and spoke softly. Upon reflection, we will undoubtedly require more time than 6 months to decipher the code of your mutated genes. However, our supply of the suppressive fluid is limited, and we must utilize it judiciously. What is your proposal? Zhang Yunxi inquired. Dr. Peng gestured towards Zhang Yunxi's heart, stating, You will need to undergo surgery to construct a circulatory blood bridge at the heart, linking it to the gene suppressor I plan to develop. This suppressor will utilize 10,000 microfrequency oscillators to enhance the speed and efficiency of the suppressive fluid's flow within your body. We have discovered that administering the suppressive fluid directly into your system does not immediately engage the new cells in combat. Much of its energy is expended en route to the battlefield. For instance, the presence of numerous conventional cells in your blood actively resists the suppressive fluid. This inefficiency leads to a needless depletion of the suppressive fluid. Thus, our objective is to reduce wastage and enhance efficacy. This approach could extend the utility of the suppressive fluid by at least 8 additional months, aiding us in unraveling the mysteries within your being. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi was overcome with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Dr. Peng. I am grateful to you as well. It has been a long time since I felt such excitement, Doctor. Peng replied, gazing at Zhang Yunxi with a smile reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Zhang Yunxi swallowed hard, responding, Oh, a certain individual wishes to meet you, claiming he can assist you in your legal matters, albeit at a certain cost. Dr. Peng inquired, Are you willing? Who is it? Zhang Yunxi asked with curiosity. I know. It's that person who owes money and refuses to pay. In Mingzhu City, Godfather Wei exited an office spanning over 400 square meters. His expression dark and grumbling, advancing funds. Once again, it's advancing funds. I just cannot comprehend why capitalists have such a penchant for making others finance their endeavors. Chapter 43. The Contract of Surrender. Zhang Yunxi initially harbored reservations about meeting the enigmatic Su Taiyin. After enduring a myriad of trials, trust towards strangers had become an elusive sentiment for the young student. However, Dr. Pang revealed that the individual in question might possess the coveted suppressive serum. This revelation left Zhang with little justification to decline, for the value of his life outweighed all other considerations. The more suppressive serum available, the greater his chances of survival. The following day, shortly after 8 in the morning, a strikingly beautiful young woman, approximately 22 or 23 years of age, clad in a tailored white suit, arrived at Mingyi University accompanied by a lawyer. Dr. Pang liaised with the AI inspection department, informing them that one of the individuals was a criminal attorney potentially hired by Zhang Yunxi, while the other was a consultant brought in by the medical team. Consequently, the AI inspection department found no grounds to refuse the meeting, and they arranged for Zhang to meet with them, repeatedly cautioning him not to disrobe again. This warning stemmed from a previous incident in the lobby, where the inspection team, moved by sympathy, allowed Zhang to meet Zhang Yunxi, resulting in severe repercussions for the Shabi clan and disciplinary action against 4 team members, including a team leader. At approximately 20 minutes past 9, Zhang Yunxi, adorned with 2 sets of metallic chains, his hands and feet bound, a pump of suppressive serum affixed to his waist, and an electroshock device around his neck, entered a modest conference room in the research building of Mingyi University, resembling an international felon. Upon entering, the young woman extended her hand, smiling warmly at Zhang Yunxi. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. My name is Su Duo, and I am Mr. Su Taiyin's administrative assistant." "Hello," Zhang Yunxi replied, offering a slight nod. I shall refrain from shaking hands." Su Duo glanced at the chains draped over Zhang Yunxi, offering an awkward smile. I can understand. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I am Luo Xiaoxiang, the head of the Tianping law firm." The amiable lawyer also nodded in acknowledgement. "Please, take a seat." Su Duo gestured invitingly. Zhang Yunxi bent slightly to seat himself at the right side of the conference table, striving to maintain a friendly demeanor in hopes of overshadowing the infamous meme that had circulated widely on the internet. Once seated, Su Duo crossed her legs, delicately smoothing her hair with her fair hands, and softly addressed Zhang Yunxi. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su expresses profound sympathy for your personal plight. He has been closely monitoring your case and believes you are an exceptionally talented student." "If only apologies, but may I interrupt?" Zhang Yunxi interjected, despite his desire to hear her courteous remarks. Time was of the essence, as he was scheduled for a bone marrow examination shortly. "Could we keep this brief? I would like to inquire whether you have any channels through which the suppressive serum I require can be procured." Su Duo paused momentarily. "We cannot purchase it, but we will endeavor to assist you in finding the necessary suppressive serum. You are acquainted with Mr. Weber, correct? He has connections with us and has also expressed his willingness to assist in acquiring the serum for you." Many of Duo's words were quite tactful, making no definitive promises, yet conveying the most crucial information to Zhang Yunxi. The 4 vials of genetic agents were undoubtedly illicit, and the associated suppressants were certainly illegal products as well. Su Taiyin, a renowned entrepreneur, would never admit to possessing such items. Zhang Yunxi pondered. "All right, I comprehend now. What must I do?" she inquired with a smile. "You need not do anything. Merely cooperate with the lawyer to gather evidence," Duo replied, his smile feigning sincerity. "Mr. Su supports your legal battle primarily out of sympathy." "Are you certain?" Zhang Yunxi asked. "What kind of cooperation are we discussing?" Zhang Yunxi was left speechless. Indeed, you could have stated it directly. Why the elaborate roundabout? To put it plainly, it was evident that Mr. Su was interested in her body and was willing to finance her legal proceedings. Should she decline, the suppressants would be withheld? Was that the implication? Duo blinked. "Mr. Zhang, your insight is truly remarkable." "Enough. Even a fool would grasp that." Zhang Yunxi's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "Speak plainly. What is this special consultant expected to do?" Duo reached for the bag on his left, extracting a set of documents and sliding them across the table. "This is the employment contract. Please take a look." During his confinement, Zhang Yunxi's communication devices had certainly been confiscated by the authorities, leaving him unable to connect digitally and reliant on the physical contract. "Let me see." Zhang Yunxi picked up the contract and quickly skimmed through it. To his astonishment, the employment contract from the biological studio resembled a form of indentured servitude. Indeed, there are no free lunches. Su Taiyan's fervent desire to assist him concealed ulterior motives. In a high-end restaurant in Mingzhu City, Lu Zhonghui's wife, Yu Jiehui, the mother of Lu Yi, was conversing with a lawyer and a member of the Judicial Appraisal Department. My demand is quite simple. I want him sentenced to death. Oh. No. I wish for him to receive life imprisonment, tormented for eternity. Yu Jiehui's expression was exceedingly grim. Her eyes filled with malice as she addressed the two. Regardless of the methods employed, the objective must be achieved. Money is not an issue, nor are social connections. I only seek the harshest penalty. She slammed her hand on the table. 10 years? Am I to seek you out after 10 years? What I demand is life imprisonment. Do you understand? He must suffer for all his days. Madam Yu, please remain calm. I cannot be calm. I have clearly stated to you, Lawyer Wang, if you cannot handle this matter, we will terminate our collaboration. Our legal department will seek another partner capable of managing this situation. Yu Jiehui declared furiously. The group provides you with numerous lucrative economic cases each year. If you cannot manage this minor issue, what use are you to me? Lawyer Wang furrowed his brow and turned to look at the representative from the Judicial Appraisal Department. I can handle this matter, provided that it is determined he committed murder with intent and has not lost his sanity due to genetic mutations. He should consequently be sentenced to life imprisonment. The personnel from the forensic department have rather shifty appearances, should the sentencing guidelines prove inadequate. I could also assert that he feigned madness during his period of criminal supervision to evade judicial consequences. Incorporating this factor would warrant a harsher sentence. Lawyer Wang nodded slowly. In that case, do you need to communicate with the treatment team at Ming Medical University? Yes, but the treatment team is not the primary target. Their diagnostic reports lack authority and would not be accepted by the forensic assessment. This is manageable. The two engaged in a back-and-forth discussion, swiftly concluding a shameless offensive plan. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yu Jiehui gradually composed herself, seated in the boss's chair, interjecting with crossed arms. He is merely 18, still so young. After sentencing him to life imprisonment, I will leverage connections to ensure he spends his entire life in the harshest prison in the wilderness. I want to make him suffer. While the three were conspiring, a pneumatic hovercar came to a halt at the restaurant entrance, and Weber descended with the baby. Ming Medical University, negotiation room. Zhang Yunxi perused the employment contract, her expression decidedly peculiar. What are your thoughts? Su Duo inquired. I find it utterly absurd, completely incomprehensible. Zhang Yunxi set down the paper contract, incredulously addressing the two. I can understand cooperating with you on genetic research, and the periodic extraction of blood and hair for various tests is also within reason. However, I cannot fathom what it means to regularly donate surprise children. I consider myself somewhat of an intellectual, yet you expect me to engage in such degrading acts daily. Is that not a bit insulting? Upon hearing this, Su Duo was face flushed. It's not every day, it's periodic. Regularly, for heaven's sake. Zhang Yunxi's composure shattered. We can't do that. Thank you. Chapter 44. Courteous Father Wei. Before attending the seminary, Zhang Yunxi was an individual with a particularly thin skin. In his interactions, he disliked placing himself in awkward situations and would never impose difficulties on others. He was neither competitive nor aggressive, always treating others with kindness. The development of such a character was significantly influenced by his upbringing, as his adoptive parents were well-educated individuals. While they could not be considered wealthy, they were never lacking in financial resources or material possessions, which led Zhang Yunxi to adopt a rather indifferent attitude towards many issues. However, after the tragic loss of his parents, Zhang Yunxi finally grasped the nuances of human relationships, the warmth and coldness of people, and understood that he was merely one among the multitude in this world. Apart from the unconditional love from his parents, no one could offer him absolute assistance. To survive, one must rely on oneself. His thin skin and aversion to confrontation often resulted in personal disadvantage. Conversely, shedding such inhibitions and adopting a more assertive approach could effectively safeguard one's rights. When faced with challenging issues, one must be ready to fight back. In the reception room, Zhang Yunxi looked at Su Duo and candidly stated, "It is impossible to compromise on this matter. I believe this condition infringes upon my dignity and interests. If you were to exploit my weaknesses, wouldn't my life be forever at your mercy? You misunderstand. Mr. Su is a kind person. Whether he is kind or not, I cannot ascertain. But I can assure you that I currently find myself in a position of vulnerability." With a smile, Zhang Yunxi straightforwardly replied, "Indeed, I am in need of the suppressant. Without it, I cannot survive. However, I trust that Mr. Su is willing to assist me, as it is mutually beneficial. If we are to reach a cooperation agreement, you must also consider my terms, correct? You may proceed. First, the contract for the special consultant must be signed only after I win my lawsuit. Prior to that, we can establish a letter of intent. Zhang Yunxi articulated his thoughts with clarity. Secondly, I do not agree with many clauses in the employment contract, such as cooperating with inspections and regularly providing blood, hair, and other biological samples. I must have the right to supervise the testing process and view the detailed data you analyze. Thirdly, you are prohibited from disclosing any of my genetic data to any third-party institutions. At the negotiation table, Zhang Yunxi proposed over 20 detailed terms, covering all conceivable risk points. After listening, Su Duo remarked, "Your demands are all aimed at protecting your own interests. What reason do we have to assist you?" Su Duo ran his fingers through his hair, perplexed. "I fail to understand. Given your current situation, where do you find the courage?" "My courage lies in the fact that, no matter what happens now, my circumstances cannot worsen." Zhang Yunxi spread his palms. "I do not know if I will live for another year. I won't be foolish enough to fall into yet another pit before I have climbed out of this one, would I? Very well. I will contact the boss." Su Duo stood up. "Lawyer Luo, could you have a word with him?" "Sure," the lawyer nodded. "I hope you can show me some respect." "I am not here to be sold," Zhang Yunxi replied, speechless. Su Duo gave an awkward smile and left the room. Lawyer Luo Xiaoxiang turned to Zhang Yunxi. "Your logical reasoning is quite impressive. Now, let us discuss how you intend to approach this lawsuit." Zhang Yunxi inquired. Luo Xiaoxiang paused for a moment. "The crux of your case hinges on whether it was a deliberate act of murder. Thus, the final psychiatric evaluation is of utmost importance. I personally suggest that you first visit a psychiatric hospital." Outside the door, Su Duo contacted Su Tain. "Boss, he is truly difficult to deal with. Not at all resembling a student." In a high-end restaurant in Mingzhu City, the sound of footsteps echoed as Weber, donning sunglasses and dressed in a light pink suit, entered, his mechanical foot tapping rhythmically against the smooth floor. Baby followed closely behind, imposing in stature and commanding attention. The two approached the table where Yu Jiahui was seated, drawing the astonished gazes of the other guests. Yu Jiahui looked up in bewilderment. "Who are you? Are you out of your mind? What are you talking about?" Yu Jiahui responded, confused. Ignoring her reaction, Weber casually took a seat beside her and quietly said, "I'm here to discuss matters concerning Zhang Yunxi." "What could we possibly discuss?" Yu Jiahui raised her eyebrows, glaring coldly. "I don't know you, so leave immediately." "Sir, we are at a private gathering. Your disruptive behavior is unacceptable." Lawyer Wang frowned, preparing to interject. Slap. Baby's large hand pressed down on Lawyer Wang's shoulder. "I advise you to refrain from unnecessary chatter. This does not concern you. What do you want?" Lawyer Wang abruptly stood up. "Look at you. In such an upscale restaurant, can't you exhibit a modicum of decorum? Would it not be more appropriate to use refined language?" Weber admonished Baby before turning to Yu Jiahui. "I am here to discuss a settlement. To put it simply, if you agree to withdraw your lawsuit against Zhang Yunxi, I will provide you with a financial compensation." Yu Jiahui stared at him incredulously. "Have you lost your mind? Do you think you are wealthy? Or do you believe I am in need of money? You are truly delusional. Get out of here." Weber rested his chin on his hand. His demeanor relaxed as he regarded Yu Jiahui. "You know Dong Longwei, correct? The legal representative of Longwei Bio Studio." Yu Jiahui was taken aback. "He is merely a puppet you and Lu Zhonghui have placed on the front lines." Weber accepted the orange juice from the AI robot, sipping it leisurely while speaking softly. "I have a good relationship with him. He has shared much about your dealings." Are you threatening me?" Yu Jiahui stammered, her face pale and eyes filled with anxiety. "I thought you were a polite individual. Could you allow me to finish speaking?" Weber asked, looking at her. Yu Jiahui clenched her jaw. "Are you still intent on pursuing the lawsuit against Zhang Yunxi?" Weber asked politely and directly. "Why are you doing this? What exactly is your purpose?" Yu Jiahui inquired, her gaze icy. "I can unequivocally inform you that the individual seeking to speak with you is Su Tain." Weber opened his palm. "He holds no particular interest in you. However, if you insist on engaging him in matters of capital, I doubt he would decline." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiahui was utterly bewildered. "Shortly, I shall have Dong Longwei call you. He will elucidate his own circumstances," Weber said as he slowly rose, elegantly retrieving an antique gilded business card from his pocket and gently placing it on the table. "I heard about your husband's passing. How unfortunate. A woman of your status must feel quite lonely. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. I too am single. Baby was left utterly flabbergasted. Thus, Weber composed himself, straightened his suit, and, with Baby in tow, departed. You truly are something else. Even a widow piques your interest? Baby remarked, trailing behind. In the conference room. Chapter 45. A cup 3 months later, at the Songpu Mental Health Treatment Center. Xiao Zhang, go out and keep an eye on my wife. She must be unfaithful. That wretched woman is betraying me. If you find evidence, my entire inheritance will be yours. An elderly man in his 60s shouted passionately within the confines of the controlled ward. Yunxi, listen to me. The isolated wilderness area we are in is not merely for resource control. There are numerous places where a multitude of man-made viruses have emerged, infecting many organisms. A middle-aged man, his expression grave, bellowed, "You are a genetically mutated warrior. You must bear the heavy responsibility of saving our homeland. Do you believe in light? You are the light, Yunxi. I refuse to take medication. I am not ill. You are trying to harm me. Old and I. If you insert my catheter into your mouth again, I will fight back." At around 8 in the morning, the Songpu Mental Hospital bustled like a marketplace. After breakfast and examinations, patients were left idle. Those with more severe conditions were confined to their rooms, watching Zhang Yunxi leave, while the less afflicted greeted him amiably in the corridors. Classmate Xiao Zhang had spent 2.5 months in the mental hospital, and his sociable nature had led him to forge many friendships. Luo Xiaoxiang, a remarkably talented lawyer, had meticulously crafted a defense plan for Zhang Yunxi. First, he filed a judicial declaration for the suppressive agent currently used by Zhang Yunxi, which, under prolonged observation by the forensic department of the police headquarters, was confirmed to effectively manage his condition. Thus, from the judicial perspective, Zhang Yunxi's condition was deemed controllable, and during normal periods, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Consequently, the police headquarters had no authority to restrict his personal freedom or impose control over him, as there were no existing legal provisions governing genetically mutated individuals. Secondly, Luo Xiaoxiang conducted a series of intricate assessments on Zhang Yunxi's mental health, with a total of 7 evaluations performed during his transformation into the pantsless warrior. Through extensive data analysis, both the forensic department and Dr. Pang's treatment team observed abnormal brainwave activity and instances of cognitive disarray, leading to his admission into the Songpu Mental Hospital for further observation and documentation by relevant experts. Thus, Zhang Yunxi effectively held an official certification as a mental health patient. Following 2.5 months of treatment, he had not exhibited a single episode nor engaged in any erratic behavior. His conduct was remarkably stable. Therefore, the mental hospital issued a diagnosis confirming normal cognition in the absence of genetic mutation. Today, Zhang Yunxi was discharged, cured. But why had he consistently exhibited abnormal brainwave activity and cognitive disarray during the 7 evaluations? The answer was simple. His genes were no longer akin to those of ordinary individuals. It was not merely his physiological indices that diverged. His entire being had undergone transformation, with his brain cells extraordinarily active and even his pupils changing color. Was that not abnormal? After concluding discussions with Weber and Yu Jiahui, the opposing party was compelled to sign a civil reconciliation. Consequently, Zhang Yunxi secured a not guilty verdict during the initial judicial arbitration, attributed to a genetic mutation resulting in the suspect's mental breakdown, ultimately leading to the death of the accused. Yu Jiahui neither appealed nor struggled, thus eliminating the prospect of a second arbitration. In the parking lot of the Matsushima Mental Health Treatment Center, Zhang Yunxi encountered Weber, Luo Xiaoxiang, and administrative assistant Su Duoduo. "Congratulations, you have utterly triumphed over your mental illness," Luo Xiaoxiang exclaimed, extending his hand with a smile. "To be honest, had I remained here for another month, I might have truly gone mad." Zhang Yunxi sighed deeply, willingly shaking hands with the trio. "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance." "Good," Zhang Yunxi nodded, stepping into the vehicle with the others. A luxury hovercar gradually departed from the mental institution. As Zhang Yunxi turned to gaze out at the somewhat desolate streets, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of disconnection from reality. When he initially entered the psychiatric facility, it was early autumn. Now, winter had settled in. "How complicated is this?" Zhang Yunxi furrowed his brow, inquiring. "Why?" he exclaimed, taken aback. "Why must we pay compensation?" Zhang Yunxi could hardly contain his frustration. "This is utterly absurd. Zhu Qingshan's fundamental motive was to ensure my safety. He acted in self-defense. Why should we be liable for compensation? Are we to endure violence without retaliation? What kind of nonsensical regulation is this? Zhang Yunxi's anger stemmed from his financial destitution. He had depleted his entire savings in the effort to restore Qingshan, leaving him in a state of utter poverty. Hearing this, Zhang Yunxi despaired. So there's no choice then? Beside him, Weber rested his chin on his hand, sagely remarking, I had advised you to sell it to me long ago, but you refused. If a Chihuahua insists on being a Tibetan Mastiff, who suffers the consequences if not you? There's an old saying, dress according to your means. You are clearly overestimating your capabilities. After a brief silence, Luo Xiaoxiang interjected, Personally, I do not recommend pursuing judicial avenues to resolve this matter. The current legislation concerning AI robots is rather chaotic. Should this issue be exploited by those with ulterior motives, resulting in sensational AI-related news, your chances of losing the case would be significantly heightened. From a human perspective, Qingshan is an anomaly. Any perceived threat will elicit no sympathy. Public opinion can sometimes influence the judiciary, and there's a possibility that it could be entirely disregarded. Zhang Yunxi gritted his teeth. How much compensation are we talking about? He stared blankly. Oh my, just in me already. Upon hearing this, Weber seized the opportunity. How about this? I will pay the compensation on your behalf, and you can redeem Qingshan, then sell him to me. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Very well. Do as you wish. Weber fell silent. The vehicle once again descended into quietude. After a short while, they arrived at Block 1. Halting in front of the bar at 10:30, a fragrant breeze wafted through, and Su Duoduo stood beside Zhang Yunxi. There is actually another way. Zhang Yunxi turned to her, puzzled. What way? Su Duoduo emphasized, just one cup will suffice. With a light laugh, Su Duoduo looked at him and added, You misunderstand. Su is a kind-hearted individual, and we cannot influence the judiciary. Absolutely not. You can forget about it. I will never agree. Zhang Yunxi retorted with a dark expression. An hour later, Zhang Yunxi, gritting his teeth, found Su Duoduo and inquired in a muffled tone, How much is one cup? Is it a regular small cup or a large beer mug? Su Duoduo's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, can you actually handle a beer mug that large? Meanwhile, at Tianyin Industrial Group, Su Taiyin sat in his expansive office and quietly remarked, There is no need to repay. Simply divert the funds and let the subsidiary declare bankruptcy. Yes, boss. With a thud, Su Taiyin retrieved a pillbox, swallowed a white capsule, and expressionlessly commanded, Have the grizzly go to the wilderness at once to locate the creator of the potion and the method of producing the suppressive liquid. Chapter 46. My cohabitation with a robot under the eaves. One must bow their head. Before the age of 18, Zhang Yunxi had never worried about money. But after turning 18, he realized that even the most resilient individuals would bend under the weight of poverty. Thus, Zhang Yunxi ultimately chose to contribute male reproductive cells to the Tianyin Industrial Group. Moreover, young Zhang was not merely a victim of circumstance. He was not foolish enough to allow a corporate entity to examine his genetic makeup, for if they were to uncover any genetic flaws, he could be at their mercy for a lifetime, perhaps even reduced to a state of servitude. He consented to this arrangement knowing that his mutated biological cells would wither and die within 3 seconds of leaving his body, rendering any acquisition futile. Though the transformation into the pantless god of war might appear comical, it belied a cunning intellect. In the end, Zhang Yunxi provided approximately a bottle cap's worth of progeny in the biological laboratory of Tianyin Group. However, he did not rely on his own efforts for extraction, but rather utilized the assistance of extraction equipment. Resorting to coercion was out of the question. This was the final bastion of dignity for Zhang Yunxi as a cultured individual. Yet, he found the use of medical devices acceptable. Alas, it was best not to dwell on the matter. It was too distasteful. Following this painful sacrifice, Zhang Yunxi secured a loan of 500,000 from Tianyin Group. In truth, had he not desired a loan, he could have exchanged his progeny for it. And the other party would likely have acquiesced. After all, Mr. Su Taiyin owed banks a staggering sum exceeding 100 billion, rendering this trivial. Nonetheless, Zhang Yunxi was reluctant to pursue such an avenue. Why? Because he understood that the contribution he made was of little value. To insist on an exchange would carry an air of deceit. When one is in a position of weakness, it is unwise to entertain thoughts of deceiving capital or manipulating it. Such notions are profoundly foolish. That afternoon, Zhang Yunxi arrived at the AI inspection department. After paying a substantial compensation and bail, he awaited Qingshan at the entrance. Upon their meeting, Zhang Yunxi anticipated a warm embrace from his mentor, but was instead met with a torrent of reproach. Under the blazing sun, Zhu Qingshan's mechanical body was covered in dust and scratches. His left foot bore a minor injury, and the metallic skeleton of his foot had deformed. The lubricant reservoir was damaged, causing it to leak oil. Consequently, each step he took over the past few months emitted a cacophony of creaks, akin to a body devoid of cartilage, an excruciating experience. "I curse you," Zhu Qingshan exclaimed. "Ever since I caught a glimpse of you in the office area, do you think I have fared well? I ask you, have I fared well? First, I nearly met my end, and then I was confined for over 3 months. Do you have any idea how I endured those 3 months? They did not regard me as a person, or rather, they afforded no respect to robots. They even used my energy chamber as temperature to cook meat. I now reek of cumin. Do you have any idea what sacrifices I made for you to be released?" Zhang Yunxi was visibly agitated. "Do you have any idea how humiliating this is for me?" Zhu Qingshan, twisting his mechanical neck with curiosity, inquired, "What price have you paid? Aren't you supposed to be in a psychiatric hospital? Speak up, do tell." He limped along, trailing behind Zhang Yunxi. "How would I know if you don't say anything?" Ignoring him, Zhang Yunxi headed straight for the underground magnetic levitation train station. "Should we call a cab? My foot is injured. Walking is unbearable." Zhu Qingshan persisted. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Zhang. Enough chatter, let us move." Zhang Yunxi snapped back. "My foot hurts. I need lubricant. You must provide me treatment." Zhu erupted in frustration. "I have to take out a loan tonight on the Eternal Life World platform just to eat. I don't have any money to hail a cab for you." Zhang Yunxi shouted, "I'm nearly broke. Can you please stop nagging?" Zhu Qingshan blinked his mechanical eye, bending slightly as he proposed. "Why not sell me? I beg you. This way we both escape suffering. I've acquired a new energy core. I should fetch a good price. In your dreams, do I have a grudge against you? Why must you torment me?" Zhu Qingshan, in a fit of rage, struck the streetlight pole with a fist, denting it significantly. Zhang Yunxi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Don't hit it. You'll have to pay for that. Run, quick." With that, Zhang Yunxi dashed away, disappearing into the street. Later, at around 9 o'clock, in a rented apartment on Block 1, Zhang Yunxi utilized the makeshift equipment from his previous repairs on Zhu Qingshan to replace the retractable lubricant chamber and replenish the lubricant. "Your deformed foot. Get it fixed at a garage tomorrow. Just a few taps to reshape it, and a quick spray of paint will suffice," Zhang Yunxi said dismissively. "What are you talking about?" Zhu Qingshan retorted, irritated as he sat on the floor. "I am the divine warrior of the Ming dynasty. A high-end mechanical being worth millions, and you want me to get a paint job?" Zhang Yunxi, observing Zhu Qingshan's mechanical visage, finally grasped why his former teacher had stolen his screws. It was certainly not due to losing a basketball game, but rather because this incessant chatterbox was unbearable. A true motor mouth among machines. Since their reunion, Zhu's incessant prattle had not ceased. "I must insist we discuss my treatment. I can." Suddenly, a flicker of red light illuminated the room, and Zhu Qingshan, who had been prattling, began to convulse, collapsing onto the floor and flailing his legs. Zhang Yunxi revealed the energy lock code on his communicator, softly commanding Zhu Qingshan, "I am issuing you 2 orders. First, no more talking. My head hurts. And your chatter consumes lubricant, which I can't afford. Second, go to the bar at 10:30 and borrow 2 iron plates to patch up the hole in the garage wall. You, do not utter a word, lest I lock you out of your kinetic court 200 times within a second and send you spiraling into despair," Zhang Yunxi declared, before turning and ascending the stairs, exclaiming, "I am off to dine." After watching Zhang Yunxi retreat upstairs, Zhu Qingshan succumbed to his emotions, striking his head with his oversized mechanical hand while lamenting, "Oh, Zhang Yunxi, devoid of great virtue. Why did you purchase me? Would it not have been better for you to let me perish?" Upstairs, Zhang Yunxi opened a bag of biscuits, brewed a cup of coffee, and sat before his miniature computer, contemplating his future with great seriousness. In this regard, Zhang Yunxi was resolute in his convictions. Due to his physical condition, he required the support of a substantial research institution to decode his mutated genes, and Dr. Pang evidently represented a reliable option. Moreover, Zhang Yunxi was burdened by his precarious financial situation, as Zhu Qingshan was akin to a money-devouring beast, and the cost of his upkeep was exorbitant. Resolving this dilemma would undoubtedly demand considerable resources in the future. Additionally, Zhang Yunxi was reluctant to entangle himself too closely with the Tianyin Group, a commercial entity, yet he owed them a substantial sum due to legal matters. When he initially signed the employment contract, Zhang Yunxi had included a clause stipulating that if he could repay all previous expenses in full, along with a certain interest, the contract would terminate automatically. Therefore, in this regard, Zhang Yunxi found himself in dire need of funds. Young Zhang's thoughts were meticulous, his logic sound, and he unraveled each matter with clarity. However, the question of how to earn money loomed large. Despite his exceptional talent in biology, his credentials amounted to merely a high school diploma. He could intern at various biological laboratories and receive a modicum of financial assistance. But that amount would undoubtedly fall short of covering his expenses. The pace of earning was simply too slow. What to do? As Zhang Yunxi munched on biscuits and sipped his coffee, he fell into deep contemplation. Just then, the sound of wall demolition echoed from downstairs, interrupting his thoughts. What the hell? Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, springing to his feet and racing downstairs, shouting, "What is going on? Are you tearing the place apart?" Zhu Qingshan, burdened with 2 iron plates, blinked at Zhang Yunxi like a mistreated child laborer. "Speak up. Why are you just blinking?" Zhang Yunxi demanded. "Weren't you the one who told me not to speak?" Zhu Qingshan replied, placing the iron plates on the ground and placing his hands on his hips. "These 2 plates cost $600. That foolish bird named Bao Bao instructed you to deliver the money tomorrow, or else he will unscrew my bolts. Let me tell you, had it not been for considering your compensation issue, based on his previous attitude, I could have easily, enough. Spare me the incessant chatter." Zhang Yunxi waved his hand dismissively. Zhu Qingshan immediately fell silent, refraining from further protest. As Zhang Yunxi gazed at the iron plates and recalled Bao Bao's mention, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. By heavens, what does the bar at 1030 offer? It is a venue for covert dealings. A lucrative enterprise indeed. How could I have overlooked this before? If I wished to earn money, I could engage in clandestine transactions. With my current robust physical condition and the ever-chattering old Jew by my side, it is nearly impossible for us not to profit from this dynamic duo. Furthermore, there is no need to toil away in Weber's establishment, for the Eternal Life platform is replete with abundant bounty tasks. Chapter 47. Becoming a Black Order Merchant? In the garage, Zhang Yunxi felt an electrifying excitement surge within him as he contemplated the lucrative path of Black Orders. He called out to Zhu Qingshan, "Old Zhu, you continue to plug the gaps. I'll head upstairs to gather some information." With quick, determined steps, Zhang Yunxi ascended the staircase, secluding himself in a room, where he began to consult his miniature computer for relevant data. Humans are far too pragmatic. Once they possess the key to my life, they cease to address me as teacher. Zhu Qingshan murmured with a sigh, then plopped down on the ground, commencing to seal the gaps with iron plates, resembling a laborer. On the second floor, Zhang Yunxi settled into a chair, the luminescent flow pump of his suppressive liquid flickering at his waist, resting his chin on his left hand. He diligently absorbed information regarding Black Orders within the Eternal Life world. Black Orders can be categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type resembles the storefronts operated offline by Weber. These establishments cater to the myriad needs of the public, albeit with a hint of gray legality, for otherwise, they would surely not be profitable. For instance, when Zhang Yunxi went out for drinks, a woman mentioned that Mrs. Li from Jiangbei was quite lonely and required a young companion. This exemplifies a form of Black Order transaction. In simple terms, the requester visits a physical store, where under Weber's protection, orders are placed, and qualified professionals fulfill these requests. Upon successful completion of the transaction, Weber deducts a commission. The advantages of this Black Order arrangement are evident. For one, those capable of operating such establishments possess extensive social networks, ensuring that any transactions conducted therein are secure and devoid of deceit, as Weber serves as the guarantor, ready to compensate in the event of any loss. Moreover, these transactions are swift, with clear objectives, such as procuring a specific regulated mechanical part. One can receive delivery on the same day while safeguarding customer information. However, a drawback of this system lies in its high costs, as offline operational expenses are substantial, necessitating manpower and various channels. The second type exists within the Eternal Life virtual realm, featuring a reward-based Black Order function. More precisely, it should be termed a rapid order reward system. The Lingjing Group has introduced this initiative in the Eternal Life world, promoting it with an optimistic slogan aimed at eliminating business difficulties and providing the new generation of youth with greater freedom in their work. However, in practice, this venture serves as a means for the Lingjing Group to exploit its vast user base for commercial monopolization. Once rapid orders were introduced, many order platforms faced demise. their viability extinguished. Within the rapid order functionality of the eternal life world, individuals can issue personal, team, or business tasks based on their credit ratings, clearly stating the rewards offered. For example, if a real estate company is launching a new development and requires 300 individuals to enhance the atmosphere, they can directly post a reward on the rapid order channel, setting a monetary amount for others to vie for. Given the immense user base of the eternal life world, such orders can be claimed within seconds, allowing those who prefer freedom over fixed employment to sustain their livelihoods through these opportunities. Today, after completing a task, I earned 500. Thus, tomorrow we can take a break. We shall resume when the funds are depleted. In this platform, one can observe a myriad of reward tasks, ranging from simple activities like distributing flyers, daily cleaning, or walking dogs, to grand endeavors worth millions, even billions. Tasks of such magnitude are publicly displayed in a cyclical manner. What kind of assignments can offer rewards in the millions or even billions? Numerous opportunities exist, such as government project tenders or research initiatives in certain technological fields, which often entail astonishing sums. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that some enterprises intentionally create hype and secure recipients prior to issuing tasks. Nevertheless, the authenticity of these assignments remains remarkably reliable. For instance, during Zhang Yunxi's stay at a psychiatric hospital, a spirited individual from a certain fighting nation accepted a task worth 10 million. This was a high-stakes challenge issued by an energy drink conglomerate, akin to an advertisement, requiring the hired participant to wingsuit fly around the specified gliding route from the summit of K2, landing at a predetermined low altitude. In essence, this task demanded someone audacious enough to risk their life. It languished for over a week without takers. Ultimately, it was claimed by the aforementioned individual, who, as a fervent extreme sports enthusiast, succeeded in landing successfully. The rapid task feature of the eternal life world is undoubtedly practical and convenient. Yet it has also significantly impacted many other businesses. Sectors involved in second-hand car sales, dedicated recruitment, and logistics have nearly vanished. The user base overwhelms all competition. This rapid task format has both advantages and disadvantages. On the positive side, every task is guaranteed to be lawful. Both the task recipients and issuers must adhere strictly to the audit processes of the eternal life world, alleviating concerns about criminality. Thus, one can earn money without the fear of scrutiny. Conversely, the overwhelming number of users in the eternal life world has its drawbacks. There is an adage that in a vast forest, one can find all kinds of birds. Many exploit this platform for real-world scams. It is not uncommon for unsuspecting youths to be lured into remote areas and victimized. Additionally, the monetary rewards for these tasks tend to be modest, leading to significant competition within various industries. Many individuals have abandoned traditional employment in favor of a more liberated and satisfying lifestyle. The third form of task acquisition is exhilarating and mysterious, as it serves as a true haven for clandestine clients and represents a shadowy global trade market known as the adventurer's camp. Within the portal of this adventurer's camp, one can procure nearly anything on Earth. As long as one possesses the funds and the item exists in the world, it can be obtained. Here, the issuing and accepting of tasks are categorized into multiple tiers, with the content of the tasks being virtually limitless. In essence, any task that can be articulated in words can be dispatched. It is exceedingly challenging for the average person to even locate the address of this portal website. And there are only two methods to acquire an account. The first is through a recommendation from a high-ranking member, and by high-ranking, it must indeed be someone of considerable status. Even accounts that have existed for 7 or 8 years may lack the authority to recommend. The second method involves nurturing an account. Once one has the address of the portal website, an individual must complete the registration and maintain a consistent check-in for a year to ensure the account's activity level in order to be granted the privileges of a regular member. Only at that moment can one genuinely begin to accept orders and earn money. Clearly, this represents the true realm of clandestine transactions and the genuine opportunity to amass substantial wealth. Zhang Yunxi once speculated that Weber must also be a member of this adventurer's camp and of no low rank. Otherwise, he would not possess such an abundance of channels and resources. Before a microcomputer, Zhang Yunxi munched on cookies while meticulously perusing information regarding the adventurer's camp on a forum that had been officially targeted for suppression. To speak frankly, Zhang Yunxi had previously harbored no interest in such matters. He believed they were far removed from his reality, perhaps even beyond his reach until the day of his demise. Encountering such obscure affairs. Yet now, he found himself utterly captivated by the adventurer's camp. Given his current physical condition, coupled with Lao Zhu's capabilities, he was certainly disinclined to engage in mundane fast orders or work for Weber, as that would feel like a waste of his potential, yielding slow earnings and low efficiency. However, Zhang Yunxi is by no means a person of dark inclinations. He cannot accept compromising his principles for the sake of money. A bottom line instilled by his character and upbringing that remains immutable. Nonetheless, he is amenable to undertaking perilous tasks, provided they do not transgress moral boundaries. As long as they offer substantial remuneration, and it appears that such opportunities are solely available through the adventurer's camp. With this realization, Zhang Yunxi resolved to embark on an entrepreneurial venture alongside Qingshan, aiming to secure jobs within the adventurer's camp. He aspired to grow and achieve greatness, striving to recreate the wealth he enjoyed prior to meeting Qingshan. However, a pressing question loomed. How could he secure a membership account for the adventurer's camp? He did not know any high-ranking members to seek a recommendation. It was utterly out of the question to approach Weber and divulge his forthcoming intentions. Additionally, waiting a year to cultivate an account before obtaining membership was simply too protracted. The situation was dire. If he had to wait a year, he might as well start serving Mrs. Li of Jiaobei. What to do? While Zhang Yunxi was deep in thought, a figure suddenly emerged in his mind. Zhang Xin. This young lady had a penchant for peculiar and extraordinary items, possessing a fervent love for mechanical and electronic gadgets, constantly toting around a microcomputer. She might very well have an account for the adventurer's camp. After all, the regulations surrounding electronic and mechanical products is exceedingly stringent, making them difficult to procure in the ordinary market. Perhaps he should give her a call to inquire? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yunxi decided to reach out to Zhang Xin using his communicator. In a high-end residential building in the Huangpu district of Mingzhu City, Zhang Xin, with her luggage slung over her shoulder, coldly declared, "I will not admit to any faults to her. Is it merely about the money? I shall repay her for the company's losses. Thus, I am off to school." "Where are you headed?" A voice called from within the room. "Do not hold her back. Let her leave." A man's voice resounded. Zhang Xin, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, departed from her home, tears streaming down her face. Buzz. At that moment, the communicator illuminated with a glow, accompanied by an electronic tone. Personal assistant Xiao Jiao announces, the prodigious young lady, a fervent warrior of the mixed blood clan, requests to speak with you. I shall not answer. Zhang Xin declined with a lack of interest. Half a minute later, as she stepped into the transparent elevator, the AI electronic assistant called out once more, prodigious young lady. The enthusiastic warrior of the mixed blood clan says, I, old son, have been discharged from the psychiatric hospital. Care to join me for a meal, young lady? Chapter 48. This is the negotiation style of capital. Hello, classmate Jiang. Zhang Yunxi's voice was laced with flattery. Zhang Xin turned off the video projection feature and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with her delicate hand. Is there something you need? She inquired. You seem a bit down, Zhang Yunxi observed, sensing her melancholy. Zhang Xin stood at the entrance of her apartment, exhaling deeply. It's nothing. Do you have something to discuss? Are you available to step out? I would like to treat you to a meal, Zhang Yunxi said, standing in the upstairs bedroom, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I have a rather personal question to ask you. Do you have an account for the adventurer's camp that can accept orders? Zhang Xin paused for a moment. Yes, I do. Well, you see, I've been a bit tight on funds lately and was hoping to take some orders to improve my financial situation. However, I've noticed that the account distribution rules in this community are quite strict, requiring a year for account nurturing. So, I was wondering if I could borrow your account for a while. Rest assured, I won't engage in anything illegal, and if I make money, I can even share a portion of the rental fee with you. Zhang Xin listened quietly. Her first instinct was to refuse. But considering that Zhang Yunxi had previously stood up for her and her own financial state was not particularly robust, she pondered for a moment before responding. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Let's discuss it after I'm done. All right, Zhang Yunxi replied with a bright smile. When you're free, I'll treat you to. Beep. Before Zhang Yunxi could finish his sentence, Zhang Xin, feeling somewhat disheartened, ended the call. He looked down at his wrist communicator, feeling an inexplicable sense of disappointment. What is going on? Just a simple I have something to do tonight. And she hung up? It would have been better if she had just told me she was going to shower. Damn, and here I am. already relegated to second fiddle before anything even started. Crash. While Zhang Yunxi was musing, a loud noise erupted from downstairs. He hurried down the stairs to find Zhu Qingshan sprawled on the floor, having finished his work, lying there like a corpse. I'm nearly 7 years old this year, and I've never felt so wronged. Zhu Qingshan grumbled. I, a high-grade AI mechanical being, am reduced to doing masonry work. Zhang Yunxi chuckled at the sight of Zhu Qingshan on the floor, realizing he was indeed being a bit inhumane, not only exploiting old Zhu's labor, but also failing to provide him with a proper place to stay. Considering the need for future collaboration with old Zhu, Zhang Yunxi went upstairs to grab some bedding and returned to the garage hall, giving Zhu Qingshan a kick. All right, I won't stay upstairs anymore. I'll accompany you down here. Move over, let us delineate our sleeping areas. Zhu Qingshan lifted his large head, his electronic eyes blinking rapidly as he cautiously asked, You don't have any other demands, do you? I'll tell you now, my bottom line is just laying down a steel plate, if you need more. I beg you, please stop your rambling. Zhang Yunxi said, laying out his bedding. Get up and tidy up the place. I need to recharge. A substantial power conversion interface is required to match my considerable energy consumption, akin to the necessity of daily sustenance and the inevitable bodily functions. Enough, I comprehend. One person is quiet, while the other chatters incessantly. Together they toiled in the warehouse until deep into the night, ultimately rendering it neat and orderly. Under the night sky, illuminated by the moon's crescent glow and the brilliance of stars, Zhu Qingshan opened the warehouse's lift door and disposed of the refuse into a trash bin by the roadside. Zhang Yunxi sat upon the floor, her gaze fixed upon the starry expanse, casually reaching for a can of beer and sipping it in silence. In an instant, the garage seemed to envelop in tranquility. Zhu Qingshan, too, fell silent, as if his emotions were stirred. Alas, I had thought I could remain at Qingshan Theological Institute until retirement. Zhang Yunxi, sipping her beer, chuckled softly and inquired, Is it not pleasant to be with me? Zhang Yunxi fell silent, a hint of disappointment shadowing her features. Beneath the moonlit sky, Zhu Qingshan slowly turned, stepping inside. His silhouette elongated on the outdoor street, his tone unexpectedly grave as he remarked, Of course, being with you is not without its merits, at the very least. You show me respect. Cheers. I cannot indulge in alcohol. It is but refuse that rusts my palate. As he spoke, Zhu Qingshan seized the beer from the ground, tore off the cap with his hand, and downed it. Damn, it truly is refuse, lacking flavor. It is even inferior to drinking crude oil. Within the room, the two sat on the floor, each other's company alleviating the solitude that once burdened their hearts. Amidst the resplendent neon lights of the street, Zhang Yunxi, with a shoulder bag slung over her, arrived near Huangpu Bridge, observing the surging river flow before her, her demeanor strikingly serene. As an illegitimate child, she possessed no authority over her origins, yet she retained the right to choose how to live her life. Suddenly, without warning, her wristwatch communicator illuminated. An AI Xiao Jiao inquired, Genius girl, are you feeling down? Zhang Yunxi paused, the cold wind tousling her hair as she replied, Yes. Do not overthink, as the adage goes. Tomorrow will invariably be better than today. I will always be here for you. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Zhang Yunxi boarded the underground suspended train, arriving at the Tianyin Group's biological laboratory. This was an arrangement he made with Su Duo, visiting the laboratory every 5 days for comprehensive examinations, monitoring, and research. Upon entering the laboratory's main hall, Su Duo personally greeted him. Zhang, have you resolved your personal matters? It has been taken care of, Zhang Yunxi replied with a slow nod. Then let us proceed. The research team has been awaiting your arrival. Su Duo led the way, guiding everyone upstairs. Approximately half an hour later, within the observation room designated for testing, Zhang Yunxi scrutinized the list of assessments scheduled for today. His brow furrowing as he voiced his discontent. Many of today's projects seem somewhat beyond the scope, do they not? Su Duo regarded him with a light laugh. Where exactly do you find them excessive? In the monitoring room, a burly man with a shaved head sat in a chair, indulging in fruit while observing Zhang Yunxi through the projected images. Inside the observation chamber, Zhang Yunxi held a checklist and pointed to 2 items, exclaiming, This is incorrect. I have previously stated that I will not consent to memory tests, nor will I allow you to install any real-time monitoring devices on me. This is utterly unacceptable. I understand. Zhang Yunxi nodded, adding, However, this does not justify your arbitrary alterations to the contract terms. When we initially signed the agreement, I made it clear that the new cells would wither and die the moment they left my body. You need to find a way to preserve them, rather than concocting other schemes involving me. Mr. Zhang, a significant breakthrough in our research would also benefit you, Su Duo said with a smile. There is no need for such resistance. We are a highly professional institution. I harbor no trust for commercial entities, Zhang Yunxi thought, feeling immense dissatisfaction as it was evident that the other party was going back on their word and failing to adhere to the contract. Mr. Zhang, you still do not grasp my meaning. Suddenly, as the two engaged in their dispute, the door swung open and the burly man entered. His expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Zhang Yunxi and asked, "Why do you have so much to say?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi turned to him. Noting that the man stood approximately 185 meters tall, his physique composed entirely of muscle, with an estimated weight of at least 100 kilograms. His left forearm was entirely severed, replaced by a standard plastic prosthetic, and his right eye was blind, fitted with a blue synthetic eyeball. Perhaps due to his disability, he exuded an intimidating aura that was quite oppressive. Zhu Qingshan observed the hulking figure standing at the observation room's entrance, and with a mechanical eye, scanned the man, finding him to pose no significant threat. "I am called Grizzly Bear. If you have any grievances, bring them to me," the muscular man said. Resting his hands on the table, his gaze filled with menace as he stared at Zhang Yunxi. Zhang Yunxi was no pushover either, as he was a patient with 2 lives in his hands. "My grievance is that you have not upheld the terms of the contract." "Contract? Huh?" Grizzly Bear sneered at Zhang Yunxi, scowling as he retorted, "What right do you have to discuss contracts with us? We provide the funding and mediate the affairs. And after all the effort we expended on your behalf, you still refuse to cooperate? Do you think the corporation is merely helping you with your lawsuit? You will submit to the machine immediately, no more nonsense." Grizzly Bear pointed at Zhang Yunxi's face, demanding, "Do you understand?" Su Duo, upon hearing this, immediately rose and attempted to interject, "Let me handle this." "You won't get anywhere." Zhang Yunxi shot a cold glance at him, slowly rising to his feet. Smash! Before Zhang Yunxi could respond, Grizzly Bear abruptly hurled a vial of suppressive liquid to the ground, shattering it, as the blue liquid slowly spread across the pristine floor. "I hear this substance is quite nutritious. Bring in my black dog, let it lick it clean." The bear, smiling, commanded with a casual tone, then picked up a bottle of suppressive liquid and inquired of Zhang Yunxi, "Will you activate the device?" "Speak up." Chapter 49, The Emergence of the Divine Artifact. The centralized suppressor within the observation chamber, Zhang Yunxi's gaze was fixed intently upon the gray bear, uttering not a single word as he advanced towards his adversary. With a series of rapid footfalls, Su Duo rushed to the gray bear's side, grasping his arm and imploring, "Everyone, please remain calm. We can communicate and negotiate any issues. There is no need for discord. Let us be amicable." The gray bear, still regarding Zhang Yunxi, toyed with a vial of new suppressive liquid. A smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Are you still intent on confronting me? Come now, I shan't retaliate. You may strike me once, and I shall shatter a vial of suppressive liquid." "How does that sound?" Zhang Yunxi, undeterred, quickened his pace. At the entrance, Zhu Qingshan, initially reluctant to intervene, realized that Zhang Yunxi was becoming increasingly agitated and promptly stepped forward, seizing the young man's arm. "Stay calm. Exercise restraint." Zhang Yunxi turned his head, casting a frosty glare at Zhu Qingshan. The latter tightened his mechanical grip slightly, adding, "After all, they have invested money, so it's reasonable for them to propose new terms. Let us negotiate peacefully, without conflict." The gray bear eyed the mechanical figure with surprise, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "You see, even AI possesses more sense than you. The life-saving suppressive liquid was a gift to old Pang from us. Otherwise, would you still be standing here? I currently possess 9 vials. Should I shatter one, you might find yourself living a month or 2 less. How do you propose to negotiate with me?" Zhang Yunxi clenched his teeth, turning to Zhu Qingshan. "Let go. I advise you to remain calm." Zhu Qingshan's voice was heavy with an electronic accent, laden with concern. "Release me." Zhang Yunxi shouted defiantly. "Huh, let him go." "I am curious to see what he will do," the gray bear remarked with a chuckle. Observing the intensity in Zhang Yunxi's eyes, Zhu Qingshan gradually loosened his mechanical grip. Zhang Yunxi strode purposefully towards the gray bear, startling Su Duo, who had witnessed Zhang Yunxi's transformation in a video and knew how difficult it was for the AI patrol to subdue him when he descended into madness. "Mr. Zhang, please, remain composed." The smile vanished from the gray bear's face as he regarded the aggressive Zhang Yunxi, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After all, the viral video of the battle god decimating the Shabi tribe leader had captivated the entire internet, and Zhang Yunxi's transformation certainly posed a formidable challenge. The gray bear swiftly raised his arm, ready to shatter the suppressive liquid. Zhang Yunxi accelerated his steps, closing the distance between them until they stood face to face. What will it be? You strike me once. The gray bear's eyes turned cold, still brandishing the suppressive liquid as a threat. Zhang Yunxi forcefully pushed Su Duo aside. Come now, how do you wish to install the monitoring equipment? I shall cooperate fully with you today. At this declaration, everyone in the room was taken aback. They had anticipated a violent confrontation between the gray bear and Zhang Yunxi, but were astonished to witness the warrior of the Dirty Blood clan exhibit such flexibility. The gray bear paused momentarily, gently placing down the suppressive liquid. If you had done this sooner, we could have avoided all this tension. Before the bear could finish speaking, he felt a gust of wind from a punch rushing towards him. Startled, he stepped back abruptly, raising his arm to shield his vital points. With a swift motion, Zhang Yunxi transformed his punch into a light tap on the bear's collar, saying, "No ill intent here. The suppressant liquid just splattered on you. Your collar is soiled." With a smirk, he added, "Behave, and I shall bring you your medicine. Defy me, and I shall make you transform every day." The bear nonchalantly tossed a dismissive comment and strode away with feigned elegance. "Come on, let us begin," Zhang Yunxi called out to the staff. Nearby, Qingshan promptly pointed to the suppressant liquid still untouched on the ground, urging, "Hurry, gather this quickly. It can still be utilized." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yunxi and Qingshan exited the biological laboratory of Tianyin Group, walking side by side on the street, their moods rather somber. "I am satisfied with your actions today," Qingshan began. "You even displayed more rationality than I, an AI. Honestly, when I saw his arrogant demeanor, I truly wished to twist his head off." Zhang Yunxi remained silent. To be candid, he had nearly exploded today, feeling the pressure from the bear's blatant threats, particularly the repugnant expression of someone who felt utterly secure in his dominance over him. Capitalism demands a focus on profit, a notion Zhang Yunxi understood. Yet he never anticipated such brazen shamelessness from the other party. Just as he had regained his freedom, the opposing side was already disregarding the contract. If they could make 2 or 3 outrageous demands today, tomorrow they could impose dozens or even hundreds. For Zhang Yunxi and Tianyin Group, the so-called contract was utterly futile. It could bind Zhang Yunxi, but not the corporation, for the life-saving suppressant liquid was firmly in their grasp. This was akin to Zhang Yunxi being seized by his very lifeline. Yet, he bore no blame for his predicament, as he had no alternatives, following his bodily mutation. His circumstances had become dire. Zhang Yunxi surmised that it was likely Weber who had provided the suppressant liquid to Tianyin Group, as he was the only one with access to the original team that sold the 4 vials. In fact, during his time in the psychiatric hospital, Zhang Yunxi had already contacted Dr. Pang, requesting assistance in swiftly deciphering the synthesis of the suppressant liquid. Regrettably, the 4 vials contained a multitude of unidentifiable components. These elements were unprecedented to Dr. Pang, necessitating further investigation into their origins, which required unraveling more information and delving into additional biological logic, a scientific barrier that could not be breached in a short time. The prospect of unknown components alone was enough to instill fear. The fact that modern science could encompass elements unfamiliar even to experts like Dr. Pang was indeed astonishing. At present, Dr. Pang possesses 6 bottles of the suppressive serum, which were secretly delivered to the treatment team by Weber. The reason for the large quantity is likely due to their uncertainty regarding the dosage required for Zhang Yunxi after his mutation, fearing that he might inadvertently perish. They surrendered all 10 bottles at once. The 10 bottles currently held by the Grizzly are presumably newly acquired through Weber's channels. On the street, Zhang Yunxi slowed his pace and suddenly declared to Qingshan, "We need to pay a visit to Dr. Pang." "Why?" Qingshan asked. "It is unacceptable for my life to remain in someone else's hands," Zhang Yunxi replied with a frown. "I must find a way to resolve this issue once and for all. That's the right mindset. At worst, you can transform, and I can provide cover. Together, we shall take down the Tianyin Group." Qingshan felt an inexplicable surge of enthusiasm. Until Zhang Yunxi deciphers the genetic mutation code, he can only rely on the suppressive serum for survival. Therefore, having this serum in someone else's possession poses a significant danger to him. The problem must be addressed fundamentally. Acting impulsively like a hot-headed youth, charging recklessly into conflict, would be foolish and utterly devoid of reason. 2 hours later, in the biological laboratory of Mingyi University, Zhang Yunxi met with Dr. Pang. "Have a glass of water," Dr. Pang said, removing his data glasses and bending down to sit before Zhang Yunxi. So, you've been discharged. What are your plans? The relationship between Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Peng is quite close, although the latter is a bit eccentric in his field. He maintains a professional standard and never crosses ethical boundaries. Furthermore, their previous collaboration regarding Li Han has fostered a foundation of trust, leading Zhang Yunxi to hold him in high regard. Mentor, Zhang Yunxi affectionately called out, then directly inquired, if I can obtain the main synthetic components of the suppressive serum. Could you produce it? Dr. Peng chuckled wryly. What you just said is utterly nonsensical and quite naive. Even if you could find the main synthetic components, if you could merely provide me with some critical synthesis data, I could certainly crack it. Currently, your situation resembles a massive iron lump placed before me. I know it is a lock, yet I cannot find a single keyhole or any seam. No locksmith, regardless of skill, can devise a solution without a research direction. I understand, Zhang Yunxi nodded. Do you have a way to obtain the synthetic components? Dr. Peng queried. Haha, Doctor. Peng smiled with delight at the question and stepped over to the workstation, pressing a switch on the corner of the table. With a whoosh, the ground split open, revealing a lift bearing a triangular object that shimmered with white light, gradually appearing before them. The object's exterior appeared unremarkable, merely glowing, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the extraordinarily intricate mechanics housed within its transparent glass surface. It was roughly the size of a bowl, looking remarkably smooth and elegant. Zhang Yunxi's eyes brightened. How did you achieve this? Dr. Peng smiled mysteriously. Stimulation. What kind of stimulation? Zhang Yunxi asked, somewhat perplexed. Doctor. Peng gestured towards the left section of the central suppressor. If the blood of the newly formed cells circulates and thrives here, what do you think will happen when I withdraw the suppressive fluid from your body and propel this blood into you at the highest speed? Zhang Yunxi suddenly comprehended. Stimulation. Yes, it's stimulation. But the newly formed cells have left my body. Incorrect. They merely circulate within the suppressor. A balance is formed between the newly active cells and the suppressive fluid, yet they have never departed. Dr. Peng corrected him. Master, you are truly a genius. Zhang Yunxi exclaimed excitedly. I admire you immensely. Who are you speaking to? Dr. Peng admonished sharply. I was wrong. Zhang Yunxi immediately capitulated. All right, now let us remove the suppressive fluid from your waist and equip you with more advanced gear. Dr. Peng looked at Zhang Yunxi with eager anticipation. Transformation. Is there a new pair of pants available? I'm a bit larger now? Zhang Yunxi shyly inquired. I've arranged for new ones to be delivered. Let us begin, Dr. Peng urged. Then I shall proceed. Zhang Yunxi abruptly detached the old suppressor from his waist, and his eyes transformed into a grayish-white hue. I am somewhat different from 3 months ago. Crack. A cacophony of dislocated bones resonated within the room as Zhang Yunxi's muscles rapidly expanded, his clothing bursting at the seams. Layers of grayish-white keratin grew swiftly, resembling scales. In less than 5 seconds, Zhang Yunxi's height exceeded 1.90 meters, his physique enlarged by 2 full circles, as if he had been inflated by a device. He was significantly larger and more powerful than the mutated form he had 2 months prior, with the keratin on his body becoming somewhat smoother. Chapter 50. 2 Old-Timers. Within the confines of the laboratory, Dr. Peng instinctively gazed at Zhang Yunxi, his expression a blend of astonishment and a hint of envy. Zhang Yunxi, looking down from a height, swiftly covered his gaze with a hand and proclaimed in a resonant tone, Do not look. There is a keratin layer. You cannot utilize it. Dr. Peng, regaining his composure, remarked with a sigh, Have you not noticed? Your body proportions are growing in synchrony, without any deformities manifesting. Zhang Yunxi's eyes transformed into a shade of grayish-white, a surge of intense anger and exhilaration flooding his mind. My emotions are shifting. What? Inquired Dr. Peng. As a professional eccentric, he felt no fear in response to Zhang Yunxi's transformation. Instead, he contemplated and explained, It is likely the new cells influencing your emotions, akin to how excessive liver fire may provoke unwarranted outbursts. Previously, you felt none of this because you had acclimatized to your former physical state. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yunxi struck his chest with his fist and paced restlessly within the room, exclaiming, Give me the suppressor, quickly. Oh, very well. Dr. Peng promptly nodded. Opening the glass enclosure and carefully retrieving the triangular central suppressor, press the activation buttons on both sides and place it directly above your heart. The connecting tubes and drilling needles will penetrate your keratin layer. There may be some discomfort. Bear with it. suppressing the turmoil of negative emotions within. Zhang Yunxi stepped forward and took the suppressor, activating the side buttons. Buzz. A sound no louder than the flight of a fly resonated. And 8 drilling needles emerged from the back of the suppressor, slender and shimmering with a metallic luster, extending outward gradually. Zhang Yunxi held his breath, cautiously positioning the suppressor above his heart. Snap! The suppressor automatically adhered to the uneven keratin layer of Zhang Yunxi's skin, the 8 metal needles slowly piercing through. An intense searing pain surged, and Zhang Yunxi clenched his left fist, his voice deep and resonant. What metal is this drill made of? Its hardness is formidable, and it can generate heat? Refined titanium alloy, harder than your mechanical body, though in limited quantity. The extraction process is quite complicated, and it is a material restricted by the military, Dr. Pang explained softly. I had to swallow my pride to procure a few grams from a friend. Do not speak. Close your eyes and control your emotions. It will be over soon. Heeding the advice, Zhang Yunxi adjusted his breathing, refraining from observing the suppressor's adhesion process. For each glance intensified the pain. After a full half-minute, the suppressor finally secured itself above Zhang Yunxi's heart. Whoosh! A brilliant light erupted, and the searing pain in his heart vanished instantly, replaced by a sensation of comfort and warmth. The suppressor settled into place, and the circulating core, filled with suppressive liquid, resonated with the heart's blood supply frequency through the conduits and drilling needles. As the suppressive liquid enveloped the heart, the mutated genes were swiftly subdued. Zhang Yunxi's visible transformations were gradually diminishing, and the negative emotions within him had vanished. He felt invigorated, with his physical condition at its peak. Dr. Pang observed this change, his heart brimming with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. It has worked. No, the inhibitor has only just adhered. It requires some time to circulate. Dr. Pang gestured for him to sit. Zhang Yunxi picked up the torn remnants of his clothing, modestly covering himself, and seated himself on the chair. Dr. Pang regarded him thoughtfully and remarked softly, I speculate that the unknown genes contained within the 4 vials of serum have reached a delicate equilibrium within your body. Otherwise, such balanced transformation would not be possible, as it would typically result in deformities. This occurrence is exceedingly rare, a stroke of fortune and yet a misfortune. Indeed. Zhang Yunxi nodded. We must expedite the acquisition of the production method for the inhibitor. Only by deciphering why the genes are suppressed by the inhibitor can we hope to uncover the code for genetic mutation. Dr. Pang took a sip of water. My role is to assist you in this research. Thank you, mentor. Not at all. My life lacks ambition. Dr. Pang sighed. I merely wish to leave something behind for future generations, or perhaps, for the world. You are truly remarkable. Understood, Zhang Yunxi nodded. Wait, didn't you just say to avoid constant transformations? Zhang Yunxi asked in bewilderment. What do the others say? You must allow me to study you. Only then can I save you, Dr. Pang urged, waving his hand. Hurry. All right, I'm coming. Zhang Yunxi suddenly sprang to his feet and pressed the central stimulation button on the inhibitor. 10 seconds later, whoosh, the inhibitor erupted in a blinding light, causing Zhang Yunxi's body to swell, his spine protruding, and his eyes turning entirely white. Zzz. The lights in the room flickered momentarily. Doctor, Pang shouted in astonishment. Is there a magnetic field? 2 hours later, Zhang Yunxi exited the laboratory, wiping away the blood from his nose. That old fool is undoubtedly insane. Goodness, the potency of this drug nearly killed me. You're not going to kick the bucket, are you? Zhu Qingshan expressed concern for Zhang Yunxi's health. If you feel your time is short, it would be prudent to return the remote code for the kinetic lock. That way, I can assist with your cremation and the like. Furthermore, I believe it is necessary to draft some sort of agreement. Given your condition, it seems rather difficult for you to support me. Stop talking. If you say one more word, there will be no lubricant left for tomorrow. You see, your constant threats make it hard to gain trust. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Yunxi cleaned his nose and turned to him. I have acquired the central inhibitor. I now feel in excellent condition. And we must address the fundamental issue. How do we solve it? Weber must surely know the channels for producing the inhibitor. Zhang Yunxi looked at him. Let us execute a major operation. How do we go about that? Zhu Qingshan blinked with his mechanical eye, inquiring. The infant in question is a close confidant of Weber. Capturing him would undoubtedly reveal the source of the suppressive liquid. Zhang Yunxi whispered. We could masquerade as associates of Lu Zhonghui for our retribution, thus remaining undetected. This rationale is sound, and Weber would harbor no suspicion. Very well, I shall provide cover. My AI intelligence test yielded a score of 145. Do you deem me a fool? Zhu Qingshan inquired. If you refuse to participate, I shall immobilize you. Withholding oil and charging. How dare you? Zhang Yunxi, do not presume that I am intimidated by you. Zhu Qingshan retorted, his agitation evident. Your actions could lead to charges of coercion and incitement of an AI to commit unlawful acts. If you threaten to report me, I will sell my thigh and my electromagnetic ring. If that transpires, then I shall comply with orders. Zhu Qingshan encircled Zhang Yunxi's neck with his mechanical arm. Let us maintain civility and avoid quarrels, shall we? If you converse properly with the teacher, surely he would not disregard your plight. Begone, you scoundrel. In the night, the two hastened their pace. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, outside the bar on First Street, Zhu Qingshan concealed himself within an alley, utilizing the communication device embedded in the control system to engage in real-time dialogue with Zhang Yunxi. I find this approach rather foolish. There are numerous surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and my appearance is so distinctive, it would be effortlessly recognizable. Zhang Yunxi, hidden in the second floor of his residence, leaned out the window and replied, They finish work at 2:30. I have observed that the infant walks alone each night. If you strike him from behind, who would be able to react in time? What if I inadvertently kill him? Zhu Qingshan expressed his trepidation. Then you would simply confess. Even in confession, I would implicate you. The two schemers continued to deliberate their plan while monitoring the movements outside the bar. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man emerged from the bar. Zhang Yunxi, illuminated by the street lights, confirmed, it truly is the infant. He appeared to be communicating with someone via a device, standing at the mouth of the alley. Prepare to act. Prepare to act. Zhang Yunxi urged immediately. Once you finish, head straight to the rear garbage station. There are no surveillance devices there. As they conferred, several hovering vehicles approached, and among the occupants was a man whom Zhang Yunxi recognized as an acquaintance. Chapter 51, a one-time buyout. In the alley, Zhu Qingshan blinked his mechanical eye, stealing a glance at Baby, who was engrossed in a conversation with someone through a communication device. He's close enough. It's time to strike. In the dimly lit alley, Baby raised his left wrist, his cheek angled towards the holographic projection, chattering away, while his right hand awkwardly fumbled with his belt, preparing to relieve himself. This was a rare opportunity for a surprise attack. After exchanging a brief word with Zhang Yunxi, Zhu Qingshan promptly activated the high-frequency electromagnetic attack system of his mechanical arm and darted out of the shadows, racing towards Baby with remarkable speed. Thud! Thud! The sound of footsteps echoed through the alley. Baby, hearing the noise, instinctively turned around. Zhu Qingshan, his hands glowing blue, was poised to strike at Baby's back, ready to incapacitate him with an electric shock. Just at that critical moment, a voice rang out from Zhu Qingshan's communication system. Old Zhu, hold your fire. Hold your fire. Damn it. Zhu Qingshan's AI consciousness cursed silently. He was less than a meter away from Baby. In a moment of panic, he immediately deactivated the electromagnetic attack system and executed a suave pivot, redirecting his mechanical form towards the alley's exit. Whoosh. Baby turned his head and was startled to see the tall figure of Zhu Qingshan. Wow, you gave me quite a scare. Zhu Qingshan pretended to be startled and sidestepped. I didn't realize there was someone here. Baby, with his pants down, raised his left hand, his face pale as he stared at Zhu Qingshan. Where did you come from? Baby eyed Zhu Qingshan suspiciously. I'm just taking a leak. In the alley, a cool breeze wafted by as Baby, one hand holding the communicator and the other gripping his trousers, muttered in a state of confusion. Why is a robot buying oranges? How strange. Ahead, Zhu Qingshan swiftly vanished from the alley's mouth, immediately venting his frustration. I suspect you're messing with me. I was about to strike, and then you called it off? Why didn't you say something sooner? Why? He pondered. Did he not notice me? I played it off well. He didn't see through it. 10 minutes later, beside him, Zhang Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Guess who I just saw? I spotted the grizzly bear. He brought a dozen people to the bar. Zhang Yunxi licked his lips. What do you think he's doing at the bar? Consider our earlier confrontation today. If you possess that ability, I might consider terminating you, Zhang Yunxi exclaimed in exasperation. What are you thinking? Absolutely. Zhang Yunxi nodded emphatically. He just clashed with me this afternoon, and now he's at the bar. It's highly likely he's discussing the suppressant with Weber. Think about it. They need that to control me. Plus, I spoke with Dr. Pang today about unlocking the genetic mutation code in me, which requires first deciphering the composition and production method of the suppressant. They've gone to such lengths, aiding me with my lawsuit and threatening me. They must be aiming for results, don't you think? Zhu Qingshan nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. So, what do you propose we do? Zhang Yunxi, upon encountering a perplexing dilemma, instinctively rubbed his palms together. He circled the room and murmured, "Let us not disturb the baby just yet. Otherwise, we risk alarming the snake in the grass, not to mention that we cannot truly resort to murder. That would indeed be rather awkward. What is the plan? How shall we keep watch?" inquired Zhu Qingshan. Teacher, I need to borrow the locator from your person for a moment. Get lost. You want to dismantle my components. Zhu Qingshan reacted with vehement disapproval. I'll only use it briefly. Zhang Yunxi stepped towards Zhu Qingshan, insisting, buying one now would be too late, and besides, the ones available may not be as precise as yours. Fuming, Zhu Qingshan clenched his fists and exclaimed, do not even think about it. I could never part with my organs for your use. This is a matter of dignity. You must understand that since I have been with you, my dignity has been in short supply. 15 minutes later, Zhu Qingshan, trapped by the kinetic core, lay on the ground cursing, you've lost your moral compass, Zhang Yunxi. When you have children, they will surely grow two tails. You are despicable. You are no human. Zhang Yunxi, unperturbed, fiddled with one of the intricate locators on Zhu Qingshan's body and softly inquired, this device can directly interface with your system, correct? Of course. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a locator, Zhu Qingshan retorted, albeit with a cooperative tone. If you possess my kinetic lock and data link code, your communicator can also track my real-time location. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Yunxi touched Zhu Qingshan's cheek and vowed, I swear upon the heavens. Once I have the means, I shall undoubtedly procure the most exquisite AI companion for you, who will attend to your every need until the end. Zhu Qingshan scoffed, damn. How vulgar. I want one of those highly lifelike silicone AI models, one with a pleasing voice. After a brief interval, Zhang Yunxi donned a cap and exited his home, swiftly crossing the street with his hands in his pockets, arriving near a bar. Inside the warehouse, Zhu Qingshan, peering through the ventilation window with his mechanical eye, quickly scanned the surroundings. No one. Hurry up. Don't rush me. Zhang Yunxi glanced around, squatting beside the gray bear's vehicle under the pretense of tying his shoelaces, deftly affixing the locator beneath the rear of the car. Are we waiting? Zhu Qingshan asked. Indeed, we wait. Zhang Yunxi stood at the warehouse entrance. Let us see if they leave tonight and where they go. Inside the bar at 10:30, Weber, savoring a cigar, lounged on the sofa in the reception area. Just speak plainly. The gray bear, appearing relaxed and stifling a yawn, replied, the formulation for the suppressive fluid is crucial. Boss Su believes that purchasing small quantities repeatedly is cumbersome and detrimental to our research team's efforts. You should discuss it with Pang Baran. We wish to buy it outright. Weber slowly set down his cigar, interlocking his fingers and leaning forward. The gray bear tilted his head, both men sparking with intensity. Understand this. If I, Weber, wish to profit, I will do so openly, without resorting to underhanded tactics. It is a matter of integrity. Weber fixed his piercing gaze upon him and stated, I have invested significantly in Zhang Yunxi's affairs. It is entirely reasonable for me to directly request Mr. Su to settle the accounts. You are correct. The suppression serum in Pang Baran's possession is effective solely against Zhang Yunxi. The only one capable of affording such a hefty price is Mr. Su. However, this does not contravene any rules, nor does it breach any ethical business boundaries. The serum belongs to Pang Baran. Whether he chooses to sell it for 10,000 a vial or 1,000,000, such demands are entirely legitimate. If you agree, we shall proceed with the transaction. If not, then we shall part ways amicably, which is perfectly acceptable. The grizzly bear regarded him thoughtfully and nodded slowly. All right. Tell me, what would be an appropriate sum for the buyout? I shall inquire with him. Weber activated his communicator. Go ahead and ask. Let me clarify. I am not particularly acquainted with Pang Baran, nor am I well acquainted with you. The only reason I agreed to facilitate this meeting for negotiation is out of respect for Mr. Su, Weber emphasized, setting the tone unequivocally. Therefore, if you are to negotiate, do so earnestly. Avoid any underhanded tactics. Should anyone tarnish my reputation, regardless of their affiliations, I will not let the matter slide. Is that clear? Absolutely. You are the godfather, after all, chuckled the grizzly bear, nodding in agreement. At 10 minutes past midnight, Zhang Yunxi was jolted awake from his slumber by a sharp slap from Zhu Qingshan. Why did you hit me? What is the hurry? Quickly, wake up. Weber and the grizzly bear have already left. They may very well be after the suppression serum, Zhu Qingshan urged. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi sprang up. rushing towards the garage door while muttering indignantly, "Damn, did you have to hit me so hard? I suspect you are seeking revenge." Chapter 52. Centipede Mountain at 12:35 a.m. On the streets of Block 1, Qingshan was briskly walking alongside Zhang Yunxi. On his right side electronic eye, GPS tracking data automatically appeared, with a red dot pulsating vividly, visible only to him. "Where have we arrived? Come on, relay the information to me," Zhang Yunxi inquired with urgency. In an instant, Qingshan's electronic eye projected a beam of light, akin to a projector, casting a map onto the ground. With the red dot moving and flickering, Zhang Yunxi bent down to take a glance. "Are we at Centipede Mountain? Have we been moving this swiftly?" Qingshan responded. "We have no vehicle and cannot call for one. Otherwise, it would leave a trace of our whereabouts. If a conflict arises, that would serve as evidence. The pressing question is, how do we pursue them?" 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunxi mounted a shared electric motorcycle, setting it to the highest speed, and with a whoosh, he sped away. Behind him, the towering Qingshan awkwardly perched on the somewhat flimsy electric motorcycle, which promptly cracked and deformed with a loud snap. "What kind of quality is this? I was barely sitting on it," Qingshan exclaimed, lifting the toy-like vehicle, calling out, Hey, what should we do, teacher? Speak up." Centipede Mountain lies on the outskirts of Mingzhu City, less than 20 kilometers away from the renowned Yinchi Lake scenic area. This suburban region retains a pristine natural ecosystem. During summer, lush willows provide shade, and the water ripples beautifully, creating a picturesque scene. However, while the area is frequented by tourists during the day, it becomes eerily desolate at night. 2 years ago, many restricted zones were suddenly established outside major cities worldwide, with relevant authorities stationed to manage them. Erecting barriers and barbed wire, ordinary citizens were forbidden from entering or taking photographs. The establishment of these control zones sparked considerable public debate, but the government soon provided explanations, suggesting that as the world rapidly developed, resources dwindled and natural disasters became more frequent. Certain areas required regulation to protect resource regeneration and covertly construct material bases, ensuring the sustainability of human proliferation. Additionally, confidential scientific research was to be conducted in these zones, thus prohibiting public access for the time being. This rationale was evidently insufficient to quell dissent. Many discerning individuals expressed skepticism. However, as time wore on and the fervor surrounding the issue subsided, the discussions gradually diminished, and people became accustomed to this regulation. Humanity's most notable trait is its propensity for habitual adaptation and compliance. Centipede Mountain is located in close proximity to the control zone, with the southern slope governed by Mingzhu City, while the northern slope falls under the jurisdiction of the control unit. Rumors suggest that beyond the control zone lies a wilderness area, where some claim a rampant virus wreaks havoc, having long been secretly managed by the World United Organization. Others assert that space race endeavors are underway there, with numerous astonishing aerospace projects developing in secrecy. In summary, there are all sorts of rumors circulating outside, filled with hearsay and lacking in verifiable truths. However, these areas do not detract from the vibrant atmosphere and joyous existence within the main city. At most, it merely results in a few less visited attractions during the citizens' annual holidays, hence the general populace remains unconcerned. Today, Weber and his companions, including the bear, are set to meet with the elusive Pang Baran, who is rumored to originate from the fringes of the wilderness zone, where he engages in highly lucrative ventures. At the foot of Centipede Mountain lies a series of terraced fields, now stripped bare in the winter season. Apart from a few incongruous agricultural greenhouses, automated farming equipment, and AI surveillance towers, the landscape is dotted with uninhabited residences. Outside one such dwelling, 5 hovering electric vehicles are stationary. Inside, the decor is strikingly minimalistic. Apart from a bed, dining table, and a cupboard, there are no other living essentials. Weber, the bear, and their associates have taken their seats, facing the long-absent Pang Baran, who has brought only 6 individuals with him today, 2 of whom are technical staff. Weber often asserts, the higher the risk of a business, the more one must value trust. This principle embodies the ethos of Weber's team, and it is precisely this culture that has earned him the title of Godfather in District 1. The mere fact that Pang Baran has come with so few people signifies his trust in Weber, as he is known for his cautious demeanor. He would never adopt such an attitude with anyone else. Although they have only conducted business once, Weber still paid Pang Baran in full despite incurring a loss, as the incident occurred on his territory, thus he felt responsible. In the realm of clandestine transactions, there are many unspoken rules. The party conducting business on their own turf must bear the risks involved, given the significant home field advantage. Therefore, ensuring the safety of both goods and transaction partners is a matter of fairness. Inside, Weber puffs on a cigar and states succinctly, "I will orchestrate your discussion tonight. I will handle everything. After today, whether you become friends or engage in covert dealings is not my concern." Pang Baran nods slowly. "Okay, no problem. I am fine with that." The bear, appearing perpetually drowsy and weary, yawns and remarks, "Go ahead with your discussion. I will keep silent." Weber gestures for them to proceed. Pang Baran then turns to the bear. "I hear you wish to purchase the manufacturer of the suppression liquid?" "Yes," the bear replies. "Name your price." "Huh. How much are we talking about?" The bear inquires with a smile. "This price seems a bit exorbitant, doesn't it?" The bear, appearing relaxed, gazes at him. "You're banking on the fact that we are your only potential buyers, aren't you? I'll make you an offer of 800,000. What do you think? Are you wielding a dragon-slaying blade and a sword of destiny?" Pang Baran chuckles in disbelief. "I've sold 10 vials of suppression liquid for 200,000 each. Why on earth would I sell you the formula for 800,000? What are you thinking?" Beside him, an elderly man who had accompanied Pang Baran interjected with a furrowed brow. "The formula is in my possession. Only I know how to produce the suppression fluid. My students cannot replicate it. Zhang Yunxi's worth is not solely visible to you. There will be no shortage of individuals seeking him in the future. For the value of his research transcends the era. Even the authorities may take notice of him, thus the suppression fluid and his value are of equal significance. At least until he produces antibodies, it shall remain so." The grizzly bear observed the old man, "So I have no choice then. Alas, this is quite troublesome. My boss has set the base price at 8 million. The grizzly scratched his head. Nearby, Weber puffed on his cigar, casually toying with a kinetic gun in his hand, and addressed the baby. "Do you have any tissue? My gun is dirty." The grizzly glanced at Weber and sniffed. "I'll contact my boss." As the three parties negotiated, a swift, small drone zipped through the sky. In Mingzhu City, a woman sat in her home, gazing at 2 portraits on the wall, her expression peculiar as she adorned her hair with a white flower. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room as an AI figure entered, emitting an electronic voice. "At Centipede Mountain. Is the flower on my head beautiful?" The woman, clad in black with her hair pinned up, appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light. Near Centipede Mountain, after switching out 7 shared electric scooters, Zhang Yunxi finally arrived at the trading location. Beep. The wrist communicator emitted a request for a call. "Hello." Zhang Yunxi, riding his scooter, pulled over and raised his left hand. "You absolute fool." Zhu Qingshan's figure materialized in the holographic projection, cursing vehemently. "You're utterly clueless. Why must you force me to flee? I was just stopped by the traffic management personnel. They claimed I was speeding on the highway, endangering traffic safety. Damn it, I nearly got taken in again. Do you realize that?" Chapter 53. The utterly ruthless means near Centipede Mountain. Zhang Yunxi was on the verge of tears due to Zhu Qingshan's foolishness. "Brother, why are you speeding on a closed road? Can't you just make a turn? Take the suburban route and detour a bit." Upon arrival, he instructed, "No nonsense when we reach. Wait for my signal, and we will part ways." Zhang Yunxi cautioned, "You provide cover, and unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal yourself." Understood. After their communication, Zhang Yunxi deliberately distanced himself on his motorcycle, proceeding on foot to the transaction site. Is this it? This intellect boasts an IQ of 145? How ridiculous. False advertising can be deadly. Inside the humble abode at Centipede Mountain, Pang Baran inquired impassively, "So, what is the response?" After a moment's deliberation, the gray bear replied. The boss consulted with the research team. They suggested waiting a while longer to ascertain Zhang Yunxi's mutation data before considering the purchase of the suppression formula. Hearing this, Pang Baran stood up. "Then I shall take my leave. We will reconnect." "Wait," the gray bear interjected. Pang Baran turned to him. "Is there something else?" "My refusal to purchase the method does not imply that I will not acquire the finished product," the gray bear said with a light chuckle. "Why the haste? Then tell me, how much shall we buy?" Pang Baran queried. "Let us acquire another set." The gray bear commanded his assistant nearby, "Fetch a blank card. Let us process the payment." "Didn't you just buy a set?" Weber looked at the gray bear with curiosity. The gray bear glanced at him, but remained silent. 10 minutes later, the transaction concluded. The gray bear extended his hand towards Pang Baran, saying, "If the boss decides to proceed with the purchase, I will contact you." "All right." Pang Baran nodded. The old man shook hands with him, smiling broadly, not interested. Decisive. The gray bear acknowledged. Until we meet again. After their handshake, Pang Baran departed first, while the old man turned away as the gray bear discreetly flicked his hand. With a soft thud, a minuscule piece of metal, smaller than a soybean, gently landed on the old man's back, adhering to the hem of his garment. Let us sit for a moment. We'll leave in 10 minutes, Weber softly suggested. In the realm of clandestine transactions, there existed an unwritten rule. The parties involved would not depart the trading site simultaneously. One group would leave first, allowing a brief pause before the next group exited, thus ensuring the privacy and security of both sides. The gray bear bent down to sit, gazing at Weber with a playful expression. Tell me, who do you feel closer to, us or Pang Baran? Hee, one must have principles and boundaries. The gray bear nodded with a smile. Outside, as Pang Baran walked briskly, he murmured, I have an unsettling feeling about this gray bear. He seems rather unreliable. The elder beside him interjected. His reluctance to purchase the suppression liquid indicates one possibility. Their research team believes they can decipher the synthetic components and uncover Zhang Yunxi's mutation code, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure. After all, Mr. Su's wealth was hard-earned. It took years of deception to reach his current status. Do they truly have the potential to crack it? Pang Baran inquired. That would be fortunate. He slowly nodded. Approximately 10 minutes later, Weber and the grizzly departed the bungalow and made their way toward the vehicle. Just then, a notification tone for an incoming call resonated. Hello, boss. The grizzly switched off the holographic projection and communicated solely through voice. After you purchase the suppression serum, head to the second research lab. They are looking for you. Talk with old Zhang. The voice of Su Taiyin echoed through the wrist communicator. Understood, boss, replied the grizzly. All right. Su Taiyin issued a brief directive before ending the call. The grizzly turned to Weber and said, You go ahead. The boss has summoned me. Having heard Su Taiyin's voice, Weber nodded in acknowledgement and entered his vehicle. The two parted ways halfway up the hill, and the grizzly, seated in his car, smirked ominously as he activated the communicator, revealing a red dot on the projected map. On the hillside, Zhang Yunxi scanned the terrain with his keen eyesight, quickly spotting the figures of Pang Baran and his companions. He had just arrived and witnessed their transaction, but following the grizzly now seemed futile. Only by locating Pang Baran could he hope to acquire the suppression serum. After genetic mutation, Zhang Yunxi's organs had undergone remarkable changes due to the new cells, especially his vision, which had significantly improved, rivaling even the capabilities of electronic long-range vision devices within a certain range. Thud. Zhang Yunxi focused on Pang Baran and sprinted through the darkness. Old Zhu, where are you? He called out. I'm near a pig pen on a livestock farm. Almost there. Zhu Qingshan replied. What on earth are you doing near a pig pen? Looking for your kind? Zhang Yunxi inquired. You know nothing. My system predicted their route would lead this way, Zhu Qingshan retorted. I'm blocking the road for support. As they conversed, they moved closer to Pang Baran and soon observed him and his 6 companions heading toward a parking area near the scenic spot. The moon hung like a crescent, and the stars twinkled in the night sky. Pang Baran, accompanied by his entourage, ascended the steps and soon caught sight of his vehicle. Buzz! A faint humming filled the air, and Pang Baran, barely 3 meters from the car, abruptly turned to gaze at the sky behind him. Something else, he began. But before he could finish, a brilliant light erupted from above. Kinetic energy cannon, Pang Baran shouted, reacting with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, Zhu Qingshan, moving away from the pig pen, raised his head and urgently warned Zhang Yunxi. Be careful, there's a kinetic cannon. About 100 meters to your left, there's a thermal energy fluctuation. Don't go near. Boom. Before they could finish their communication, a deafening explosion occurred at the parking site. A massive blue energy sphere instantly incapacitated Pang Baran and his 6 companions, their bodies convulsing and momentarily rendered unable to resist. Whoosh! 2 airborne incendiary shells were unleashed from a drone overhead. Bang rumble! The pneumatic hovercar was instantaneously obliterated, a fireball soaring over 3 meters high, with the vehicle shattering into fragments. Meanwhile, the nearest individual, Pang Baran, was engulfed by flames, a glow igniting behind him. My goodness! Pang Baran felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, yet his willpower was unyielding. He gritted his teeth against the agony and rolled to his left. Whoosh! At that moment, the grizzly bear surged up the slope with remarkable speed, heading straight for the fallen crowd. Bang! With a single stomp, one of Pang Baran's comrades suffered a collapsed ribcage, spewing blood and evidently succumbing to his injuries. Whoosh! Bang! A beam of light erupted from the grizzly bear's mechanized arm, piercing through the chest of one of Pang Baran's assistants, resulting in his immediate demise. In less than a second, the grizzly bear had passed by, claiming 2 lives and injuring another, now standing before the old man. "What do you intend to do?" The old man, still reeling from the electrifying blow, gazed at the grizzly bear in terror, his voice trembling. "To kill you." The grizzly bear knelt, pressing against the old man's chest, his mechanized hands firmly gripping the old man's head. You, this is madness, Weber. He is insignificant." The grizzly bear's gaze burned with intensity as he stared at the old man. "I demand your head." Bang! With a sickening twist, the grizzly bear snapped the old man's neck with his mechanized arm, lifting the severed head, blood-soaked, and standing tall as he coldly addressed Pang Baran. "See, I have severed his head. You need not pay the 20 million. Pang Baran lay on the ground, convulsing, gritting his teeth, his eyes locked on the grizzly bear. You are ruthless." Pang Baran gasped. "All right, let us renegotiate, shall we?" Negotiate?" The grizzly bear tilted his head. "Regarding Pang Baran, I have deciphered his electrode chip. Not only do I comprehend the formulation of the suppressive liquid, but I also grasp how the 4 vials of agents are synthesized. The leverage rests with me. How can I negotiate with you?" "Not far off." Zhang Yunxi crouched in the hollow of the hill, reaching slowly towards the central suppressor. "Old Zhu, it's time to act. Are you blind? With such a degree of cruelty, I cannot keep my life in his hands. Who knows when my head might roll as well." Zhang Yunxi felt a surge of anxiety, yet gritted his teeth and declared, "Not fighting is also a death sentence. Let's do this." Slowly rising, Zhang Yunxi extended his hand towards the central suppressor at his chest. Whoosh whoosh. Long live the new world. Bang rumble. Accompanied by the rallying cry, another explosion reverberated through the parking area. Zhang Yunxi momentarily froze. Goodness. That slogan sounds so familiar. Chapter 54. The Leaky King. In the valley, Zhang Yunxi heard someone exclaim, "Long live the new world," and saw a multitude of AI beings manifesting in the sky. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. His old adversaries had arrived. "Old Zhu, halt." Zhang Yunxi swiftly called out to Zhu Qingshan, "Someone has beaten us to the punch. Let us observe for a moment and watch them tear each other apart." After concluding their communication, the two entered a state of stealth, each taking position to observe intently towards the direction of the grizzly bear. At the parking location, the grizzly bear had just evaded 2 beams from a cannon when he noticed 8 AI beings dispersing, floating approximately 10 meters above the ground, their chests glowing with an orange luminescence. "Switch to the rotary cannon and intercept." The grizzly bear bellowed, his legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed, aided by the mechanical enhancements on his limbs, as he dashed towards the side of the parking area. The 8 AI robots hovered in the air, synchronously unveiling their chest-mounted rocket pods, a series of 3x3 rocket barrels aimed menacingly at the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of projectiles, each about the length of an adult finger, erupted from the chests of the AI beings, hurtling chaotically towards the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear swiftly burrowed into the woods, utilizing the robust tree trunks, rocky outcrops, and the mountainside for cover, successfully deflecting a portion of the oncoming projectiles. However, these advanced munitions possessed tracking capabilities, and the higher-flying warheads continued to speed toward him. Thud! The grizzly bear rolled sideways behind a massive boulder, twisting his body backward to raise his mechanized arms. Boom, boom, boom. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated as the grizzly bear unleashed the energy cannon mounted on his mechanical arms, indiscriminately intercepting the incoming projectiles. The shockwaves and heat generated by the explosions sent clouds of dust billowing into the air, snapping several trees on either side of him and reducing a hefty boulder to mere fragments, rendering the scene utterly chaotic. Panting heavily, the grizzly bear glanced towards the position where Pang Baran had been moments earlier, only to find it devoid of life. In the forest, Pang Baran, accompanied by his remaining 2 companions, was enduring their injuries while sprinting frantically. As he ran, he vowed with fervor that if heaven allowed him to survive this ordeal, the grizzly bear and Su Laoban would surely face dire consequences. By the pneumatic hover vehicle beneath the parking area, a henchman of the grizzly bear retrieved a slender rotary machine gun from the trunk. Such a weapon was virtually unseen within the main urban area, and even Weber would hesitate to wield it in the city, for it was a military-grade armament. If apprehended, one could face a life sentence. The grizzly bear's crew had somehow acquired such a formidable weapon. Perhaps it was indeed the influence of capital. Dare to touch Su Laoban's people. shouted one of the grizzly bear's desperate subordinates, securing the rotary cannon atop the hover vehicle, his expression frenzied as he cried out, "Damn you all." Rat-a-tat-tat. The rotating cannon unleashed a torrent of blue flames, wildly firing into the sky. 8 AI robots swiftly dodged. Yet 3 of them were ensnared by a dense barrage of shells, dismembered and obliterated on the spot, with the formidable firepower of the rotating cannon bolstering their efforts. The pressure on the gray bear's side diminished significantly. He burst forth from the woods, snatched the old man's head from his companion's grasp, and bellowed, "Cover me. I'm retreating. You go, brother bear." His subordinates brandished their firearms, dispersing towards the parking area to suppress the AI entities with concentrated fire. Though the gray bear appeared brazen and arrogant, he was, in truth, a cunning and treacherous character. As the enforcer for his employer, he needed to comprehend the outcomes his boss desired. The objective for the night was to acquire the formula for the suppression serum. Anything else held little significance. Clutching the old man's head, the gray bear swiftly vacated the battlefield, navigating through the labyrinthine forest towards Mingzhu City. His men fanned out, engaging in skirmishes against the airborne AI entities. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black sky, dazzling lights flickered as 7 AI entities soared towards the conflict zone, accompanied by numerous combat support drones. This organization, which proclaimed the glory of a new world, appeared to be exceedingly affluent on the surface, engaging in nefarious activities. They predominantly deployed AI entities, which were not inexpensive to manufacture. Particularly within urban areas, they had to evade various legal inspections. Their capacity to mobilize such an arsenal under these circumstances was indicative of their substantial power. In the forest, severing the old man's head saved the organization at least 20 million and would expedite the research team's progress significantly. Such an achievement would surely please Mr. Su. Most importantly, securing the formula for the suppression serum would grant the organization complete leverage over Zhang Yunxi. Any entity wishing to investigate this genetic conundrum would ultimately have to collaborate with the Su group. As the suppression serum was tantamount to Zhang Yunxi's very existence and was the sole key to unlocking the secrets of genetic mutation, Zhang Yunxi's current physical condition represented a lethal temptation to those in the biological sciences, rendering his worth immeasurable. Thus, what the gray bear held was not merely a head, but a vast trove of untapped wealth. Simultaneously, he understood that the batch of AI entities that had emerged today was undoubtedly dispatched by that organization, possibly seeking revenge while also vying for the suppression serum on behalf of some behind-the-scenes magnates. The news of Zhang Yunxi's mutation had already stirred considerable media attention, making it impossible not to attract the notice of certain conglomerates and officials. In a hollow on the mountainside, Zhang Yunxi surveyed the forest and immediately commanded Zhu Qingshan, "Let us get to work." "Understood." Zhang Yunxi turned, swiftly advancing while reaching to activate the central suppression device embedded in his chest. A resonant hum filled the air as he walked briskly, his body undergoing a transformation. A thick layer of gray keratin began to emerge, visibly altering his facial features, skin, and limbs. The fabric of his clothing and trousers strained against his expanded physique, which stood nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles comparable to those of a bodybuilder, radiating sheer aesthetic power. Whoosh! Transformed, Zhang Yunxi transitioned from walking to running, his speed surpassing the limits of human capability as he barreled down the hillside, traversing the vast expanse of the wilderness. Within 10 seconds, he approached a thicket, taking a shortcut through a muddy marshland. His robust thighs propelled him through the muck. But suddenly his right foot was caught by a large rock hidden beneath the mud. Thud! With agile reflexes, Zhang Yunxi rolled twice in the mire to dissipate the impact, continuing his forward dash. However, the mud obscured his strikingly noticeable exterior, rendering him a dark, filthy humanoid figure from an external perspective. It was difficult to discern what creature he truly was. Whoosh! Zhang Yunxi emerged from the muck, pressing onward in pursuit of the woods. Amidst the forest, the grizzly bear sprinted while attempting to establish communication with the higher-ups of its group. Rustle. At that moment, the bear sensed a disturbance behind it, akin to the sound of wind rustling through willow branches, accompanied by heavy footsteps. Swish. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew ever closer, sounding as if an elephant were charging, sending a shiver down the bear's spine even before the figure arrived, the overwhelming aura of pressure bearing down on it. Whoosh! In the dimly lit forest, obscured by the branches and foliage, the bear, peering into the shadows, suddenly caught sight of a silhouette before it, standing nearly 2 meters tall, covered in a viscous black substance. The figure appeared exceedingly peculiar. The low light made it difficult for the bear to discern the figure's features. Indeed, even if it could see clearly, the bear would hardly recognize Zhang Yunxi, for his physical transformation over the past 3 months had been substantial. Not to mention the layers of mud now cloaking him. Zhang Yunxi had grown at least 10 centimeters taller, his body more pronounced, with even his spine beginning to protrude. This form was unlike anything the bear had encountered before, as the last image it recalled of Zhang Yunxi was from 3 months prior, when the filthy Blood Clan warriors had brutally assaulted the Shabi clan. The bear regarded him cautiously, beads of sweat forming on its brow. Zhang Yunxi advanced, a deep-seated resentment boiling within him. A whole bottle of suppressants had been carelessly discarded by the bear. In this relationship, there were no notions of right or wrong, only positions. You sought to eliminate me, and yet, would I simply allow you to live as if nothing happened? Zhang Yunxi fixed a cold gaze upon the bear, stepping closer. You wretched creature. Did you Jiahui, who lost her husband and son, also join your organization? The bear, unable to comprehend Zhang Yunxi's words, raised an eyebrow and retorted, a bio-warrior, is it? I advise you to think carefully before making your move. Zhang Yunxi had not anticipated such a misunderstanding, momentarily taken aback. He stared blankly at the mud coating his body and his altered form. This was something Boss Su deemed essential, should you dare to act. This matter would not simply pass by. The gray bear retreated while hoarsely uttering, truly, nothing can escape your discerning gaze. Zhang Yunxi roared. Long live the new world. Indeed, it was you. The gray bear swiftly raised its mechanical arm to shield its head. Bang! Zhang Yunxi unleashed a powerful punch. And with a resounding crack, it seemed something had shattered. Chapter 55, Electromagnetic Realm with a resounding thud. The gray bear was forced back 2 steps by a powerful punch from Zhang Yunxi, barely managing to stabilize himself with the aid of his mechanical leg armor. His arms throbbed with pain, and even the mechanical gauntlets bore visible cracks. The gray bear stared at Zhang Yunxi, astonished by the unexpected ferocity of his opponent. Zhang Yunxi had no intention of engaging in idle chatter or granting him any time to ponder. His singular focus was to incapacitate his adversary and make a swift escape with his head. In a swift motion, Zhang Yunxi sidestepped and launched a kick. This time, the gray bear, wary of a direct confrontation, took a step to the left to evade while simultaneously delivering an upward punch aimed at Zhang Yunxi's ribs. With a loud thud, the bear's fist met its target, and Zhang Yunxi felt as if he had been struck by a brick. The pain was significant but bearable. Following this successful strike, the gray bear fluidly raised his mechanical leg and aimed a kick at Zhang Yunxi's supporting knee. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Yunxi caught the movement and instinctively attempted to withdraw his leg. However, his large frame made his actions somewhat cumbersome. Seizing the opportunity, the gray bear transitioned from a kick to a stomp, the gleaming metallic sole landing squarely on Zhang Yunxi's chest. The force of the bear's leg, amplified by the mechanical armor, overwhelmed Zhang Yunxi, sending him stumbling backward. With your level of skill, you dare to step into the ring? It seems the Liu family has truly met its end. The gray bear's eyes blazed with ferocity as he advanced, capitalizing on Zhang Yunxi's moment of imbalance. Unleashing a right hook. This punch is for your head. Raise your arms to defend. Instinctively, Zhang Yunxi raised his arms to shield his head. With a decisive motion, the gray bear retracted his right fist and, wielding the head of an old man in his left hand, struck Zhang Yunxi squarely in the eye. For a brief moment, darkness enveloped Zhang Yunxi's vision. You're exposed on your left side. The gray bear, still holding the head, moved with surprising agility. Will you defend against this? Furious at the taunts, Zhang Yunxi's right arm transformed into a hammer, aimed directly at the bear's head. In a fluid motion, the gray bear danced aside, bending low to evade Zhang Yunxi's elbow strike, and retaliated with a punch that landed painfully in Zhang Yunxi's groin. With a pained howl, Zhang Yunxi instinctively cradled his injured area, his body bending forward. Even the strongest of men have their vulnerabilities. Though Zhang Yunxi had undergone a transformation, his physiological structure remained unchanged, and the groin was still a sensitive target. Coupled with the advanced mechanical gauntlets worn by the gray bear, the force and speed of the blow were formidable. This punch delivered an acute lesson in pain. Is this all you've got, you worthless fool? Speed. Where's your speed? Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yunxi was momentarily stunned, the bear advanced with small, brisk steps, his body weaving and striking, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Zhang Yunxi was utterly outmatched in terms of technique. Aside from his physical advantages, his combat skills were abysmal. Throughout his 18 years of life, He had always been kind-hearted, and the number of fights he had engaged in could be counted on one hand, let alone sparring with professional fighters. He possessed a well-built physique, but lacked the ability to utilize it effectively. Against ordinary individuals, he could easily overwhelm them with his explosive power that surpassed human limits, executing crushing attacks. However, when faced with a seasoned fighter, his lack of experience and adaptability became glaringly apparent. Who was the bear? A high-level enforcer who could speak directly with Boss Liu, a ruthless outlaw who would not hesitate to kill, earning a living through violence. He was undeniably professional. Damn it. Kneel before me. The bear showed no regard for martial ethics. When he had the advantage, he targeted Zhang Yunxi's vital areas with brutal precision. His groin, eyes, throat, and armpits were all fair game. Objectively speaking, after his physical transformation, Zhang Yunxi's reaction time had already surpassed that of an average person. But his ability to utilize his body did not keep pace. He struggled to control his movements, whether it was delivering heavy punches or lifting his legs to block. Thud! As Zhang Yunxi attempted to evade the bear's fist, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! The bear raised his knee, and a serrated disc the size of a bowl shot forth from the mechanical armor on his right leg, slicing towards Zhang Yunxi's neck. Zhang Yunxi caught a glimmer of cold light and instinctively raised his arm to shield his neck and head. Swish! The disc grazed past him, slicing into his arm. Although the gray epidermal layer provided some protection, the material of the serrated disc was unknown, causing gray liquid to seep from his arm. You worthless fool, perish! The bear raised his right hand, activating the energy cannon of his mechanical arm, aiming at Zhang Yunxi's chest, and unleashed a beam of blue light. To hell with you. You are the true waste. Realizing he could not evade, Zhang Yunxi pushed himself off the ground with his left hand and threw a punch toward the energy beam. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued. Whoosh! The bear stumbled back 3 steps, his body swaying as he stood several meters away. As the blue light dissipated, Zhang Yunxi gasped for breath. Standing his ground, the energy beam had cracked the gray layer on his right arm, causing it to flake off, revealing at least 7 or 8 fissures, each several inches long, using a mix of gray and red liquid. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as the mechanical armor on the bear's right arm shattered completely, splitting into 3 pieces that fell to the ground. Damn it, he's still alive. The bear stared in disbelief at Zhang Yunxi, wondering what new drug the Liu family had developed, as the man before him seemed remarkably resilient. In the forest, Qingshan found himself less than 500 meters away from Zhang Yunxi. As he sprinted forward, he called out through his communication device, "Clear the way. I'm coming." What? Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the two communicated, 6 AI robots descended from the sky, having dealt with the minions of the grizzly bear. Now pursuing them. Can you handle this? Qingshan asked with concern. Zhang Yunxi, reaching for the central suppressor with his right hand, gritted his teeth and declared, "I must take care of this myself today. Stay back, or you'll be compromised." Upon hearing this, Qingshan halted, understanding Zhang Yunxi's intentions. He shouted eagerly, "If you're risking your life, don't come back empty-handed. Leave me that gauntlet and the 2 leg guards. I can't find these in the city. I can modify them for use." The grizzly bear turned its head towards the AI robots in the sky, snarling at Zhang Yunxi. "I'll settle the score with you later." With that, the grizzly activated its leg armor and made a swift retreat. "No later, let us settle this today." Zhang Yunxi's pain cry echoed through the woods as his spine suddenly protruded, extending about the length of an infant's finger. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones resonated as Zhang Yunxi's physique grew taller, surpassing 2 meters. His dermal layer expanded drastically, now a smooth, solid gray without any other hues. Instinctively glancing back while running, the grizzly bear froze momentarily upon witnessing Zhang Yunxi's transformation. Simultaneously, the 6 robots swooped low, dispersing as they lunged towards Zhang Yunxi and the grizzly bear. "Fall down," Zhang Yunxi shouted, his voice hoarse as he clenched his fists. With his words, a slight hum resonated within a 30-meter radius around him. A visible gray ripple, akin to a shockwave, swiftly radiated outward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 AI robots, mid-flight, unexpectedly plummeted from the sky, hurtling toward the ground. The projection screen displayed a complete loss of the robot's visual feed, replaced by a flurry of static. In the forest, the grizzly bear, while running, suddenly felt a buzzing in its brain, a sharp pain erupting from the area housing its electrode chip. Almost instantaneously, the grizzly lost consciousness, as if it had drunkenly blacked out. Whoosh! Zhang Yunxi charged in from behind, swiftly reaching the side of the grizzly bear. You bastard. You hit my groin and poked my eyes, didn't you? Bam. You smashed my suppressor and called me useless? You mutt, are you that audacious? Bam. Do you want to force me into a situation where I have to extinguish your life? How low can you go? I'll end you. With that, Zhang Yunxi unleashed a flurry of iron fists, treating the temporarily unconscious grizzly bear like a punching bag. In a mere 2 seconds, the bear's sternum and ribs were nearly shattered, blood spewing from its mouth as its form was utterly contorted. Without the protection of its mechanical armor and the mindset of a fighter, the bear was no different from an ordinary human. Did it possess mechanical arms? Did it dare to take a life? A reckless outlaw, indeed. I shall make you pay for your arrogance. With a sharp crack, the bear, stripped of its armor, had its right arm shattered by a single knee strike from Zhang Yunxi. I shall extract your very brain matter. Grasping the bear's hair with his left hand, Zhang Yunxi reached towards the back of its head with his right, forcefully removing the electrode chip embedded within its brain. In the heart of the forest, Qingshan gazed in astonishment at Zhang Yunxi, murmuring, the biological electromagnetic field. Good heavens, this is akin to a walking personal electromagnetic domain. But alas, the time is too brief. Get lost. After completely deforming the bear, Zhang Yunxi sent it flying with a kick. Old Zhu, I'll handle the AI beings. You hurry and seize the valuables. Qingshan's eyes widened with fervor as he beheld the bear's armor and the 6 fallen mechanical units scattered on the ground. To him, these mechanical parts were equivalent to a house, luxury cars, or a stunning beauty of size 36F. Chapter 56. Prosperity. Prosperity. The bioelectromagnetic field unleashed by Zhang Yunxi lasts approximately 3 to 4 seconds and exhibits considerable instability. At times, the energy fluctuations of this electromagnetic field are feeble, insufficient to impact AI electronic devices. Yet at other instances, the intensity is astonishing, with energy released in a fleeting moment affecting a radius of nearly 35 meters, lasting for around 4 seconds. This volatility stems from Zhang Yunxi's inability to exert any control over the energy within his body, as his method of releasing electromagnetic energy is rather primitive and straightforward. He merely presses the secondary boost button on the suppressor, thereby unleashing the suppressed mutant genes within him all at once. This principle is akin to a mischievous child who, while playing, pinches a water pipe that irrigates a field. When the pinch is released, water surges forth. However, if the grip is unstable, then upon release, the force of the water flow is considerably diminished. Ultimately, this method of pinching the pipe represents the most rudimentary control over bodily energy, as one cannot dictate how far or how forcefully the water will spray, nor the precise direction it will take. The outcomes remain entirely unpredictable. Thus, in order for Zhang Yunxi to utilize this energy effectively, he must first acknowledge the presence of this power within his body. Yet, he currently remains oblivious to this energy and lacks the time to sense or cultivate it. With only a little over a year to live, continually stimulating himself would be akin to searching for waste with a lantern in a toilet. The crux of the matter lies in acquiring the formula for the suppressive liquid to unravel the code of his bodily mutation. 3 seconds is ample time for Zhang Yunxi to accomplish numerous tasks, as his explosive power and speed during mutation have long surpassed human limits. In the forest, Zhang Yunxi dashed towards an AI individual, seizing their thigh with his right hand and hoisting them aloft, wielding them like a meteor hammer. He furiously smashed them against several other AI entities nearby. Boom. Thunder. Damn it. Chanting long live the new world. Are you out of your mind? Boom. Boom. Thunderous crashes. Zhang Yunxi unleashed his pent-up frustration, using the hardest body parts of the AI to strike down upon the heads of the others. Curse you all. Zhang Yunxi gritted his teeth in fury. Suddenly, without warning, a pair of large feet kicked from behind. Boom. What are you doing? Zhang Yunxi snapped irritably. It was only upon hearing this that Zhang Yunxi realized, staring regretfully at the scattered parts on the ground. What are you staring at? Sightseeing. Qingshan urged. Come here, dismantle it. Once done, run. Under the bright moonlight, with a gentle breeze rustling through the mountains and forests, a mutated creature and a crafty, miserly robot bent over together, shamelessly tearing apart the AI machinery, engaging in a brazen act of violent disassembly. Get the energy core, grab the system core. These things are valuable. The weapon bay can also be disassembled. Why are you messing with the lubricant tank? Zhang Yunxi exclaimed urgently. I desperately need lubricant. My foot hasn't healed yet. When you're poor, you must live meticulously. Brother, time is of the essence. There are others outside. Choose the expensive ones. I'm conducting an electronic scan. They probably have about 30 seconds before they arrive, and we're being delayed. As Qingshan spoke, he pried open a mechanical leg and tossed the AI's flight rocket thruster onto the clothing spread out before them. Zhang Yunxi was also busy, meticulously extracting the energy core and system core, feeling a thrill within, for he had never engaged in such tasks before. Moments later, Zhang Yunxi kicked aside an empty shell of a head and, with a look of urgency, called out to Qingshan, "Let's go. We can't linger any longer. They're almost here. Wait a moment, this eyeball is quite good." Qingshan tugged at Zhang Yunxi's arm, bent down to secure the clothes on the ground, and hoisted them onto his shoulder, exclaiming, "I'm leaving first. You do as you wish." Whoosh. With that, Qingshan, burdened with the load, activated the kinetic booster in his legs and vanished into the woods like a whirlwind. This was not Qingshan's disrespect towards the deceased elder, rather. He was left with no other choice. To save Zhang Yunxi, obtaining the formula for the suppressive liquid was imperative, thus extracting the electrode chip was a necessary endeavor. Zhang Yunxi glanced around before sprinting in the opposite direction of Qingshan. His agility allowed him to quickly outpace Qingshan. On the road, Zhang Yunxi initiated a call with Dr. Peng. "Hello?" A virtual image appeared in the darkness, revealing Dr. Peng reclining in a bathtub, exuding an alluring demeanor. "What is it?" "Mentor, we engaged in a fierce battle against evil." At the outskirts of Mingzhu City, several pneumatic hover cars were parked by the roadside. Weber sat within one of the vehicles, his expression grim as he asked, "Are you certain it was the grizzly bear? What is there to be uncertain about? He didn't even cover his face. I saw him kill the professor with my own eyes." Peng Baran shouted angrily, "I agreed to meet because I trusted you. You bear direct responsibility for this." Weber regarded him, frowning as he interrupted, "Trust me one more time, and I will provide you with an explanation." "No need. I want to enter the city," Peng Baran insisted. "I will find out this explanation myself." Peng Baran fell silent. "All right," a middle-aged man in the passenger seat nodded. Within Mingzhu City, Yu Jiahui repeatedly scrutinized the footage from before the AI warrior lost control, her cheeks adorned with an expression of disbelief. Why? Why did all 6 machines fail simultaneously? Beside her, a handsome middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Clearly, his body has undergone a change beyond our comprehension. It is electromagnetic fluctuation. His body likely houses a biological electromagnetic field many times greater than that of an ordinary person," an elder observed as he studied the footage. "He must have evolved once more." "Huh." A middle-aged man grinned widely, entirely unperturbed by the loss of several AI entities. In fact, this only heightened the value of his memories, rendering the worth of his body immeasurable. In the outskirts of Pearl City, beside a vast pit, Zhang Yunxi and Qingshan gazed in awe at the plethora of scattered components on the ground, their eyes shimmering with excitement. They had struck gold. If these items were sold in the black market, they would undoubtedly fetch a considerable amount of traffic. Qingshan's electronic voice took on a rather lewd tone as he proposed, "My suggestion is I shall take charge of the management." Zhang Yunxi interjected promptly. Qingshan twisted his neck, resembling a piston, and replied, "Let us divide it equally. That would be fair, I shall reiterate. Unified distribution and management." Zhang Yunxi called out Qingshan's kinetic lock code. "What do you think? You are treating people like black slaves." Qingshan, now visibly agitated, retorted, "Can you at least act like a human? I was nearly apprehended for speeding, and you offer me nothing. I am your esteemed teacher, Zhu." "Just kidding. I'll leave a robust AI limb for you. It will surely make you a complete man. I will strangle you." With less than 5 kilometers between them, this was destined to be yet another electrifying tale. Chapter 57. Who will solve this? "Weber, what is your intention?" The middle-aged leader, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, inquired. On the road, the headlights of the cars illuminated the scene as Weber leaned against the imposing front of an SUV. His voice devoid of inflection, "I seek the grizzly bear." Baby led a group of 8 robust men, striding forward. "Mad, who are you conversing with? What do you mean by not wanting things to escalate? Who looks bad?" Baby's countenance darkened, exuding an aura of intimidation as he advanced with his brethren. "Do not approach, or I will open fire." Bang, bang. The sound of kinetic guns reverberated through the wilderness. Moments later, 4 of Grizzly's men lay sprawled on the ground. And Baby stepped on the neck of the middle-aged leader, frowning as he scolded, "Are you new to this field? Are you unaware of the darkness that envelopes the night outside the city? Pray tell, who looks bad?" In the commercial center of Mingzhu City, Outside a sterile room on the top floor of Tianyin Group, the over 50-year-old Su Taiyin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the glass at the interior scene. Inside the sterile chamber, an exquisitely expensive nutrient pod, worth tens of millions, was operating in a closed state, connected by over 20 tubes delivering various nutrients and energy, exuding a futuristic aura. Under the bright lights, through the glass of the nutrient pod, two figures could be discerned lying within, one of whom appeared to be a toddler, approximately 2 or 3 years old, with wrinkled skin and a frail body. Emaciated like a twig, Su Taiyin stared at the nutrient pod, momentarily lost in thought. Beep, beep. Su Taiyin stepped aside and activated his wrist communicator. Hello, Mr. Weber. Boss Su, the grizzly bear is in my possession, and he may perish at any moment. Please come to the bar, we need to discuss. Weber's voice was calm yet laced with politeness. Before your arrival, I will administer the finest life-saving serum to the grizzly bear. Su Taiyin furrowed his brow. Weber. I am quite occupied at the moment. After ending the communication, Su Taiyin pondered for a long while before instructing. Call for a car. We shall proceed to Block 1. At around 3 in the morning, the doors swung open, revealing Dr. Peng clad in a vibrant, floral nightgown. Upon seeing the two men, his expression turned momentarily blank, astonishment flickering in his gaze. The other individual, Zhu Qingshan, was adorned with numerous branches and twigs, splattered with mud and blood. Most notably, he bore a large bag slung over his shoulder, reminiscent of someone who had just committed a crime. Without a doubt. We heeded your advice to intercept the goods. Xiao Zhang and old Zhu chimed in unison. It was you who insisted that the suppressive agent was vital, without acquiring it. We could not proceed. You are the mastermind behind this affair. Come in quickly, before anyone notices. Dr. Peng, well accustomed to their cunning ways, waved them inside. The three entered the living room, and Dr. Peng scrutinized Zhang Yunxi, reaching out to pull down his lower eyelid. Do not move. What is it? Yes. We can manage without assistance. Zhang Yunxi nodded. Your sclera is severely congested. Dr. Peng furrowed his brow and immediately activated the data recording function on the communicator. How long has it been since normal physiological states were restored? This question nearly frightened Zhang Yunxi to the point of losing control, as he timidly touched his eyes and stammered, Mentor, you must think of a solution quickly. I don't want to die. What about the formula for the suppression liquid? Dr. Peng inquired. Zhang Yunxi promptly produced the electrode chip he had extracted from the back of the old man's head. Here it is, but it requires decryption. I specialize in biology. How can you expect me to crack this? Dr. Peng replied, exasperated. We need a professional. At this point, both fell silent, their minds racing to sift through experts in the fields of electronics and networking. Zhu Qingshan beside them opened his large bag and cheerfully suggested, my IQ is 145. Why not let me give it a try? Get lost. Zhang Yunxi retorted decisively. We need someone reliable and discreet. After all, what you're involved in outside the city is no trivial matter. Dr. Peng held a blood-stained electrode chip. Should I look for someone? I have a candidate. Zhang Yunxi suddenly had a brilliant idea and shamelessly proposed. We could reach out to my future wife. Who is that? Yes. We can contact that young lady. Dr. Peng nodded. Well, you should get in touch with her. As you are the principal offender, Zhu Qingshan cleverly remarked to Dr. Peng. Zhang Yunxi glanced at old Zhu and nodded appreciatively. Yes, Dr. Peng, being the authority, it would be better if you made the call. These two rascals together have accumulated quite a bit of cunning. Dr. Peng was deeply intrigued by Zhang Yunxi's condition. He was eager to unravel the mystery of this genetic mutation and thus paid no heed to the tricks of those two rascals. Heading straight for the second floor, I will contact her. In Block 1, at the back entrance of the bar at 10:30. Two seemingly ordinary electric cars came to a gentle stop. The doors swung open, and 4 sharply dressed men were the first to exit, unfurling umbrellas specifically designed for luxury vehicles to shield themselves from the omnipresent surveillance cameras. Boss, please. One man on the left called towards the interior of the car. Su Taiyin disembarked with a stoic expression, quickly making his way into the bar, flanked by the umbrella and the 4 men. Inside the corridor, Baby approached Su Taiyin alone, extending his hand. This way, please, Boss Su. The group hurried through the premises and soon arrived at the reception room on the first floor. As soon as Su Taiyin entered, he spotted Weber sitting on the sofa, sipping tea. The Godfather, Boss Su has arrived, Baby announced. Weber rose, his mechanical prosthetic leg creaking as it hit the ground, and extended his palm from a distance. Greetings, Boss Su. Haha. Boss Su shook hands with him, smiling warmly. This grizzly bear is becoming increasingly unreliable. For a minor issue, he still requires you to step in and clean up. I think he should retire." Weber did not respond to this leading remark, habitually raising his arm towards the main seat. "Boss Su, please take a seat." Su Taiying nodded slightly and bent down to sit in the primary position. In terms of appearance, Su Taiying undoubtedly qualifies as a distinguished gentleman of middle age. His features are well-defined, his skin meticulously cared for, and his face is almost devoid of wrinkles. His originally graying hair has been artfully permed and dyed, exuding an aura of authority as he sits. Weber, seated in a subordinate position, promptly addressed the matter at hand. "Boss Su, you are quite busy, and I have my own pressing matters. Let us discuss the crux of the issue directly. The trade involving Pang Baran is a situation I have orchestrated, and now that complications have arisen, I must take responsibility." He poured tea for Su Taiying, continuing, "A life lost must have an explanation. We cannot dismiss the value of a deceased professor merely because he operated in rough territories. Would you not agree?" Su Taiying, with a gentle smile, gestured dismissively and signaled to his attendant. Swiftly, the attendant produced a black card from his pocket and placed it before Weber. Weber furrowed his brow, questioning, "What does this signify?" "This is the black gold card from the adventurers' camp, with an amount that can be liquidated into the equivalent of 35 million in assets. And it will remain untraceable," Su Taiying replied, crossing his legs casually. "I must say, I have a great admiration for you. Perhaps you should continue working for me." Weber interjected, "I am referring to Pang Baran's situation." There is nothing further to discuss. Su Taiying maintained his smile as he lifted his teacup. If the formula for the suppressive agent has been taken, this group holds little actual value. However, if you believe his connection to you warrants it, we can consider a financial settlement. Yet, this must be based solely on your standing, not any other considerations. At the residence of Dr. Pang, Zhang Yunxi was in the shower when Zhu Qingshan picked up an AI mechanical leg, gesturing towards his groin. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" He was genuinely contemplating Zhang Yunxi's suggestion, preparing to embody a complete man. Ding dong. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 58, The Endless Vitality Ding Dong. The doorbell chimed. Zhu Qingshan set aside the AI leg and strode to the door. Upon glancing at the surveillance footage, he noticed a stunning young woman standing outside, prompting him to open the door. "Hello, Jiang classmate." Outside, Jiang Xin donned form-fitting jeans and a waist-hugging utility jacket. Her long tresses cascading over her shoulders, her perfect figure resembling that of a model. Zhu Qingshan assessed Jiang Xin and blurted out, "You look quite edgy." Perplexed, Jiang Xin gazed at teacher Zhu, inquiring, "What do you mean?" "I meant to say you are beautiful. Your outfit resembles that of a motorcycle enthusiast." Zhu Qingshan complimented, internally musing, "No wonder Zhang Yunxi provided descendants for the Tianyin group. He must have been inspired by your photograph." "No need for that. Ever since Zhang Yunxi and I entered, this place has resembled a garbage dump." Zhu Qingshan waved dismissively. "Come in." "All right," Jiang Xin replied, shouldering her luggage and stepping inside. Zhu Qingshan closed the door and courteously remarked, "You saved me. I haven't properly expressed my gratitude yet. Once we sell the goods, I shall treat you to a meal." Jiang Xin, initially disheartened, perked up at the mention of her repair work. "How have you been feeling lately?" "The energy core and your intelligence system. There are no conflicts, right? Have you compiled the performance feedback of the electronic components? Would you like me to take a look?" Aside from the kinetic lock code being in that scoundrel Zhang Yunxi's hands, which is quite bothersome, everything else is splendid, Zhu Qingshan shrugged. "His attitude towards me is akin to that of a master towards a slave. I even have to wash his underwear. I sympathize with your plight," Jiang Xin replied, a frown creasing her brow. As they conversed, the bathroom door on the first floor swung open, and Zhang Yunxi emerged in the nude. Bellowing like a lord, "Old Zhu, could you fetch a towel from Dr. Pang for me?" Zhang Yunxi paused. "How did you arrive so quickly?" Human nature possesses an innate curiosity, and Jiang Xin turned around only to catch an inadvertent glimpse of Zhang Yunxi's private parts. Akin to how one instinctively notices revealing moments on the street, regardless of gender. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. "Hey, could you put on some clothes?" Zhang Yunxi immediately recoiled. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here." Regardless of gender. Certain behaviors towards the opposite sex evoke similar psychological responses, much like how close friends often discuss intimate topics late into the night. Jiang Xin had witnessed the prowess of the pants removal god during her hospital stay, but, after a few days apart, the transformation was astounding. Not only did his muscular physique appear vibrant and healthy, but he seemed to have undergone a second maturation, with notable changes in his chest and overall appearance. Upstairs, the sound of footsteps echoed as Dr. Peng descended. "Young classmate, I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour. Thank you for your efforts. I conducted some research on that electrode chip, yet I was unable to decipher it. Allow me to take a look." Zhang Yunxi dashed upstairs in a hurry. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunxi emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, making her way to the second floor. "Take me with you. Let us investigate together." In the bar-s lounge at 10:30, a subtle scent of sandalwood permeated the air. Weber was engrossed in fiddling with the teapot, and Su Taiyin had not initiated conversation, resulting in an atmosphere that felt somewhat stifling. On the tea table lay a black gold card valued at 35 million. Yet Weber did not even cast a glance at it. For Weber's team, 35 million was undeniably a substantial sum. Given their current workload, accumulating such an amount would require a decade or more. In fact, Weber had previously purchased 4 vials of gene serum from Peng Baran, paying an upfront sum of 20 million, his entire savings, supplemented by loans from others, as he needed to ensure the smooth operation of the black market store and maintain liquidity. The primary reason for Weber's advance payment was his desire to secure the 4 vials of serum along with the suppressive fluid gifted by Peng Baran, intending to find a new owner to profit from them, essentially aspiring to become a second-hand dealer. This ambition was entirely justifiable for Weber's team, as their line of work inherently demanded profitability. However, the situation had since evolved. The 4 vials of suppressive fluid had been absorbed by Zhang Yunxi, resulting in unknown changes within her body, which caused the life-saving fluid's price to skyrocket, from initially being given away for free to now exceeding the cost of the serum itself. Of course, Peng Baran, being a figure outside the district, was also in this business for profit. Thus, it was not unreasonable for him to suddenly elevate the value of the suppressive fluid according to market demand. Yet, the actions of Tianyin Group that evening had disrupted the balance of cooperation among the 3 parties. The Grey Bear's unprovoked violence, seizing the formula for the suppressive fluid, had severely undermined Peng Baran, complicating Weber's position in the midst of these unfolding events. Su Taiyin presented 35 million in cash at once, seemingly grand and extravagant. Yet his approach was deeply utilitarian and commercial. The amount he offered included the 20 million Weber had advanced, along with funds to acquire the bar at 10:30 and assimilate Weber's team, rendering the total amount rather modest upon closer examination. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the compensation owed to Peng Baran's team was not factored into this sum. His implication was clear. With the formula for the suppressive fluid lost, Peng Baran's team was effectively out of the equation and of no further value, negating the need for any compensation. The Grey Bear's killings were in vain. Peng Baran had lost the formula without recompense. This was Su Taiyin's stance on the matter. In the conference room, Weber toyed with his teacup, deliberately avoiding the black gold card on the table, and softly remarked, "Boss Su, I am not like you. Your social standing affords you the means to navigate any situation through connections and wealth. However, I find myself lacking in riches, to the point where I am nearly destitute, with only my reputation left intact, which remains our fundamental lifeline." Haha. Su Taiyin interjected with a smile. "In our collaboration, credibility is of no consequence. What truly matters is the quality of our work." Weber set down his teacup and gazed at him intently. "Even if there comes a day when I am willing to work for you, that day cannot arrive until the issue concerning Peng Baran is resolved." Upon hearing this, Su Taiyin felt a flicker of impatience but merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Nearby, a middle-aged assistant, expressionless, chimed in, "Mr. Weber, I believe you need not dwell on Peng Baran's predicament. His team has lost all value." Weber waved his hand dismissively. "Whether his team holds value is beyond my concern. I am responsible for the situation, as it was my assembly." Su Taiyin turned to Weber. "How do you intend to take responsibility?" Weber gestured towards the black gold card on the table. "Withdraw 20 million from here as compensation for Peng Baran's team. Consider it the payment for the suppressant formula." The middle-aged assistant frowned at this. "But we have not acquired the formula. Why should we pay?" Weber regarded him coolly. "Because you won't seize it. The formula is secure, and the responsibility lies here." Weber, spending 20 million to purchase the approval and recognition of a disreputable organization, is that not a touch irrational? The assistant exclaimed in disbelief. "They are not worth 20 million, not even 200,000. Weber ignored him. Addressing Su Taiyin instead, "The funds I have advanced can be set aside for now, as the research on Zhang Yunxi has yet to yield any results. I can wait until results materialize before we settle accounts. If ultimately there are no results, I am willing to share the risk with you. A 10 million advance from you will suffice, and I will absorb the loss. Su Taiyin interjected, looking at Weber. If I agree to give the Pang Baran team 20 million, will that conclude the matter? Weber's gaze was unwavering. It will not be concluded. What more do you desire? Su Taiyin inquired. Who pays the price? Naturally, it is the grizzly. Weber stood firm. He has broken the rules and must pay the price. This is our law of survival. Are you out of your mind? Su Taiyin's assistant could no longer contain his frustration and leaped to his feet. Compensate 20 million. And you demand a life? Do you take Mr. Su for a fool? Haha. Mr. Su, hearing this, rose. Let me consider it. With that, the middle-aged man snatched the black gold card from the table, his expression dark as he directed his words at Weber. Since you are unwilling to negotiate, we shall not. Regarding Zhang Yunxi's issue, you need not involve yourself further. As for the final settlement, you may wait a while longer. Weber remained unperturbed, reclining on the sofa as he called after Su Taiyin's retreating figure. Mr. Su, I reiterate, you must compensate for Pang Baran. Haha. Weber slowly rose to his feet, elegantly adjusting his attire. Baby, bring in the grizzly and let Boss Su take him away. As the words fell, Baby turned and entered the adjacent room, emerging with the distorted form of the grizzly, which he unceremoniously threw to the ground with a thud. The grizzly, battered yet alive, owed his resilience to his extraordinary physique, a result of long-term use of a certain low-grade banned substance, compounded by the special cardiac stimulant administered by Weber. The figure lay on the floor as Su Taiyin furrowed his brow and directed his assistant, take him away. Upon hearing the command, the assistant, along with 3 others, prepared to lift the grizzly. Weber extended his hand, and Baby promptly handed him a kinetic gun. Seizing the weapon, Weber decisively raised his arm and pulled the trigger, unleashing a blinding flash within the room. Boom! The sound of an explosion reverberated. As the grizzly convulsed, the area around his heart obliterated, blood pooling on the ground. The act of killing was executed with chilling efficiency. Weber raised his arm, aiming the gun at Su Taiyin, and proclaimed, let me impart some wisdom. Individuals like us who dare to accept your contracts possess countless means to ensure you willingly deliver the final payment. A life for a life. The grizzly is dead, and you still owe Pang Baran 20 million. Weber, have you lost your mind? You dare to. The assistant attempted to interject. Slap. Baby swiftly delivered a resounding slap, retorting, please address him as Godfather. At least in the first district, you must always maintain such a title. Chapter 59, Comparing Fists with the Grizzly. In shamelessness with capital in a mere span of months, the relationship between Su Taiyin and Weber has experienced significant fluctuations. Prior to the formula for the suppressive agent being seized by Zhang Yunxi, Su Taiyin held Weber in high regard due to his control over the distribution channels of this agent. Possessing such leverage would enable him to have complete dominion over Zhang Yunxi and facilitate advancements in biological research. However, following the grizzly's violent actions and the subsequent loss of the suppressive agent, Weber's standing in Su Taiyin's eyes plummeted drastically. With the formula lost and the channels severed, Weber's role in ensuing events diminished considerably. The only value he could offer Su Taiyin was his network of individuals who could serve the Tianyin group. Yet, for Su Taiyin, this was not particularly significant. After all, a leader never lacks subordinates, and there was no necessity for him to personally know someone like Weber. Their discussions were merely a byproduct of their mutual interest in biological agents. Su Taiyin's purpose for arriving at the bar at 10:30 was singular, to resolve the aftermath of the grizzly's actions. He had previously promised Weber a portion of the funds, and this commitment required a definitive conclusion. Thus, the 35 million he offered was intended to settle all matters and facilitate Weber's integration. He had anticipated that Weber would eagerly accept and pledge his lifelong dedication to Su Taiyin's endeavors. However, to Su Taiyin's astonishment, Weber not only rejected the money but also became increasingly obstinate. Most alarmingly, Weber executed the grizzly right before his eyes, a blatant affront to Su Taiyin's authority. For a corporate magnate of Su Taiyin's stature, such a mode of refusal was utterly intolerable. Yet, did Su Taiyin dare to unleash his fury within the confines of the bar at 10:30? Did he have the audacity to engage in further dialogue with Weber, who was armed with a kinetic firearm? He did not. Before departing, Weber informed him from the sofa that he would wait for only 1 week. Within that time frame, Su Taiyin must present the funds, or the conflict would be resolved through alternative means. Help me connect with someone significant at the adventurers' camp. someone reputable. The resolution to the Zhang Yunxi issue cannot occur in Mingzhu City. Su Taiyin slowly closed his eyes, contemplating. Let us find a place devoid of legal constraints to resolve this matter. Was this truly necessary? We could easily employ others to handle this situation. The following day, shortly after 11 in the morning, in Dr. Pang's private laboratory, Zhang Yunxi was enjoying lunch while Qingshan perused various second-hand AI trading forums, seeking a viable avenue for illicit goods in exchange for greater profits. Upstairs, Dr. Pang and his team were diligently analyzing the latest data regarding Zhang Yunxi's physiological metrics, while Zhang Yunxi secluded herself in a room, studying the old man's electrode chip. The previous night, the group had rushed to this laboratory, as Zhang Yunxi's attempts to decode the old man's electrode chip necessitated numerous bioelectronic devices and advanced brain-machine interfaces, which Dr. Pang's home lacked. In the hall on the first floor, Zhang Yunxi sat comfortably in a chair and called out to Zhu Qingshan, "Teacher Zhu, could you fetch me a glass of water? Leave, and I might just pour you a cup of the finest tea ding hong." Zhu Qingshan was notably irked by the various nicknames Zhang Yunxi had assigned to him. Just as Zhang Yunxi was about to exchange a few quips with Zhu Qingshan, the ringing of the doorbell interrupted them. At the entrance of the studio stood a middle-aged woman clad in a white lab coat, who casually opened the door. Zhang Yunxi turned a glance and was taken aback to see Su Duo accompanied by two men at the threshold. The presence of Su Duo's associates could not bode well. Upon seeing Su Duo, any semblance of good cheer Zhang Yunxi had felt from his recent successful heist dissipated in an instant. "Mr. Zhang." Su Duo waved at Zhang Yunxi. "Your social connections are rather uncomplicated," she remarked with a polite smile, "finding you is quite effortless." Zhang Yunxi took a sip of water, choosing to remain silent. Su Duo, unperturbed by his reaction, advanced with her companions and softly inquired, "Would you prefer to discuss matters here, or shall we seek a quieter location?" Zhang Yunxi set down his cup. "Whatever it is, let us discuss it here." "Very well." Su Duo and her two companions seated themselves around the dining table. A man to the left, sporting a rather unsavory hairstyle, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang. I am He Gong, Deputy Director of the Legal Department at Tianyin Group." "Hello, Mr. Gang." Zhang Yunxi nodded in acknowledgement. Su Duo, twirling the ends of her hair flirtatiously, addressed Zhang Yunxi. "We apologize for our unannounced visit, but the laboratory has been pressing us for your latest physical data and a new blood sample." Zhang Yunxi wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I'm afraid I'm not feeling well today and cannot assist with your requests. When might you be available?" Su Duo inquired. "Is there no definite timeline?" He Gong frowned. At this juncture, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. It was evident that Zhang Yunxi had no intention of cooperating with Tianyin Group's biological research any longer. Was this a breach of contract? Strictly speaking, it could indeed be classified as such, yet it bore a backstory. When Zhang Yunxi had first emerged from the psychiatric hospital, he had intended to collaborate, as they had aided him in his legal battles and compensated him. Moreover, he had signed a contract and thus felt obligated to render service. However, through subsequent interactions, he discovered that Tianyin Group was utterly unreliable, failing to honor the terms of their agreement and allowing the likes of Grey Bear to confront and intimidate him. Most concerning was Grey Bear's unprincipled behavior on Centipede Mountain. He was nothing short of a reckless outlaw, and those who employed such a figure were certainly not of good character. Had Zhang Yunxi dutifully submitted his biological data, physical metrics, and blood samples on time, the repercussions could have been dire. The notion of breach was not initiated by Zhang Yunxi. Given that the other party had deviated from the expected norms, he felt no compulsion to maintain his previous reservations. After experiencing a significant upheaval in his life, Zhang Yunxi fully grasped a crucial truth. At critical moments, one must shed all sense of shame and fight for one's rights. For when one finds oneself in a precarious situation, no one will come to their aid. Observing Zhang Yunxi's demeanor, many fell silent. He and I just began to assert his position, interjecting as he scrutinized Zhang Yunxi, directly inquiring, "Can your words be interpreted to mean that if you do not wish to cooperate, you will not provide any services to the group? Am I correct?" "That is more or less accurate," Zhang Yunxi nodded. You believe that after acquiring the suppression liquid, you now possess a sense of security, do you not?" He's address towards Zhang Yunxi shifted immediately. Zhang Yunxi regarded him with a yawn. "Very well, since that is the case, let us discuss the judicial process." He and I glanced at his watch. "In 3 hours, we will submit materials regarding your breach of contract to the relevant judicial authorities. Within 2 days, the court will summon you for civil proceedings." Should you fail to compensate our group as stipulated in the contract, you will face enforcement actions. This includes the freezing of all your personal assets, potential detention, and being placed on the blacklist, which will adversely affect your Eternal World account, among others. Even your descendants may encounter issues with education. But what if you survive? He and I chuckled mockingly. 3 times that amount, approximately 3 million. Heaney's gaze dripped with derision. Hee. Given your current financial status, scraping together 30,000 must be quite the challenge, wouldn't you agree? I must admit. Your insight is rather sharp. Zhang Yunxi scratched his head and turned to Su Duo. I do not intend to evade my debts. You have assisted me, and thus, I ought to repay this sum. I am also willing to accept triple the compensation, but as for collaboration, let us part ways amicably. We are not cut from the same cloth. He continued, how about I write you an IOU? Within a year, I will repay the principal of the triple compensation along with the highest bank interest, allowing us to part on good terms? That is impossible. What we seek is not your money, but your data and genetic information. He and I slowly tilted his head back and replied, do you think Boss Su is in need of such funds? Zhang Yunxi spread his hands. So, there is nothing to discuss then? Since you are unwilling, go ahead and sue me. He and I tilted his head and regarded him. Surely you do not believe that the power of capital is confined solely to contracts? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yunxi inquired. He and I grinned wickedly, reaching for his miniature computer and projecting a set of data and information onto the screen. Zhang Yunxi looked up, only to find the names of his parents displayed before him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi's expression turned cold. The gravestone on your ancestral tomb will be defaced with colorful graffiti, and even your recently deceased sister may be turned into a meme. He and I spread his hands and remarked, all because of your contractual disputes, your family can find no peace in death. Do you not find this situation rather regrettable? Oh, you cannot fathom that to accomplish these tasks, we need not incur any cost. A mere phone call from a minister of public relations suffices. Many hung their heads, expressions tinged with guilt, yet refrained from interjecting. Such is the potency of capital. Once a life has been extinguished, anything can be claimed. If you acquiesce, who knows, perhaps your father is a miraculous healer researching remedies for terminal illnesses. There is even a chance you might receive a government-awarded bonus. Bang! Zhang Yunxi abruptly rose, striking the table with both hands. Her gaze icy as she confronted him. Are you toying with me? You wouldn't dare strike me, would you? He Ningong timidly extended his left cheek, whispering, let me set the price. 30,000 for the left, 50,000 for the right. As I just had dental work done, the right side is pricier. Above, Dr. Pang heard the commotion and rushed down with a throng of people. What are you doing? Who allowed you in here? Get out. Dr. Pang bellowed. 30,000. Is it? Very well, I shall strike. Yu Qizhen stood up. So you wish to see me perish? You aim to drive me to my end? Zhang Yunxi suddenly snapped, seizing He Ningong by the arm. If you wish for my demise, then I shall embrace death. Let none live. Zhang Yunxi, what are you doing? Dr. Pang shouted as he dashed down. You cannot strike him. Doing so would be a grave mistake. I shall no longer live. If it is to be my end, so be it. Zhang Yunxi gripped He Ningong's collar, suddenly racing towards the window. He Ningong, now somewhat panicked, frantically pushed against her wrist. What are you doing? I tell you, with my worth, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I can have you sued for selling swallow nests. 24 hours a day. Zhang Yunxi paid him no heed, charging towards the window, shouting, I can no longer live. I refuse to live. Bang. With that, Zhang Yunxi flung open the 9th floor window, turning to He Ningong with a frenzied gaze. Let us die together. It's better that way. At least we'll have company below. The cold wind rushed in, tousling He Ningong's hair as he looked at Zhang Yunxi in fear. You're out of your mind. What are you planning? Together in death. Zhang Yunxi pulled He Ningong up the stairs beside the window, the latter struggling fiercely, but his strength was no match for the transformed Zhang Yunxi. The pair reached the window, the chilling breeze sweeping in. He Ningong glanced down, shouting hoarsely, You mad woman. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Zhang Yunxi grasped He Ningong and leapt from the building. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of footsteps echoed as Zhang Xin rushed down from the 2nd floor. Witnessing Zhang Yunxi's leap, her mouth forming an O shape. Don't lose hope. I've already solved it. Bang. In midair, He Ningong uttered the last syllable of his final word. Ah. In the blink of an eye. Thud. A dull thump resonated below as the ground was struck, creating a large crater, concrete, and debris scattering wildly. Zhang Yunxi was enveloped in a radiant hue, his skin glistening with a luminous sheen. He stood within the pit, cradling He Nigong in his arms with a gentle yet firm grip, as if he were holding a fragile infant. He Nigong, disheveled and disoriented, had his eyes tightly shut and mouth agape, continuing to wail in distress. Trembling uncontrollably, He Nigong finally opened his eyes, his teeth chattering in fear. "Do not feign bravado before me, nor invoke my family in your threats." Zhang Yunxi gradually set He Nigong down onto the ground. "I shall repay the debts owed. Now, leave my presence at once." He Nigong nodded vacantly, a sudden sound escaping from his trousers. He lost all sense of composure, succumbing entirely to his overwhelming emotions. Chapter 60. One last big score? In the moment Zhang Yunxi embraced He Nigong as they leaped from the building, he finally comprehended the despair of bankrupt entrepreneurs. The gamblers burdened with insurmountable debts, and those whose lives had been shattered, understanding why many resorted to such a final escape when cornered. It is a method both expedient and cost-effective for evasion. However, it is undoubtedly not worthy of recommendation. This form of escape is somewhat cowardly, offering immediate relief to the individual while inflicting endless anguish upon their loved ones. Zhang Yunxi had certainly not contemplated genuine suicide. Yet he had undoubtedly entered a state of reckless abandon. With Tianyin Group applying such relentless pressure, he felt he had little choice. If negotiation proved futile, then he would adopt a more unscrupulous approach. The implications of being listed on the dishonesty registry or facing enforced execution were no longer within his sphere of concern. He held on to a singular principle. If his adversaries allowed him to breathe, he would repay his debts in due course. But if they forced him into a dead end, then they would all share in the consequences. To hell with it, let it unfold as it may. Upon their leap, He Nigong was so frightened that he soiled his pants, while the stunning Manuo was so startled that she made frequent trips to the restroom, visiting it twice in 3 minutes. They dared not threaten Zhang Yunxi any further and departed in shame. On the return journey, He Nigong connected with the head of the legal department at Tianyin Group through his communicator, weeping as he implored, "Please don't let the boss reprimand me. And spare me any talk of withholding my bonus. I've resigned. I'm done. Zhang Yunxi is such a fool, he really dared to jump with me. If he values his life so little, can the law still bind him? Mr. Su sent me money for legal fees, but there was none allocated for jumping from a building." In Dr. Pang's laboratory, Zhang Yunxi donned a pristine white lab coat and stepped into the small conference room on the second floor. Zhang Yunxi, with her large eyes blinking in surprise, remarked, "You are quite brave. If you have the ability, why not leap from the summit of the Himalayas? You could earn a substantial commission." As she spoke, Zhang Yunxi mimicked the gesture of opening his coat. "Get out of here." Zhang Yunxi shivered and retreated to a farther seat, clutching her coffee. As they conversed, Dr. Pang entered, succinctly inquiring, "Xiao Zhang, do you require legal representation for your case against Tianyin Group? I can introduce you to some attorneys." Dr. Pang merely nodded and said no more, taking a seat beside Zhu Qingshan. He then interjected, "Xiao Zhang, please elaborate on the situation regarding the electrode chip." At the mention of this topic, Zhang Yunxi became animated, cradling her coffee cup with her delicate hands, her face serious as she announced, "I have both good news and bad news. The electrode chip has been deciphered, and the memory retrieval function has been activated." With her bright eyes sparkling, she continued, "The bad news is that the Elder's memory storage contains no recollections of the process for creating the suppressive liquid." "What?" Zhang Yunxi exclaimed in shock. "That cannot be true. The Grizzly was willing to kill for this. How could there be no information?" Zhang Yunxi activated her miniature computer, projecting a series of images onto the wall. As the visuals played, she softly explained, "Behold, these are the selected suspicious images. This elderly gentleman logs into the eternal life world every few days, utilizing a data vault within his virtual property to periodically store some of his information. I suspect he is concealing his memories or crucial research data here, while the memories within the electrode chip have been deliberately erased." The group turned their gaze towards the projection wall, indeed witnessing the old man frequently logging into the eternal life world, with most of the footage depicting him opening and closing the data vault. "I cannot comprehend why he is so intent on erasing his memories and converting them into data to be stored in the eternal life world," Zhang Yunxi mused, tilting her head and pressing her lips together, her expression earnest yet endearing. "What could his motives possibly be?" "I know," Zhang Yunxi interjected with a frown. "Why?" Dr. Pang inquired. "Isn't it obvious?" Zhu Qingshan timely provided an explanation for Zhang Yunxi. "That old man is a figure skirting the edges of the gray area, likely engaging in numerous illicit activities behind the scenes. He could find himself in a precarious situation at any moment." So storing data in the eternal life world is his safest bet. Given the significance of the production process for the serum and the suppressants, it's entirely reasonable for him to keep a hand hidden. Exactly. Zhang Yunxi concurred. He is indeed keeping something back. Are you suggesting that after all the effort in Centipede Mountain, you ended up with nothing? Dr. Peng expressed his frustration. So it was all for naught. Not entirely. Zhang Yunxi quickly replied. We can access the old man's property in the eternal life world and crack the password to his data vault. Dr. Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Is that something you can actually accomplish? Yes, though I will need some time to prepare. Zhang Yunxi playfully stuck out her tongue. However, this would violate the regulations governing the virtual world. If caught, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi sprang to her feet. Can you truly crack it? Don't boast, girl. Zhang Yunxi regarded her coolly. I cannot speak for other areas, but in electronic mechanics and virtual networks, my expertise far surpasses that of your grandmother's generation. Should you truly manage to crack it, what would it matter if I called you grandmother? Zhang Yunxi exclaimed excitedly. This data vault undoubtedly contains more than just the production process of the suppressants. It may even include methods for extracting the raw materials used in their creation. This is crucial, as our mentor previously analyzed the suppressants and found they comprised many unknown synthesized components. Indeed, Dr. Peng swiftly added, if we can uncover the extraction methods for the raw materials, it would represent a significant breakthrough. Having merely the production process of the suppressants is still quite limiting. It's akin to cooking. Possessing only the recipe without the ingredients is futile. Zhang Yunxi hastily approached Zhang Yunxi, grasping her arm and imploring, Grandmother, I beseech you. Devise a plan swiftly. Let us embark on a venture in the eternal world. Absolutely. Purchase. Do it quickly. Zhang Yunxi urged, I am relying on you now, Grandmother. Very well, my dear grandson. Zhang Yunxi responded promptly. Allow me to peruse the black market first. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, at the back door of a bar in the Far Voyage district of Mingzhu City, Su Taiyin's assistant stood at the entrance of an alley, surveying the surrounding streets. Beep. The connection initiated, and an electronic voice resonated from the communicator. Enter the alley behind you and walk 100 meters. Understood. In the dim and damp alley, rats scurried freely, and a group of homeless vagabonds lay asleep on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of urine and decay, presenting a stark contrast to the towering skyscrapers and vibrant neon lights that loomed behind the assistant. He ventured deeper into the alley, following the directions provided, until he arrived beside an external staircase. On the weathered iron steps sat a man of average build, clad in a hooded sweatshirt. His head bowed as he pounded a walnut-sized bouncy ball against the ground. The assistant scrutinized him briefly before stepping forward, tentatively uttering the password. Is this the adventurer's camp? With a crack, the bouncy ball soared upon impact with the ground, and the man gracefully rose, catching the ball mid-air and slowly lifting his head. Standing approximately 178 meters tall, he wore the hood of his sweatshirt, and a mask adorned with a holy image concealed his face, leaving only his bright eyes visible. The assistant gasped in surprise. You are on the black market value leaderboard of the adventurer's camp. Greetings, I am Nick, the captain of the chicken dinner squad. A fully mechanical arm appeared before the assistant. In the laboratory, Zhang Yunxi descended from the second floor, her face adorned with a thin layer of an electronic mask, exuding a fragrant aura. She placed a list before Zhang Yunxi. This is what needs to be purchased. You look stunning. Zhang Yunxi remarked appreciatively, then glanced at the materials list, his expression shifting to one of dismay. What the heck? You might as well kill me. These items cost over 100,000. You must procure them. These are essentials. Zhang Yunxi pointed at her radiant cheek. Were it not for the fact that you once avenged me, this fair maiden would never have considered joining your group. Zhang Yunxi examined the list. No, this is exorbitant. I suggest you borrow some money from Dr. Peng. Zhang Yunxi winked at Zhang Yunxi. He has been coveting you. It is only reasonable to ask him for a loan. With a sigh, Zhang Yunxi sat down slowly, holding the list. He has already assisted me enough. To trouble the mentor further would be somewhat shameless. Then you must find a way yourself. Zhang Yunxi took a seat nearby, sipping on lemon juice. Across the conference table, Zhu Qingshan fiddled with AI components, lifting his gaze to Zhang Yunxi as he inquired, is it possible to create two proportionate? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi sprayed water across the table, exclaiming, What are you talking about, brother? Oh, I meant to develop pectoral muscles, not the kind that produces milk. Zhu Qingshan hastily clarified. Zhang Yunxi, eavesdropping on their exchange, immediately glanced at the mechanical parts strewn about the floor, and an idea sparked in her mind. Eureka! Zhang Yunxi excitedly slapped her thigh and promptly summoned her communicator, sifting through her contacts. After 2 minutes, she finally located a familiar profile picture and exclaimed, "Thank goodness I was too tipsy to delete her that day." Without delay, Zhang Yunxi sent a call request to that profile. After a considerable wait, the connection was established, and a woman's voice resonated. "Is this Bosqua? Tonight's sweep of the palace, right? After 12, I'll send someone, okay? I am not Bosqua. I am Xiao Zhang from the 1030 bar." "Which Xiao Zhang?" The other party sounded somewhat bewildered. "Oh, I have a vague recollection. What is up, Xiao Zhang? I was wondering if you could urgently help me contact Mrs. Li from Jiangbei. I am in dire need of funds." Zhang Yunxi stepped toward the window. Jiang Xian blinked in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Yunxi with wide eyes. Wow. Is his side job really that exhilarating? Chapter 61. Affection from Hongjie. Around 10 p.m., Zhang Yunxi hurriedly arrived at Huajian Road in the 1st District, standing quietly at the entrance of a CAF named Shangping Coffee, awaiting the arrival of the esteemed Hongjie. In the shadows, Zhu Qingshan was responsible for ensuring the safety of young Zhang, the two communicating through their thoughts throughout the entire duration. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes at the CAF entrance, a red hover car approached and parked at the roadside. Beep. The horn sounded, and Zhang Yunxi turned to the vehicle, seeing Hongjie waving at him. "Come on, Xiao Zhang." This was Zhang Yunxi's first experience in such a situation, and understandably, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He furtively scanned his surroundings, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he entered the car, greeting, "Hello, Hongjie." Inside the vehicle, a faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. Hongjie was dressed in a form-fitting dress, her hair elegantly styled, her makeup still striking. Particularly her bright red lips, which lent her a sensual allure, easily leading one to mistake her for Sister Pomegranate. Hongjie assessed Zhang Yunxi and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "TSK. What on earth have you done to present yourself like this for clients? Oh dear, your attire resembles that of an elderly gentleman in the park. Let me tell you, Xiao Zhang, our clientele is quite discerning. They appreciate quality, and attire is of utmost importance." Zhang Yunxi had already burst 2 outfits since yesterday. He had no personal clothing left. With no time to purchase something new, he had settled for Dr. Peng's casual wear, a white shirt, loose trousers, and a pair of rather casual flip-flops. Hongjie, actually." Zhang Yunxi looked at her, eager to discuss the matter at hand. "Hongjie, listen to me." He hesitated, then added, "By the way, may I test your basic skills? Surely you must possess some talents? Singing, playing instruments, surely you can do at least one?" Hongjie, starting the car, inquired candidly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi felt a wave of panic wash over him, thinking, if he were to pursue this line of work, would he truly have to let Hongjie take advantage of him? This was far too exploitative. "Hongjie, wait a moment." Zhang Yunxi interrupted, gently grasping her arm. "I have something to discuss." "Oh dear, what is it?" Hongjie asked. Zhang Yunxi reached into his pocket, retrieving a silver cylindrical object, gesturing with it in the air. "Hongjie, take a look at this." With a screech, Hongjie slammed on the brakes upon seeing the cylindrical object. TSK, oh my. This is quite impressive. You know how to use equipment? What model is this? I've never seen one before. Zhang Yunxi held up the device, explaining, "This isn't just any equipment. It's an energy chamber pillar for AI beings, used to store kinetic oil." Hongjie paused slightly. "What do you need this for?" Zhang Yunxi scratched his head. "Actually, I didn't come to you for that. I wanted to sell you some cutting-edge electronic products. All of these are crucial components for AI bodies, and they are all in excellent condition, over 80% new." Zhang Yunxi's social circle is quite pristine. Aside from Weber and this Red Sister, he hardly knows anyone involved in illicit dealings. Why not seek out Weber? It is because Zhang Yunxi considers the close ties Weber has with Su Taiyin, and the items he possesses are not suitable for public display, which is why he thought of this particular connection. Although Red Sister does not specialize in this line of work, her industry undoubtedly grants her acquaintance with all kinds of individuals, hence Zhang Yunxi's inclination to reach out to her. The situation is dire. Zhang Yunxi is exceedingly impoverished. He can only sell off a portion of his goods to alleviate his financial strain. Inside the car, Zhang Yunxi looked at Red Sister and sweetly said, "Sister, from the very first glance, I sensed you were a reliable person. For some reason, I just trust you immensely. To be frank, I know other individuals in the underworld, but I don't wish to let them profit without reason. When good fortune strikes, you are the first person I thought of." His flattery was evident. Red Sister hesitated slightly. However, Sister, this batch of goods is nearly new. They can be sold to anyone with a simple reassembly. As long as you are willing to accept them, you can set the price. I just need to avoid a loss, Zhang Yunxi urged. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. There is a substantial quantity. It will definitely yield you a significant profit. Red Sister blinked. To be honest, I have a reputable standing in Mingzhu City. I am known in the circles as Sister Zihua for a reason. Of course, you exude integrity, Zhang Yunxi replied. How much of this do you have? There are 6 kinetic chamber pillars, various armors for arms and legs, and numerous electronic components for the control system. Zhang Yunxi leaned closer to Red Sister and whispered, the armors and leg armors are equipped with attack systems. They can fire, you know? Red Sister shivered at the warm breath escaping Zhang Yunxi's lips. Oh, they can fire too? Indeed, he confirmed. Do you have a sample? Red Sister inquired. Unfortunately, I only have the kinetic chamber pillars. I was concerned about inspections along the way. However, I have dynamic videos that you can review, which detail the models and specifications. All right, that works, Zhang Yunxi nodded. Please send me the videos. I will have someone take a look. Better yet, I brought a storage card for you to examine. Zhang Yunxi said, retrieving a card the size of a fingernail and placing it gently on the dashboard. Red Sister picked it up and noticed it was still covered with a fingerprint-resistant film, immediately exclaiming, wow, you were quite cautious. Good for both you and me. Zhang Yunxi winked at her. About an hour later, outside a CAF, Red Sister whispered to Zhang Yunxi, for the items in your photos, I can offer 160,000. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi felt somewhat dissatisfied, thinking to himself, isn't that a bit low? The kinetic chamber pillar alone costs. Zhang Yunxi was acutely aware that he had undoubtedly been deceived. However, he found himself in urgent need of funds and pressed for time. Thus he was disinclined to haggle. Very well, 18,000. He declared, I will accompany you, and you can send someone to deliver the goods. Is that acceptable? Hongjia inquired. That works, he replied. Thus, Zhang Yunxi accompanied Hongjia as they strolled along Huajian Street, indulging in some snacks. Meanwhile, outside the scene, Zhu Qizhen remained in the shadows, discreetly concealing the goods at a refuse station and informing Zhang Yunxi of its location, which he relayed to Hongjia, allowing her associates to retrieve the items. The transaction took approximately half an hour, after which both parties concluded their business, and Hongjia promptly compensated Zhang Yunxi with the equivalent of 180,000 in flow, utilizing an account from a different region. With the money in hand, Zhang Yunxi felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He harbored no concerns regarding Hongjia engaging in any underhanded schemes, for individuals like her differed from mere opportunists. They were members of a specialized urban industry, having spent years cultivating their network of connections, and would not jeopardize their hard-earned standing for trifling gains. Upon the completion of the transaction, Hongjia naturally linked her arm with Zhang Yunxi's and earnestly advised, you must be involved in thievery, right? Oh dear, at such a tender age. Why pursue this line of work? Allow me to enlighten you. With your looks, not becoming a top-tier escort would be a disservice to your ancestors. Work for a couple of years, find a wealthy old lady, and with a mere embrace, you could inherit her fortune before turning 30. If that doesn't pan out, you could do quite well alongside me. I see potential in you, ponder it. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yunxi fled the scene in haste, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. As Hongjia's gaze had shifted towards him with a newfound intensity. In the early hours of the morning, Zhang Xin sat before her miniature computer, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, young men truly are swift at making money. Don't tease me. I just finished attending to an elderly lady. And my mood is quite sour. Zhang Yunxi gently flicked Zhang Xin's forehead with his finger. Do you dare strike me? Zhang Xin retorted furiously. Do you believe I want to report you? Spend quickly. I'm off to take a shower, Zhang Yunxi said, darting away. Zhang Xin remained in the studio, utilizing a virtual network card to access the Adventurer's Camp website, where she delved into the black market's inventory, purchasing a plethora of virtual items, including a black vest from the Eternal Life world, a data vest, dynamic codes for anti-monitoring, second-hand black brain machines, and more. After more than an hour, Zhang Xin stretched lazily, just as she was about to log off, when she suddenly noticed a newly listed item, polyurethane nanomaterials, boasting exceptional elasticity. She lifted her teacup, adjusted her black-framed glasses, and began to scrutinize the details of this material. The following day at noon, at 10:30 in a bar, Weber picked up a sleek silver cylindrical rod from the table, softly inquiring, who made the move? It was Su Ming from the Electronic Component City. He acquired it from Hongjie, was the response. Should I summon Hongjie over? Babeo asked. Weber waved his hand dismissively, stating, no need. Let us first observe what this little rascal is so eager to sell in exchange for money. What about Su Tain? The baby inquired. Keep a close watch on his laboratory. If they fail to settle accounts within a week, we shall declare war, Weber proclaimed, rising with an air of unmatched authority. Within Dr. Peng's laboratory, as Zhang Yunxi was teasing Jiang Xian, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. He swiftly rushed to the door and, upon opening it, was greeted by several familiar figures. Hello there, the god of pants removal. The individuals outside cheerfully called out to him. Chapter 62. The unexpected arrival of older team members as Zhang Yunxi gazed outside the experimental door at Wei Wu, Kaka, and Tong Zhan. A smile instantly graced his face. Ah, everyone has arrived quite well, he remarked. I heard you have undergone a mutation. Everyone has come to see you. Wei Wu stepped into the room. Feigning familiarity as he called out, Old Peng, is there any food? I haven't eaten yet. This fellow, as always, seemed primarily concerned with seizing opportunities wherever he went. Kaka and Tongzhan entered, carrying an assortment of health supplements available on the market, gene-suppressing medications, and various snacks, including expensive fruits. You are far too kind. You shouldn't have brought so much, Zhang Yunxi commented as he closed the door. Don't thank me. I have no money. Old Wei doesn't spend on others. It was all Kaka's doing, Tongzhan replied, wearing his characteristic deadpan expression as he surveyed the surroundings. Feeling touched, Zhang Yunxi wrapped his arm around Tongzhan's neck and said, having a friend like you at the seminary is truly worth it. I don't appreciate that sentiment. Wei Wu interjected, strolling over with his hands behind his back. Am I not your friend? Haven't I helped you before? Ungrateful. Oh, my apologies, I forgot. You did indeed assist me once for a reward of 200,000, Zhang Yunxi responded, approaching him. Brother Wu, I bow to you. The four brothers from Dormitory 107 had just reunited when Dr. Peng and Jiang Xian descended from upstairs. Being old acquaintances, they all entered the small conference hall to chat. And at Wei Wu's insistence, Zhang Yunxi even ordered takeout for him. This small expenditure was well within Zhang's means. In the small conference hall, Wei Wu observed the four newly assembled connection pods and curiously inquired, what are you doing with these? In truth, the connection pods were tools for future operations in the eternal life world, so Zhang Yunxi quickly laughed and replied, it's equipment that just arrived at the mentor's laboratory. Does this equipment need to be in the conference room? Wei Wu asked suspiciously, circling the connection pods before dismissing the thought. Tong Zhan turned to Zhang Yunxi, his expression serious as he asked, I heard you were much stronger after your transformation, that your physical form is entirely different? I want to see. As he finished speaking, Kaka also cast a curious glance. Is it really that different? I'm quite curious. Nearby, Wei Wu approached as well, exclaiming, I heard you can grow larger. Is that true? Goodness, why don't you sell me some blood? If it works well, we could establish a long-term collaboration. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunxi looked at them with suspicion. So the three of you came here with the mindset of observing a rare animal? Tong Zhan nodded in response. I've heard of it, but never seen it. I want to take a look. Come now, there's a fee. 2,500 for a viewing. Zhu Qizhen shouted from the side. Pay the fee, and you can take him upstairs. Observe him as you wish. Before Zhang Yunxi could respond, Dr. Peng interjected. You should view the footage instead. Frequently activating gene mutations can reduce the effectiveness of the suppressive serum and diminish lifespan. This is no jest. All right, I will definitely come. Tongzhan was evidently intrigued by Zhang Yunxi's physical transformation. As the group engaged in casual conversation, the doorbell rang, signaling the arrival of a delivery. I'll get it, Wei Wu said, turning away and hastily making his way to the living room, where he opened the door to the laboratory. Outside stood a young courier, who promptly handed the delivery to Wei Wu. The latter, out of habit, scrutinized the young man, noting his fair hands and neck, as well as the expensive sneakers adorning his feet. The young man looked up at Wei Wu and stammered, I'm not a professional courier. My brother is in the hospital, and I'm covering for him this afternoon. This is my first delivery. Oh, thank you, Wei Wu acknowledged. No problem, bye, uncle. The young man replied before gliding away on his balanced scooter, vanishing down the corridor. Wei Wu, exhibiting a touch of occupational paranoia, had developed a tendency to perceive everyone as a potential criminal, a habit likely honed by years of frontline investigative experience. As he accepted the delivery and turned to close the door, he inadvertently noticed two boxes on the floor, one bearing black lettering. He paused, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Zhang Yunxi and the others in the conference room, but chose not to comment and swiftly re-entered. With his dorm mates visiting, Zhang Yunxi felt it his duty to entertain them. Particularly, he owed a debt of gratitude to Tong Zhan and Wei Wu, who had supported him in the past. Thus, he treated everyone to a meal at a nearby Chinese restaurant, despite the strain on his finances. Take care of yourself. Don't overexert, Ka kindly advised. In fact, there is nothing insurmountable about terminal illness. Yes, maintain a relaxed mindset, Tong Zhan, though typically taciturn, chimed in with encouragement. All right, thank you, Zhang Yunxi replied with a smile, exuding optimism. After bidding farewell, the three summoned an AI taxi, while Zhang Yunxi, feeling anxious, glanced at his watch before dashing toward the laboratory. The urgency to disperse his friends stemmed from a momentous undertaking planned for that night. How exhilarating! For reasons unknown, since his physical transformation, Zhang Yunxi seemed to have undergone a shift in character. He was no longer the reserved and awkward person he once was, but instead craved a more exhilarating existence. Around 10 o'clock that night, in the laboratory's modest reception area, Jiang Xian sat cross-legged on a yoga mat, her hair in an upright stance. Addressing the three with earnestness, "Before we proceed, I must inform you." Ding dong. Just as she finished her sentence, the doorbell echoed. "Who is it? How annoying!" Zhang Yunxi exclaimed in frustration, swiftly racing downstairs to open the front door. Outside, Wei Wu wore a sinister grin as he regarded Zhang Yunxi. "Tell me, what exactly are you planning?" He pointed at the cardboard boxes at the entrance. The ceiling logo and labels resemble those used by adventurers' camp for shipments. "What are you up to? Are you making money? If so, count me in. I'm an expert." Wei Wu entered excitedly and declared, "I am not expensive. I can work for 30,000 or 20,000, and my work is of high quality at a low price." Zhang Yunxi gritted his teeth and looked at him, saying, "Fine, I will add you. We can make a fortune. Let's go in and discuss." Wei Wu beamed and rushed inside. In truth, Zhang Yunxi was reluctant to disclose his circumstances to the trio from the dormitory. Firstly, his relationship with Tong Zhan was not particularly close. Secondly, entering the eternal life world to procure items indeed carried certain risks, which made him wary of leaking information. However, since Wei Wu fortuitously stumbled upon the situation, he had no choice but to bring him along, as Zhang Yunxi still held a degree of trust in him. The two entered a small conference room, and Zhang Yunxi addressed Zhu Qingshan, saying, "You are free. You do not need to go in." Jiang Xian appeared bewildered, asking, "What is happening?" He believed they could make a significant profit and insisted on joining the venture. Zhang Yunxi quietly explained, "There is no way to stop him." Wei Wu bared his teeth. Looking at the group, "What are you all doing?" Dr. Pang wore a peculiar expression. 5 minutes later, after the group elucidated the circumstances, Wei Wu immediately stood up and declared, "I take my leave." Zhu Qingshan swiftly blocked the door, clutching a pair of mechanical arms, and stated, "Once you buy a ticket, you cannot simply disembark." Wei Wu exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you all insane? Out there, it's a black market where 2 people have already died. And now you want to enter the eternal life world to commit crimes, led by a doctor? This is outrageous." Wei Wu waved his hands in refusal, saying, "I am a law-abiding citizen, a former police officer well-versed in criminal law. There is no way I will accompany you." Dr. Pang turned to Zhang Yunxi and asked, "Do you still have money?" "A little," Zhang Yunxi replied. Dr. Pang suggested, "Give him 10,000. What do you think? He is over 30 and seems quite pitiable." Zhang Yunxi looked up and said, "All right, I'll give you 10,000 to keep watch." Wei Wu hesitated. "Could you add a bit more?" Zhu Qingshan abruptly pushed Wei Wu aside, stating, "Silencing him is also an option." A short while later, Wei Wu inadvertently replaced Zhu Qingshan and sat next to Zhang Yunxi, beginning to listen to Jiang Xian's lecture. Fortunately, this old hand's sudden involvement changed many subsequent events. In the conference hall, Jiang Xian, with bright eyes, softly stated, "The vast majority of people believe that when our consciousness descends into the eternal life world, we only interact with various data modules, whether it be jumping off cliffs, falling from buildings, drowning, or facing personal harm. Ultimately, they think we will not truly die and that it will be safe, as our bodies remain in the real world. However, this is a cognitive fallacy. What I want to emphasize is that when consciousness immerses in the virtual world, danger is omnipresent, and the manner of death is often unexpected. Especially with the actions we are about to undertake, the level of danger is exceedingly high. If we are locked onto by the administrators of the eternal life world or attacked, there is a substantial possibility we may face the death of consciousness. Therefore, I hope you do not perceive this as a trivial matter. Be quiet. Zhu Qixin interrupted sharply. Zhang Yunxi spread her hands wide, projecting an image of the old man's properties within the realm of immortality onto the holographic screen. Our target lies right here. Simultaneously, at the underground train entrance, the captain of the squad, chewing gum and bouncing a rubber ball, confidently stepped into an empty carriage of the late-night train. I'm in position 1. Fortune favors us. Tonight, we shall feast. Within the consciousness channel, the voices of 5 or 6 individuals resonated simultaneously, with a distinctly female voice among them. Chapter 63. A night of intrigue and invasion. Shall we strive to remain inconspicuous? Inquired Dr. Pang. Understood. Zhang Yunxi nodded in affirmation. I have procured not only the smuggling code, but also the anti-detection protocol. Zhang Yunxi quietly reminded them. Once we enter, I will transmit the code to you. If the virtual space administrator locks onto us, flee to a crowded area and activate your anti-detection protocols. This will momentarily sever their tracking, albeit briefly. Above all, remember to avoid any direct confrontation with the virtual space administrator. They wield the authority akin to law enforcement in the realm of immortality. All right, let us prepare for entry. Zhang Yunxi said, rising slowly. I will manage the data pertaining to the old man's properties and handle the decryption of the data vault. Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Pang. Being biology students, you will need to swiftly identify useful information and record the vital details once the vault is opened. Wei Wu, senior brother. You will stand guard and observe the surroundings. If there are any changes in the data modules nearby, notify me immediately. Understood. The group nodded in unison, rising together. Remember, we have only half an hour. Regardless of the outcome, we must not exceed this time limit. Do you comprehend? Let us go. Zhang Yunxi led the way to the connection pod. Moments later, each member donned their neural interfaces and reclined within the pod. Are we entering now? Zhang Yunxi asked Zhang Yunxi, who was beside her. Indeed, let us proceed, Zhang Yunxi affirmed. Instinctively removing the decorative necklace from her neck and hanging it on the left panel of the pod. With a playful gesture, she pressed her hands together and murmured, Amit Ba. May our endeavors be blessed with success. With that, the glass panel of the connection pod sealed shut, and Zhang Yunxi closed her eyes, her consciousness drifting into the realm of immortality. Upon entering the realm of immortality, Zhang Yunxi discovered that her data avatar manifested as a middle-aged black man in his 40s, with an appearance that was rather unremarkable. She took a moment to check the login records for this account, noting that the last access occurred over a year ago, with a total of only 5 logins. Was it truly as Zhang Yunxi had surmised, that her account was acquired from a second-hand dealer in the adventurer's camp, purchased from an African mining site? Who could say? With determination, Zhang Yunxi immersed herself in the control of her data avatar, swiftly exiting a bar and hailing a hovering taxi, racing towards Asher Mountain in Free City, where the old man's residence was located. Zhang Yunxi had specified requirements regarding the last login location when procuring these black market accounts. Given the vastness of the realm of immortality, which even included simulated space zones, a distant last login could result in a journey lasting 5 or 6 days, rendering any task nearly impossible. In less than 3 minutes, the hovering taxi delivered Zhang Yunxi to the villa district of Asher Mountain, the very site of the old man's properties. In the world of eternal life, both the characters and every blade of grass and tree visible to the naked eye are, in essence, composed of data modules, governed by a regulatory system. This oversight is broadly categorized into 2 levels: private property regulation and public property regulation. For instance, streetlights and garbage bins are undoubtedly public assets, and the data modules associated with these are directly supervised by the Regional Management Agency of the Eternal Life World's operational group, which holds the authority to delete or add as deemed necessary. Conversely, assets such as an old man's house, fields, or even the apples purchased from a supermarket are classified as private property, which the operational department of the Eternal Life World has no authority to regulate or delete unless there is a violation of the virtual world's management regulations. In other words, the data key to private assets is firmly in one's own hands. The Eternal Life World can supervise but lacks control. If one desires to eat an apple, they may do so. If one wishes to let it rot on the ground, that too is their prerogative. Regarding real estate, if one has the financial means, they can remodel their property into a palace without interference. Conversely, should they choose to demolish it, They may do so as long as it does not impact others. Today, Zhang Yunxi is leading the group to invade the old man's private asset, his house. At the entrance of Villa Number 6 on Acer Mountain, Zhang Yunxi alighted from the hovering taxi and saw Zhang Yunxi, Dr. Peng, and Wei Wu already waiting at the door, indicating they were closer than he was. Dr. Peng's character model resembled a robust young man in his 20s, dressed rather shabbily, while Wei Wu appeared as a stout woman of considerable height. Only Zhang Yunxi appeared relatively normal, a Caucasian girl of about 17 or 18, though similarly dressed in rags and exhibiting signs of malnutrition. The four gathered at the villa's entrance, braving the cold wind and gazing at the breathtaking scenery, their hearts swelling with excitement. This old man must be incredibly wealthy to afford such a large house in this location, Wei Wu remarked with admiration. He then turned to scan the surroundings, inquiring, "What should we do now?" In the domain of the virtual network, Wei Wu's shortcomings became apparent. As he was not from the technical investigation department and lacked familiarity with the highly specialized aspects, the group took a few steps away, feigning interest in the turbulent azure sky or the rolling forest below. Zhang Yunxi approached the entrance of the old man's villa and reached out to touch the grand door. A hum resonated as the bronze-colored door rippled, a gentle force pushing Zhang Yunxi back a step. "Notice, you do not have entry permissions. Please contact the owner for an invitation. Warning, trespassing in private space will violate Article 128 of the Virtual World Management Regulations." Zhang Yunxi contemplated the warning, her mind drifting as she habitually bit her finger. Beep. A siren echoed in her consciousness, account anomaly. Please log out and log in again. A seemingly innocuous gesture of biting her fingers instantly alerted the regional detection system. It was evident that from the moment Zhang Yunxi logged in, her physical movements and behavioral logic diverged significantly from those of the original account holder, triggering the warning. Ignoring the alarm, Zhang Yunxi promptly closed her eyes and summoned the data stored within the electrode chip in her mind, encompassing the modeling of the individual in question and the data passwords governing private property management. A wave of azure light enveloped her form as she stepped forward, inscribing the data password in code upon her hand, and reached for the grand entrance. With a swift motion, success. A sweet smile graced Zhang Yunxi's lips. The electrode chip proved invaluable, serving as the most authoritative personal identifier. I've impersonated the old man and deceived the system. Come quickly. The three individuals beside her rushed over, astonished by the villa's garden and the several large wolves prowling within the courtyard. Goodness. This fellow has transformed his home into a veritable manor. Wei Wu was the first to dash inside. Do you think if I sold one of these data hounds, I could make some money? Enough chatter. You go keep watch. Dr. Peng strode purposefully toward the villa's main entrance. Our time is limited. Fine, Wei Wu replied, turning to head outside just as Zhang Yunxi and Zhang Yunxi stepped into the grand courtyard. Upon opening the door, we needn't deceive the interior any further, right? Zhang Yunxi inquired of Zhang Yunxi. No need. The code within the electrode chip is the ultimate key to this villa. Zhang Yunxi explained softly as she walked. I can now access the villa's backend data. I could even trigger a self-detonation if I wished. In other words, you've stolen the key to someone else's home? Oh my, how astute of you. Don't mock me, or I shall never marry you. Get lost. The two playfully bickered as they raced toward the main entrance. Suddenly, the four in the courtyard felt a distinct tremor in the space around them, akin to an earthquake. Before they could utter another word, darkness enveloped them. The entire space vanished, shrouded in impenetrable blackness. In that instant, Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Peng also sat up within the connection chamber. Has the line been cut? Zhang Yunxi asked Zhang Yunxi. It's possible. I've never encountered such a situation before. Zhang Yunxi exited the connection chamber and immediately instructed. Check the brain-machine interface for any issues. Hurry, our time is limited. Understood. The group rose swiftly, retrieving the brain-machine interfaces from within the connection chamber for a routine diagnostic check. To their astonishment, the necklace that had previously hung inside the chamber was nowhere to be found. It had vanished. Chapter 64. The genius girl takes on 5 in the laboratory. Zhang Yunxi stood in a daze, watching the necklace vanish within the connection pod. An unusual sensation stirring within her. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and turned her gaze around, spotting a cup of water on the conference table, the very same she had sipped before entering the realm of immortality. With a swift motion, she seized the cup and shook it vigorously, sending water splashing over the rim in all directions. At that moment, Zhang Yunxi noticed that some droplets had transformed into green, grass-like entities, enveloped in a faint silvery glow. It's finished. A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yunxi as she clenched her fists and shouted, "Do not perceive the changes around you with your consciousness. No matter what happens, remain still." "What's wrong?" Zhang Yunxi inquired, rising to her feet. In an instant, Zhang Yunxi's body froze, her pupils vacant, standing like a statue beside her connection pod. "What's happening?" Zhang Yunxi pressed forward. "Do not move." Wei Wu, trusting in Zhang Yunxi, grasped Zhang Yunxi's arm firmly. She said not to move. A second later, Zhang Yunxi's eyes erupted with a burst of blue light as she spread her arms wide, her hair disheveled, and bellowed, "Are you trying to deceive me with data modeling? Explode for me." Buzz. It was then that the figure of a 17 or 18-year-old Caucasian girl emerged. Whoosh. Every piece of furniture in the room began to levitate, swirling violently around Zhang Yunxi's form, akin to a tempest rapidly spiraling upward. Tables, chairs, boxes at the doorway, and even the connection pods surrounding Zhang Yunxi and the others were swiftly caught in the maelstrom. The storm raged for less than a second, distorting the laboratory's walls and room, which began to shrink rapidly, drawn into the vortex. Zhang Yunxi and Dr. Pang stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the spectacle. What is happening? They felt a primal urge to retreat, but at that moment, Wei Wu's formidable composure kicked in, as he shouted repeatedly, "Do not be influenced." Heed her words. Remain still. A heap of erroneous data. Explode for me. Zhang Yunxi roared, thrusting her arms forward. Whoosh. Countless distorted, floating furnishings soared into the heavens. As Zhang Yunxi surveyed her surroundings, aside from Zhang Yunxi and the levitating objects, all else was engulfed in pure darkness. The walls that had been drawn away revealed neither urban landscapes nor the celestial expanse. Most crucially, the storm surrounding Zhang Yunxi exhibited an immense rotational force. Yet the group felt not a whisper of wind. Bang bang. A sensation of collision resonated through the space, as if the entire realm were trembling. The debris swirling at the storm's center shot upwards like a projectile, breaking through some unseen barrier into the abyss. Whoosh. As the objects soared away, Zhang Yunxi and the others suddenly found themselves bathed in light. Gulp. Dr. Peng unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, realizing within his mind, our consciousness has been deceived. We never actually left the realm of immortality." As his words fell, the debris floating in the sky transformed into flowers, grass, doghouses, outdoor fitness equipment, and sunshades, descending in a chaotic manner, all landing in the old man's estate. Within this villa, there were 5 illegal immigrants. Zhang Yunxi quickly remarked while observing the operational back-end of the old man's villa, "They are quite formidable." In the communication channel of the chicken-eating squad, the voice of squad leader Sean resonated first. "Do they have another expert? Our virtual data modeling has been completely dismantled by her. There is no possibility of further deception." A highly knowledgeable woman's voice echoed in the channel. The moment Zhang Yunxi accessed the old man's villa through the electrode chip, the technical infiltration of the chicken-eating squad had already commenced. Lacking the old man's electrode chip, the villa's data password, and the ability to manipulate the system back-end, they could only wait patiently for Zhang Yunxi to complete her decryption work. What was their objective? They aimed to extract the detection passwords of several brain-computer interfaces. It resembled a scenario where an individual stands amidst a raging current. For a fleeting moment, one might believe that they are floating forward rather than the water itself flowing. This kind of consciousness deception, however, does not endure for long, as the illusion is swiftly corrected by one's innate critical thinking. Yet, their data modeler was exceptionally skilled, rendering the laboratory indistinguishable from reality, and the sensation of spatial turbulence was perfectly calibrated, genuinely creating an illusion of disconnection. Had it not been for Zhang Yunxi's presence, Zhang Yunxi and others would likely have been deceived for several minutes, thereby aiding the adversary in achieving their objective. Fortunately, the genius girl Zhang Yunxi reacted promptly, manipulating the villa's system back-end to create a data storm, instantly shattering the opponent's virtual modeling through data distortion and compression. In the communication channel, Sean's urgent voice arose. "Jingong, have you locked in on several brain-computer detection passwords? Deception is not an option. They cannot possibly open the data vault in our presence." Sean paused to inquire, "Can we launch an attack? Directly code attack their 3 brain computers, forcing them offline?" Sean felt the situation was somewhat tricky and furrowed his brow, asking, "What about you going offline?" "By going offline, we can pinpoint the IP addresses of their brain computers and execute a direct Trojan attack." Beads of sweat formed on Shan's forehead as he spoke gravely. I will deal with that girl. Xiaoyu and Mingming will handle those 3 novices and take them offline. Jinghong and Ladaji proceed to the location of the data vault for decryption. We will extract the data and withdraw. Understood. Understood. In the villa's courtyard, Zhang Yunxi ran while calling out to Jiang Xin with her consciousness. What on earth are these people doing? They must know the address of the laboratory. Or there is a mole within the laboratory. Otherwise, their data modeling could not be so lifelike, a perfect one restoration. It is not necessarily a mole. Wei Wu interjected, the delivery person this afternoon seems rather suspicious. A space probe can simulate indoor conditions within a few hours. Silence. Jiang Xin urged urgently, her voice rising. Listen to me, they have already deceived you into revealing your neural passwords. This means your defenses have been compromised. And they possess the right to attack you at any moment. This is exceedingly perilous. I have just secured the data flow within this villa's vicinity. They cannot launch a remote assault, but they are capable of close-range combat. Therefore, you must avoid them at all costs. Do you understand? I cannot simultaneously decipher the safe's code and fend off their intrusion. Jiang Xin spoke rapidly. Zhang Yunxi, I will send you the decryption code. You are responsible for its execution. Wait. Before Jiang Xin could finish her sentence, she suddenly sensed a surge of anomalous data emerging from the villa's control backend. On the underground train, Shan, equipped with a neural interface, closed his eyes, immersing himself in consciousness. In the virtual realm, he stood at the rear of the villa, striding forward while waving his right hand. With a flourish, countless lines of code materialized in the air, resembling an invisible dragon with a myriad of segments flowing downward. I am now breaching the villa's control backend, utilizing a plethora of errant data to confound that girl. Xiaoyu, Mingming, swiftly eliminate those 3 inept foes. Shan instructed with rapid precision. Received. Go. He commanded. With a swift motion, the floating data coalesced into tangible forms. An array of cats, dogs, poultry, tables, chairs, kitchen utensils, and even moose and elephants rained down from the sky. Upon crashing to the ground, the living creatures scurried about while the inanimate objects created substantial craters upon impact, remaining motionless. This method of attack resembled a computer invasion, where superfluous programs inundate the C drive with active data and spam advertisements, akin to an insistent adhesive plaster that cannot be swiftly eradicated. How could Shan perpetrate such an incursion within the well-regulated realm of immortality? Could the system vulnerabilities be so extensive? In truth, the virtual regulations of the realm of immortality closely mirror reality. The management authority of this villa lies not with the operational group of the immortality world, but with an individual. However, the security of a data backend controlled by an individual cannot compare to that of the larger system, as it necessitates granting permissions for deletion, growth, modification, and a series of other actions. Thus, Shan was not attacking the immortality realm itself, but rather breaching a small, independently operated database within the grand database, akin to a private server managed by a particular platform. Within the villa's backend, Jiang Xin, observing the data, was suddenly confronted with an influx of notably active data, continuously replicating and pasting itself, with code identifiers strikingly similar to those within the villa. For instance, if a weed's data was TX001, then the data for the cats and dogs released by Shan might be TX001. Thus, Jiang Xin found herself utterly incapable of discerning the adversary's character data, nor could she expel the intruder. Confusion ensued, a deluge of data clouding her judgment, rendering it impossible to identify the source of the issue. Damn it. Dealing with this is like contending with your great-grandmother, Jiang Xin exclaimed in frustration, her mind racing to devise a strategy. In the villa's backyard, Shan sprinted while shouting. Little right, Mingming, we can intercept the attack. Received. A man resembling a Caucasian in athletic attire burst into the yard, hot on Wei Wu's heels. Meanwhile, within the consciousness channel, Jiang Xin inquired, Zhang Yunxi, how long until you breach the villa? Soon, what's the matter? I give you 1 second. Once you enter the villa, just 1 second. Jiang Xin had already formulated a plan in her mind. Bang! With a resounding thud, Dr. Peng elegantly kicked open the villa's front door, and the crowd surged inside. We're in. Zhang Yunxi shouted as he barely crossed the threshold of the hall. In the control backend, Jiang Xin observed the dense array of abnormal data and promptly selected the category for the villa's front yard, decisively opting for select all and delete. Ding. Dear Master, do you wish to delete all data from the front yard? The system inquired. In the front yard, as Little Right caught sight of Zhang Yunxi. A fleeting smile graced his lips. Bang! Whoosh! Little Right watched in horror as his legs began to turn transparent, despairing as he cried out, "Damn! This woman is ruthless!" Whoosh! In an instant, the villa's front yard transformed into a void, devoid of anything. Where's Little Right? That girl deleted him, expelled him. Come on. Keep it up. Zhang Xin seethed, glaring at the suddenly erased courtyard data. Chapter 65, Distorted Space, Battle of Consciousness. This woman is truly formidable. In the consciousness communication channel of the Chicken Dinner Squad, a young man nicknamed Wandering Chicken cursed vehemently. We must address her status as an administrator, otherwise, we cannot proceed. She keeps deleting our progress, and we will be expelled. Adjusting his strategy, Wandering Chicken took the position of Xiaoyu, preparing to intercept the three inexperienced players. Sean's voice echoed in their minds. Jinghong, do not seek the data vault just yet. Instead, let's launch a joint attack on the villa's backend system and deploy the Ebola Trojan virus to diminish her privileges. The intelligent woman Jinghong responded. If we proceed this way, the data will become chaotic, and we may not even locate the data vault. Furthermore, the security system will initiate self-defense, and we might be unable to disconnect, which poses great danger. She possesses administrative privileges. If we continue this way, we are bound to lose. This woman is quite capable. Do not underestimate her. Sean asserted unequivocally, the current objective is to level the playing field, to challenge them head-on. Are you ready? Synchronizing now. 3, 2, 1. Release. As Sean calmly counted down, he strode towards the villa, his arms sweeping through the air, causing a deluge of code to cascade from the sky. Whoosh. The code landed, transforming into clusters of black, soft, spherical entities, each adorned with sharp spikes, towering over a meter in height, rolling and spinning towards the villa. They were manifestations of invasive code viruses, taking physical form within the eternal life world. The viruses began to multiply, one becoming two, two becoming four. In an instant, thousands surged forward like a tidal wave towards the villa. Thud! A multitude of viruses crashed against the walls of the villa, constructed from data modules, distorting and tilting them instantaneously. Entire sections of walls and space became suspended and misaligned, appearing utterly chaotic. The viral code disrupted the backend system's code, causing a vast area on the left to collapse entirely. In the villa's corridor, Zhang Yunxi, running hastily, watched in disbelief as the ground before him suddenly cracked, with large sections of the data-formed floor floating upwards erratically. Bang! Bang! A heap of shattered flooring collided with Zhang Yunxi, and he immediately heard the system's alert. Data chaos detected. Your location is under viral attack. You have sustained injuries. Please log off immediately to avoid danger and await system repair. Buzz, buzz. A series of alert tones resonated within Zhang Xin's consciousness. Manual purge. Manual purge. Zhang Xin frantically called out to the system AI. Damn it. Zhang Xin felt overwhelmed. The villa's backend system was under viral assault, akin to a computer being remotely controlled by a virus, leading to a battle with the built-in security software, ultimately resulting in a blue screen, necessitating a restart or a format of the C drive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xin shouted to Zhang Yunxi, "They have unleashed a virus. The system requires a restart. I need to log off immediately and then log back in." Zhang Yunxi was bewildered. What do we do then? Will we also be expelled? Understood. What shall we do? The data within the villa has become disordered. The location of the data vault may no longer be what it once was or might have been entirely dismantled. There is no need for decryption. Yet the contents surely remain. Zhang Xin promptly stated, "Before I come online, you must locate the data vault as thoroughly as possible." Understood. Please prioritize safety and avoid confrontation, as they possess far greater expertise than you do. Understood? Got it. Upon concluding their communication, Zhang Xin logged off. In the real world, a necklace caught Zhang Xin's eye. She swiftly removed her neural interface and opened the glass panel of the connection chamber, nimbly climbing out. With great haste, Zhang Xin arrived at the conference table, opened her miniature computer, and utilized the wireless transmission function to extract the chaotic data from the villa through the elderly man's electrode chip. A vast amount of data streamed into her device as she quickly employed auxiliary software to identify the opponent's IP address, only to discover that there were tens of thousands of virtual IPs. The adversary was also utilizing constantly changing virtual IPs, making it impossible to pinpoint their location. What to do? Zhang Xin rapidly contemplated potential counter-strategies. In the eternal life world, Within the elderly man's villa, a flurry of activity erupted. In the front and backyards, on the rooftops, in the swimming pool, gardens, and throughout the villa's internal corridors, bedrooms, and gym. Numerous NPCs clad in silver armor wielding large axes emerged. Golden Shield Guardians, eliminate the pests. The NPCs roared as they surged towards the dense mass of soft viruses. Brandishing their weapons and dispatching a small virus with each swing, caught up in a frenzy. This confrontation between the system and the virus had materialized within the eternal life world, becoming visibly tangible. The Golden Shield Guardian antivirus software, a product of the Lingjing Group subsidiary, was mandatory for anyone with private property and an independent database within the eternal life world, regardless of its efficacy. There was no option to refuse its usage. One must purchase a lifetime membership, for without the Golden Shield Guardian, the system would cease to function properly. Simultaneously, the virus's progenitors, Jinghong and Shan, faced a relentless onslaught from the antivirus software. I feel as though I'm on the brink of annihilation. Jinghong's voice turned frantic as she shrieked. I'm about to be forcibly ejected from the system. I cannot endure any longer. They've shredded my dress, and my health points are nearly depleted. Once the system locks onto me, I will be expelled immediately. Hold on, Shan shouted. Within the villa, Zhang Yunxi frantically navigated the distorted space, disregarding everything around him. He paid no heed to the system's reminders to log off, nor to the attacks on his character model. It mattered little to him. This character was not his own. Whether his health points were exhausted, he was injured, or even imprisoned was of no consequence. Bang! Bang! Running through a cluttered corridor, Zhang Yunxi's body had been battered mercilessly, blood streaming from his wounds. The physiological conditions of character modeling mirrored those of real life. Colliding with a utility pole would result in a painful bump, and a fall into a sewer could fracture bones. Any injury necessitated costly medical treatment. Although the character would not face actual death, currently Zhang Yunxi found himself gravely wounded, his head bloodied and his arm impaled by a short steel rod. I found it. Dr. Pang's voice echoed triumphantly. The data vault is in disarray, and the stored data is now manifesting in code form. Where? I'm coming. Meanwhile, in the real world, Zhang Xin had transmitted a substantial amount of identified data into the electrode chip within her brain. She had devised a strategy and now awaited the system's repair to log in anew. In the villa of the eternal life world, Wei Wu sprinted ahead, reaching Dr. Pang's location first. He looked up to see the bloodied figure of Dr. Pang, who was busy extracting the floating code data from the data vault. Why had the data vault opened automatically? The explanation was straightforward. The villa's backend data had become chaotic. In terms of authority, the backend system held precedence over the vault's password. It was akin to a private server infected by a virus or under hacker attack, where one might suddenly find that secondary passwords were no longer required to access private items, or that any input of a secondary password was met with error messages. With the system in disarray, the data vault was naturally affected. However, this was merely a highly probable coincidence, as not all data was disordered. For instance, the floating floorboards had not entirely disintegrated. Some were affected while others remained intact. Nevertheless, this situation allowed Dr. Pang and his team to bypass decryption and directly read the codes from the vault, collecting everything regardless of accuracy, intending to sort and verify it later. As Dr. Pang focused intently on reading the vault's codes, he failed to notice a young Caucasian man clad in a black robe approaching from behind. Ladaji has arrived. He has found this location as well. Wei Wu immediately warned, Dr. Pang, move aside. Someone's behind you. Kiki. Ladaji lunged at Dr. Pang from behind, wrapping his arms around him. Let's have a brainstorming session, darling. In an instant, Dr. Pang's character model began to experience hallucinations. A myriad of rapidly changing scenes flooding his consciousness. Images from late-night films, virtual children's games, and a plethora of news clips appeared unbidden in his mind. Zhang Xin had previously cautioned them against direct confrontation, as they had previously deceived everyone into revealing their brain-machine interface passwords through data modeling. Thus, any contact between the two parties could enable the other to unleash a torrent of coded data for an attack. It is akin to inserting a data cable into your computer, recklessly transferring an overwhelming 100 terabytes of junk files into your C drive. A sharp, excruciating pain surged through Dr. Pang's head as he abruptly lost consciousness. His data modeling within the realm of immortality faded swiftly until it vanished entirely. In the tangible world, he suddenly jolted awake, the intense headache forcing him to sit upright. blood gushing from his mouth and nose, staining the glass panel crimson. Nearby, within the connection pod, Zhang Yunxi, awaiting her turn, heard the commotion and turned to see Dr. Peng's face drenched in blood, his spirit utterly diminished. What has happened to you? She exclaimed. Dr. Peng remained unresponsive. Within the realm of immortality, a mechanical voice intoned, "Ding. You are suspected of invading another's territory and deploying a Trojan virus. You have violated the regulations governing the realm of immortality. The system will now take stringent measures against you. I cannot endure this any longer," Jingyong shouted, reacting to the alert. "I must forcibly log off, or my consciousness will be locked." With a swift motion, a golden shield guardian wielding a colossal axe severed Jinghong's head, and she vanished in an instant. "Chick, I must log off." Sean's voice resonated. "You and Mingming must secure the data." Before he could finish, Sean was forcibly ejected, awakening in the underground train of the real world. Tick-tock. His consciousness was under assault, affecting his brain. Blood trickled from Sean's nostrils. He wiped it away with his arm, swiftly rose, grabbed his backpack, and proceeded towards the exit. Chapter 66. Each achieves their goals in the realm of immortality. Upon witnessing Dr. Peng being forcefully disconnected, Wei Wu's fury ignited. "I shall confront you all." Though he uttered these words, he found himself dashing straight towards the side of the data code. Indeed, engaging in a desperate struggle was trivial. The paramount objective at this moment was to acquire the formula for the suppressive serum. Within the distorted space, after dispatching Dr. Peng, the figure known as Lu Deji immediately obstructed the corridor, hands flowing with visibly tangible code data. "Ming, I shall impede him. You read." Whoosh. A shadow surged from the side, eyes blinking rapidly as it attempted to absorb the floating code data with utmost urgency. Concurrently, Zhang Yunxi emerged from another direction, equally close to the floating data, ravenously seeking vital information. This floating code data comprised the personal treasures stored in the old man's data vault, containing not only the formula for the suppressive serum but also his observations from the wilderness zone and methods to procure the unknown raw materials for the serum. Originally, this data was neatly organized in paper and document form within the vault, but now, as chaos reigned in the system's back-end, the external manifestation had naturally become disordered. It was akin to a game malfunctioning, where character skins and map textures vanished, exposing a plethora of foundational codes. Initially, Wei Wu intended to seize the code, but upon realizing that Lu Deji stood in his way, and acknowledging his own insignificance in the realm of immortality, he opted instead to divert the opponent's attention to afford Zhang Yunxi some precious time. Within the distorted space, the individual named Ming refrained from attacking Zhang Yunxi, as she sensed that the system's repair was imminent. Being preoccupied now would mean she would acquire less data. Both parties vied to read the diminishing code data. "Hurry!" Wei Wu urged himself, sprinting to shake off the pursuing Lu Deji. Swish! Just as the last of the floating codes vanished, Ming prepared to strike Zhang Yunxi when the entire space erupted with a violent tremor, followed by a blinding white light exploding from above. Zhang Yunxi was instantaneously blinded, feeling his body propelled away, soaring into the distance. 2 seconds later, thud! Zhang Yunxi landed on the ground, a sensation akin to shattered bones coursing through him. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he gradually opened his eyes, first catching sight of the azure sky, fluffy white clouds, and the pristine, verdant lawn, along with the impressive entrance of a villa. The rollback had concluded. The system had completed its restoration. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Yunxi promptly checked his data archive, discovering that the recently accessed code had not vanished. Excellent. The system had rectified the chaos within the villa but lacked the authority to restore the memories in Zhang Yunxi and the others' minds. As their permission surpassed that of the villa as an independent entity, Zhang Yunxi steadied himself against the ground, turning to survey his surroundings in search of Wei Wu, only to behold a man cloaked in black robes appearing at the side of the villa. He is Ladaji, the data assailant of the chicken squad. Standing a short distance away, Ladaji wore a smile on his face and made a slashing gesture across his throat towards Zhang Yunxi, signaling, "We await you in the wilderness zone." Zhang Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. After speaking, Ladaji pulled out 2 long fireworks resembling remote controls from his waist pouch, positioning them upright on the ground as he ignited the fuses. Boom, boom, boom. The fireworks lit up, launching a series of celebratory blasts that illuminated the sky with grand characters. "Wishing you great fortune. Tonight, we feast on chicken," he called out. "I shall await you and that girl controlling the back end." I intend to eliminate her in the wilderness zone. As Ladaji stood there and shouted, his body gradually faded. He was preparing to log off. Ding! A notification echoed in Zhang Yunxi's consciousness. Just as she logged on, she noticed a long string of IP addresses requesting to disconnect. It's over, finished? Zhang Yunxi swiftly assessed the situation and immediately sent a microcode to over 10,000 virtual IPs through the villa's system backend indiscriminately. While she could not discern which IP was genuine, she could establish data links with all the virtual IPs using the villa's system. Whoosh! As soon as the code was dispatched, Zhang Yunxi's figure materialized in the villa courtyard. They've taken the items and fled, Zhang Yunxi remarked as he stood up. The moment Dr. Pang logged off, I anticipated this outcome. Zhang Yunxi spoke rapidly. You and Brother Wei should disconnect. I will handle the situation from here. I have obtained part of the code. What more is there to linger for? The administrator of the eternal world will arrive shortly. We must leave, Zhang Yunxi called out. The code for the data vault remains. We cannot allow anyone else to obtain it, or you will still be in grave danger. Zhang Yunxi urged urgently, you go ahead. I will decrypt the vault and log off immediately. All right. Zhang Yunxi swiftly issued the log-off command, his body gradually becoming translucent. 3 seconds later, Zhang Yunxi disconnected, awakening in the real world. Bang! Nearby, Wei Wu also logged off and rushed to Dr. Pang's connection pod, helping him open the glass panel. Old Pang, are you all right? Dr. Pang slowly awoke, his spirit languid. The virtual world is far too perilous. My brain has been harmed. Zhang Yunxi approached quickly. Shall we go to the hospital? The hospital lacks my expertise. I need to check upstairs, Dr. Pang replied, wiping the blood from his mouth as he rose with Wei Wu's assistance. Those studying biology, especially at the professorial or doctoral level, undoubtedly possess extensive medical knowledge. Which is why Dr. Pang chose not to go to the hospital, instead being escorted upstairs by Wei Wu. Zhang Yunxi glanced back at the connection pod, noticing that Zhang Yunxi had yet to log off. In a modest apartment on the outskirts of Mingzhu City, Ladaji awakened, removed his neural interface, and embraced the beautiful woman beside him. It was I who failed to protect you, my dear. Fear not, I shall avenge you in the wilderness zone. The beautiful young woman named Jinghong is responsible for data analysis within the Chicken Squad. Due to a recent abrupt disconnection, Jinghong's mind has been somewhat affected, and at this moment, she is bleeding from her nose. That girl is quite remarkable. But what use is prowess in a virtual world? Ladaji remarked with a smile. In the wilderness, it's a battle of human nature, a contest of who is more ruthless. Jinghong dabbed at her nose with a tissue and murmured, I still think that after we complete this task and divide the earnings, we should wash our hands of it and find a decent job as software engineers. What prospects does a coder have? Ladaji frowned. Spending a lifetime cooped up in an office, living like a dog. I refuse to accept that. Jinghong gazed at him. All right. I'll follow your lead. The two shared an embrace just as Ladaji's communicator chimed. He promptly answered the call. Hello, boss. Let us gather at the usual place. Compile the information we've gathered and prepare to report to the boss. Sean's voice echoed. Moments later, the two departed the apartment, laden with heavy packs, vanishing into the night. In Dr. Pang's biological laboratory, Zhang Yunxi anxiously awaited and was finally relieved to see Zhang Yunxi's connection pod light up. She had logged off. Swiftly, Zhang Yunxi rushed over to lift the glass panel, asking with concern, Are you all right? That's enough. You've worked hard. Gratitude washed over her as she enveloped Zhang Yunxi in a hearty embrace, which could be seen as somewhat opportunistic. Zhang Yunxi pushed Zhang Yunxi away and immediately inquired, How is Dr. Pang? The situation is far from over. Zhang Yunxi's brows knitted tightly, her delicate features betraying a hint of anger. They won't get away with this. What do you mean? Zhang Yunxi was somewhat baffled. What are you planning? She leaned in to ask. I intend to retaliate. Zhang Yunxi's resolute gaze fixated on the miniature computer screen as she ground her teeth. They think they can eliminate me in the wilderness. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Yunxi quickly began typing on the keyboard. Nearby, Zhang Yunxi bent down to inquire, They must have gathered more data than we did. As one of their members arrived before us. I know. Be quiet, please. Zhang Yunxi continued to strike the keys, pausing occasionally to think. Upstairs, Wei Wu accompanied Dr. Pang during a self-examination while inputting the small amount of data he had retrieved into the computer. The computer autonomously parsed the code, revealing a string of Chinese characters. Second inspection, delve 300 meters, biological signatures near the underground river. What the hell does this mean? It's nonsensical. Who can understand this? Wei Wu cursed under his breath. In Mingzhu City, Tianyin Group. Haha. Su Taiyin chuckled. It still takes a professional. They have already acquired a portion of the data. Chapter 67. Remote assassination in the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock. A pneumatic hover vehicle came to a halt before a dilapidated warehouse near the Clearwater River on the outskirts of Mingzhu City. Sean, accompanied by Mingming and Xiaoyu, disembarked, laden with heavy backpacks, and stood waiting. A motorcycle roared into view, and Jinghong dismounted from the rear seat after removing her helmet. Bauer, your legs seem to have grown longer, Xiaoyu teased with a smile. Bored? Don't tease my wife. Ladaji, clad in a motorcycle outfit and tactical gloves, removed his helmet and exchanged fist bumps with the others. This deal hasn't turned out as expected. We still haven't secured the information, Xiaoyu remarked with a frown. I suspect the financier will try to negotiate a lower price. Well, they aren't just going to hand it over, and with the villa's management permissions in play. We've done well to reach this point, Ladaji, sporting a head of dyed blonde hair and appearing to be in his early 20s, responded. Indeed, let's proceed inside. Sean called to the group. This abandoned warehouse served as a regular meeting place for the Chicken Squad, where they convened to discuss matters before or after missions. Over 30 years ago, the Clearwater River was a picturesque tourist destination, with local villagers thriving on the bounty of the land and water, establishing numerous summer resorts and vacation farms. Life was vibrant and full of promise. However, with the advent of urbanization policies, many rural residents relocated to the cities, transforming the scenic area into a hub of heavy industry. The influx of industrial waste polluted the waters, smog obscured the once clear skies, wildlife dwindled, and the forests gradually withered, rendering the region increasingly desolate. After a phase of economic boom, all that remained were barren landscapes and rows of chimneys belching black smoke. This forsaken warehouse had not seen visitors in over a decade and boasted vast interior space. As the Chicken Squad of 5 entered the warehouse, they traversed a long corridor and arrived at a room equipped with a generator. The walls were adorned with large-scale graffiti depicting grotesque images, demons brandishing severed heads, blood-soaked figures, and monstrous entities. The artwork exuded a distinctly bloody, punk aesthetic. The furniture, composed of various metals, filled the space with a palpable rock and roll vibe. Sean set down his backpack and took a seat at the head of the table. Let's consolidate the information we've gathered. Upon hearing this, Ladaji and Mingming promptly retrieved storage cards from their pockets and tossed them to Sean without hesitation. The 5 young members of the Chicken Squad had worked together for quite some time and had known each other since childhood, forming a strong bond. They were ruthless towards outsiders, yet remarkably united within their ranks, with no one ever hoarding goods or harboring ulterior motives. They all held profound trust in their leader, Sean. Could you please fetch me a bottle of water? Thank you, Jinghong said, directing her request to Ladaji. Of course, darling. Ladaji replied with a cheerful smile as he rose and made his way toward the refrigerator. Virum. At that moment, Ladaji inexplicably felt an intense pain surge through his mind, leaving him quite dizzy. With a crash, he stumbled and collided with a metallic chair, pressing his forehead with a pained expression. What is the matter? Jinghong inquired as she rose. Ladaji waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Perhaps just a bit of mental fatigue, feeling slightly unwell. I'll fetch some water. Haha. No need, he replied, shaking his head slightly as he strode toward the freezer. By the conference table, Xiaoyu turned to Sean and asked, Boss, how much do you think he can offer? Hard to say, let me check the data first. Sean responded, connecting a microcomputer to a storage card to retrieve its contents. Beside the freezer, Ladaji's confused mind suddenly cleared. Just as he yanked open the cabinet door, he was startled by the sound of 2 alarms emanating from his wrist communicator. Startled, he lowered his head to examine the screen, which displayed a multitude of red dots converging on his location, accompanied by a message, Dogs. Run. The group, previously engaged in conversation, abruptly looked up. What is happening? Sean asked as he stood. Dogs are coming. The alarm has sounded. Grab your weapons and retreat. Ladaji reiterated urgently, sprinting towards the weapons cache. As the one responsible for perimeter security around the warehouse, he operated several modern detection devices, prompting the others to immediately grab their bags and retrieve kinetic guns from the cache. Boom. Jinghong deftly followed Ladaji through the window, racing towards the nearby woods. Within 30 seconds, Ladaji spotted a dozen armed law enforcement special forces soldiers, clad in combat gear and steel mechanized armor, rushing towards him at incredible speed. Run, you go first. Ladaji suddenly pushed Jinghong away, firing at the approaching special forces without a second thought. Whoosh! Beams of light flew wildly through the forest as the kinetic cannons wreaked havoc on everything in their path. Suddenly, a particle beam struck from behind. Searing pain radiated through Lu Deji's leg, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the dimly lit forest, Lu Deji lay amidst the overgrown weeds, his body trembling as he attempted to evade the beams. He clutched his thigh with his left hand, yet found no wounds or blood. In the chilling woods, a cold breeze whispered as Shan, Jinghong, and the others stood nearby, gazing in shock at Lu Deji on the ground, their faces pale. There were no law enforcement personnel. Lu Deji's wrist communicator had not sounded an alarm. He was firing his kinetic gun aimlessly into the air while continuing to shout. What is happening to him? Jinghong stared incredulously at her boyfriend. What is he doing? There are no law enforcement officers around. Shan looked down at Lu Deji, equally bewildered and at a loss for words. The wandering chicken continued to crawl on the ground, mindlessly shooting in all directions until the energy in his weapon was depleted. Shan, give me the charger. My gun is out of power. It was clear that he could no longer continue. Shan shouted, leading the group towards the wandering chicken. Together, the four of them pinned him to the ground, repeatedly shouting, Wake up. What is wrong with you? Xiaoming, don't scare me. What is happening to you? Jinghong incessantly shook the wandering chicken's head, urging him to speak. Protect me. I'll help Xiaohong. The wandering chicken, pinned to the ground, struggled violently. His face ashen, as if the non-existent special police officers had somehow materialized before him. Don't move, Shan exclaimed. Noticing blood seeping from the back of the wandering chicken's head, where the brain electrode chip was implanted, Jinghong suddenly turned to him, her voice trembling as she asked, Boss, what is wrong with him? Stay calm, Shan shouted. Is his brain machine still functioning? Yes. Jinghong quickly opened her backpack and retrieved a portable brain machine. She had procured 10 of these devices during a supply run at the adventurers' camp. Shan took the brain machine and swiftly connected it to his microcomputer using a data cable from his waist pouch. With a flurry of movements, his fingers danced over the mini keyboard as he executed a simple search on the brain machine, focusing primarily on command codes. 3 seconds later, a series of search results erupted onto the screen. Squinting, Shan rapidly scanned the holographic display and spotted an external input command at the bottom. It was straightforward, comprising just 2 strings of code. Sweat beaded on Shan's forehead as he quickly decrypted the code using translation software. The first string was a virus designed for remote control of the electrode chip, explained simply as a program that manipulates thought through the brain's electrode chip, disrupting the resonant frequency between the chip and the brain. The second string translated to a piece of Chinese text, a multiple-choice question: choose madness or choose a vegetative state. Boom. Upon reading the subtitle, Shan, enraged, shattered the satellite computer in his fury, shouting, Extract the electrode chip from his head and get him to the hospital. What do you mean? Xiaoyu asked incredulously. Are you saying his electrode chip has been implanted with external code? That is impossible. Our IP is virtual, with thousands of variations. How could they possibly track us? Is this really a question that needs pondering? Mingming interjected, use the villa's system backend as a signal transmitter, sending out 100,000 codes indiscriminately. And it would cover everything. The code reaches the brain machine, which then connects to the electrode chip, allowing them to control it remotely. The wandering chicken was the last one online. He must have been compromised. No. I disagree with extracting his electrode chip. It would cause irreversible damage to his brain. Jinghong shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, I refuse. We must find another solution. Listen to me, please. Shan, gripping Jinghong's shoulders, shouted with a ghastly expression, his brain has suffered irreversible damage. If you do not remove the electrode chip, his condition will only worsen. Do you understand? Jinghong stood there, stunned. Xiaoyu, with tears streaming down her face, took a moment to ponder before drawing a small knife from her waist pouch. With decisive action, she sliced open the back of Ludeji's head and forcibly extracted the electrode chip. With a sickening sound, as soon as the chip was removed, Ludeji began to convulse violently, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Quick, to the hospital, Shan called out to the others. In Dr. Pang's laboratory, Jiang Xin rubbed her crimson eyes and slowly rose, retrieving a new virtual network card from her belongings. Juqishan, Wei Wu. And Zhang Yunxi looked at Jiang Xin with bewilderment, completely at a loss regarding her intentions. What is she doing? Wei Wu inquired. I do not know what she is up to, but I do know. Zhu Qingshan muttered, if Xiao Zhang truly enters a relationship with her, should he dare to betray her, he would certainly suffer a fate worse than a grizzly bear. Beside the table, Zhang Xin, with an expressionless face, installed the virtual network card and connected to the AI Management Bureau. Hello, this is the AI Management Bureau's Emergency Response Center. Please hold. Zhang Xin activated her wrist communicator, pulling up a map of the vicinity of Qingshan River, and softly stated, I wish to report that approximately 3 hours ago, in the Villa No. 06 at Asher Mountain in the Eternal Life World, a suspect engaged in network intrusion has sustained serious injuries. He may appear at the nearby Qingshan River Second Hospital or at Baoli Private Hospital. Once the call concluded, Zhang Yunxi immediately stood and asked, what have you done to him? I'll explain later. Half an hour later, in a bid to swiftly save Ledaji's brain, Sean and the others transported him to the nearest hospital to Qingshan River, the second hospital. Just as the doctor pushed him into the emergency room, Sean seized Jinghong's wrist and said, we must go now. No, I want to stay with him. She protested. Slap. Sean struck Jinghong across the face. The other party can track the signal of the electrode chip through the code, and our previous location is compromised. If we want to save him, we must head to the nearest hospital. Otherwise, Ledaji may suffer brain death. Half an hour has already passed, and if we do not leave, the AI Management Bureau will certainly arrive. Jinghong's expression was vacant. Downstairs, Xiaoyu, who was on lookout duty, immediately shouted into the communication channel, they're coming. 7 or 8 vehicles are approaching. We must hurry. 3 minutes later, the group fled from the rear of the hospital's main building, just as a throng of personnel from the AI Management Bureau burst through the back entrance. Upstairs, an investigator from the AI Management Bureau confronted the head of the hospital, asking, was there a patient with brain issues brought in just now? Yes. He just entered the operating room. What is his condition? The investigator inquired further. What about his companions? Just a moment ago, we were here. The person in charge surveyed the surroundings. You all continue to rescue, but our personnel need to manage him, he instructed. The case officer immediately shouted, others, chase after them quickly. In the desolate wilderness, Jinghong was weeping with her head bowed. Xiaoyu took a puff of smoke and turned to Sean, exclaiming, someone at the adventurers' camp is broadcasting, calling out to us. Sean, with a stern expression, approached and said, show me. Xiaoyu projected the screen of his miniature computer onto the ground. The lowest level order page from the adventurers' camp displayed a banner scrolling with text, in the wilderness zone. Chicken dinner squad. Below the banner, a cute little girl animatedly gestured towards Sean, mimicking a neck-stroking motion. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Xin playfully stretched and closed her miniature computer, declaring, got it. Zhang Yunxi trembled slightly, murmuring, is this the revenge of a woman? Chapter 68. Taking action again following a thrilling and perilous battle. Zhang Xin and Zhang Yunxi found themselves utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to decipher and integrate the acquired information. Their immediate priority was to rest and sleep. The night passed in silence. By noon the next day, Zhang Yunxi groggily awoke to find Wei Wu seated in a chair, gazing intently at him. Good morning. Zhang Yunxi greeted him. Zhang Yunxi looked at him incredulously. Brother, what time did you wake up? Just past 11. I woke up hungry. Wei Wu yawned. You woke up hungry at 11 and still haven't ordered takeout? Zhang Yunxi asked in disbelief. So you've been sitting here for over an hour just waiting for me to place an order? Precisely, Wei Wu admitted candidly. You really are something else, Zhang Yunxi exclaimed, feeling exasperated. He had encountered frugality before, but this was on another level. All right, I'll order. Exiting the connection pod, Zhang Yunxi made his way to the bathroom while addressing Zhu Qingshan. Teacher, please order a breakfast for 4. There aren't 4 of us. Dr. Peng is out. Zhu Qingshan pointed to his own head. He wasn't feeling well and went to the hospital for an examination. Oh, Zhang Yunxi entered the bathroom. I owe my mentor a significant favor. The previous night, Dr. Peng had sustained injuries in the Eternal Life World, resulting in some damage to his brain. Zhang Yunxi felt a profound sense of guilt and had been preoccupied with concern for him. Thus, after freshening up, he promptly reached out to check on his mentor. Are you really all right? Yes, I understand, Zhang Yunxi pondered, reflecting on his mentor's eccentricity. His dedication to his profession was akin to those who, despite being on intravenous strips, would still engage in mahjong. They were all absolute masters in their respective fields. After concluding their communication, Zhang Yunxi dashed upstairs, quietly pushing open the door to the lounge, mischievously calling out, Great-grandmother, Grandmother, are you awake? In the bathroom, having just finished her grooming, Zhang Yunxi, with pink hair clips adorning her hair, shouted with a fresh face, "Who let you in?" Zhang Yunxi's eyes darted to the transparent glass. Observing Zhang Yunxi's graceful figure moving about inside, stirring a sense of admiration within him. "I haven't entered. I'm right here at the door. Come down for a meal. Little brat, are you showering? Do you need assistance?" Bang. A towel was thrown against the transparent glass. "Get lost." "All right then." Zhang Yunxi promptly scampered away. An hour later, after everyone had finished lunch, they commenced the process of gathering and translating data, a task in which Zhang Yunxi played a vital role. Given that the code had been disrupted by the system, it required reorganization, a task that demanded technical expertise. At 10:30 in the bar, Weber sat in the warehouse, meticulously polishing his mechanical prosthetic with an oiled deerskin. His severed right leg rested on a small stool, the cut neatly aligned, yet marred by the scars of years spent encased in a prosthesis. At the bottom of the severed limb, 2 nerve wires connected to the prosthetic protruded, presenting a somewhat macabre sight. Peng Baran investigated and discovered that the old man's villa in the Eternal Life world had been invaded by 2 groups, resulting in lost data. The voice of the baby echoed, less than 3 hours after the intrusion. Personnel from the AI Management Bureau apprehended a suspect at a hospital beside the Qingshan River. This individual, having suffered severe brain trauma, had become a vegetable. Weber wiped the surface of his mechanical leg, bowed his head in contemplation, and remarked, "Has the money from Su Taiyin not yet arrived? Shall I make arrangements?" "You handle the arrangements. I will go," Weber said, wrapping his amputated leg in a thin layer of soft cloth before connecting the neural lines and reattaching the prosthetic limb. Off to the Tianyin Group. Later that evening, around 6 o'clock, in the president's office of the Tianyin Group, Su Taiyin spoke into the communicator, informed that so-called chicken dinner squad that I am quite pleased with their results. It's merely a loss of 1 individual. Is it not? I shall compensate them. When it comes time for settlement, add an extra 2 million for them. Yes, this group still has utility and must be coddled. Indeed, that will be the arrangement. After finishing his communication with his subordinates, Su Taiyin called out to the door, "Duo Duo." The door opened, and Su Duo entered. "Boss, I shall meet him at once." Su Taiyin rose. 10 minutes later, in the reception room, Su Taiyin, seated on the sofa, smiled broadly at a leader from the police department. "I would never ask you to compromise your principles. You are a renowned detective in Mingzhu, a paragon. How could you engage in power retaliation?" Beside him, a middle-aged man in a white shirt took a sip from his teacup, smiling but remaining silent. "I was entangled with thugs, threatened by them, and had no choice but to seek your assistance." Su Taiyin affectionately patted the man's thigh. "After all, I am a major taxpayer in our city. Surely the judiciary will prioritize my protection, right?" "Haha." The middle-aged man in the white shirt set down his teacup. "The law protects that which is lawful. Anything unlawful contravenes the rules, and such actions cannot be taken." "Old Su." "Of course." Su Taiyin interjected, "What do you think of someone like Weber, lawful or not?" "Haha." The two exchanged glances and laughed together. "This does not violate regulations. It aims to combat crime." The middle-aged man in the white shirt lifted his teacup. "Excellent tea. Just ensure there are no ulterior motives in it." "Haha, certainly." Suddenly, as they conversed, the lights on the top floor of the Tianyin Group flickered twice before the entire floor plunged into darkness. "What is happening?" Su Taiyin exclaimed in displeasure. "Can you really afford a power outage?" The middle-aged man in the white shirt asked incredulously. "Surely, there are backup generators?" They waited for about 3 minutes, but the lights did not return. Instead, Su Duo rushed in, slightly flustered, and said, "Boss, the laboratory has also lost power. Everything is down, and all backup generators on this floor have been damaged." "What?" Su Taiyin sprang to his feet, immediately shouting, "Quickly, take me to the laboratory." At the pinnacle of the Tianyin Group lies a strictly confidential laboratory, housing an enormous nutrient chamber within which 2 individuals lie. Su Taiyin holds a deep concern for these 2 persons, fully aware that the nutrient chamber is equipped with a power reserve, thus should remain unaffected. Nevertheless, a sense of anxiety overwhelms him, prompting him to hastily follow Su Duo out. The middle-aged man in a white shirt cannot remain seated in this situation. Upon witnessing Su Taiyin and the others rush out, he 2 strides forward to join them. The group descends the stairs, swiftly arriving at the concealed passage on the top floor, entering the corridor that leads to the laboratory. "Is there a problem with the nutrient chamber?" Su Taiyin inquires urgently. A contingent of security personnel and laboratory staff approaches, reassuring him the nutrient chamber is functioning properly. We have restored the circuit functionality of the main chamber using the power reserve. All data is currently normal. Just as the group surrounds Su Taiyin in discussion, a burst of light emanates from the opposite corridor and 3 figures approach. Who is using the lighting equipment? Turn it off. The head of security barks. The sound of footsteps echoes in the somewhat spacious corridor as the 3 men pass by the door of the main chamber containing the nutrient chamber, advancing towards Su Taiyin and his companions. As they draw closer, Su Taiyin recognizes the newcomers. It is Weber, accompanied by 2 others, one being a child, and the other a middle-aged man in his 50s. How did you get here? Su Duo exclaims in disbelief. Every creature has its own means of survival, no matter how lowly, Weber responds, his gaze calm as he surveys the corridor's occupants, momentarily pausing on the middle-aged man in the white shirt while disregarding the 20-plus security members. What do you intend to do? Su Taiyin asks, his voice quivering slightly. Slowly, Weber retrieves a cigar box from his pocket and remarks, it seems we have law enforcement present. This complicates matters. The middle-aged man in the white shirt, initially hesitant to interject, feels compelled to speak up upon being addressed by Weber, stating in an official tone, Weber, did you orchestrate the power outage? You are aware that tampering with. Su Taiyin clenches his fists, his body trembling. Do you believe me, officer? Weber turns his gaze to the man in the white shirt, smiling as he poses the question. The man furrows his brow at Weber, opting for silence, unwilling to become a target. Weber lights his cigar, taking a deep drag before exhaling the dense smoke towards Su Taiyin's face. Repay the money. Su Taiyin glares at him, his teeth grinding audibly. Slowly bending down before the onlookers and the officer, Weber slaps Su Taiyin's face with a resounding crack, declaring, repay the money. Do you understand? The information has been decrypted. Chapter 69. The formation of the team. Weber ventured to the Tianyin group accompanied by merely 2 individuals, yet he managed to secure over 30 million in funds. He was acutely aware that this action would irreparably offend Su Taiyin, potentially inviting retribution in the future. However, in this line of work, one cannot afford to be paralyzed by fear, whether it be of wolves in front or tigers behind. To shy away from pursuing even the final payment would be a disgrace to his role as a leader. Upon departing from the Tianyin group, Weber succinctly informed Bao Bao, the bar will be temporarily closed for 3 months. Convey to the brothers below that we shall refrain from taking new orders and redirect our focus beyond the district. Weber raised his arm, and the other party smiled as they exchanged a fist bump. Within the confines of the biological laboratory, Dr. Pang was equipped with a silver ring akin to a tightening spell, a medical device designed to treat his nerve damage. However, given that Dr. Pang was already bald, the sudden addition of the silver ring rendered him somewhat reminiscent of a monk. I shall take the floor. Zhang Yunxi organized her thoughts. The information is divided into 3 major segments. First, the formula for the inhibitor has been entirely deciphered. In addition to the standard pharmaceutical components, there exist 2 unknown ingredients that remain elusive to us, one referred to as candle dragon grass, and the other as fire rabbit blood. I have never even heard of these before. Second, according to the old man's work notes, both candle dragon grass and fire rabbit blood were discovered in the wilderness area designated as Code 033, specifically in a location known as Qingshan 065. From the records, it seems to be the site of an abandoned underground military foundation, complete with a detailed entry route map. However, there are no related visual materials. Third, regarding the biological agents within my body, the old man's information is non-existent. I perused all his work notes and can roughly deduce that these 4 vials of agents were likely produced a decade ago. Yet, there is no record of how he and Pang Baran acquired them. It is possible that such records exist, but were taken by that chicken-eating squad. As her words settled, the group exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with melancholy. Thus, without fire rabbit blood and candle dragon grass, we are unable to produce the inhibitor. Is that the crux of it? Wei Wu inquired. Indeed, Zhang Yunxi confirmed. How many times did the old man and Pang Baran visit Qingshan? Wei Wu pressed for details. Were there any detailed records of how they obtained these 2 items? There are no records. Zhang Yunxi waved her hand dismissively. This segment of the information is blank. Either the old man failed to document it, or it was taken by the chicken-eating squad. However, I can assert that they visited Qingshan only once, and there were casualties. After hearing this, Wei Wu scratched his head, realizing, in other words, to develop a new inhibitor and produce it ourselves. Our only option is to venture together into the wilderness area and scour Qingshan for the raw materials. Clap, clap, clap. Zhu Qingshan immediately applauded at the sound, exclaiming, "Welcome, Captain Wei, to the floor." Wei Wu shot a sidelong glance at the two cunning individuals, swiftly raising his hand to dismiss their antics. "Let us not engage in such theatrics. I have no intention of accompanying you to the wilderness. The chicken-eating squad has already acquired the information, and they will undoubtedly make their way to that location. Furthermore, this news cannot remain concealed. Who knows how many enemies may seek to eliminate you or turn you into a specimen. You dare to demand 10,000 yuan from me. And in return, you want me to be some sort of captain? I have a wife and children. I cherish my family deeply. Thank you. Are you withdrawing?" Dr. Pang inquired. "Indeed, I shall not go," Wei Wu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Dr. Pang, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "Setting aside the matter of whether to produce the suppressive fluid, the mere discovery of new organisms or plants on this planet could stir significant upheaval across various industries. To say it is invaluable is an understatement." Upon hearing this, Wei Wu blinked rapidly. Clap, clap. Zhu Qingshan patted Wei Wu on the shoulder. "Didn't you say you were withdrawing? Please refrain from eavesdropping on our conversation. Step outside." Wei Wu looked at him incredulously. "Come on, I was once an accomplice. What harm is there in listening?" Without a word, Zhu Qingshan seized Wei Wu by the collar and hoisted him up. "What are you doing? Let us discuss this civilly, without resorting to violence." "The rest is not for your ears," Zhu Qingshan retorted, dragging Wei Wu directly to the laboratory entrance and unceremoniously pushing him out. "Do not return." "Damn, you haven't even given me the 10,000 yet. You're not planning to contribute to the work anymore, so why should I keep you around? At least let me finish my meal before I leave." "What time is it?" Bang. Zhu Qingshan slammed the door shut. In the small conference room, Zhang Yunxi observed Zhang Yunxi and whispered, "To be pragmatic. If we truly venture into the wilderness zone, we will need Wei Wu's assistance." "Ugh, what a revolting metaphor." Zhang Yunxi rolled her eyes. "Babe, would you like to join us?" Zhang Yunxi said with a smile. "I find myself somewhat dependent on you now. Being with you brings me a sense of security." "Get lost, that's so cheesy." Zhang Yunxi contemplated briefly. "I'm fine with going. But what about the academy?" "Right," Zhang Yunxi concurred. "I've reviewed a plethora of information about the wilderness zone at the adventurers' camp. Some say the area is rife with viruses, while others claim it is inhabited by nefarious individuals devoid of law. In short, it is perilous. None of us possess experience in that region, and should any issues arise, we would be at a loss on how to respond. Thus, seeking a professional team is essential." As her words settled, the group fell into contemplation, each considering how to assemble a team. "And we need to address the equipment issue," Zhu Qingshan interjected, "if we are to proceed. We must procure a substantial arsenal for our protection. From what you've described, that chicken-eating squad is already aware of our potential expedition to the wilderness zone. And conflict is inevitable. We cannot remain passive any longer. Let us focus on finding people first," Zhang Yunxi mused, resting her chin in her hand. "Who shall we collaborate with?" Downstairs in the office building, Wei Wu held a phone to his ear, speaking animatedly. "Yes, indeed. It's a lucrative project. Foolish people with money. Are you in or not?" "Yes, Dr. Pang is leading the team. Hurry over here so we can discuss this face-to-face." That night, Su Taiyin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down at a family portrait, his expression somewhat dazed. "All right." Su Taiyin gently wiped the photograph and placed it prominently on the bookshelf. "Ah, and Lu Jiahui has arrived. What is she here for?" Su Taiyin furrowed his brow and inquired. After pondering for a while, he adjusted his attire and said, "Let us go see." 5 minutes later, in the reception room, Su Taiyin bent down to sit on the sofa, his gaze indifferent as he addressed Yu Jiahui. "What brings you to me?" "Collaboration." Yu Jiahui, clad in a black women's suit with a white flower pinned to her chest, appeared rather somber. Ever since the demise of her husband and son, her demeanor had shifted towards an unsettling state. "What could we possibly collaborate on?" Su Taiyin asked. "What resources do you possess?" After a brief pause, he added, "Have your superior come speak with me. Your rank is insufficient." As his words settled, a man seated beside Yu Jiahui removed his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. "I am the one behind her." "Who are you?" He chuckled, stating, "In the wilderness, your connections may not wield significant influence." The middle-aged man slowly extended his palm. "My name is Bai Jinxing, and I can assist you. You share the information acquired within the eternal life realm, and together we can achieve our objectives. In the laboratory, Zhang Yunxi was contemplating whom to collaborate with when the doorbell suddenly rang. Open the door. Wei Wu's voice resonated. Ah, this old rascal. Zhang Yunxi approached the door, yanked it open, and was surprised to see Tongzhan and Kaka had also come. What brings you here? Let me introduce you. This is the true captain. Wei Wu pointed at Tongzhan and explained. He has previously outmatched the three of us in the dormitory, has faced off against Li Han's group, possesses exceptional combat prowess, and has extensive experience in the wilderness. With him leading, our ragtag team will be flawless. Kaka the medic, Jiang Xian the mechanic and virtual network expert, Tongzhan the team leader, Lao Pang the professional advisor, Zhu Qizhan and Yu as the muscle. And as for me, the perfect brain of the class. Zhang Yunxi stared blankly at Tongzhan and Kaka. You two were persuaded by him? I still don't know what you all intend to do. Kaka, equally perplexed, replied. He called me saying you had a duodenal hemorrhage and that the situation was critical. So I came. He mentioned a project, but I am still unclear about it. Tongzhan blinked and said, as long as there's money to be made, I'm willing to do anything. Goodness, you brought them here without even explaining what we are doing. Zhang Yunxi turned to Wei Wu. Why are you such a schemer? Wei Wu pulled Zhang Yunxi closer and whispered, these two don't seem particularly bright. A little coaxing, and they'll follow along. Tongzhan is undoubtedly skilled, and Kaka has strong expertise. Why not take advantage of such novet? What do you think?